Lin traverses the Marvel Universe, enduring 18 years of silent anticipation, ultimately acquiring the invincible power of the Silver Superman. The system? It perished instantly. Henceforth, the laws of the universe would be inscribed by his own hand. Bathed in the brilliance of stars, he unleashes the fiery judgment of the heavens, striking down the Avengers, liberating the Goddess of Death, and treading upon the DC Universe, shattering the absurd judgments of false gods and mortals alike. This is a tale of an invincible being carelessly painting across the multiverse. Chapter 1. Awakening and Annihilation. The rain-soaked nights of New York are enveloped in a frigid clamor, as raindrops wash away the ostentation of Manhattan's glass facades, yet fail to cleanse the accumulated filth and shadows in the depths of Queens alleys. Rainwater cascades down a rusted fire escape, drumming monotonously upon several toppled trash can lids, producing a sound both tedious and irksome. At the innermost recess of the alley, a figure clad in a black hooded sweatshirt stands silently, rain drenching his dark hair, strands clinging to his forehead, yet he remains oblivious. His name is Lin, at least for this incarnation. He raises his hand, observing the rainwater splashing in his palm, his gaze tranquil, devoid of any ripple. 18 years. In this crowded and cacophonous sphere, he has patiently awaited a full 18 years. From an innocent infant to the powerful young man he is now, memories of another world have never faded. Instead, they have grown increasingly vivid. He watches with a discerning eye the bizarre spectacle of this world, Iron Man's dazzling entrance, Captain America's frozen thawing, the occasional news of mutant disturbances, and the myriad of concealed phenomena lurking in the shadows of the city. He is akin to the most astute audience, observing the prologue of a grand drama. Yet, he never contemplated participation, at least not until he possessed absolute power. The so-called sign-in system that accompanied his traversal merely provided mechanical notifications of successful sign-ins, devoid of any further engagement, resembling a rigid program. Its only promise was to bestow upon him an ultimate gift on his 18th birthday. Now, the time has arrived. As the midnight chime silently resonates in the depths of his mind, the cold mechanical voice arrives punctually. Host age detected as 18 years. Ultimate reward Silver Superman template is commencing distribution. No dazzling light effects, no excruciating pain. In an instant, Lin feels the invisible shackles that have bound him for 18 years shatter abruptly. A torrent of unprecedented power surges from the void, instantaneously filling every cell, every atom of his being. Power. Words cannot convey even a fraction of the overwhelming force that surges and roars within him. His muscles, bones, organs, and even the tiniest particles undergo a terrifying transformation, enhancing at an alarming pace. His senses extend outward wildly. The trajectory of raindrops falls slow and clear, enabling him to perceive the microscopic impurities within each droplet. He can overhear whispers of lovers from several blocks away, and even sense the deep, rumbling flow of molten lava beneath his feet. His eyes pierce through thick clouds and the endless atmosphere, locking onto the depths of the starry sky, capturing every form of radiation emitted by distant stars. Heat vision, super hearing, super eyesight, an indestructible body, super strength, super speed. All abilities that existed solely in fantasy are now instinctively imprinted within him as though they were innate. He feels as if a single punch could pierce the Earth's core, and a single breath could extinguish a star. He can even sense that the rotation and revolution of this planet could be altered at the whim of his thoughts. This is an illusion that transcends omnipotence, approaching an almost omniscient omnipotence. No, it is not an illusion, it is the reality he commands at this moment. He gently clenches his fist, and the surrounding space emits a subtle hum under immense strain. The air is instantaneously crushed, producing a sound akin to a sonic boom, yet an invisible force constrains it within this confined space, leaving not a single passerby in the alley disturbed. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice resonates once more, carrying a programmatic tone. Ultimate reward distribution complete. Silver Superman template fusion successful. The strongest hero system will continuously serve you, guiding you to become the guardian of the universe, maintaining. Guarding? For the first and last time, Lin responded to the system in his mind. His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of mockery. Maintaining? He slowly lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the veil of rain, piercing through the clouds, penetrating the atmosphere, and directly gazing upon the sun that nurtures all life and brings forth light. In the depths of his ordinary black eyes, a faint golden glow flickered, harboring an energy capable of incinerating stars. I do not require guidance, nor do I need a program that attempts to dictate my fate. He murmured, the so-called order, the so-called justice, are merely rules set by the weak. And now, he paused briefly, then, with a calm yet irrefutable will, issued his command. Annihilate. No earth-shattering explosion, not even a whisper of noise. He felt the faint connection that had endured for 18 years in his mind, that cold, mechanical core of the system that fancied itself capable of orchestrating his destiny. Under the weight of his thought, vanished silently and thoroughly, like pencil marks erased by an eraser, leaving no trace of its prior existence. Absolute power can only be governed by absolute freedom. He requires no master in any meaningful sense, even if it were merely a disembodied program. An unprecedented sense of ease and completeness flooded his soul. From this moment forth, he is the true entirety of himself. A cold and wild smile curled at the corners of Lin's lips. He cast one final glance at the filthy alley that had confined his fleeting childhood and youth, then slightly bent his legs. In the next instant, a thunderous sonic boom erupted, violently dispersing the rainwater and refuse within the alley, crashing against the walls with a cacophony of sounds. His figure had already transformed into a blur, imperceptible to the naked eye, as he soared upward, piercing through the dense rain clouds, racing toward the outer atmosphere. In mere seconds, Earth had transformed beneath him into a breathtaking blue and white sphere, the profound cosmos unfurling an endless canvas before him. Yet he did not pause. Instead, he accelerated toward the sun, the source of his newfound power. His speed escalated, effortlessly surpassing the second cosmic velocity. Then the third, the laws of physics lost all significance in his presence. He flew instinctively, propelled solely by his will. Soon, the immense, scorching star engaged in nuclear fusion filled his entire field of vision. The terrifying heat, radiation, and solar winds could instantaneously vaporize all known matter to humanity. But to him, it felt as warm and comfortable as the winter afternoon sun. He hovered just beyond the corona, closely admiring the raging sea of flames spanning millions of kilometers. The colossal plasma tongues licked the expanse of space like a dragon's breath, magnificent, tempestuous, brimming with the power of destruction and creation. Savoring the gradual yet undeniable growth of power within him beneath the star's radiation, Lin sighed contentedly. This is the sensation of mastery over all, the transcendence of all. So, where shall he begin? His mind stirred slightly, and his extraordinary vision swept across the vast distance of Earth like an invisible net, swiftly locking onto the island nation in the Pacific. Fragments of inconsequential memories from a past life surfaced, tinged with a hint of annoyance. Very well, let us begin here. After all, it is merely an experiment. He adjusted his angle, and his eyes transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of molten gold and boiling blood, radiating a heart-stirring glow. In the next moment, two immensely powerful heat rays, imbued with terrifying energy, tore through the cold expanse of space, accurately shooting towards the Japanese archipelago on Earth. Having completed this act, Lin did not bother to observe the outcome. He trusted in his own power. Instead, he contemplated his next target. I've heard that green behemoth is quite resilient, he murmured, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space, landing on the city of New York, home to a renowned Avengers base on the east coast of the United States. A playful smile emerged on his face. Then let us see for ourselves. Chapter 2, The Hypocritical Shield. The rain clouds above New York appeared to thicken, with relentless rain enveloping the city in a gray, damp chill. Lin hovered above the Avengers Tower, an invisible biological force field repelling the rain. He resembled an outsider, coldly surveying the lair that symbolized justice beneath him. The shrill sound of alarms finally shattered the tranquility of the rain. The reinforced glass doors of the platform slid open swiftly, and the first figure to emerge was indeed recognizable. Dressed in his star-spangled uniform, gripping a vibranium shield, with a straightened spine and those blue eyes filled with unwavering conviction and a certain self-righteous sense of justice. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Who are you? State your identity immediately and descend. Steve's voice cut through the rain, carrying his customary, unyielding command. It was a gravitas deeply ingrained in the marrow of a veteran and a leader, one that had inspired countless souls. Yet to Lin, this voice was particularly grating. Fragmented memories from a past life surged forth, depicting this man as a paragon of virtue, an embodiment of justice, an unwavering idealist. How radiant, how flawless. However, to Lin, this perfection was the epitome of hypocrisy. In a world rife with power struggles and lurking crises, where countless innocent lives were often caught in the crossfire, clinging to a black-and-white moral code from World War II and imposing it upon others was nothing short of hypocritical. Under the guise of protecting the weak, repeatedly placing battlefields in the heart of cities, was this not a form of hypocrisy? In the name of freedom and human rights, enjoying the utmost privileges and unconditional trust, how laughable was that? More importantly, his perpetual stance of being forever right, always perched on the moral high ground while scrutinizing others, filled Lynn with genuine disdain. Soon after, Iron Man Tony Stark's crimson and gold armor whirred into view, hovering beside him, the helmet retracting to reveal Tony's vigilant and inquisitive expression. JRVS cannot identify. Energy readings are anomalous, no readings at all. Be cautious, Captain, this individual is not right. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint Barton appeared silently at the platform entrance, taking advantageous positions, their sharp gazes locked onto the unexpected visitor in the air. Lynn's eyes slowly scanned them before finally settling on Captain America. His expression was calm and unruffled, yet it invoked an inexplicable pressure in Steve, as if he were being scrutinized by some ancient behemoth. "I'm here for a green punching bag." Lynn spoke, his voice flat yet distinctly cutting through all other noise, imbued with a languid disregard for everything. "I've heard he's around here. Hand him over, or I'll demolish this building and find him myself." This audacious attitude, completely dismissive of their presence and treating Hulk as an object, immediately provoked a reaction. "Watch your words." Captain America stepped forward, raising his shield slightly, his tone growing more severe. "Bruce Banner is our friend, not anyone's punching bag. Leave this place at once, or we will take necessary measures." "Necessary measures?" Lynn echoed lightly, a smirk of unabashed derision gracing his lips. "Just like you did in Sokovia, in New York, and Washington? Resolving destruction with greater destruction? Is that your necessary measure, Captain? Truly efficient justice." His words struck like a venomous barbed arrow, piercing not only Steve, but also Tony Stark's buried guilt and unspoken past. Captain America's expression darkened. "You do not understand the situation. We are protecting lives." "Protecting?" Lynn's laughter was soft, yet laced with icy mockery. "Protecting whom? The innocent civilians who perished in the aftermath of your battles? Or your absurd and fragile self-righteousness?" He shook his head, seemingly losing the last vestige of patience. "Enough. I am not interested in debate, especially not with an old popsicle living in his own fairy tale. Since you choose to obstruct me." His gaze fell once more upon Captain America's famed vibranium shield. "Then let us commence by destroying this hypocritical symbol." "Attack." Tony Stark realized the negotiations had collapsed, issuing the command immediately. The mini-missile bays on his armor sprang open in an instant. But in that fleeting moment, Lynn made his move. Without leaving an afterimage, without a sonic boom, he didn't even alter his hovering posture. Simply, he raised his right fist and casually struck towards Captain America, towards that legendary indestructible vibranium shield. This punch appeared unremarkable, devoid of dazzling light or explosive momentum. Yet at the moment of impact, alarms within Tony Stark's armor blared frantically, JRVS warning in a tone of unprecedented urgency. Uncalculable energy response. Extremely dangerous. Natasha and Clint felt their hearts nearly stop, their primal instincts issuing the highest level of death warnings. Captain America's combat intuition sensed an unprecedented lethal threat. Instinctively, he channeled all his strength into his arm, bracing the vibranium shield tightly before him. This was his most trusted ally, who had shielded him from countless bullets and even the hammer of Thor. He believed this time would be no different. Then, the fist met the shield. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. There was no resounding metallic clash. Only an exceedingly brief, almost imperceptible crack, like the sound of delicate porcelain shattering. Under Steve Rogers' incredulous gaze, his pupils dilating in shock. The shield, forged from vibranium and symbolizing American spirit and resilience throughout his life, suddenly erupted with countless spiderweb-like cracks from the point of impact. In the next instant, the entire shield silently shattered, transforming into innumerable tiny, shimmering metallic particles and fragments, as if an invisible force had completely disintegrated it at the atomic level. The vibranium shield was shattered. Lynn's punch bore an unparalleled force, one that was scarcely mitigated by even the most resilient metal in the universe. The fist shattered the shield with unyielding momentum, relentlessly advancing to imprint itself upon the bare chest of Captain America. Steve Rogers' eyes bulged in shock, filled with bewilderment and an incomprehensible dread of absolute power. He could not even muster a coherent scream. A dull, cataclysmic sound resonated, one that no mortal frame could withstand. The body, enhanced by the super soldier serum and regarded as the pinnacle of humanity, crumbled before that alabaster fist, fragile as a tomato violently smashed to the ground. Before blood and viscera could splatter, the terrifying kinetic energy contained within the fist instantaneously vaporized and obliterated them. Even his star-spangled uniform was reduced to the most primal of particles, dissipating in the cold rain. Left behind were merely insignificant dark red stains splattered on the shattered ground and a faint, rust-like scent that permeated the air. Once a symbol of justice and the American spirit, Steve Rogers was utterly erased from existence by that seemingly casual blow, leaving not a trace behind. Time appeared to stand still. Raindrops continued to fall, pattering upon the stunned faces of Natasha and Barton, rendered pale. Tony Stark's helmet remained open, his expression frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, reflecting the spot where the captain had vanished, and the black figure hovering in the air, slowly retracting its fist. The world was left with nothing but the futile wailing of alarms. Lin withdrew his fist, casting a glance at the quickly dispersing crimson mist in the rain, his expression unwavering, as though he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. He shook his hand, devoid of any blemish, before turning his gaze to the remaining three, who were engulfed in profound shock and horror. "Behold," he remarked, his voice still calm, tinged with a hint of ennui, "the so-called indestructible, the so-called emblem. How absurd." Now, he disregarded Tony Stark's fiery glare and the sudden activation of his palm blaster, ignoring the instinctive weapons raised by Natasha and Barton. His superhuman hearing had already detected the frenzied roar of another consciousness within the building, triggered by the external shock and the captain's life signal's demise. It seems that Green Bag of Rage is finally willing to emerge. No sooner had he spoken than a roar, more ferocious and enraged than any before, erupted from within the Avengers tower, shaking the entire structure. Hulk, sensing the death of his dear friend, had completely lost control. Chapter 3. Hulk, Punching Bag. The roar was no longer mere fury. It was interwoven with the profound sorrow of a beast mourning its lost friend, a provoked rage, and an almost desperate desire for destruction. The sound surged like a tangible shockwave, causing the already ravaged rooftop of the Avengers Tower to tremble violently, with shards of glass and concrete debris cascading down. Boom! 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 A series of ominous, thunderous impacts resonated from within the building, reminiscent of a colossal, untamed creature recklessly demolishing every obstacle in its path as it surged upward. Tony Stark jolted awake from the sheer shock of witnessing the captain's instantaneous annihilation. His helmet snapped shut with a decisive click, and the palm cannon and shoulder-mounted weapons illuminated, all aimed at the gaping breach in the platform. His voice, hoarse from a blend of fury and a barely perceptible fear, commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. Maximum power. Stop him. He wished to assert that they could not allow further bloodshed, yet the figure hovering before him, unruffled and poised, stifled his words. Stop him? With what means? Natasha and Barton, their faces pale, instinctively recoiled, seeking any semblance of cover. Their weapons felt utterly impotent against that presence. The fate of the captain had rendered everything else moot. The Hulk's advance was less a beacon of hope and more the harbinger of another calamity. Meanwhile, Lin remained suspended in place, his posture unchanged, gazing expectantly at the source of the continuous thunder, as if awaiting the commencement of a grand performance. At last, with a deafening explosion, the ruins at the center of the platform erupted. A colossal green giant, more massive than ever before, muscles taut and veins bulging like twisted green vines, emerged, fueled by a wrath that surged like a tempest. His eyes were no longer simply green, they were bloodshot, filled with primal madness and agony. His gaze immediately locked onto the dark figure in the air, and the lingering, faint essence of Steve Rogers still hung in the atmosphere. You killed the captain. The Hulk's roar twisted and contorted, transcending mere anger to embody a clear, yet ferocious lament. In that moment, a brief resonance formed between Hulk and Banner, united by the overwhelming emotion of their shared loss of a dear friend. The Hulk's feet dug into the ground, unleashing a force that made the very structure of the building creak with a disquieting groan. His gargantuan form launched like a green cannonball, propelled by unprecedented speed and power. delivering a titanic blow towards Lin. The punch compressed the air, producing a piercing crack that even expelled the surrounding rainwater in an instant. This strike, fueled by rage, encapsulated all of Hulk's strength and sorrow, potent enough to pierce through an aircraft carrier. In the face of this earth-shattering assault, Lin finally moved. No longer merely raising his hand, he too swung his fist in response. His fists appeared remarkably slender and pale in comparison to the Hulk's gigantic, fist-sized appendages, creating a stark contrast. Yet at the moment their fists collided, a thunderous sound erupted, far surpassing any previous clash. A terrifying explosion that resonated like two meteors colliding violently. A visible white shockwave expanded in a circular pattern, instantly reducing all debris on the platform to dust. The steel structure atop the Avengers tower groaned under the unbearable strain, accompanied by the ominous sounds of fractures. Tony Stark was propelled backward by the force, crashing violently against the base of a distant antenna tower. At the epicenter of the collision, the very fabric of space seemed to warp momentarily. The Hulk's forward momentum abruptly ceased, his previously furious expression freezing in a state of incredulous bewilderment. Almost immediately, an unyielding and terrifying force surged through his arm. Crack! Crack! The chilling sounds of bones fracturing echoed like popping beans. The Hulk's robust green arm, beginning at the fist, splintered grotesquely at unnatural angles. His green skin was torn apart by an invisible might, with blood seeping out only to evaporate instantaneously. A pained howl escaped the Hulk, a sound of anguish as his massive form was propelled backward, as if struck by a speeding train, retreating at a velocity greater than his initial charge. He crashed through the very breach from which he had emerged, plummeting into the depths of the tower, followed by a cacophony of impacts and collapses. Lin hovered in place, gradually retracting his fist and shaking his wrist, remarking, "The strength has increased somewhat. Alas, it remains insufficient." In an instant, he appeared as if teleporting above the gaping hole in the platform, surveying the dust-laden interior of the tower below. With a roar, the ruins exploded as the Hulk surged upward once more, his injured arm visibly healing at an alarming rate. Yet his eyes reflected an intensifying madness and pain. He effortlessly ripped apart a massive steel beam, wielding it like a mere straw as he swung it towards Lin. Lin did not flinch or evade, not even raising a hand. The beam, enveloped by a tempestuous force, struck an invisible barrier just a foot above his head, instantly twisting, shattering, and bursting into countless fragments. His eyes narrowed slightly. With a swift motion, two meticulously focused heat beams shot forth, no longer tentative but akin to the sharpest of scalpels, precisely slicing through the Hulk's chest. A pained roar erupted from the Hulk as his resilient skin and muscle, capable of withstanding a tank's main cannon, were effortlessly cleaved apart by the two crimson beams, leaving behind two charred wounds deep enough to expose bone. Green blood gushed forth, only to solidify instantaneously under the intense heat. The impact of the heat rays forced the Hulk to stagger backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Yet he seemed oblivious to the concept of pain, his self-healing abilities operating at a frenzied pace, the flesh of his wounds writhing as he roared once more. Attempting to surge forward, Lin appeared weary of this one-sided assault. He dove down, his speed so astonishing that the Hulk could not react, seizing the intact arm of the giant and forcefully swinging it upwards. Boom! The Hulk's massive form was violently lifted, crashing through the upper ceiling, returning once more to the tempestuous rooftop platform. Before the Hulk could touch the ground, Lin had already materialized above him, descending with a foot poised to strike. Bang! The Hulk plummeted like a meteor, smashing the platform into an even deeper pit, his bones fracturing beyond count as a stream of green blood erupted from his mouth. Yet he continued to thrash, the fire of rage in his eyes undiminished, indeed intensified by the relentless defeats and agony. He attempted to grasp Lin's leg. Lin frowned slightly. Truly, a tenacious cockroach. He lifted his foot and then, once again, brought it down. Bang! 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 Each stomp sent violent tremors through the entire Avengers tower, as though it might collapse at any moment. Each impact resonated with the sound of breaking bones and the muffled, anguished roars of the Hulk. The platform's surface had been utterly transformed, now a horrifying pit. At its bottom, the Hulk's green form persistently trampled, yet desperately striving to heal. In the distance, Tony Stark struggled to emerge from the contorted base, his eyes wide with fury at the sight. He unleashed a frenzy of pulse cannons and missiles. But all his assaults dissipated into nothingness around Lynn, unable even to compel him to glance back. Natasha and Barton fired futilely, their expressions reflecting despair. Lynn continued his relentless assault, as though engaged in a monotonous routine. He even stifled a small yawn. Finally, as the Hulk's healing rate began to lag behind the destruction, as the madness in his gaze was gradually supplanted by a primal fear and weakness, as his struggles weakened and his roars turned hoarse and feeble, Lynn came to a halt. He gazed down into the pit where the Hulk lay, his form nearly unrecognizable, bones shattered, with only the faintest breath and twitching green muscles remaining. "It seems this is your limit." A hint of boredom laced Lynn's tone. The so-called invincible Hulk was merely a more resilient punching bag. He had lost the last vestige of interest. He bent down, grasping one of the Hulk's ankles, dragging him from the depths of the pit. The Hulk hung limply like a torn rag doll. Lynn hoisted him up, surveying the chaotic battleground, his gaze sweeping past the frustrated yet powerless Iron Man, the pale and vacant-eyed Black Widow, and Hawkeye. "Allow me to impart a lesson." His voice calmly resonated amidst the rain. "In the face of absolute power, anger, perseverance, and the so-called virtues you hold dear are rendered utterly worthless." Having spoken, he casually waved his arm. The immense form of the Hulk was effortlessly hurled forth, transforming into a fleeting green shadow that instantaneously breached the sound barrier. Accompanied by a piercing wail, slicing through the somber skyline of New York and soaring beyond the distant horizon, destined to plummet into some desolate corner of the North American continent. Upon completing this act, Lynn brushed his hands together as if ridding himself of dust. He ascended once more, his gaze fixed upon the distant heavens, as if he could penetrate the clouds to behold the grandeur of Asgard. The sandbag test was concluded. He murmured to himself, a wicked anticipation dancing at the corners of his lips. It was time to pay a visit to the imprisoned Goddess of Death. One could only hope she would prove to be more intriguing than this green fellow. His figure shimmered slightly, as if merging with the raindrops, and in an instant, he vanished. All that remained was the Avengers' once mighty edifice, now reduced to ruins, alongside three heroes enveloped in an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread. The rain fell coldly, washing away blood and debris, yet could not cleanse the indelible terror of absolute power imprinted deep within their souls. Chapter 4. A warm welcome. In Asgard, the dreary rain and debris of Earth were left far behind. Lynn did not even resort to spatial jumping or light-speed flight. The power of the Silver Superman allowed him to instinctively distort concepts of space and distance. With but a single thought and a destination in mind, his form transcended the starry sea, emerging beyond a resplendent golden halo. Magnificent. This is a term that eludes any language when describing Asgard. A vast array of golden palaces nestled among mountains and waterfalls, the rainbow bridge gleaming like a brilliant ribbon connecting distant realms. An energy permeated the air, distinctly different from that of Earth, older, more self-righteous in its sanctity. Lynn floated beyond Asgard's protective barrier, surveying this divine domain. The decor bore a certain ostentation. The gold was blinding, and Odin's taste appeared to linger at the level of medieval lordship. His arrival, along with his unabashed scrutiny, instantly triggered Asgard's defensive mechanisms. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge stood Heimdall, the celestial sentinel with the ability to see across the 9 realms, who nearly immediately detected this uninvited guest. His golden pupils dilated in alarm, for in his sight, the newcomer was neither invisible nor stealthy, but rather a remarkably clear presence, cloaked in an impenetrable veil that seemed to absorb all light. "Alert!" Heimdall's deep voice resonated through magic to the palace guard. "An unknown entity has breached the outer barrier, right above the Golden Palace." The sound of horns blared, imbued with a sense of urgency not felt in Asgard for ages. Teams of golden-armored palace guards, wielding spears and shields, surged forth from all directions, swiftly assembling. The sound of hooves echoed through the sky as several knights mounted on celestial steeds ascended, warily encircling Lynn's direction. "Halt! This is the divine realm of Asgard. State your identity and purpose," bellowed a figure who appeared to be the squad leader. His spear pointed menacingly at Lynn. Lynn casually dug into his ear, seemingly annoyed by the volume of the man's voice. "What a manners! Is the hospitality of Asgard merely to wield weapons and shout? Has Odin not imparted to you the essence of civility? He sighed, dismissing the notion of taking offense. But I digress. I come to visit a certain inmate. I believe you have a rather wild lady named Hela here. Would you be so kind as to lead the way? Upon hearing Hela's name, the expressions of all Asgardian soldiers shifted dramatically, their demeanor turning increasingly vigilant and fearful. Blasphemy! The name of the goddess of death is not to be sullied by your lips. Seize him, the squad leader roared. A barrage of magical energy beams and hurled spears rained down upon Lin like a tempest. Yet, he remained utterly unmoved. The attacks seemed to collide with an invisible barrier a few meters from him, erupting into explosions, shattering and dissipating, unable even to elicit a blink from him. I knew it would come to this, Lin mused, shaking his head in resignation. Is always strike first, inquire later, or simply forego inquiry entirely? Must you so-called deities not innovate your approaches? With a gentle exhalation, he released a breath, not a frost breath, merely a gust. However, at the moment it departed his lips, it transformed into a tempestuous whirlwind that engulfed everything in its path. Whoosh! The elite palace guards and the valiant Pegasus riders, along with their weapons and cries of alarm, were instantly swept away by this irresistible gale, tumbling like toys cast aside by a mischievous child, crashing and rolling against the distant palace walls, the ground of the plaza, or plummeting into the sea of clouds below. In an instant, the skies above Asgard were filled with the clattering of armor and anguished screams. Much quieter now, Lin remarked, dusting off his hands and casting his gaze upon the most magnificent golden palace. Old man, a guest has arrived. Should not the host come forth to greet? His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, clearly echoing throughout all of Asgard, causing the palace glass to hum ominously. Boom! The gates of the golden palace were flung open, a silver lightning bolt erupting heavenward with a roar. Who dares wreak havoc in Asgard? Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, brandished his beloved Mjolnir, surrounded by dazzling lightning. Charging at Lin like a furious lion, his eyes ablaze with provoked fury, the hammer aimed directly at Lin's face. For Asgard, watching the grandiose assault, Lin merely raised an eyebrow. Oh, the hammer god has arrived. He even found time to comment leisurely, a classic line, though the trajectory of this attack is rather straightforward. Lacking in creativity, the mighty hammer of Thor surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a tempest. This single strike possessed the power to shatter mountains. Yet, just as the hammer was about to make contact with Lin's nose, he extended a slender finger. Time appeared to freeze, all the kinetic energy propelling Thor forward, along with the terrifying electric force embedded within Mjolnir, vanished instantaneously beneath that seemingly delicate, pale digit. The fury etched upon Thor's visage became a mask of utter shock and disbelief. He felt as if he had plunged the hammer into the depths of a neutron star, where all might was absorbed and obliterated, unable to disturb that finger in the slightest. Mjolnir emitted a faint hum in his grasp, as if expressing its own confusion and trepidation. This cannot be. Thor instinctively roared in anger, attempting to retract the hammer. But it was as if it had been welded to Lin's finger, immovable. Ah, the famed hammer of the thunder god? Lin, as effortlessly as one might grasp a loaf of bread, inserted his finger into the hammer, lifting it to inspect as one would an antique. The material was acceptable. URU metal, if he recalled correctly. The enchantment was rather mediocre. But the design, squared and blocky, paired with a short handle, was not only impractical but aesthetically appalling. Does Asgard harbor some misunderstanding regarding artifacts? Do they believe that mere weight, hardness, and the ability to shine suffice? Thor felt an irresistible force surge forth, wrenching his fingers from the hammer's grip, and Mjolnir was claimed anew. Return it. Thor's eyes flared with fury as lightning erupted anew from his being, launching himself toward Lin with bare hands. Lin did not even spare him a glance. He simply raised his other hand and waved it dismissively, as one might shoo away a fly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Thor was propelled backward at a speed greater than before, transformed into a silver meteor that crashed through several thick walls of the Golden Palace, disappearing amidst a cloud of dust and debris, his fate uncertain. Now, Lin finally shifted his gaze from the hammer, directing it toward the depths of the palace, where an aura of decay and immense power lingered. The audience had cleared, Surely, the main event would soon emerge. Odin, if you continue to hide, I may very well sell your precious hammer as scrap metal for some sweets. He paused, adding with a malicious chuckle, or perhaps I could assist you in releasing that troublesome daughter of yours, allowing for a family reunion. I hear your familial relations are rather strained. Might you require an outsider, such as myself, to mediate? My rates are quite reasonable. How about one of your eyes? Chapter 5. The mediation of fatherly love and daughterly filial piety. Lin's words, dripping with scorn, pierced through the depths of the golden palace like a frigid dagger. The air seemed to stagnate, and even the groans of the celestial guards previously cast aside momentarily vanished. After a brief moment of silence, a colossal and imposing wave of energy, tinged with the scent of decay and age, erupted from the golden palace. Arrogance, accompanied by a low yet commanding roar imbued with supreme authority, a golden divine light soared into the heavens. Within this radiance stood Odin, the All-Father, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, clad in golden armor, his lone eye ablaze with the fury of thunder, slowly ascending into the air. Although his hair and beard had turned white and his stature was no longer erect, the dignity of one who had long occupied the throne and governed the 9 realms was still potent enough to render any mortal or deity breathless. He hovered at a height equal to Lin's, his single eye fixated on this unprecedented intruder, casting a glance at the dull Mjolnir held between the intruder's 2 fingers, and then at his silent son beyond the gaping hole in the palace wall, his anger intensifying. Who are you? Why do you invade Asgard, harm my people, and desecrate my divine realm? Odin's voice boomed like rolling thunder, laced with the weight of judgment. Procedures, yet more procedures. Are you antiquated relics, all trained from the same manual? First, strike a pose, then deliver threats, and finally inquire about names? Can there not be a hint of innovation? He shook the hammer in his fingers. I have stated my purpose. I am here for a visitation and to serve as a family mediator. You see, your daughter has been confined for so long. Her rebellious adolescence has yet to mend. This is clearly a failure in familial education. I, out of goodwill, intend to release her, so your family may be whole once more. No need for thanks. At the mention of Hela's name, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Odin's eye. Anger, wariness, and a barely perceptible hint of fear. He tightened his grip on Gungnir, its tip now aimed at Lin. The Goddess of Death is a prisoner of Asgard. Her power brings only destruction. You shall not act with impunity. Release Mjolnir at once and depart this place. Or else what? Lin interrupted, feigning exaggerated astonishment. Are you going to tickle me with that spear that resembles a long lance? Or will your single-eye attempt to incinerate me? Old man, it would be wise to enjoy your retirement in the sun at a nursing home, sipping mead, rather than forcing yourself into a confrontation with your frail limbs. A misstep could lead to quite the embarrassing disaster. Impudence. Odin was thoroughly incensed, his dignity as the ruler of the 9 realms trampled upon. He would speak no further. The eternal spear Gungnir erupted with dazzling divine light, unleashing a torrent of golden energy capable of piercing stars, akin to a spear of judgment, instantly hurtling toward Lin. This was a strike filled with wrath from a god of the highest order. In the face of such a planet-shaking assault, Lin merely sighed. I knew it would come to this. Communication has failed. So let us bypass the trivialities. He did not even adopt a defensive posture. The devastating golden torrent struck his chest, yet shattered upon impact like a stream colliding with an immutable reef, bursting into countless scattering particles of light that failed to disturb even a single fiber of his hoodie. As the energy dissipated, Lin stood unscathed, his hair untouched. He even glanced down at his chest, brushing away non-existent dust with his hand. The temperature is tolerable. It would likely serve well for warmth in winter, he remarked, though the light effects are rather ostentatious and superficial. Odin's singular eye widened in disbelief, filled with incredulous terror. The full force of Gungnir had proven ineffective. Impossible. Who are you? Odin's voice trembled for the first time. Who I am is of little consequence, Lin replied coolly, his gaze finally hardening. What matters is that you are obstructing my path, old man. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished in an instant. Alarm bells rang in Odin's mind as he instinctively swept Gungnir backward, but it met only empty air. In the next moment, Lin appeared before him like a specter, nearly nose to nose. Odin could discern the icy indifference in Lin's eyes, as frigid as ancient glaciers. Then, Lyn extended a finger, gently tapping it against Odin's breastplate. Boom! A sound of profound resonance erupted. The golden divine light enveloping Odin collapsed instantly. It was as if he had been struck head-on by a supernova. A torrent of golden divine blood erupting from his mouth, sending him careening like a severed kite. Gungnir slipped from his grasp, hurtling away. Crash! 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 He crashed through several massive stone pillars of the Golden Palace, ultimately slamming into the grand golden throne, shattering it to pieces, symbolizing the highest power of Asgard. Buried beneath the rubble, Odin's breath faltered, reduced to feeble gasps. I told you, the elderly should accept their age. Lyn's figure descended slowly into the now chaotic hall. Stepping upon the golden debris, he paid no heed to the ruins where Odin lay, instead directing his gaze toward a shadowy, sealed entrance deep within the hall, cloaked by formidable magic. Well, the meddlesome guardian has been dealt with, he said, dusting off his hands as though he had merely completed an inconsequential task. Now, let us see about the troublesome girl confined within. He strode toward the entrance, as a chill, the scent of death, began to pervade the space, starkly contrasting with the radiant sanctity of Asgard. Ancient, spiky black runes began to materialize on the walls and floor. The security door is rather distinctive, Lyn commented, his pace unwavering. The closer he drew to the massive, seal-laden stone door, the more intense the aura of death became. With tendrils of black energy slithering from the void like venomous serpents, seeking to ensnare and erode Lyn. Yet they could not draw within a meter of Lyn's form, disintegrating under an invisible force field. At last, he stood before the monumental stone door, adorned with intricate runes personally inscribed by Odin. The potent waves of divine energy surged like tides, obstructing any connection between the outside and the inside. Lyn extended a finger and gently touched the stone door. Suddenly, a powerful backlash of divine energy erupted, golden lightning surging up his finger. And then, nothing more followed. The formidable backlash, capable of slaying deities, failed to even redden the skin at his fingertip. The lock was somewhat intricate. Lyn tilted his head as if contemplating, though it mattered not. For he typically harbored no fondness for deciphering codes. He retreated a step, then, facing that impregnable stone door, which had sealed the Goddess of Death, Hel, for countless ages, he softly exhaled. Crack, crack, crack. Centered upon the point where his lips met the door, innumerable fine fissures swiftly spread across the entire stone surface. The runes upon the door flickered wildly, attempting to mend themselves, yet the pace of repair lagged far behind the rapid disintegration. In the next instant, boom! The entire massive stone door, along with the surrounding walls imbued with countless divine powers, exploded as if from an internal rupture, shattering into myriad tiny fragments. Collapsing inward into oblivion, a cavern, deep and dark, suffused with the essence of death and desolation, lay unveiled before Lyn. Within the depths of the cave, endless darkness writhed as if alive. Soon after, a tall, alluring figure, radiating an aura of profound danger and wildness, emerged slowly from the deepest shadows. Clad in dark green battle armor, her figure was voluptuous, her black hair swirling with a life of its own, forming a sharp crown. Her complexion was pale, yet her eyes were as piercing as blades, filled with the resentment and rage of millennia of imprisonment, alongside a flicker of astonishment at the light of day. The Goddess of Death, Hel. She gazed at the unfamiliar man at the threshold, dressed in peculiar black attire, and then surveyed the chaos behind him. Where the ruins of the Golden Palace were evident, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. Who are you? Hel's voice was hoarse and cold, tinged with the dryness of long unspoken words, yet still imbued with a queenly authority. Where is Odin? Has that old wretch perished? Lyn appraised her from head to toe, his gaze unabashedly admiring her wild beauty and formidable presence, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Self-introductions can be rather tedious. We may converse in depth later. He spoke with a casual tone, as if merely opening the door to an ordinary guest room. As for Odin, he is not dead, but he is nearly semi-retired. So how about it? After being confined in that little dark room for 10 millennia, do you wish to step out for some fresh air and perhaps negotiate a substantial deal? The kind worth billions. Chapter 6. Death and the new king. The dust from the stone gate had yet to settle, swirling slowly in the dim light. Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard, stepped forth from the shadows of her prison, treading upon the accumulated dust and silence of millennia. Her pallid visage bore eyes as sharp as a hawk's. First scanning the unfamiliar yet unsettlingly serene man, Lyn, before being wholly captivated by the ravaged state of the golden palace behind him. Shattered columns, a collapsed throne, and in the distance, amidst the ruins, a familiar, waning golden divine light, Odin. Hela's voice, deep and rasping, slithered forth like a viper, imbued with centuries of pent-up hatred and a hint of incredulous delight. He has finally fallen? Her gaze snapped back to Lyn, scrutinizing the Mjolnir that danced between his fingers, as well as his nonchalant demeanor, as if he had merely strolled through a garden. Did you do this? Lyn casually tossed the hammer aside, the once mighty artifact clattering to the ground, bereft of its former glory. Or was it merely his senility that caused him to stumble? He shrugged and took a few steps forward, effortlessly traversing the deathly aura that surrounded Hela. The dark tendrils of energy that sought to ensnare him disintegrated upon contact. Having endured a lengthy etiquette lesson at the entrance, he found it rather tedious and sought some amusement within. Moreover, he had heard that a rather unique lady was confined here. His gaze roamed unabashedly over her form, from the astonishing curves outlined by her dark green armor, to her pale, yet powerful countenance, and finally to the black crown of hair that seemed to quiver with a life of its own. One could not deny that Odin's taste in imprisoning his foes far surpassed his penchant for palace decor. Hela narrowed her eyes. Normally, she would have reduced anyone who dared to appraise her so bluntly into mere fragments with the sword of night. Yet, in this moment, she remained motionless. On one hand, this man had seemingly defeated Odin with effortless ease, his strength unfathomable. On the other, he bore none of the fear or disdain typical of Asgard's fools, nor any insincere pity, only a pure, almost cruel appreciation and intrigue. This sensation, both foreign and perilous, stirred the still waters of her long-dead heart. You wish to release me. What do you seek? Hela maintained her vigilance, her voice still frosty. The throne of Asgard? Dominion over the 9 realms? Or, she licked her somewhat parched lips, revealing a dangerous and enticing smile, a more direct form of recompense. She stepped closer to Lyn, the aura of death thickening, almost palpable. Lyn chuckled, not a derisive laugh, but one of genuine amusement. The throne? Dominion. Huh. He shook his head, as if he had just heard an exceedingly ridiculous joke. My dear, you underestimate me. Those things, he gestured towards the shattered throne and the distant horizon, are easily within my grasp if I so desire. Yet they present no challenge and are dreadfully mundane. He stepped closer, nearly standing in close proximity to Hela. He was slightly taller than her, leaning down slightly to meet her eyes, which harbored both death and tempest. I release you solely because I wish to. I find your confinement here a waste of resources. As for the reward, he extended a finger, gently lifting a strand of Hela's black hair, which twisted around his fingertip as if it were alive. What I desire, I typically claim for myself. Hela's pupils constricted slightly. No one had ever dared to touch her so audaciously, let alone with such a possessive declaration. A surge of fury mingled with an unusual thrill coursed through her. She struck suddenly, as swift as lightning, and a sword of pitch-black night coalesced in her hand, aimed directly at Lyn's heart. Swoosh! The blade pierced his chest with pinpoint accuracy, yet could not even penetrate his black hoodie. It was as if he were not flesh and blood, but the core of a neutron star. Lyn did not even furrow his brow. He glanced down at the sword tip embedded in his chest, then met Hela's astonished gaze, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, your temper is quite wild. I find it appealing. Before his words faded, his other hand, moving with a speed that left Hela no chance to react, encircled her slender, yet powerful waist, yanking her fiercely towards him. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Hela, a tempest of anger and shock, summoned more knight's swords, which instantly coalesced around her, thrusting towards Lyn from all directions. Yet every attack shattered into fragments of black energy upon contact with his skin, dissipating without a trace. Futile, my dear goddess, Lyn's voice deepened, imbued with an undeniable authority. Your death holds no power over me. Quite the opposite. He lowered his head and suddenly kissed Hela's cold, soft lips. In that instant, her body froze. Centuries of murderous intent, fury, and pride seemingly confronted by an archenemy, forcibly subdued by a power more primal, more domineering, and utterly irresistible. She attempted to struggle, but the arm around her waist felt like the most unyielding shackles of the cosmos, unmovable. The death energy swirling around her surged wildly. It could not breach his essence in the slightest. This kiss was not tender. It was filled with the essence of conquest and plunder, raw and direct, proclaiming absolute dominion. Initially, she resisted fiercely, but gradually. Something that had been repressed for millennia, the twisted yearning of death itself for vibrant life, seemed to ignite within her at the touch of this kiss. Hela's struggles weakened, replaced by a complex response laced with the taste of blood. Her sharp nails even tore through Lin's clothing on his back. It failed to leave a single mark upon his skin. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lin finally released her. Hela, breathing slightly heavier, bore an unusual and eerie flush on her pale visage, her complex gaze fixed upon him, filled with murderous intent, astonishment, and a hint of humiliation. But beneath it all lay a twisted exhilaration and recognition born from being utterly subdued by a stronger force. Now, Lin's fingers glided gently across her smooth cheek, his tone imbued with an imperious command, "Take me to your chambers." He cast a disdainful glance at the desolate surroundings, deeming the environment too inadequate for profound discourse. Hela scrutinized him for a few moments before suddenly bursting into laughter, her smile rekindling a wildness of old, yet imbued with a newfound significance. "As you wish," she replied, her voice still husky yet devoid of its former chill. "My palace, though long sealed for millennia, is far superior to this heap of ruins." Disregarding the faint breaths of Odin in the distance and the potential scrutiny he might cast, she assertively grasped Lin's wrist, not merely to lead, but more as a declaration. Pivoting towards the deeper recesses of the Golden Palace, toward the ancient halls that belonged to her, long forgotten and sealed away. In the darkness, her voice dripped with a hint of provocation. "I hope your communicative prowess is as formidable as your combat skills, stranger." Lin chuckled softly, keeping pace with her. "You shall experience it firsthand, goddess. I assure you, it will be far more intriguing than your games with those skeletal remains." Their figures vanished into the shadowy corridors of the Golden Palace, leaving behind the shattered halls, the dying All-Father, the missing Thunder God, and a hammer abandoned in the dust, silent witnesses to the brutal and abrupt changes of Asgardian sovereignty. The Goddess of Death had returned, forging a perilous and dark alliance. Or perhaps subservience, with an even more terrifying entity. The twilight of the Celestial Palace seemed to arrive prematurely, in a manner most uncanny. Chapter 7. A grand enterprise. Hela's chambers were not the ostentatious golden halls of the main palace, but rather an ancient black fortress hidden within the shadows of the Asgardian mountains. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with the splendor of the Golden Palace, steeped in the chill of stone, the silence of death, and the solitude sealed for eons. Massive stone pillars bore not the praises of Odin's achievements, but rather murals depicting ancient battles, the skeletal army, and the Goddess of Death, their details long eroded by the passage of time. With a mere glance from Hela, the heavy black stone door slid open silently, stirring a cloud of dust. The interior was vast and foreboding, devoid of opulent adornments, featuring only a cold black stone throne, a long-extinguished grand fireplace, and an atmosphere thick with the decay and formidable essence inherent to death itself. "Welcome to my domain." Hela's voice echoed through the vast hall, tinged with a hint of mockery. Compared to the glittering, hypocritical palaces outside, this place is undeniably more authentic, is it not? She approached the throne, her fingers gliding over the cold stone armrests. The centuries of confinement and resentment seemed to momentarily subside, only to be replaced by a more intense emotion. Lin surveyed his surroundings, nodding slightly. Indeed, the taste here surpasses that of Odin, at least it does not dazzle the eyes. The lighting is somewhat lacking, and the humidity is rather high, suitable for nurturing mushrooms or perhaps certain creatures that thrive in darkness. He glanced meaningfully at Hela's hair, which undulated slightly behind her. Hela turned, leaning against the throne, her arms crossed, accentuating her striking figure. A provocative smile graced her pale face. "So, mighty stranger, you have now entered the Hall of Death. How do you intend to commence this profound exchange you desire?" Lin did not respond immediately. He simply advanced toward her slowly, his footsteps resonating clearly in the silence of the hall. With each step closer, the invisible aura of death surrounding Hela intensified, attempting to compel him to halt or retreat. The black energy coalesced around her like a thin mist, and a faint sound reminiscent of bones grinding echoed in the air. Yet Lin continued to stroll leisurely. The deathly atmosphere that could shatter the minds of his guardian warriors felt to him like the gentle mist of a spring morning. He halted just a step away from Hela, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her entire form. Typically, he began, his voice deep and imbued with a magnetic authority. "I detest idle chatter." He extended his hand, not swiftly, but with an undeniable intent, gripping Hela's chin and compelling her to slightly raise her head to meet his gaze. A flash of anger flickered in Hela's eyes. Almost instinctively, a sharp black bone spike materialized in her empty hand, swiftly thrusting toward Lin's side. Crack! The bone spike shattered upon contact, akin to colliding with a diamond ice pick. "I told you, it is futile." Lin's fingers tightened slightly, and Hela felt a pressure on her jaw. Not pain, but a clear warning that her strength was being utterly crushed. "Your death holds no power over me. On the contrary, it renders you even more alluring." His thumb gently caressed her cold, smooth skin. The anger in Hela's eyes gradually transformed into a complex expression of humiliation, excitement, and intense curiosity. She relinquished her weapon, extending her hand to touch Lin's chest, sensing the terrifying power that lay beneath the fabric, akin to the core of a star. "What exactly are you?" she rasped, her tone now truly inquisitive. "A person who can grant you true freedom." Lin leaned down, kissing her lips once more. This time, Hela did not resist fiercely. Her response became proactive and fiercely aggressive, as if an unconventional war had ignited within this frigid hall of death. Her sharp nails clawed at Lin's sweatshirt, attempting to leave her mark upon him, albeit in vain. Her strength was sufficient to effortlessly rend a dragon, yet could not budge his form in the slightest. This sense of powerlessness was both foreign and exhilarating to her. Lin wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her entirely, and positioned her upon the cold armrest of the obsidian throne, while he stood between her legs. This posture was imbued with connotations of possession and conquest. He lowered his head, feasting upon her pale neck, leaving delicate, almost instantaneously healing red marks. The throne was unyieldingly cold and uncomfortable. Lin whispered in her ear, his warm breath teasing her sensitive earlobe. "Shall we change venues?" Hela emitted a muffled sound, a blend of cold huff and a moan. A strand of black hair from the back of her head unfurled like a living tendril, gesturing towards an inconspicuous stone door at the side of the hall. Lin cradled her as if she were a feather, striding directly towards that door. The stone portal, compelled by Hela's will, thunderously swung open, revealing a more intimate chamber beyond. The furnishings within were equally minimal, the sole focal point being a massive bed crafted from some form of black basalt. He cast Hela onto the unyielding stone bed, which emitted a dull thud upon impact. Hela sprang back, her eyes ablaze with wild fire, lunging once more in an attempt to pin him beneath her. A struggle of unequal power, yet astonishing intensity, ensued upon that cold stone bed. Rather than a mere tussle, it resembled a ritual steeped in violence and desire. Hela unleashed every conceivable means of assault, clawing, biting, striving for dominance. Yet all her efforts dissipated against Lin's absolute strength. Her night sky sword, her death touch, her power capable of rending the stars, became mere embellishments in the presence of this man. The stone bed groaned under the immense weight, black fragments cascading down. Ultimately, Hela found herself firmly pressed against the frigid surface, her wrist captured by a large hand above her head. She gasped heavily, her dark hair splayed out like twisted thorns. Sweat, or perhaps some form of icy dew, trickled down her forehead as she gazed up into those calm, yet infinitely powerful eyes. For the first time, truly experiencing the sensation of surrender. Not from fear, but from a primal reverence for absolute strength and a twisted yearning. "Have you submitted?" Lin inquired, his tone laced with mockery. Hela, breathless, managed a wild smile, abruptly lifting her head to bite his shoulder, though it remained futile. "Not a chance," Lin chuckled softly. "Then let us continue." Within the cold hall of death, the temperature surged dramatically. The hard rock collided with an even more unyielding body, as heavy breaths intertwined with suppressed roars. This was a primal union devoid of love, solely concerning power, conquest, and submission. The goddess of death's millennia of solitude, fury, and ambition seemed to find an outlet at this moment, or perhaps a more formidable entity to which she could attach herself. Her wild, untamed spirit and formidable strength also stirred within Lin a dark yearning for conquest. Time slipped away as everything gradually settled. The chamber lay in ruins. The black stone bed nearly collapsed, surrounded by fine cracks and debris. Hela reclined on the shattered stone, her dark green armor partially shed, revealing large swathes of pale skin marred by fleeting red marks. With a vacant gaze, she stared at the black dome above, her chest still slightly heaving. Lin stood at the bedside, casually grabbing a tattered black curtain to wipe away non-existent dust from his attire. He appeared unchanged, his breathing steady and undisturbed. Now clad in a hoodie that had nearly become mere rags, though tattered, it still served its purpose of covering him. He resumed his languid tone. "How do you feel, Lady of Death? Is this not far more entertaining than being sealed in a lightless prison?" Hela slowly sat up, her dark hair swirling to form a crown once more. She regarded Lin with an expression that was complex and inscrutable. Yet beneath her sharp gaze, there seemed to flicker a hint of something different. Instead of answering his question, she countered, "What do you intend to do next?" "What to do?" Lin approached the vast black terrace of the chamber, gazing down upon a still chaotic and panicked Asgard. "Perhaps find a sunny spot to bask in, or seek some other amusement." He glanced back at Hela, adding, "As for you, if you wish to continue your game of conquering the 9 realms, feel free. But remember this," his voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, declared, "you and everything here now belongs to me. Do you understand?" Hela met his gaze for a moment, then slowly rose from the shattered stone bed, walking to his side, together overlooking the realm below. She did not show submission, nor did she dispute him. The ambition that had endured for millennia seemed unextinguished, merely redirected in the presence of this man's absolute power. Or perhaps she had found a stronger master. Asgard, Hela's voice remained cold, yet carried a new significance. Indeed requires a new ruler. "Do as you will," Lin waved dismissively, "just do not trouble me." At that moment, from the direction of the Golden Palace, a faint column of rainbow bridge light suddenly shot into the sky, though it flickered erratically before abruptly extinguishing. "Oh," Lin raised an eyebrow. "It seems the slumbering god of the hammer has awoken once more, still attempting to ignite the rainbow bridge. Your audacity is commendable, yet regrettably, your technique is rather crude." A glint of bloodlust flickered in Hela's eyes. Shall I take care of him? Freshly liberated, she yearned for a slaughter to vent the pent-up fury of millennia, and her foolish brother was undoubtedly a perfect target. Lin stifled a yawn, disinterested in their familial melodrama. "You two can sort out your sibling squabbles yourselves." He patted Hela's smooth shoulder. "Have fun, but try not to wreck the place too much, although it was already quite dilapidated." With that, his form began to blur, as if he were merging with the light. "Are you leaving?" Hela instinctively inquired. Before his words could fully escape, his silhouette vanished entirely from the air of Asgard, leaving the goddess of death, Hela, standing alone on the terrace, gazing down at the chaotic realm beneath her, a cold and wild smile slowly curling at her lips. The twilight of the celestial palace descended in the darkest of fashions, and her game was only just beginning. In the distance, Thor Odinson's furious and mournful roar resonated, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Hela licked her lips, the sword of the night sky gradually taking shape in her hand. "My dear brother, your sister has arrived." Chapter 8. Sunbathing and interstellar fireflies, the chill of Asgard, the scent of death, and the deeply ingrained exchanges filled with violence and conquest were instantaneously cast aside. With merely a shift in thought, Lin found himself immersed in a realm entirely distinct. An endless void, absolute silence, and a formidable energy that pervaded all, capable of both nurturing and annihilating existence. He returned once more to the presence of the sun. The colossal star rotated slowly before him, the plasma tongues ejected from its corona stretching millions of kilometers, reminiscent of a giant's breath caressing the frigid expanse of the cosmos. The terrifying heat, radiation, and particle streams could vaporize even the most robust vessels of Earth's civilization in an instant. Yet for Lin, it was merely a warm and comforting embrace, akin to the sunlight bathing him on a winter afternoon. He stretched his body, hovering just beyond the corona, closing his eyes to purely absorb the ceaseless energy flowing into him. Though this augmentation was negligible in relation to his current power, the sensation was undeniably delightful. "This place is so much more comfortable," Lin murmured, his voice unable to traverse the vacuum, yet echoing clearly within his own consciousness. Far more pleasing than any divine realm. There were no chattering ants, no self-important fools, only pure strength. He resembled an ancient dragon luxuriating in a hot spring, reveling in the ultimate sunbathing experience that the universe had to offer. The interlude of Asgard was merely a slightly amusing afterthought for him, and the Goddess of Death was but a uniquely special trophy that temporarily satisfied his desire for conquest. His attention was soon captivated by this tranquility and power, immersed in his own world. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. A faint yet remarkably sharp energy signal, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, penetrated the vast interstellar distances and reached his heightened senses. This signal was not a mere broadcast. It was meticulously directed towards his current location, bearing a familiar hallmark of terrestrial technology and an urgent plea for assistance. Lin did not even bother to open his eyes. His super-intellect instantaneously deciphered the origin and content of the signal. Nick Fury, that eye-patch-wearing rascal? How audacious of him! The sender of the signal was indeed Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. The message was succinct yet desperate, an interstellar distress signal of the highest order, calling upon a subject codenamed Carol. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin's lips. He certainly knew who this Carol was, Captain Marvel, the woman capable of traversing the cosmos, endowed with photon energy, Fury's ultimate trump card, self-styled as the Cosmic Sentinel, resorting to summoning help when faced with adversity, truly lacking in originality. Lin scoffed. Very well, he thought, feeling a tinge of boredom. Let us see how brightly this summoned interstellar firefly can shine. He remained suspended in place, even adjusting to a more comfortable posture, continuing to bask in the sunlight. As if that distress signal, capable of alarming any interstellar civilization, was nothing more than an inconsequential spam message. It did not take long for him to await a response. From the distant expanse of interstellar space, a brilliant golden streak, moving at faster-than-light speed, tore through the void, racing towards the solar system. At the core of this luminous trail was a humanoid figure enveloped in formidable energy, advancing with an unwavering momentum. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, had received Fury's message laden with profound fear and desperation, and was hastily traversing the galaxies. She sensed that the source of the signal was ultimately directed towards the vicinity of the sun, heightening her vigilance and anxiety. Soon, her augmented vision captured a tiny yet remarkably distinct black dot beyond the solar corona, a figure suspended before the searing flames of the star. What is that? Carol was taken aback, yet her speed did not falter. Instead, she accelerated further, transforming into an even more dazzling beam of light as she surged towards the dot. The distance rapidly diminished. She discerned that it was a young man with disheveled black hair, clad in a tattered black hoodie, floating in an almost languid manner, as though he were not confronting a furious star, but rather enjoying a sunbathing session in his backyard. What startled her even more was the absence of any energy shield surrounding him. He was wholly relying on his physical form to withstand the star's cataclysmic energy emissions. This defied the limits of her comprehension. Who are you? Carol came to a sudden halt a few hundred meters before Lin, her photon energy surging around her like a miniature sun, resonating with the true star behind her. Her voice resonated through the vacuum, vibrating with an air of vigilance and authority. Is the signal from Fury a result of your actions? What have you done to the Earth? Lin gradually opened her eyes, her ordinary black irises scanning Carol with the curious interest one might reserve for a novel plaything, yet overshadowed by an air of nonchalance. Oh, a shimmering moth has arrived, he drawled, his voice penetrating Carol's consciousness with an unsettling clarity. Is Nick Fury relying on you to confront me? How do you describe me? A cosmic threat? A natural disaster? Or merely a troublesome child who inadvertently shattered a few of his toys? His flippant and dismissive demeanor ignited a spark of fury within Carol. Answer my question. Her energy surged once more, fists clenched tightly. What are you doing here? Sunbathing, can't you tell? Lin spread his hands, as if her inquiry was utterly foolish. The sunbathing conditions here are quite pleasant. I would recommend it. though the ultraviolet rays are rather intense, not good for the skin. Of course, for a being like you, an energy entity, perhaps it matters little. He observed the photon energy swirling around Carol with keen interest, nodding slightly. The energy levels are decent, perhaps sufficient to illuminate a few star systems. Yet, your control is rather crude, with significant energy dissipation and inefficiency. Did your instructor not graduate? Silence. Carol barked, her discomfort amplifying under his scrutinizing gaze, as if she were merely a commodity being inspected. Leave the solar system at once, or I shall take coercive measures. Coercive measures? Lin laughed heartily, as though he had heard the grandest joke. Ha ha ha, and you? With your flickering firefly light? Do you even realize who you are speaking to? His laughter faded abruptly, his expression turning cold and indifferent, akin to ancient ice. Carol, sensing the futility of dialogue and the imminent danger he posed, resolved to act. She amplified her photon energy to its zenith, transforming into a golden meteor, imbued with the force capable of rending asteroids, and launched a formidable punch toward Lin's face. This was her most direct assault, one that had vanquished countless interstellar threats. Yet, in the face of her cataclysmic strike, Lin did not even bother to raise a hand. Bang! Carol felt as though she had collided with the most unyielding wall in the cosmos. No, it was even more terrifying. All her kinetic energy, all her photon power, vanished without a trace the moment they made contact with his form, like a cow into the sea. The immense recoil sent her arm into a state of numbness. Propelling her backward through the air, she steadied herself, her eyes filled with astonishment and dread. This was impossible. Is this all you've got? Lin shook his head in disappointment. Fury's last hope? The guardian of the universe? Quite frankly, it's utterly disheartening. You are even inferior to that clumsy giant from Asgard who merely swings a hammer. Where are you exactly? A tremor, unbeknownst to her, crept into Carol's voice. What are you? Lin tilted his head, and in the next instant, he materialized before Carol like a specter, their faces nearly touching. I am an existence beyond your comprehension, a nightmare you would never dare to envision in your prayers. His speed was such that Carol could scarcely react. Instinctively, she unleashed her energy once more, her fists raining down upon Lin like a tempest, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. Each blow was imbued with the strength to shatter mountains. Yet all her attacks proved futile. Lin stood there, allowing her to strike. Even the hem of his garment remained unperturbed. He even stifled a yawn. Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? Or has interstellar travel drained your batteries? He taunted. Is this truly all you are capable of? It appears Fury's distress signal was rather hasty. A chill surged within Carol. She realized that the being before her might far exceed her capacity to contend with. She abruptly retreated, her hands gathering enough photon energy to annihilate fleets, unleashing it like a deluge towards Lin. The brilliant torrent of energy instantaneously engulfed him. Yet, as the radiance dissipated, Lin remained suspended in place, even his hairstyle unruffled. He extended a finger, tracing the faint tendrils of photon energy he had just captured and compressed, as though toying with a golden marble. The energy quality is acceptable. But alas, with a gentle pinch of his finger, the highly compressed photon energy was obliterated in an instant, too feeble. In the next moment, he lost his patience for play. Before Carol could attempt another assault, Lin reached out and, from afar, gently grasped her. A hum reverberated as the surging photon energy surrounding Carol was snuffed out as if by an invisible giant hand, extinguished in an instant. She felt her connection to the cosmic energy forcibly severed, an unprecedented sense of weakness engulfing her. No, in terror, she endeavored to reconstitute her energy, only to find the surrounding space seemingly locked down. She had become an ordinary mortal, adrift in the perilous void of space. Lin appeared before her in an instant, his icy fingers gripping her chin, compelling her to gaze into his emotionless eyes. Fireflies should possess the awareness befitting fireflies. His voice resonated like the final verdict. To challenge the sun, the only outcome is to be reduced to ashes. With that, a crimson light ignited in his eyes. Two beams, honed to perfection and far more searing than the sun's core, erupted instantaneously, striking Captain Marvel's chest at point-blank range. There were no screams, no struggles. Under the weight of such absolute power and blistering heat, Captain Marvel, the one reputed to absorb cosmic energy and traverse the starry seas with her corporeal form, was left without even a trace of ash. Her body, her battle attire, and her very essence were utterly vaporized, disintegrated, and obliterated within the blink of an eye, erased completely from this universe, as if she had never existed. The crimson glow in Lin's eyes faded. He flicked his hand, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying little insect. The atmosphere was serene again. He let out a satisfied sigh and returned his gaze to the eternally burning star, preparing to resume his interrupted sunbathing. As for that black egg, he had no interest for the time being. Perhaps he would seek them out when boredom struck. On the distant Earth, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership, Nick Fury stared intently at the suddenly vanished, utterly unresponsive high-priority signal source before him. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, as a wave of icy despair engulfed him. The last flicker of hope had been extinguished. Chapter 9. Twisted Judgment and Inferior Deities. The frigid throne of Asgard, the scorching brilliance of the sun, and the fleeting explosion of light at Captain Marvel's annihilation were all cast aside by a mere thought of Lin's. The barriers of the multiverse appeared as thin as a layer of damp paper before him, easily pierced with a slight effort. Suddenly, he recalled another image from the fragmented memories of a distant past life, a man clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, possessing the power to shake the stars, was being paraded before a judgment seat by a throng of humans as insignificant as insects, subjected to their inquiries and moral coercion. This image had once filled him with profound frustration and absurdity. In that moment, the same emotions resurfaced, swiftly transforming into a malicious curiosity to witness the spectacle firsthand. Even to intervene, could a god, or a being so close to divinity, truly be judged by the very ants he protected? Lin stood in the void, a hint of cold derision gracing his lips. This was indeed a cosmic joke of multiversal proportions. Let me see just how pathetic this Superman can be. He had no specific coordinates, yet the essence of that scene and the frequency of the world were as clear to him as a lighthouse in the dark. He took a step forward, and the cosmic scenery around him blurred and twisted like a faded oil painting, soon to be covered by new hues. The planet below, Earth, was a vibrant blue and beautiful, resembling his homeland, yet imbued with a subtle, essential sense of difference. His supervision pierced through the clouds, sweeping over the continents like a fast-forwarded film, ultimately locking onto a familiar metropolitan city in North America. There, in the city center, an absurd yet solemn trial was underway. He lowered his altitude, hovering silently like a specter several hundred meters above the square, keenly observing the scene below. Beneath the transparent dome structure, well-dressed politicians, indignant family members of victims, and chattering media reporters created a cacophonous yet hypocritical tableau. Seated in the defendant's chair was the man, Clark Kent, the Superman, clad in his iconic blue suit and red cape. His expression was grave, brow furrowed, and his eyes brimmed with anguish, confusion, and a nauseating sense of guilt and submission. A rotund congressman was emphatically pounding the table, spitting words as he vociferously interrogated. "Smallville, Kansas. Your adoptive father, Jonathan Kent. Why'd he have to die? Had it not been for the disasters wrought by your uncontrollable powers, he could have enjoyed a peaceful old age. Your very existence is a curse upon those around you. Do you acknowledge this?" Superman's shoulders slumped slightly, and he parted his lips, his voice low and hoarse. "I cannot deny that disaster is indirectly linked to me. Jonathan's death is the pain of my life. Behold, he admits it." The congressman seemed to seize upon a monumental piece of evidence, loudly proclaiming to the cameras. A buzz of murmurs erupted around them. Some expressed sympathy, yet the predominant gazes were filled with accusation and fear. Lin, observing from above, felt his expression shift from amusement to disdain, ultimately morphing into an icy impatience. Indirectly linked? A lifetime of pain? He repeated these two phrases, his voice barely audible, yet laced with incredulous derision. To possess the power to move planets, yet to have one's mind corroded into rusted iron by earthly moral shackles? To feel remorse for the inevitable cycle of life and death of an ordinary mortal, the most mundane of cosmic rules? Even to sit here and endure the rabid howls of these parasites? He noticed Superman clenching his fists, knuckles whitening, but it was not anger. Rather, it was an intense effort to suppress inner anguish and a ridiculous belief that he could not defy. Another tall, lanky journalist stood up, piercingly inquired, Superman, you claim to represent truth, justice, and the American way. But who monitors you? What if your powers spiral out of control? What if your judgment falters? Who possesses the authority to restrain you? Are you willing to accept oversight from the international community, even relinquishing your powers? Superman raised his head, his eyes filled with struggle. My powers are solely for protection. I will never harm the innocent. Yet I comprehend your fears, and I am willing to accept reasonable oversight? Lin could no longer contain himself. He scoffed lightly, his voice not loud, yet sharp as a cold blade, cutting through the clamor of the square, resonating clearly in every ear. What a revolting performance. All sounds abruptly ceased. Whether congressman, journalist, audience, or Superman himself, they all looked up in astonishment, searching for the source of this sudden, disdainful voice. They beheld a young man hovering in the air, clad in tattered black attire, with dark hair and dark eyes. He descended slowly, finally landing lightly upon the transparent dome, akin to a descending deity, surveying all the players below. Who are you? The legislator presiding over the hearing feigned composure and barked, Guard. Seize him. Several guards attempted to rush forward, but Lin merely cast a glance. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, those guards, along with their weapons, erupted into clouds of crimson mist without a moment's warning, their screams silenced before they could escape their lips. A cacophony of shrieks filled the square as the crowd frantically sought to flee. Silence, Lin uttered softly, as if his words held the weight of a decree. All who attempted to scream or run were immobilized by an invisible force, their throats rendered mute, leaving only expressions of sheer terror and cold sweat streaming down their faces. The entire square fell into a deathly stillness. Lin's gaze fell upon the pallid countenance of Superman. Look at you, Kal-El, he taunted, his voice laced with unabashed disdain. The last scion of Krypton, a being of steel, a god among mortals? Huh, what a grand farce. He descended step by step from the air, as though treading upon unseen stairs, passing through the transparent dome with the ease of parting water, ultimately standing before the judgment seat, locking eyes with Superman. You sit here, listening to these ants, whose very breath you could extinguish with a mere puff, as they judge you with their pathetic moral compass and foolish fears, accusing you of failing to defy cosmic laws to save a mere mortal, questioning why you do not surrender your power to their so-called oversight. Lin shook his head, as if witnessing the most absurd spectacle in the universe. Your strength is a monumental waste bestowed upon you. It should be in the hands of one who knows how to wield it, not a coward rendered impotent by goodness and responsibility. Superman abruptly rose, fury igniting in his eyes. You do not comprehend. Power is not to run amok. It signifies responsibility. Responsibility? To sit here like a fool accepting judgment? Lin interrupted, sweeping his hand with ferocity. Boom! The entire judgment seat, along with the area occupied by the legislators and reporters, was instantaneously crushed by an indescribable force of terror. All present, men, tables, equipment, even the ground beneath their feet, were obliterated in a fraction of a second, reduced to their primal molecules, vanishing without a trace. Only Superman and a few audience members, instinctively shielded behind him, remained alive. Superman gazed at the vast emptiness before him, as if an eraser had wiped everything away. His pupils constricting, his body trembling. What have you done? Did what you should have done long ago, but lacked the courage to execute, Lin replied coldly. Cleaning up the trash. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Superman, delivering a forceful punch to his cheek. Bang! The sound resounded deep and thunderous. Superman barely had time to react before he was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a celestial body, crashing through a multitude of skyscrapers along the plaza's edge. Ultimately, he shattered the earth beneath him, disappearing into a profound pit. Behold, this is the true essence of power. Lin's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, echoed throughout the desolate city, simple, direct, and effective. Rather than pursuing Superman, he lifted his gaze toward another direction in the city, Gotham. As for the one lurking in the shadows, under the delusion that he could manipulate everything with mere mortal intellect, the Batman, Lin's face twisted with profound disdain. I particularly loathe such self-satisfied insects. With that, his figure vanished once more. In Gotham City, within the depths of Wayne Manor's Batcave, Bruce Wayne had just witnessed the horrifying events unfolding in Metropolis through a satellite feed. His heart nearly stopped as he frantically operated the computer, attempting to analyze the origins and weaknesses of this terrifying entity. Alfred, activate all emergency protocols. Notify the League. His words were abruptly cut short by a chilling voice behind him. No need to trouble yourself. Bruce froze, spinning around, his hand instinctively reaching for the kryptonite ring in his utility belt. Yet he grasped nothing. Lynn had appeared behind him, casually tossing the glowing green kryptonite ring as if it were a mere coin. You think this little green stone could pose a threat to me? Lynn scoffed, applying slight pressure with his fingers, reducing the kryptonite ring, an object that rendered Superman utterly powerless, to dust which cascaded through his fingers. Did you believe I was akin to that dim-witted Kryptonian? Bruce Wayne, the Batman, this man who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods despite his mortal form, was now consumed by an unprecedented, bone-chilling sense of helplessness. All his preparations, all his schemes, felt like a pitiful jest in the face of the opponent's overwhelming power and incomprehensible speed. Who are you? What do you want? Batman's voice remained composed, yet his muscles were tense to the point of breaking. Who I am is of little consequence. Lynn approached, savoring the fear masked by Batman's forced calm. What matters is that I have long found you insufferable, always lurking in the shadows, toying with those laughable plots and contingency plans, believing you could control everything. He shook his head. Do you understand? In the face of absolute power, your intellect, your preparations, your Batman-esque paranoia are insignificant, less than dust. Batman suddenly hurled a barrage of batarangs while leaping backward, attempting to create distance. Lynn didn't even glance at him. He merely exhaled lightly. Those batarangs, along with Batman himself, were mercilessly slammed against the hard rock wall by an invisible tempest. Bruce heard the ominous sound of his bones shattering, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Lynn approached, gazing down upon the dark knight slumped in the corner. Your gravest error lies in believing you possess the authority to judge those more formidable than yourself. Lynn's voice was icy and merciless. Now, savor the taste of being judged by absolute power. He lifted his foot and gently pressed down. A subtle yet distinct crack of bone echoed. Bruce Wayne's eyes bulged, only to soon lose all vitality. Gotham's Dark Knight, the pinnacle of human intellect, met his silent and unceremonious demise within his own bat cave, crushed like an insignificant insect. Lynn did not even glance at the lifeless body beneath him, as if he had merely crushed a fallen leaf. An inconsequential interlude. He smirked slightly, once again attuning himself to the energy fluctuations of the universe. Having arrived, a spark of interest lit his face. I've heard this world boasts an Amazonian princess, a demigod, the embodiment of war and love. I hope she proves to be more intriguing than the men of this realm. His figure transformed into a blur, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier as he sped towards the legendary Paradise Island, leaving behind the silent bat cave and the gradually cooling corpse. The tranquility of Paradise Island was on the brink of being irrevocably shattered. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman Diana Prince remained blissfully unaware that a terrifying and capricious entity had set her sights as the next target for a significant undertaking. Chapter 10. The invitation to Paradise Island. The scent of blood lingered in the bat cave of Gotham City, the fleeting thrill of crushing mortal intellect evaporating almost instantly. Lynn hovered above the Atlantic, his gaze piercing through the magical mist enveloping Paradise Island, as though admiring an ancient painting he was about to alter with his own hand. A secluded realm of warrior women? How intriguing. A playful smirk graced his lips. The magical barrier was as crude as a child's scribbling. He did not even exert effort to breach it. With but a flicker of thought, the ancient magic that had safeguarded Paradise Island for millennia rippled like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating violent waves, and then parted before him, forming a vast opening. A tempestuous sea breeze rushed into this isolated domain. Lynn glided in with the ease of a leisurely stroll, the azure waters and emerald islands rapidly enlarging beneath him. His arrival shattered the tranquility of Paradise Island like a boulder dropped into a still lake. A resounding horn blared forth from the heart of the island, the temple of Hippolyta, resonating with an unprecedented urgency and warning. The Amazonian warriors in the training grounds immediately dropped their weapons, swiftly assembling into formation, their sharp gazes fixed upon the unexpected visitor in the sky. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance, yet devoid of the base fear characteristic of ordinary mortals. Instead, they radiated the resolute battle spirit of warriors. Intruder, halt! A voice, clear and commanding, resonated from the forefront of the battle formation. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, stepped forth from the ranks, clad in her iconic battle skirt and breastplate. The lasso of truth coiled around her waist, and the silver bracelets on her wrists shimmered with divine radiance. Her exquisite visage was touched by frost as she gazed upward at Lynn, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. State your identity and purpose. Otherwise, do not blame the Amazons for their lack of hospitality. Her voice, imbued with strength, echoed across the island. Lynn gradually descended, hovering not far in front of Diana, scrutinizing her with keen interest. His gaze unabashedly traversed her nearly flawless form, her striking countenance, and the artifacts that exuded extraordinary energy. You appear even more impressive than in the films. He stroked his chin, his tone flippant as if appraising a work of art. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, demigod, illegitimate daughter of Zeus, embodiment of love and war, bearer of the lasso of truth. Such an impressive list of titles. He recounted her origins with the familiarity of a connoisseur, causing Diana's pupils to constrict, her wariness heightened. Who are you truly? She demanded again, her hand gripping the lasso of truth. The surrounding Amazon warriors drew their bows, their spears aimed at Lynn, the atmosphere thick with the tension of impending conflict. Who I am is of little consequence. Lynn waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. What matters is that I have just traversed from another corner of your world. I casually crushed a bat, lurking in the shadows, plotting its schemes, and dealt with a Kryptonian brute, all brawn and no courage. His words struck Diana like thunder, reverberating in her ears. Batman? Superman? By him? You lie! Diana exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, scarcely able to believe her ears. Yet, the unfathomable aura he emanated and his method of entering Paradise Island ignited an ominous premonition within her. Whether I speak the truth or not, you shall soon ascertain. Lynn's smile turned cold and aggressive. Now, I find myself intrigued by you, Diana. Not for your absurd doctrines of truth and love, but for you as an entity, this vessel of divine power and your indomitable warrior spirit. He floated closer, disregarding the top bowstrings and the sharp spear tips. Thus, I present you with two options. He extended 2 fingers, his tone as if bestowing a gift. First, willingly accompany me, and we shall seek a place for a deeper discourse. Second, I shall dismantle your little island, crushing your kin as one would ants, and then forcibly take you with me. He tilted his head, revealing a devilish smile. Which do you choose? Arrogance. Diana was utterly enraged. The words exchanged were not merely an affront to her dignity, but a profound desecration of the entire Amazonian legacy. With no hesitation, she unleashed her truth lasso, a golden flash of lightning imbued with the divine power of compulsion, ensnaring Lynn. Simultaneously, she commanded Amazons advance. In an instant, a torrential barrage of poisoned arrows and javelins rained down upon Lynn as the Amazonian warriors let out a thunderous battle cry, charging fearlessly into the fray. Faced with an onslaught capable of decimating a modern army in mere moments, Lynn merely sighed. So it's option 2 then? How utterly uninspired. The truth lasso coiled around his form, its golden light flaring, attempting to extract his spoken truth. Yet, Lynn merely glanced down at the golden chain, scoffing, compelled truth? Preposterous. My will is the only truth. His muscles subtly swelled. With a resounding crack, the so-called indestructible truth lasso shattered like fragile twine, its golden power dissipating into the ether. Diana, struck by the devastation of her artifact, coughed up blood, suffering from the backlash. At that moment, the relentless arrows and javelins descended upon Lynn, who did not even blink. Clink, clinking sounds echoed as the projectiles collided with his intangible biofield, ricocheting, snapping, and shattering, failing to even ruffle him. Then, he exhaled gently towards the advancing Amazonian ranks. Whoosh! It was not an icy breath of frost, but rather a tempest imbued with a modicum of his strength. Yet, this breath transformed into a cataclysmic storm. The frontline Amazonian warriors were struck as if by an unseen hammer, screaming as they were sent hurtling back. the sound of splintering bones echoing through the chaos. The training ground was reduced to utter disarray, dust swirling violently. Diana, witnessing the instantaneous collapse of her comrades, felt her eyes burn with fury and grief. "Stop!" she cried, her heart heavy with despair, as she hurled her protective silver bracelets. Clang! The bracelets clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave of divine energy that radiated towards Lin like a golden halo. This was a strike capable of obliterating artifacts. At last, Lin raised his hand, extending a solitary finger. He touched the core of the divine shockwave. Buzz! The force capable of shattering mountains swirled around his fingertip like a gentle stream, constricting and ultimately being extinguished with a mere pinch. "Not bad, a touch of warmth," he remarked, as if he had merely caught a snowball. A flicker of despair finally crossed Diana's eyes. The overwhelming power of this being surpassed the realms of her comprehension. The truth lasso had failed. The protective bracelets were ineffective, and even the most elite Amazonian warriors crumbled under the pressure. Yet, she did not waver. She roared, drawing forth the sword of Hephaestus, her divine power belonging to Zeus erupting in its entirety. Enveloped in a radiant divine light, she charged toward Lin like a Valkyrie. This was her most formidable strike. Lin regarded Diana, who was exerting herself to the utmost, and a flicker of genuine interest crossed his eyes. Now this is more like it. He stood his ground, allowing the sword imbued with divine energy to strike mercilessly against his neck. Clang! A deafening metallic explosion reverberated. Sparks flew. Diana felt an indescribable backlash surging from the hilt, her hand shattered, blood flowing profusely. The sword of Hephaestus slipped from her grasp, spiraling into the ground afar. Meanwhile, the bones in her arm crumbled into fragments. Yet, Lin's neck bore not even a mark. Was the assault over? Lin observed Diana, now half kneeling on the ground due to excruciating pain and exhaustion, and calmly inquired, "Now it is my turn." In an instant, he appeared before her. Diana barely registered the movement before a cold hand grasped her chin, forcing her gaze upward. Lin looked down upon her, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Do you now comprehend the disparity, little princess?" Diana struggled fiercely, yet the hand holding her chin was as unyielding as the most formidable shackles in the cosmos, refusing to budge. The fury and defiance in her eyes threatened to erupt. It was eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of despair. "Release the princess." In the distance, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons called out, leading her last battalion in a desperate attempt at resistance. Lin did not even glance in their direction. With a casual wave of his other hand, a silent shock wave surged forth. Hippolyta and her warriors were struck as if by a speeding locomotive, all of them spitting blood and sent flying, rendered unconscious. His gaze returned to Diana's face, observing the flicker of fear that could no longer be contained in her eyes, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. "Fear is a good thing. It signifies that you are beginning to recognize reality." He exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, forcing Diana to part her lips. Yet no sound emerged. "I mentioned I came to converse. Though the method may have been somewhat crude, the outcome remains the same." He released her chin, wrapping an arm around her powerless waist, hoisting her effortlessly onto his shoulder. "Your island and your people are spared, at least for now, as a token of gratitude for allowing me a bit of movement." Lin's voice resonated in her ear. "As for you, come with me. Our profound exchange is only just beginning." With that, he soared into the sky, breaking through the magical barrier of Paradise Island, vanishing beyond the clouds, leaving behind a ravaged training ground and an eerie silence enveloping Paradise Island. In the azure sky, a faint echo of Diana's muffled cries, stifled by energy, drifted away, quickly dissipating into the wind. Chapter 11. Old affections and new flames in the depths of Asgard, within the somber palace of Hela, the goddess of death. A shattered black stone bed silently bore witness to the fierce conflict that had recently transpired. The air was permeated with an unusual blend of icy cold and fervent heat. Diana Prince, an Amazonian princess hailing from another realm, lay curled at the edge of the stone bed, resembling a flower ravaged by a tempest. Her once resolute countenance was pallid and diminished, her armor in tatters, revealing bruised skin, and her eyes, once filled with unwavering conviction, now reflected only emptiness and the remnants of unshed tears of humiliation. Each subtle breath tugged at her aching body, while a profound silence enveloped her soul, crushed beyond recognition. Lin stood nearby, draped in a newly formed black cloak, coalesced from dark energy, concealing his formidable physique. His expression remained impassive, marked only by a hint of languor, as if the recent ordeal had been nothing more than a trivial pastime. He did not cast a glance at Diana, treating her as a mere object, easily forgotten once used. The heavy black stone door at the palace entrance creaked ominously as it was slowly pushed open. The silhouette of Hela, the goddess of death, materialized in the threshold. Her dark green armor was stained with fresh blood, and the crown of black hair at the back of her head quivered, as if alive, manifesting the aura of her recent, overwhelming victory in a familial dispute with her brother Thor. However, this sense of triumph abruptly froze as she stepped into the inner sanctum, and her gaze swept across the scene before her. Her eyes, cold and probing, immediately fixated on the unfamiliar woman curled upon the shattered stone bed. The faint, divine aura emanating from the woman, incongruous with the 9 realms, pierced Hela's domain like a sharp thorn. Only then did her gaze shift to the composed Lin beside her. Hela's eyes, keenly attuned to the essence of death, narrowed slightly, an uncontrollable chill radiating from her, causing the already frigid palace to plunge into an even deeper freeze. She raised a hand, pointing at Diana, her voice devoid of discernible emotion, yet imbued with a perilous calm, each word like a shard of ice falling. Who is she? These 3 words echoed through the vast chamber, laden with an unmistakable inquiry and a hint of wrath at the encroachment upon her territory. Ordinary beings would have been utterly paralyzed by the oppressive presence of the goddess of death. Yet Lin, leisurely smoothing the last crease of his cloak, finally lifted his eyelids, casting a casual glance at Hela. His gaze lingered momentarily on the bloodstains of her armor before drifting dismissively over the nearly lifeless Diana, as though she were mere furniture. Oh, you mean this one? His tone was devoid of warmth, bordering on cruel, infused with a chilling indifference capable of unsettling even the most attentive. From some corner of Earth, purportedly of divine lineage, claiming to be a princess. He couldn't even be bothered to cast a glance at Diana. Her identity and origins floated from his lips as insubstantial as dust. He had merely picked her up casually, testing her like one would assess an object. He added, as if evaluating the durability of an item, that her resilience was acceptable, somewhat more enduring than the previous one. The death energy surrounding Hela began to fluctuate violently. The air thickening with pressure, the shadows on the palace walls seemed to warp and writhe. She fixed her gaze upon Lin, her eyes, accustomed to destruction and finality, swirling with a tumult of dark currents. You brought her to my palace? Hela's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, the menace within it nearly overflowing. To my domain? At last, Lin regarded her directly, his expression betraying a hint of a smile, one devoid of warmth, radiating a condescending indifference. Your palace? He echoed softly, a playful lilt in his tone. It appears you have miscalculated, Hela. Everything here, including you, exists solely because I find it momentarily intriguing. He stepped closer, encroaching upon Hela's space. Though he may not match her in stature, his gaze bore down upon her as if he were looking from a great height. Where I go, what I do, whom I require, or whom I tire of, is dictated by my whims, not your rules. His words fell like a final judgment, cold and absolute. Do you comprehend? Hela's fists clenched suddenly, her nails nearly piercing her palms, the death energy around her boiling with a fury that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. She had never endured such humiliation. Even Odin had never regarded her with such an objectifying gaze. Yet, just as the destructive energy was on the verge of bursting forth, her eyes met Lin's. In his eyes, there were no warnings, no threats, not even a flicker of emotion, only an unfathomable abyss of indifference, as if he were observing an inconsequential existence that could be erased at any moment. In that instant, all her anger, all her pride, all her murderous intent were extinguished by his chilling demeanor. She suddenly recalled how he had effortlessly vanquished Odin, how he had casually obliterated Mjolnir, how he had released her from her seal only to suppress her with a mere flick of his wrist. The absolute disparity in power stood before her like an insurmountable chasm. The boiling death energy dissipated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. Hela's clenched fists gradually relaxed. Her head slightly turned to evade Lin's suffocating gaze, and she refrained from uttering another word. Yet, her taut jawline and ashen complexion betrayed the extreme humiliation and repressed rage within her. Lin seemed quite satisfied with her swift recognition of reality. It appeared that communication had proven effective. How refreshing, he remarked lightly, as if he had merely resolved a minor inconvenience. He turned away, disregarding Hela, his gaze once again directed towards the shrouded skies of Asgard, as if searching for the next amusement worthy of his glance. The chambers fell into a suffocating silence, inhabited solely by three presences: a man gazing indifferently out the window, a death goddess standing in place, suppressing a torrent of rage and humiliation, and an Amazon princess curled upon a shattered stone bed, her very soul seemingly extinguished. The fragmented black stone bed coldly mirrored this scene. Chapter 12. Embers and glimmers within the dimly lit palace of Asgard. Time appeared to be frozen by an overwhelming chill and oppression. Lin's silhouette, facing the window, resembled an ancient black reef, utterly unconcerned with the turbulent undercurrents of the two goddesses behind him. His gaze fell upon the distant flashes of battle, still flickering beneath the celestial palace and the profound starry expanse beyond, as if weighing the next target worthy of his footsteps. Hela remained rooted in place, her nearly uncontrollable torrent of death energy forcibly repressed within her. Yet the humiliation and wrath hissed through her veins like venom. Her slender fingers, imbued with terrifying power, clenched into a fist, nails digging painfully into her palm. A mere sting compared to the profound anguish of being disregarded, treated like obsolete furniture. She fixed her sharp gaze upon Lin's back, her eyes so piercing they seemed poised to burn two holes in his newly formed black cloak. Once, she had been the death goddess who instilled fear across the 9 realms, wielding life and death with ease. Yet now, within her own palace, she felt a deeper sense of powerlessness and possession than during Odin's seal. This realization drove her to the brink of madness. Yet the absolute disparity of strength held her firmly in place, not even allowing a thought of rebellion to fully form. Ultimately, she was left to swallow her overwhelming fury and resentment, transforming them into the deepest shadows within her gaze. Meanwhile, upon the shattered stone bed, Diana Prince stirred slightly. The agony coursing through her body and the wounds of her spirit rendered each breath a laborious task. Her vacant eyes gradually focused, first landing upon Lin's indifferent silhouette, followed by the black-haired goddess nearby, radiating an aura of cold death, her complex gaze fixed upon Lin. Diana's heart sank. This was not Paradise Island, nor was it even within her realm. She had fallen into a state of despair more profound than that which she faced in the hands of the god of war. Ares, a creature of unparalleled power who regarded her as insignificant. The pride of the Amazon warrior emitted its final lament within her, overshadowed by a chilling sense of hopelessness. She attempted to muster even a fraction of strength, only to find that lifting a finger was an insurmountable challenge. In that oppressive silence, Lin seemed to lose patience with the view outside, or perhaps he sensed some intriguing subtle movements within the golden apple beneath his feet. He slowly turned around, his fathomless black eyes first sweeping over Hela, whose face was ashen and nearly transformed into a statue. The corners of his mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly upward, as if he found her struggle to contain her fury marginally more amusing than her usual wild demeanor. His gaze then fell upon Diana, who was attempting to rise. "Oh, still some strength left?" His voice shattered the stifling silence, laced with a chilling amusement. The Amazon's physique appears to be slightly more resilient than anticipated. He walked toward the stone bed. Hela's gaze was like a tangible force, pinning him to his back, yet he remained oblivious. Diana looked up at the approaching Lin, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. She attempted to shrink back, but only managed to press painfully against the broken stones. Lin halted at the edge of the bed, looking down at her from a great height, akin to a predator observing its ensnared prey still writhing in a trap. "Spare yourself the effort, little princess," he said leisurely, extending his hand not to touch her, but to grasp at the air above her. Instantly, Diana felt an invisible force invade her being. Not destructive, but rather a violent awakening of her latent vitality and divine power, compelling them to surge and mend her bodily wounds. The process was crude and direct, yielding not comfort but another form of agony, as if every muscle and nerve were being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. She gritted her teeth, stifling a moan that threatened to escape her lips, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Moments later, the force dissipated. To her astonishment, the excruciating pain had lessened significantly. Though still feeble, she had at least regained some basic mobility. Struggling, she propped herself up with her arms, leaning against the icy bed's edge, regarding Lin with uncertainty. "Look, I can be merciful at times, can't I?" Lin's tone bore no trace of compassion, only a casualness akin to that of a child toying with a plaything. After all, a completely broken toy loses its worth. His words pierced through the fragile hope Diana had just begun to muster. At that moment, Hela's cold voice echoed once more, rife with suppressed mockery. "What is this? The great sovereign now begins to concern himself with the maintenance of his toys? Or is it that this new Amazon princess particularly pleases you?" Lin didn't even glance back at her. His attention seemed captivated by the flickering spark of defiance in Diana's eyes, a spark primarily fueled by anger and fear. "Pleased?" He mused at the amusing notion. "No, merely bored. Much like one occasionally polishes their sword of night, even when it no longer presents a worthy challenge." He directly compared Hela to a weapon, a tool that he found reasonably effective. Hela's expression instantly darkened, becoming more somber than the black stones of the palace, as the aura of death around her wavered uneasily once more. Yet, she bit her lip fiercely, suppressing any outburst of power and uttering not a single word. However, her gaze had grown so frigid it could freeze the very soul. Lin, seemingly bored by Hela's silence, redirected his attention entirely to Diana. He extended a finger, gently lifting Diana's chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Diana wished to resist, but found herself utterly immobilized beneath the weight of an unseen force. "As for you," Lin scrutinized her pale yet still beautiful visage, and the eyes that, though tinged with fear, radiated an indomitable spirit. "Your world appears rather lively, doesn't it? Gods, heroes, chaos perhaps. When I tire of this place, I might take you back to see it." His words caused Diana's heart to constrict violently. Take her back? In this current state? Displayed like a trophy? That scenario was a fate far worse than death itself. "You shall not." She forced out a few words through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse, yet imbued with unwavering strength. Lin chuckled, a true smile of amusement gracing his features. "See, this is one of the minor reasons I keep you around for now." He released her, allowing Diana to wearily lower her head and breathe. That stubborn gaze was slightly more palatable than utter despair. He straightened up, seemingly losing most of his interest in the two before him. "Well, the break is over." He clapped his hands, as if to brush away non-existent dust. "Hela, arrange for your new roommate. As for you," he cast a glance at Hela, "tuck away that displeasure. Or go find your brother and have another brawl to vent." With that, he did not wait for either to respond. His figure gradually faded like a shadow, ultimately vanishing from the palace as if he had never existed. Only a deathly silence remained, alongside two goddesses equally steeped in humiliation, anger, and despair on different levels. Hela abruptly turned, her icy gaze piercing like two venomous daggers aimed at the frail Diana on the stone bed. That look brimmed with resentment, jealousy, and an almost destructive scrutiny. Diana met her gaze unflinchingly, or rather, she was already beyond fear. Two proud and powerful women from disparate worlds silently confronted each other within this frigid cage, overshadowed by the immense shadow cast by the same man. In the air, a new storm seemed to brew silently, while the instigator had long since departed in search of his next amusement. Chapter 13. Glimmers of embers and new playthings. Lin's departure felt akin to the withdrawal of the last vestige of false warmth from the palace, leaving only the unchanging chill of Asgard and the frigid exchange of glances between the two goddesses. Hela was the first to shatter the suffocating silence. She took a step forward, her heels striking the obsidian floor, producing a crisp and menacing echo. The palpable aura of death enveloped Diana, pressing upon her like a living entity, attempting to crush this newcomer with sheer intimidation. "Amazon princess?" Hela's voice dripped with unabashed mockery and malice as she circled the stone bed, akin to a predator scrutinizing its soon-to-be dismantled prey. "It seems your feeble world has failed to impart the lessons of reverence and the understanding of one's place." Diana, summoning her fragile strength, straightened her spine. though the chill of the cold stone led to a slight tremor. She lifted her gaze, unwaveringly meeting Hela's malicious stare. Despite her divine powers being nearly depleted and her body riddled with wounds, the pride of an Amazon warrior and the dignity of a demigod forbade her from bowing her head in this moment. My world has taught me to fight to the end, regardless of whether the opponent is a god or a demon. Diana's voice, though hoarse, resonated with clarity, each word imbued with an indomitable will. In your world, it seems, has only taught you how to grovel before those more powerful, Goddess of Death. The final title was delivered with a biting emphasis, laced with scorn. Hela's steps abruptly halted. Diana's words pierced her like a sharp icicle, striking at her most humiliating wound. The dark green in her eyes was instantly engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. You seek death. Hela abruptly raised her hand, a sword as black as the night materializing in her grasp, imbued with a chilling essence that threatened to tear apart souls, aimed directly at Diana's throat. The blade's tip was mere inches from Diana's skin, the cold touch of death raising the hairs on the back of her neck. Yet Diana did not flinch, merely regarding Hela coldly, a faint, mocking curve gracing her lips. Kill me? And then what? Prove to him that you cannot even manage a mere toy he cast aside? Demonstrate your impotent fury? Hela's arm froze midair. Diana's words doused her surging murderous intent like a bucket of ice water, leaving only a chilling and uncomfortable clarity. Yes, slaying this Amazon woman would be effortless, but then what? Provoking a man whose reasoning is unfathomable? Proving herself incapable of managing even a plaything? Resorting to destruction as an outlet for her emotions? This realization was far more intolerable than direct humiliation. The deathly energy surrounding her surged violently. The tip of the knight sword quivering slightly, yet ultimately refraining from descending. Moments later, the obsidian blade dissipated like a vanishing shadow from Hela's hand. She abruptly withdrew her hand, turning away from Diana, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly struggling to suppress the tumultuous rage within. Sharp-tongued indeed, Hela's voice regained its icy calm. Yet it was more perilous than her previous fury. I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue, allowing you to endure a few more days under his grip. Diana remained silent, secretly exhaling in relief, her back already drenched in cold sweat. She understood that she had just danced on the precipice of death, successfully using that man's intimidation to temporarily fend off the Goddess of Death. However, this offered no sense of security, merely postponing the inevitable demise. At that moment, the enormous black stone door of the palace creaked open slightly. A warrior from Asgard cautiously peeked in, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with terror at the sight of Hela. Trembling, she reported, "Your Majesty, there is a strange metallic construct outside the palace, emitting exceedingly faint energy fluctuations. It seems to seek an audience." The warrior's words were fragmented, evidently shaken by the chilling and eerie atmosphere within the palace. Along with the state of the two goddesses, Hela's pent-up fury found a target instantaneously. She whirled around, her deathly gaze falling upon the warrior like a tangible force. How dare a piece of metallic refuse disturb us? Crush it, or is it that you cannot even handle such a trivial matter? The warrior nearly collapsed in fear. But it is peculiar. Our attacks seem unable to completely destroy it. Waste, Hela barked, poised to personally obliterate the audacious metallic interloper along with the messenger. Wait, a monotonous voice abruptly resonated within the palace. Lin's figure materialized like a specter, as if he had never strayed far. Or perhaps his awareness had always enveloped this place. His presence froze Hela's movements and made Diana's heart plummet. Lin's gaze swept over the pallid death goddess and the weary yet upright Amazon princess, seemingly indifferent to their tense atmosphere. His attention was captured by the warrior's mention of the strange metallic construct. A strange metallic construct? Unable to be completely destroyed? Lin echoed, a hint of intrigue gracing his expression. That sounds far more entertaining than watching the two of you glare at each other. Without waiting for Hela's response, he vanished in a blink, leaving behind his nonchalant words hanging in the air. Bring it to me. I hope this new toy is not as fragile as the last. Once more, the palace was left with only Hela and Diana. Hela slowly turned, her expression dark and foreboding. The man's ease of coming and going, coupled with his utter disregard for them, felt like a blunt knife incessantly slicing at her nerves. His fascination with the inexplicably appearing metallic refuse incited an indescribable humiliation within her. Was it possible that she, the goddess of death, along with this Amazonian woman, amounted to less than a mere scrap of metal? Diana, too, felt the weight of despair. Lynn's departure temporarily alleviated the immediate crisis. Yet the emergence of his new toy heralded the arrival of another unknown entity destined to fall under his dominion. This also implied a greater likelihood of their neglect, foreboding a future steeped in even greater despair. The gazes of the two goddesses briefly intertwined in the air once more, this time alongside hostility and humiliation. There lingered a trace of bittersweet empathy and resignation. Both were embodiments of immense pride, yet at this moment, they had become mere playthings, powerless against the whims of a singular, formidable force, rendering their struggle for his attention a laughable endeavor. Outside the palace, a battered mechanical life form from Cybertron, teetering on the brink of existence, was being dragged towards an unpredictable fate by two trembling Asgardian warriors. Chapter 14. Scrap metal and dark humor. The two Asgardian female warriors nearly employed all their strength to haul an exceedingly heavy metallic mass, as if it had been pried from the wreckage of an interstellar accident, stumbling into the ominous hall of the Goddess of Death. The cacophony produced by the object scraping against the obsidian floor was akin to nails scratching a cosmic blackboard, enough to drive the living to the brink of madness and resurrect the dead in fury. Your Majesty, our esteemed master, one of the warriors, her tongue twisted in distress, knelt on one knee, unable to lift her gaze. This heap of scrap metal knocked itself unconscious at the entrance. No matter how hard we strike it, it won't flatten, and it emits strange beeping sounds. Hela sat regally upon her throne of black stone, her fingertips drumming impatiently against the armrest. The ire that had been ignited by the man's complete disregard for her was now seeking an outlet, and the clamor from this cacophonous pile of true refuse was a perfect target for her frustration. She narrowed her eyes, and an icy breath of death swept through the hall, causing the temperature to plummet, as though the very air were on the verge of crystallizing into frost. Is Asgard's border patrol now in the business of collecting interstellar debris? Or do you believe my palace requires a touch of postmodern industrial decor? Immediately dispose of this pile of garbage into the furnace, or dismantle it to serve as firewood for the kitchen. Let us see if it ignites. Yes, at once. The warrior felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to her feet to retrieve the object. Leave it be, Lynn's voice lazily interjected, laced with the amusement of one who had just witnessed a spectacle. He had seemingly materialized from the shadows of a nearby column, arms crossed, tilting his head as he scrutinized the bizarre heap of metallic detritus on the ground, his expression one of childlike curiosity and newfound toy. All this commotion, merely for this? He sauntered closer, unconcerned, half squatting down to poke at the gaping, ominous hole in the chest of the mechanical entity, igniting a faint spark of electricity. Quite an unusual design. A Cybertronian drifter, perhaps? Or a failed piece of performance art from some third-rate workshop in a distant corner of the universe. The battered mechanical body seemed to be sparked into its final reaction by that jab. Its singular eye flickered with an exceedingly faint red glow, emitting a series of intermittent, distorted sounds intermingled with electrical static, reminiscent of a malfunctioning radio. System integrity below 10. Warning. Decepticon hunting protocol expired. Time rift coordinates lost. Decepticon? Time rift? Lynn raised an eyebrow, his fingers continuing to steadily deliver a trace of feeble energy, as if bestowing a last breath upon a dying toy. It appears you are quite the intriguing hunk of scrap metal, with a rather convoluted narrative. The fragmented mechanical body seemed to regain a modicum of awareness, its solitary eye laboriously focusing on Lynn's depths, which appeared to devour all. Its vocal apparatus emitted a more frantic and terrified cacophony. Unknown higher-dimensional entity energy signature cannot be analyzed. Extreme danger. Must escape. Warning. Autobots. A warning? Ha! Lynn scoffed, his laughter causing the mechanical body to tremble violently. Who are you warning? That elder named Optimus Prime? Or perhaps those rather dim-witted Decepticon ruffians? He slightly intensified his grip, making the energy output more aggressive. An agonizingly sharp shriek, utterly uncharacteristic of a machine, erupted violently from its damaged vocalizer. Its entire form convulsed violently, fragments of its exterior armor cascading down, as if it were undergoing the most brutal disassembly. Lin was forcefully perusing the deepest, most protected memory fragments within its damaged core processor. The process was straightforward and merciless. Fractured images and audio clips surged into Lin's consciousness. An endless expanse of a celestial battlefield, laser fire raining down, colossal metal giants exchanging blows, and cannon fire. A seemingly irascible behemoth donned in a metallic mask, Megatron, roared. A blue and red painted mechanical giant, resembling a dignified elder brother, Optimus Prime, bellowed slogans for Cybertron. A distorted, chaotic rift in space-time, as if the universe had burped, sucked it in along with a plethora of debris. Spinning madly and plummeting, it was pursued by a terrifying barrage of firepower, intent on obliterating it into fundamental particles. The final image was of it desperately transmitting a coordinate with its last vestige of energy, followed by a prolonged drift through the cosmos before crashing. Oh, pursued while being double-teamed? Lin felt as though he had just witnessed an entertaining space opera, ceasing his reading. The convulsions of the mechanical body gradually subsided. Its eyes glowed, dimming to near extinguishment. So, do you know too much? Or do you owe too many energy credits? Lin tapped on its cold chest armor, producing a light, ringing sound. This time, Rift, what a hidden gem you have here. It seems you have quite the tales from your corner. He rose, gazing down at the nearly disintegrating heap of metal. Consider yourself fortunate. His tone was as casual as if he were deciding what to have for dinner. Today, I found myself rather bored, and your rather shabby appearance inexplicably piqued my interest. He raised his hand, palm directed towards the mechanical wreckage on the ground. This time, it was not a feeble energy, but a magnificent golden radiance, as powerful as a star, began to converge. Hela abruptly stood from her throne, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. She could sense the terrifying, almost primordial power contained within that energy. Diana also struggled to lift her head, gazing at the heart-stopping golden light, her eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of fear. What do you intend to do? The shattered mechanical body emitted a final, terrified electronic wail. I shall provide you with a complete body, along with top-tier upgrades. Lin's voice carried a tinge of morbid anticipation. Of course. We shall discuss the bill later. Before his words had fully escaped, the overwhelming cascade of golden energy poured down like a celestial river from the heavens, instantly engulfing the broken Cybertronian form. Zid, 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 zid. Amidst the blinding golden light, the disconcerting symphony of metal twisting, melting, and reshaping resonated. The broken body was violently dismantled and forcibly reformed in the golden glow. No, my spark source. The heart-wrenching mechanical wails echoed throughout the hall, but were swiftly drowned out by the roar of even more ferocious energy. Both Hela and Diana instinctively held their breath, watching the dazzling golden sphere of light, akin to a miniature sun. Minutes later, the golden radiance abruptly contracted, as if it had never existed. Where once there lay scrap metal, now stood a brand new mechanical creation, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. It retained a humanoid shape, but was now larger and more menacing. The once tattered silver-gray exterior had transformed into a battle armor interwoven with dark gold and black, its lines sharp and infused with an aggressive beauty. The gaping hole in its chest was replaced by a thick armor pulsating with dark golden energy circuits. The severed limbs were reattached, now sturdier, with chilling metallic spikes extending from the joints. Its original singular eye was reshaped into two ominous compound eyes, radiating a sinister crimson glow, cold and merciless. It stood silently, emanating a suffocating energy wave, yet perfectly restrained, like a lurking mechanical beast of prey. Lin stroked his chin, surveying this new creation with evident satisfaction. This design, this color scheme, this gaze, he nodded approvingly, then suddenly seemed to recall something particularly amusing. A wicked smile spreading across his face. It settled. He snapped his fingers. From this day forth, your code name shall be Aatrox. It sounds quite distinguished and formidable. Before engaging in battle, one should proclaim, "Do you think you can kill me?" The newly reborn mechanical entity, Aatrox, instantly ignited with crimson radiance in its compound eyes, dropping to one knee with a thunderous crash. its heavy knee shattering the obsidian floor into a web of cracks. The voice emanating from the device was no longer a cacophony of discordant tones, but rather a deep, frigid timbre imbued with a metallic resonance, exuding an air of absolute obedience. Command confirmed. Aatrox online. At your service, my creator. Your will is my extermination protocol. Lin gazed at the mechanical brute kneeling at his feet, casting a sidelong glance at Hela, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron beside the throne, and at Diana, who appeared utterly bewildered at the foot of the stone bed. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. Very well. Now for the first task. His gaze seemed to drift toward the celestial expanse, brimming with excitement for the adventure ahead. The iron-skinned ruffian who left you in this state and chased you across several star systems, or might he now be nursing his wounds in some shadowy corner? Chapter 15. Shadow Hunts and the Prisoner's Dilemma. Aatrox's crimson compound eyes flickered slightly, the cold electronic voice resonating steadily within the Grand Hall. Target tracking data has been analyzed. The last known coordinates of Jingpatian are located in the Seraph Fracture Zone. Based on energy signatures and behavioral patterns, there is a 783 probability that he has successfully breached the dimensional barrier. The current most likely hiding place, the Oort cloud on the outskirts of the solar system. Lin's gaze swept over the mechanical creation, then turned toward the endless starry sky beyond the hall. His expression remained as tranquil as if he were listening to a report of no consequence, though his fingertips unconsciously drummed lightly on the armrest of the throne, revealing a hint of barely perceptible interest. The Oort cloud. He repeated the coordinates softly, as if recalling a place worth visiting, indeed a clever choice for concealment. His figure began to blur, the air around him rippling gently, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a breeze. Without a farewell, without further instructions, he appeared ready to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. Wait. Diana's voice was laced with a hoarse defiance. She broke free from her frail restraints, straining to rise, her body trembling slightly beneath the armor, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Take me with you. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. I'm not an exhibit to be displayed. Lin's form solidified once more. He turned his head to regard her, his gaze chillingly calm, as if assessing an object that had unexpectedly emitted a sound. 3 seconds of silence ensued, the only sound in the grand hall being Diana's hurried breaths. Then, he gently shook his head. You are mistaken about one thing. His voice was serene, devoid of mockery or disdain, as though stating a simple fact. At this moment, you possess no value even as an exhibit. This statement was more cruel than any mockery, for it was not a belittlement, but a pure, indifferent negation. His figure began to dissolve again, this time without pause, like mist scattered by the wind, vanishing in an instant. Diana stood frozen in place, all her resolve and dignity shattering utterly in that moment. She could not even receive a proper refusal. Hyla's laughter sliced through the silence of the hall like an icy blade. It seems you have finally recognized your place, Amazonian. Perhaps by the time he returns with that new toy, you will no longer even have the right to stand here. Diana remained silent, slowly resuming her position at the edge of the cold stone bed, her head bowed, long hair cascading down to shroud her face. Only her tightly clenched fists, with knuckles whitening, betrayed a dying pride. The hall was left with nothing but the cold smile of the Goddess of Death, the silent, crimson gaze of the mechanical constructs, and an all-encompassing despair. The hunt had commenced, and everything within the cage was but embers. The stillness of the Oort cloud was shattered by an invisible ripple. Lin emerged from the void, hovering near a colossal ring of ice crystals and rocky debris. This place was far removed from the warmth of stars, enveloped instead in eternal cold and profound darkness, like a cosmic landfill forgotten by the universe. His super senses spread out like an invisible net, instantly enveloping this vast expanse. Each frozen comet nucleus, each drifting rock was scanned, analyzed, and dismissed at an unimaginable speed, revealing no signs of life, no civilized creations, only the ancient coldness and emptiness. Chapter 16. The frozen graveyard, well hidden indeed, he murmured, his voice dissipating in the vacuum. There was no impatience. It resembled more a player assessing the design of a game level. He raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed. No brilliance shone, no energy surged. Yet all celestial bodies within millions of kilometers trembled ever so slightly in unison, as if plucked by an invisible string. Their orbits' rotations, and even the faintest internal radioactive decay were forcibly drawn into his perception for the most thorough examination. 1 second, 2 seconds. Found it. At the edge of his perception. A dwarf planet, approximately 200 kilometers in diameter. Its surface, cloaked in thick methane ice, harbored an exceedingly faint energy source that pulsated rhythmically, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. It was well concealed, nearly merging with the ambient radiation, yet that unique energy signature, imbued with a sense of wrath and destruction, perfectly matched the data provided by Aatrox. In an instant, Lin vanished from his location. The next moment, he stood upon the frigid surface of the dwarf planet. Beneath his feet lay frozen solid methane and nitrogen, rugged and extending to the horizon, swallowed by eternal darkness. The extreme low temperatures were capable of instantly freezing any known life form, yet they could not even stir the hem of his dark cloak. He gazed down, penetrating through kilometers of ice and crust, directly observing a metallic construct deep within that was in the process of self-repair. Its condition was scarcely better than Aatrox's. Its massive form marred by great rips and energy burns, one arm nearly severed, clinging to life by mere fragments of framework and cables. Its head, a grotesque metallic skull adorned with colossal horn-like structures, bore a severe fracture on one side, revealing a luminescent internal architecture. A flickering, unstable crimson light blazed within its singular eye, radiating fury. It was siphoning faint geothermal and radiative energy from the depths of the dwarf planet, gradually mending its wounds. The formidable Megatron, or perhaps a variant of him from a different timeline, stood with unhidden presence on the icy expanse, observing with serene detachment. Deep beneath the surface, Megatron abruptly ceased its energy absorption. Its sensors erupted into a frenzy of alarms, detecting an unidentifiable yet lethally threatening energy signal emanating from above. The sensation of being scrutinized from a position of dominance was akin to being gazed upon by the cosmos itself, awakening its primal instincts of vigilance and wrath. With a thunderous roar, the frigid surface of the dwarf planet erupted violently. Ice and rock burst forth like a fountain. A colossal, battered metal titan, still exuding an aura of terror, surged through the layers of earth, howling into the void. Its intact arm instantaneously transformed, reconfiguring into an immensely powerful energy cannon, gathering energy with reckless abandon, aimed directly at the figure of Lin below without a hint of forewarning. "Who are you?" Megatron's roar reverberated through the vacuum, infused with distorted fury and a trace of incredulity. Its damaged eye fixated intently on the diminutive humanoid below, whose calm demeanor instilled an unprecedented sense of unease and insult within it. The brilliance of the energy cannon intensified, compressing enough to rend the asteroid asunder. Lin raised his gaze to the menacing, clawed visage of the shattered mechanical behemoth above, his expression inscrutable. At the very moment the energy cannon approached its critical threshold, Lin merely exhaled softly towards the colossal target. It was not a breath of frost, but an incredibly gentle exhalation. Yet, with that subtle breath, the space surrounding Megatron seemed to solidify instantaneously, freezing it in place. The radiance of its frantically coalescing energy cannon extinguished abruptly, akin to a snuffed candle. The Titan's immense metallic form was suspended mid-lunge, utterly immobilized, unable to move an inch. Only within its singular eye did the frenzied fury transform into sheer terror and disbelief. What manner of power is this? Lin's figure gradually ascended, approaching the frozen Megatron, akin to an insect trapped in amber. He scrutinized the grotesque wounds and shattered structures adorning the Titan. "It seems you have not fared well either," he remarked, his tone reminiscent of one evaluating an item in need of repair. From Megatron's vocal apparatus emerged a distorted cacophony of compressed electronic static, a harrowing blend of rage and fear. Lin extended his finger, gently tapping upon the enormous, flickering single eye of Unicron. "Silence," he commanded. In the next moment, a colossal torrent of thoughts surged forth like a tsunami, forcefully breaching all of Unicron's firewalls and mental barriers, brutally rifling through its core memory banks. The chronicles of the Cybertronian War, the transformation of Megatron, the relentless pursuit of dimensional rifts, and the boundless hatred towards the Autobots and Primus. All of it was instantaneously read, copied, and analyzed. The process was simple, direct, and utterly overpowering. Moments later, Lin withdrew his finger. The radiance in Unicron's eye dimmed, its core processor temporarily incapacitated from overload. Its massive form trembled slightly. Suspended before it, Lin wore an expression of utter indifference. More hatred, more war, an endless pursuit, he murmured to himself, contemplating how vast the universe was while the narratives remained so monotonously similar. He glanced at the colossal, now unconscious mechanical carcass before him. Then thought of the Primus he had reformed to guard the palace. Enough. It seemed he had completely lost interest. There would be no destruction, no subjugation, not even a lingering glance. His figure faded away, as if erased from this starry realm by an unseen eraser, vanishing without a trace. Only the utterly frozen Unicron remained, like a pitiful specimen abandoned in the eternal cold and silence of the Orc cloud. Its fury, ambition, and hatred had become a trivial jest in the face of absolute power, possessing even less worth than the casual crushing of a mere object. A hunt born of whimsy, concluding without a ripple. A futile endeavor. Chapter 17. Echoes of the cage. The extreme chill and silence of the Orc cloud were left far behind, akin to brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust from the hem of a garment. Lin's figure silently coalesced once more within the dimly lit palace of Hela, as though he had merely taken a brief stroll to an adjacent room, rather than embarking on an interstellar promenade. Time within the hall seemed to have succumbed to a viscous pause since his departure. The air remained frigid, imbued with a silent oppression and a lingering sense of humiliation. His return elicited no gasps or commotion. Atropos, the dark golden mechanical entity, stood steadfast like the most loyal of statues. Its crimson optics flickered to life upon Lin's arrival, only to fade back into a standby dimness, silently announcing absolute obedience. Upon the throne, Hela maintained the posture she held during Lin's departure, her fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest, seemingly indifferent to both his leaving and returning. Yet, within her keen knife-like gaze, a subtle tension and scrutiny flitted by, as if she were assessing whether his empty-handed return signified some form of failure or, worse still, an insipid boredom. On the stone bed, Diana Prince remained curled up, her golden crown askew, and her long hair cascading down, obscuring her visage. She appeared to be frozen in her position, resembling a beautiful statue trapped in despair. Only when she sensed the almost imperceptible shift in the air upon Lin's return did her shoulders involuntarily twitch. A subconscious defensive reaction born of trauma. Lin's gaze swept over the scene with an indifferent calm, absorbing everything yet seemingly witnessing nothing. He refrained from mentioning the cataclysmic events, did not describe the Orc cloud, nor did he share any details of the hunt's process or outcome. To him, that affair was concluded, unworthy of mention. His eyes lingered on Aatrox for a mere half-second. The data was indeed valuable. He succinctly acknowledged the worth of the coordinates provided by the mechanical being with 3 simple words. Aatrox inclined his head slightly in response. Subsequently, Lin did not falter in his stride, walking directly toward the grand terrace of the palace, which overlooked a portion of Asgard. With his back turned to the interior, he cast his gaze outward. In the distance, the ethereal structures of the celestial palace stood tall against the backdrop of an eternal twilight, and further still, stars began to emerge upon the celestial canvas. He stood there, akin to a sudden black mountain, isolating all sound and light. The already thin air within the palace seemed to grow heavier in his presence, an invisible, absolute sense of oppression permeating the atmosphere, more suffocating than Hela's aura of death. He required no words, no gestures. His mere existence was the most fearsome law within the palace, and indeed all of Asgard at that moment. Hela's fingers, which had been tapping the armrest, had unknowingly come to a halt. She gazed at Lin's silhouette, her expression a complex enigma. Once, she had yearned to conquer the 9 realms, to compel all beings to kneel before her might. Yet the dominion of the man behind her was an entirely different. Des Paladin Voigt. He cared not for the throne, nor for homage, and even less for defiance. He was but an unfathomable darkness, devouring all meaning and value. Diana still bowed her head, yet the weight of Lin's silent presence bore down upon her far more than any verbal humiliation could. It silently reminded her of the ignominy of her recent plea for companionship that had been met with indifference, and of her utter powerlessness as a mere trophy in this moment. A chilling, bone-deep despair entwined her like the most tenacious vines, tightening around her being, nearly suffocating her last remnants of breath. Meanwhile, Aatrox executed his standby command flawlessly, akin to a genuine piece of furniture within the palace. Time drifted by, and the only sound within the chamber was the faint, almost inaudible sigh of the Asgardian breeze caressing the terrace. In this stifling silence, Lynn suddenly emitted a soft, nearly imperceptible laugh. The laughter was so faint and fleeting that Hela and Diana questioned whether it was a mere figment of their imagination. He remained turned away from them, gazing into the starry expanse, and none could discern what thoughts occupied his mind or what visions he beheld. Perhaps he merely perceived the absurdity and tedium of the scene before him. The palace, the goddess, the prisoner, and the machinery, all coalescing into a grotesque tableau. Then, silence enveloped everything once more. The hunt had long since concluded, yet the cage remained ever present, shrouding all in a manner both more intangible and complete. Chapter 18. The draconic reverie across the cosmos. Lynn withdrew his gaze from the murky sky of Asgard, finding the oppressive atmosphere within the hall akin to colorless and tasteless air, provoking not the slightest ripple of emotion. The information provided by Aatrox regarding the shattered heavens, coupled with the unremarkable outcome of the brief hunt, had considerably diminished his interest in the Cybertronian universe, rife with metal and sparks. Yet, in this dull interlude, another fragment from the depths of distant memory quietly surfaced, not a shard of Aatrox's recollections, but rather an impression drawn from his own past cinematic experiences. In Transformers: The Last Knight, several Transformers styled as medieval knights combined amidst dazzling light effects, ultimately transforming into a colossal mechanical dragon with 3 heads, capable of spewing flames, Dragonstorm. In his recollection, it seemed that this formidable dragon was the amalgamation of multiple Transformers known as the Guardian Knights. The more knights that united, the more imposing the mechanical dragon became. A thought flickered through his mind like a spark, rapidly spreading. A steed. He possessed unparalleled speed, capable of traversing star systems with ease, yet lacked a mode of transportation that resonated with his desires, something striking and powerful. The Pegasus of Asgard? Too frail. The Leviathan of the Chitauri? Utterly grotesque. The palace beneath his feet? Lifeless. However, the fearsome, 3-headed mechanic dragon form of Dragonstorm, with its destructive fiery breath and the intriguing trait of being composed of multiple knights, appeared to hold significant potential. Should he manage to tame it and make slight modifications, it might prove to be an exceptional contraption. As for its allegiance to the Autobot faction and its history of aiding humanity against invasions, Lynn regarded it with indifference. To him, it was merely unclaimed property, awaiting the grasp of the strong. Aatrox, Lynn's voice shattered the hall's silence. The dark golden mechanical entity was instantly activated, its crimson optics illuminating as it knelt on one knee, awaiting your command, Creator. What records does your database hold regarding Dragonstorm, particularly concerning its combinational core, energy frequency, and the locations of those Guardian Knights? Lynn inquired, his tone unremarkable yet imbued with an undeniable demand. Aatrox's processor whirred with rapid precision, responding moments later. The database is compromised. Direct data concerning Dragonstorm is severely lacking. The remaining fragments of information point to a connection with an ancient Cybertronian unit known as the Guardians. Some members of this order were active on Earth around the 5th century AD, intersecting with a human named Arthur Pendragon and his Roundtable Knights. Their last known whereabouts are closely linked to an artifact called the Quintessence Staff. While precise coordinates are absent, the last residual energy signal from the staff was concentrated in a certain region of Western Europe. Earth? Again Earth? These metallic beings seemed to have an undeniable affinity for that small planet. A smirk played at Lynn's lips, tinged with amusement. The staff? It sounded like an enticing bait or a delightful toy. That was sufficient. With a general direction and key terms in mind, he felt adequately equipped. He once again disregarded the other 2 prisoners within the chamber. Hela's icy gaze, attempting to pierce through his intentions, and Diana's silence, steeped in her own humiliation, mattered little. This time, he didn't leave behind a single word. With a mere flicker of intent, the space before him rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. Not merely a breach in speed, but a direct rending of the fabric of the universe, revealing a bizarre, ephemeral passage to another cosmos. The energy fluctuations emanating from the opposite end of the passage resonated with Atrocitus, yet were even more ancient and intricate, laced with hints of magic. Without hesitation, Lin stepped into the void. The passage closed behind him in an instant, as though it had never existed. In the Transformers cinematic universe, deep within a hidden ancient woodland in England, an old and battered Cybertronian spacecraft lay quietly half-buried beneath earth and vines. Its design starkly out of place on this planet. Inside the vessel, several figures encircled a staff suspended in the air, emanating a faint glow of energy. They bore various forms, yet all exhibited distinct armor, features reminiscent of medieval knights, the surviving Cybertronian guardians. Suddenly, all the knights halted in unison, their optical sensors swiveling toward a particular direction within the ship as the internal alarm system silently blared in frantic warning. An incomprehensible, undetectable presence, imbued with an absolute sense of oppression, appeared outside the spacecraft without warning, even penetrating its external shielding. Alarm. Unknown high-dimensional incursion. Energy signatures unrecognizable. Threat level surpassing all limits. Protect the staff. The knights instantly entered combat mode, weapon systems activating, the sound of metal grinding echoing harshly within the silence of the ship. Yet in the next moment, boom! The heavy armored wall of the spacecraft was forcibly torn apart, as if it were mere paper. A figure clad in a black robe nonchalantly stepped through the breach, as if merely strolling into a familiar garden. Lin's gaze swept over the Guardians, who stood as if facing an imminent threat, ultimately resting upon the floating scepter. The energy response is adequate, albeit the design is rather unsightly, he remarked, entirely dismissing the energy weapons aimed at him. Intruder, declare your identity and purpose. The leading knight commanded in a deep voice, his weapon radiating a perilous glow of energy. Purpose? Lin finally shifted his attention from the scepter to the knight at the forefront, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I seek a dragon. A three-headed mechanical dragon. I've heard you possess the ability to summon it. The knight's optical lenses instantly contracted. The dragon storm shall not be desecrated. Another knight bellowed, as a shoulder cannon rapidly charged, unleashing a searing beam of energy directly at Lin. Lin did not even blink. The energy beam, potent enough to penetrate tank armor, veered off course as it neared him, colliding with an invisible, absolute barrier. Instantly deflected and dissipated, not even stirring a ripple in the air. It appears some encouragement is in order. Lin seemed somewhat disappointed. He slowly raised a hand towards the knight who had attacked him, gently squeezing. Crack! The knight scarcely had time to utter a sound before his massive mechanical form was instantaneously compressed and crushed by an irresistible, terrifying force, transforming into a mass of irregularly twisted, sparking metallic debris that clattered to the ground. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the remaining knights. Now, Lin's voice remained calm, yet bore a chilling aura that sent shivers through the soul. Is there anyone willing to engage in a proper discussion regarding the Dragonstorm? Or would you prefer to join your fallen comrade as a heap of scrap metal, while I devise my own means? He surveyed the mechanical beings before him, momentarily frozen in shock and fear, adding, my patience is limited. Either demonstrate your worth and assemble into that dragon for me to behold, or meet the same fate as your companion. Before the overwhelming might of absolute power, the so-called knightly spirit and ancient covenants appeared feeble and impotent. The choice between survival and annihilation seemed never truly within their grasp. Chapter 19. The 12 Knights and the Three-Headed Dragon. Soul. Lin's words resonated like an ultimatum, imbued with a chilling essence of death, echoing through the dilapidated chamber of the ancient Cybertron ship. The remnant of the night, carelessly crushed into scrap, continued to emit a sizzling sound, the acrid scent of energy fluid and burnt metal permeating the air, serving as a harrowing punctuation to the prevailing silence. The remaining 11 Guardians stood frozen in place, their optical lenses flickering violently, their internal processors nearly overwhelmed by the immense shock, fear, and rage. The ancient knightly codes clashed violently with the insurmountable force of destruction before them. At the forefront stood a knight, adorned in armor intricately etched with ancient patterns. He slowly raised his hand, signaling the other knights to remain calm, though the gesture trembled with an unmistakable quiver. His voice emitted a deep, raspy electronic tone, The formidable entity known as the Dragon Storm is no mere plaything. It embodies the ultimate oath and power of the Guardian Knights, a force to combat the ultimate darkness of the universe. Enough with the superfluous words. Lin interjected, an evident impatience flashing in his eyes. Ultimate darkness? I have no interest in that. My focus lies solely on that dragon. You have 3 seconds. 3. He did not raise his voice. Yet the undeniable pressure of a countdown rendered the cooling fluids within all the Knight's cores nearly frozen. 2. The leading Knight exchanged a desperate and resigned glance with the others. Resistance was futile, destined only to bring about complete and worthless destruction. Preserving the spark of the Knights and the power of the Dragon Storm might offer a glimmer of hope for the future. 1. Just as Lin was about to utter the final syllable, the leading Knight nearly bellowed, "We shall obey your will." The words were laced with profound humiliation and determination. In that instant, the 11 Guardian Knights seemed to reach a tragic consensus. Without hesitation, their colossal mechanical forms leaped back simultaneously, forming a peculiar circular arrangement. Their chest plates suddenly opened, revealing the intricately complex energy cores and conversion interfaces within. Transform into Dragon Storm. The leading Knight let out a mournful yet ancient battle cry, as if reciting a final elegy. A resounding hum erupted, and brilliant beams of energy burst forth from the energy cores of the 11 Knights, intertwining and converging in mid-air. An intense energy tempest engulfed the entire interior of the ship, sweeping debris and dust into the air. The ancient and powerful Cybertronian transformation code surged wildly within the energy field. Lin stood still, the raging energy storm failing to even ruffle the edges of his garments. He watched with keen interest, as if appreciating a grand holographic performance. Within the energy beams, the massive forms of the 11 Knights began to disassemble, reshape, and reconfigure. Metal components danced as if alive, locking into place with a thunderous clang. A colossal silhouette rapidly coalesced amidst the dazzling light, taking form. As the brilliance gradually faded, it revealed a mechanical behemoth so enormous it seemed poised to burst the confines of the ancient vessel. It bore a slender neck enveloped in heavy knightly armor and 3 fearsome metallic dragon heads. Each dragon head glimmered with cold optical eyes, their gaping maws swirling with energy, as if ready to unleash a breath of annihilation at any moment. Its form loomed as colossal as a mountain, with powerful limbs and claws deeply embedded in the spaceship's deck. Its back bore immense metallic spines reminiscent of a stegosaurus, while a long, armored tail restlessly lashed about, effortlessly carving deep indentations into the vessel's interior. The Dragon Storm, a tri-headed mechanical dragon forged from the union of 11 Guardian Knights, emitted a deafening roar, a cacophony of metal grinding and energy surging, brimming with untamed ferocity and might. 3 pairs of dragon eyes instantaneously locked onto the diminutive human figure below, exuding a lethal threat. In its combined form, the Dragon Storm's energy level far surpassed the mere sum of its individual knights, reaching an astonishing magnitude that even caused the surrounding space to ripple slightly. Intriguing indeed. Lin regarded the gargantuan creature with a nod of approval, finding it somewhat more magnificent than anticipated. However, the Dragon Storm clearly harbored no intentions of submission. Although the fusion was complete, the collective will of the 11 Knights, driven by anger and humiliation, temporarily quelled their differences, uniting towards a singular goal of defiance. The primary dragon had suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a plasma flame of searing intensity, capable of melting through the core of a star, roaring forth like a torrent unleashed, instantly engulfing Lin's position. Following closely, the other 2 dragon heads launched their attacks simultaneously. One exhaled a bone-chilling breath of absolute zero ice, while the other emitted a shockwave of distorted energy. These 3 distinctly destructive forces intertwined, threatening to obliterate everything within the confines of the spaceship. Yet, in the face of this combined assault, potent enough to make a planet tremble, Lin merely clicked his tongue in mild reproach. Just as he praised it, it defied him. He did not even assume a defensive posture. The plasma flame, capable of incinerating all, the soul-freezing absolute zero, and the space-rending shockwave collided with the invisible force field surrounding Lin, as if striking against the barrier of the cosmos. All the raging energy forcibly diverted, dissipated, absorbed, ultimately rendered intangible. Not even an inch of the metallic deck beneath his feet sustained damage. The three dragon heads of the dragon storm simultaneously displayed a human-like expression of astonishment, their optical sensors flickering wildly. Decent power, but utterly lacking in control, Lin remarked, as if critiquing a failing student. He slowly raised his right hand, gesturing towards the massive dragon body with a gentle press. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended instantaneously. The dragon storm's mountain-like form plummeted downwards, its limbs and claws sinking deeply into the deck, emitting a nauseating sound of twisted metal. It struggled, roaring in anger and defiance. Yet that force weighed upon it as though the entirety of a galaxy rested upon its back, rendering it utterly immobile. Roar! The three dragon heads of the storm dragon frantically endeavored to once again coalesce energy, only to discover with dread that the surrounding energy seemed utterly isolated, rendering even the most fundamental particles immobile. Lin's figure materialized like a specter, positioning himself before the central dragon head, calmly gazing into the icy dragon eye that was several times larger than his own form. I have come to seek a steed for myself. His voice resonated clearly within the consciousness core of the storm dragon, imbued with unyielding resolve. I do not seek your consent. He extended a finger, a concentrated golden light illuminating his fingertip, which he gently tapped upon the armor at the brow of the principal dragon head. Either you submit, or I shall dismantle your splendid armor, crushing each of the 11 disobedient components within, one by one. His words were soft, yet carried a threat more formidable than any roar. The minuscule radiance emanating from his fingertip exuded a terrifying aura potent enough to disintegrate them at the atomic level. The colossal form of the storm dragon trembled violently, not from pressure, but from profound fear rooted deep within its soul. The wills of the 11 knights wavered intensely before absolute power, struggling until the ancient instinct for survival inherent to mechanical life, coupled with the terror of complete annihilation, overshadowed all else. The fierce glint in the central dragon head's eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a dimness of humiliation and resignation. A low, mournful whimper escaped, signifying the dissolution of its resistance. The other two dragon heads slowly lowered, indicating submission. The light at Lin's fingertip extinguished. He gently patted the immense metallic dragon head, akin to caressing a freshly tamed steed. It would have been better to do this sooner. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the disintegrating ship and the still hovering Quintessa's staff. With a mere gesture, the staff flew into his hand as if grasped by an invisible hand. This belongs to me now. He weighed the staff briefly before casually stowing it away, as if merely picking up a stone. Then, he leaped gracefully, landing atop the central dragon head. Let us proceed, my colossal companion. He stamped his foot, issuing his first command. Find a more spacious locale. Allow me to witness the limits of your velocity. The storm dragon emitted a compliant low growl, its vast body straining to rise from the collapsed deck. It then surged upward, breaking through the already overburdened ship's roof, carrying its new master as it pierced the Earth's atmosphere, soaring into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. All that remained on Earth were the devastated woodlands and the remnants of a completely wrecked Cybertronian ship, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. Chapter 20. The return of the Dragon Rider, the immense mechanical form of the storm dragon, came to a halt beyond the confines of Earth's orbit. The three dragon heads rotating slightly, their cold optical lenses reflecting the endless stars and the azure planet below. It emitted a deep, resonant hum of energy, and its built-in navigation system failed to decipher the path to Asgard. This was not merely a matter of physical distance, but rather a chasm of dimensions. Positioned atop the dragon's head, Lin instinctively sensed the limitations of this creation beneath him. He was not surprised. This was anticipated. It seems I must accompany you, he murmured softly, his tone betraying neither disappointment nor resignation. He made no grand gestures, merely a subtle shift of thought. In the next moment, centered around him and the dragon storm, the surrounding space began to undergo a peculiar distortion. This was not a mere wormhole transition, but a profound fluctuation at the level of cosmic laws. The fabric of the universe appeared to be kneaded by an invisible hand, emanating a deep, ominous hum. The brilliant starlight elongated and twisted, transforming into countless radiant threads that enveloped them in layers. The dragon storm emitted a low growl, tinged with uncertainty and unease. Sensing its immense mass being compelled into a passage that transcended conventional physical laws by an incomprehensible force, it felt less like traversing and more akin to being entirely extracted from the current universe. In the span of a single breath, the sensation of spatial distortion abruptly vanished. The cold, lifeless backdrop of the cosmos was replaced by the eternally twilight sky of Asgard, beneath which lay the dark and profound palace of Hela, the goddess of death. The massive, three-headed dragon body of the dragon storm wavered slightly due to the sudden shift in space. Instinctively, it unfurled its limbs, its colossal mechanical claws crashing down with tremendous force upon the black stone platform at the palace entrance, producing a deafening metallic clang and sending debris flying. Its three dragon heads raised warily, six cold optical eyes swiftly scanning the unfamiliar realm steeped in the essence of antiquity and death. Energy surged uneasily in its throat, emitting a low, menacing hum. The Asgardian guard station before the palace entrance had never witnessed such a terrifying mechanical beast. Their screams of terror were stifled, and they fled in panic, wishing for additional legs to escape. The eerie silence within the palace was shattered by this sudden intrusion. Almost simultaneously, two utterly distinct auras surged forth from the depths of the hall. Hela's figure materialized at the entrance like a startled shadow. The displeasure and gloom that had enveloped her dissipated into incredulity as her gaze fell upon the colossal mechanical dragon that obscured the sky. Her pupils constricted sharply, fixated on the dragon storm's grotesque form and the overwhelming, unfamiliar energy it radiated, causing the death energy coalescing at her fingertips to pulse erratically. Ultimately, her gaze transcended the beast, locking onto the man who had gracefully leapt down from the dragon's head, his expression as unperturbed as ever. Shocked curiosity and an indescribable flutter of being unsettled by even more astonishing means swirled in her eyes. She pressed her lips tightly together, momentarily forgetting to question. At the edge of the shattered stone bed, Diana was also startled into raising her head by the earth-shattering commotion and the terrifying roar of the dragon. Upon witnessing the mechanical three-headed dragon, which seemed poised to burst her field of vision, and the man who descended like a dragon-wielding deity, the pallor of her face drained completely, and the desolation in her eyes seemed to plunge into an even deeper abyss of despair. He would depart and return, each time bringing forth a shock or fear that transcended imagination, or the limits of his power. Lin landed gracefully and casually patted the jaw of the still somewhat agitated dragon head in the middle, his movements as nonchalant as if he were soothing a large dog. "From now on, this shall be your new lair," he commanded in a tone devoid of embellishment. The dragon storm sensed the undeniable while emanating from his fingertips, its low growl gradually subsiding as the three dragon heads bowed slightly in submission. Yet, those six optical lenses remained vigilant, particularly fixating on Hela, the woman within the hall whose presence was unsettling even to its core processor. Only then did Lin cast his gaze towards Hela and Diana within the hall. His eyes lingered for a fleeting moment on Hela's rarely discomposed face, finding her expression slightly more intriguing than her usual haughty demeanor, before swiftly passing over Diana's face, which bore an even deeper sense of despair and numbness. There was no explanation for the origin of this colossal beast, no description of the interdimensional journey, as if he had merely taken a stroll and casually returned with a rather large piece of luggage. He strode purposefully into the depths of the palace, intending to leave the somewhat crowded entrance behind. However, as he passed by Hela, she finally broke free from her profound shock, her voice laced with an unrecognized hoarseness and urgency as she blurted out, "Where did you get this monster?" Lin did not pause his steps, nor did he turn his head. He merely cast her a glance from the corner of his eye, his expression as indifferent as though she were mere air. "Another toy box," he remarked casually, the tone of his words making it difficult to discern whether he was serious or mocking. "It looked decent, so I brought it back." Before his words had fully resonated, he no longer paid her any heed, his figure merging into the shadows of the palace's depths, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. Hela stood frozen. The phrases "another toy box" and "brought it back" casually echoed her mind, juxtaposed with the terrifying presence of the mechanical dragon still exuding an oppressive aura outside the hall. creating an absurd yet heart-pounding contrast. She felt that the power she had always sought, the so-called dominion of death, appeared utterly laughable and insignificant in the face of this man's inscrutable actions. Diana, meanwhile, lowered her head again, burying her face deeply into her knees. Everything outside, whether the fearsome beast or the man's unfathomable display, only served to reinforce the unbreakable cage of her despair. Outside the palace, the mechanical three-headed dragon, Dragonstorm, slowly lowered its mountainous body, having been casually retrieved from another universe. The three dragon heads vigilantly scanned the divine realm, their focus unwavering on the death goddess within the palace, who posed a lethal threat. A continuous low, warning hum emanated from its throat. The twilight of Asgard grew increasingly ominous with the arrival of this extraterrestrial behemoth. Within the palace, currents of fear and tension surged silently. Chapter 21. The trial of Dragon's breath and the tremor of the divine realm. Lin meandered back into the inner hall, having not strayed far, more akin to finding a comfortable corner to watch the unfolding drama. The metallic clashing, the humming energy, and Hela's restrained inquiries were all too clear to him, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he anticipated the spectacle. Indeed, just as he settled in the shadows, he felt Hela's deathly aura surge like a tempest. Following closely was the signature sound of Dragonstorm's energy accumulating, akin to an overcharged battery. Ah, it seems it cannot contain itself any longer, he mused, choosing not to intervene just yet, eager to witness the capabilities of this newly acquired behemoth and to relish in Hela's discomfiture. Boom! The deafening explosion and the sound of crumbling architecture echoed suddenly, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Goodness, what a commotion! Lin raised an eyebrow and leisurely emerged from the shadows, just in time to behold the chaos at the entrance. A grand black stone pillar had collapsed halfway, the ground strewn with a mixture of lava, ice shards, and rubble, resembling the aftermath of a disaster film. Dragonstorm held its head high, a fierce glint of pride sparkling in its ocular sensors. Meanwhile, Hela stood there, her expression as dark as her battle armor, her chest heaving, clearly infuriated and somewhat taken aback by the display of force. Well, big fellow," Lin remarked, tilting his chin toward Dragonstorm with a teasing tone. "To arrive and immediately renovate my landlord's fade? Such destructive prowess, not too shabby." He patted the central dragon head, akin to praising a rambunctious yet undeniably powerful husky. At his touch, Dragonstorm's arrogance diminished, its throaty rumble softening as all three heads drooped slightly. Lin then directed his gaze toward Hela, the hint of jest still lingering on his face. "I must ask, goddess, why provoke it when you have nothing better to do? Look at how excited you've made this magnificent creature." He gestured to the disarray at the entrance. "What is the matter? Jealous of my new acquisition, a dragon of striking appearance and formidable strength?" Hela, nearly breathless with indignation at his flippant tone and the implication of jealousy, felt the death energy around her spark with fury. This savage mechanical beast dares to destroy my palace. Ah, why take it so seriously with a machine? It knows nothing of Nordic minimalist design." Lin waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Besides," he continued, "you initiated the conflict. Is it not justifiable for one to defend themselves? After all, I invested time to retrieve it. I cannot simply stand by and allow you to use me as a punching bag. If you break it, you should compensate." His reasoning was riddled with flaws, leaving Hela momentarily speechless, unable to counter his accusations of initiating the altercation. She could only glare at him fiercely, her teeth clenched. Lin chose not to press her further, turning his attention to Long Foambow, his tone casual yet authoritative. "Listen, everyone in this realm, please exercise restraint. Without my approval, do not unleash flames, ice, or any other antics. It would be unfortunate to frighten the flora and certain temperamental goddesses, understood?" He tapped Long Foambow on the head. The beast let out a low growl in acknowledgement. Finally, his gaze swept over the pallid Hela and the visibly shaken Diana, who had retreated to the stone bed, clearly unnerved by the earlier commotion. He flashed a grin, quite lively indeed. "Maintain this vigor. It would prevent my domain from becoming too dreary." With that, he ambled contentedly toward the inner hall, leaving a parting remark. "Atrox, keep an eye on things. We wouldn't want an actual brawl to tear the roof off." The command was confirmed with Aatrox's steady, electronic tone. The atmosphere within the hall turned strangely tense. Hela remained rooted in place, emanating an aura of suppressed irritation. Her gaze fixed on the direction Lynn had disappeared, her expression a tumult of fury, apprehension, and a hint of despair from being thoroughly bested by that insufferable attitude. Meanwhile, Diana kept her head lowered, overwhelmed by the increasingly absurd world outside. The man's unpredictable behavior rendered her remaining hope numb. Outside the hall, Long Foambow shook his head, still adjusting to the new environment and rules, though he never fully distanced himself from Hela. The twilight of Asgard was particularly raucous today. Chapter 22. Intergalactic Deliveries and Energy Snacks. Lynn strolled through the inner hall, seeking a vantage point to observe the aftermath of the earlier conflict in the front hall through a subtle manipulation of spatial distortion. Watching Hela's feigned composure and Diana's increasingly pale visage, he found their predicament far more entertaining than the drab Asgardian night sky. The atmosphere feels a bit strained, he mused, stroking his chin. Merely spectating was somewhat unsatisfactory. It was time to stir the pot. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the flickering energy patterns on Long Foambow's massive form, and then glanced toward Aatrox, who stood there like a pillar. Both were formidable entities that required energy to sustain themselves. While he could easily recharge them with a flick of his wrist, that lacked excitement. An idea suddenly sprang to mind, tinged with mischievous delight. Speaking of which, that fellow, he's still frozen in ice at the Oort cloud? He recalled the colossal entity he had designated and abandoned at the fringes of the solar system, a fellow denizen of Cybertron. After all, one ought to let such bounty flow to outsiders. With this thought, a grin spread across his face, and he deemed the idea utterly brilliant. He made no move to change his position, simply lifting a hand and gently slicing through the air before him. A faint sound echoed, yet within the hall, Hela, Diana, and even those outside, such as Dragonstorm and Atrocitus, simultaneously sensed an exceedingly peculiar spatial fluctuation. It was not overwhelming enough to suffocate, but rather a different kind of nonsensical phenomenon, as though the very fabric of the universe had been casually torn asunder. Before Lynn, the space appeared to be effortlessly rent, forming an irregular circular aperture. The opposite side revealed not a shadowy void of stars, but the distinctive, frigid spectacle of the Oort cloud, adorned with ice crystals and debris. A frozen dwarf planet's surface was distinctly visible, yet what captured attention was the massive mechanical figure, suspended mid-pounce, its fierce countenance forever fixed in a roar. Resembling a surreal cosmic sculpture. Well, it seems quite solidly frozen, Lynn remarked, then, as if plucking fruit from a tree, casually reached into the rift in space. In the next moment, all observers, both within and outside the hall, were left aghast. If mechanical eyes could widen in disbelief, they surely would have. Lynn's arm appeared to disregard the vastness of space, directly manifesting billions of kilometers away, effortlessly grasping the gargantuan, stag-like horn of the mechanical titan. With a swift retraction of his arm, the immense, weighty body of the entity was yanked from the Oort cloud as though it were a mere fish caught on a line, devoid of any resistance, and was swiftly pulled through the rift. With a muted thud, it was unceremoniously deposited at the palace entrance, at the feet of Dragonstorm, stirring up a cloud of dust. The rift behind him sealed silently, as if it had never existed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as effortless as retrieving a package from downstairs. The temporal and spatial constraints binding the colossal entity seemed to have been lifted due to this crude relocation, yet it appeared utterly bewildered by the incomprehensible encounter. Its massive form lay on the ground, momentarily stunned, its single eye flickering erratically, the processor likely overwhelmed. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Within the hall, Hela's pupils trembled. She was aware of Lynn's formidable strength, but this method of retrieving such a colossal being from light years away transcended her comprehension of power. This was no mere strength. It was a display of sheer audacity. Diana felt a chill run down her spine, as this unfathomable maneuver left her emotions of despair struggling to keep pace. Outside the hall, the three heads of the dragon's storm suddenly lowered, fixating menacingly on the bewildered Jing Patian, emitting a threatening growl from their throats. It recognized this old adversary, or rather, a counterpart from an alternate timeline. At the same time, Aatrox's crimson compound eyes glimmered slightly, scanning Jing Patian rapidly for a threat assessment. What's all the commotion? Lin chastised both the Dragonstorm and Aatrox, then casually gestured towards the prostrate Jing Patian, his tone as nonchalant as if distributing snacks. Look, it's a fellow villager. You both performed quite well just now. So here's a reward for you. This creature possesses a considerable energy level. Dismantle it for energy absorption or keep it as spare parts. Do as you please. He cast a glance at Hela, whose expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, deliberately raising his voice. In this day and age, even pets require food and shelter. Lest they wreak havoc. You two are fortunate. Just a gust of the northwestern wind or a bit of Asgard's ambient energy will suffice for sustenance. At that moment, Jing Patian regained some composure, hearing Lin's words and sensing the malevolent scrutiny from the Dragonstorm and Aatrox. Rage and a flicker of fear erupted in its single eye. You dare. It attempted to struggle to its feet, but Lin merely gave it a cursory glance. An invisible force promptly pinned it back to the ground, rendering it immobile, its fingers unable to twitch, only able to emit futile, suppressed energy cries. Quiet down. Being repurposed is your honor, Lin yawned, seemingly disinterested in the ensuing developments. You two can play among yourselves, just don't make a mess. With that, he ceased to pay attention to what was about to unfold at the entrance, a one-sided gathering of villagers, with his hands tucked into his pockets. If his black robe had pockets, he ambled deeper into the inner hall, humming a nonsensical tune. Outside, the three heads of the Dragonstorm approached menacingly, while Aatrox silently revealed the energy blades on his arms, slowly advancing towards the utterly subdued and impotently furious Jing Patian. Inside the hall, Hela observed the surreal scene at the entrance, feeling as though her worldview had been once again reset to a new low. Diana, having completely abandoned her thoughts, curled herself into an even smaller ball. Beneath the starry sky of Asgard today, alongside death, prisoners, and mechanical behemoths, there now lay an additional, extraterrestrial snack. Yet, the orchestrator of all this chaos felt that his day had been quite fulfilling. Chapter 23. Snack time and the goddess's thoughts. The unsettling sounds of tearing and suction outside the hall finally subsided, replaced by a deep, resonant hum emanating from the massive body of the Dragonstorm. Its three heads comfortably rested upon intertwined forepaws. The light refracted through its optical lenses, now brighter and sharper than before. The energy fluctuations radiating from its form also appeared markedly more robust, as if it had just undergone an efficient recharge. It languidly flicked the tip of its tail, sweeping aside a fragment of the shattered realm at its feet. Resembling a satiated beast of prey, Aatrox remained poised nearby, his dark golden armor glinting coldly in the dim light of Asgard. His crimson compound eyes surveyed the heap of metallic debris, now utterly dimmed and devoid of any energy response, as if confirming the completion of the cleanup. Within the hall, Hela forced herself to withdraw her gaze from the surreal scene at the entrance. The ease with which the realm was deconstructed and absorbed felt like a trivial morsel, a fact that pierced her nerves like a chilling needle. She inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her trembling fingertips, and slowly approached her obsidian throne. Each step felt unbearably heavy. She could no longer persist in this manner, relegated to the role of a fearful observer, an object that could be supplanted or consumed at any moment. She needed to take action to demonstrate her worth, not merely as a sovereign of this palace, but as the embodiment of the Goddess of Death herself. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the inner sanctum, her mind racing with calculations. Meanwhile, by the edge of the cold stone bed, Diana curled herself tighter. Following the brief, terrifying tumult outside, the ensuing silence felt even more suffocating. A formidable presence had vanished without a trace, merely to augment another's existence. Such utter disregard for life sent a deeper chill through her soul than direct violence ever could. Here, power reigned as the sole law, and the man wielding that law possessed a mind as unfathomable as the abyss. She clutched herself tightly, seeking an illusory warmth, only to find a bone-deep chill. Within the inner sanctum, Lin sensed the surge in the energy levels of the Dragonstorm and nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable. Perhaps next time he could procure a few more similar power sources. He muttered to himself while stroking his chin, soon dismissing the trivial thought. His attention began to meander aimlessly, contemplating whether to explore another intriguing corner of the universe or to further stir the murky waters of Asgard. curious to see what new amusements Hela and Diana might conjure. He strolled out of the inner sanctum into the main hall. His gaze first swept past the pile of metallic refuse at the entrance and the visibly overindulged Dragonstorm, before settling on Hela, who sat upon the throne, her expression taut and her eyes flickering. Finally, his glance flitted over to Diana, who seemed nearly to vanish into the stone of the bed. He broke the silence with a light-hearted tone, as though nothing had transpired, casually mentioning that someone would take care of the litter at the entrance shortly. His words were as nonchalant as brushing away a speck of dust. Upon hearing his voice, Hela subtly straightened her back. She raised her eyes, striving to make her tone sound steady, even tinged with an intentional aloofness. Your pet certainly has quite the appetite. She endeavored to reclaim a semblance of initiative through her words, even if it was merely verbal. Lin, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and cast a sly smile towards Long Foambow, remarking, "Indeed, one must consider who provides sustenance. It is far superior to those who merely exhibit contempt and exude the aura of death. At least one can serve as a guardian and dispose of refuse." His words were clearly pointed, his gaze teasingly directed at Hela. Hela's complexion paled further, her nails digging fiercely into her palm, suppressing the urge to retort. Lin, however, chose not to provoke her further. Instead, he appeared to take an unexpected interest and ambled over to the stone bed where Diana huddled. "Hey," he called, gently nudging the edge of the stone bed with his foot, producing a soft thud. "Stop cowering like a mushroom. Get up and move around. It's disheartening to see you in such a half-alive state." Diana flinched, akin to a startled creature, lifting her head to reveal her once bright eyes now clouded with bloodshot fear. Her lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Lin observed her demeanor, finding it somewhat tedious, yet not entirely uninteresting. "I have a task for you." He nonchalantly gestured towards the courtyard. "Go fetch some water and clean the oil spill at the entrance. After all, you are a princess. One cannot simply indulge without contributing." This command was absurd, deeply insulting, yet delivered with his characteristic, unassailable nonchalance. Diana stood frozen, her body trembling anew from the weight of humiliation. Hela furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Lin, bewildered by his sudden cruelty towards Diana. Lin merely shrugged, as if bestowing a grand favor. A little exercise is beneficial for both body and spirit, better than festering in gloom. With that, he dismissed their reactions, clasped his hands behind his back, and sauntered towards the terrace, seemingly seeking a breath of fresh air, leaving behind the two goddesses within the hall and the two silent mechanical sentinels outside. The night in Asgard remained tranquil, yet within the palace, new orders had been issued, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, poised to elicit unforeseen ripples. Chapter 24. Under currents and glimmers, Lin strolled onto the terrace, inhaling the metallic and energy-tinged night breeze of Asgard, his thoughts far from the scenery. He simply felt that the atmosphere within the hall, compounded by the presence of the two goddesses and the two iron sentinels at the entrance, was suffocating, prompting him to step outside for a breath of fresh air and to contemplate his next amusement. Inside the hall, an eerie stillness had descended as a result of his absurd command. Diana remained frozen by the stone bed, her body quivering from humiliation and a deeper, more profound sense of powerlessness. To fetch water? To clean the floor? To scrub away the residue left by the mechanical beasts that had consumed their kin, now emanating a burnt energy odor? This felt more suffocating than death itself. The pride of the Amazon princess let out a final, mournful cry within her, only to be shattered against the cold, unyielding walls of reality. Hela sat regally upon her throne, her fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest, her cold gaze sweeping back and forth between Diana's pallid countenance and the direction of the terrace. She too found Lin's command utterly absurd, yet beneath this absurdity, she sensed an unsettling nuance. That man seemed not entirely indifferent to Diana's existence. Otherwise, what would compel him to act so unnecessarily? This attention, whether born of mockery or something else entirely, instilled within her a profound sense of vigilance. She could not permit this Amazonian woman to draw his gaze any further. After a prolonged silence, Hela's icy voice shattered the stillness, laced with a condescending air of benevolence. "Did you hear that, Amazon? Since it is the master's command." She deliberately emphasized the final two words, as if to remind both Diana and herself of their wretched predicament. "There is a current on the eastern side of the palace. Go fetch water. As for the cloth, she scoffed. I dare say the rag torn from your tattered battle skirt will suffice. Her words struck like a venomous thorn, causing Diana to jerk her head up, humiliation igniting a fierce flame in her eyes as she glared at Hela. Yet Hela merely responded with a chilling smile, tinged with warning. Diana's fists clenched and then relaxed, clenched again and then relaxed. Ultimately, the fire within her gradually extinguished, leaving only a deeper shade of despair. She bit down hard on her lip, almost tasting the metallic tang of blood, and slowly, painstakingly, she descended from the stone bed. Her feet wavered momentarily upon touching the ground, but she forced herself to stand firm. She did not glance at Hela, nor did she look towards the terrace. She simply lowered her head and trudged step by step, with excruciating difficulty, towards the shadows on the eastern side of the palace. Each step felt as if she were treading upon the edge of a blade, not only from her physical weakness, but also from the acute agony of her trampled dignity. Hela watched her retreat into the shadows, her cold smirk slowly fading, her expression becoming increasingly inscrutable. On the terrace, although Lin faced away from the interior, every sound resonated clearly within his perception. He curled his lip, fully aware of Hela's subtle machinations, yet he could not be bothered to engage. The rivalry between women? Trite and tiresome. His curiosity lay instead in how Diana would respond. Would she utterly collapse, or could she muster the resilience to emerge, even slightly, from the mire of her despair? Even a flicker of hatred would be preferable to a state of half-life. Moments later, Diana returned, unsteadily bearing a rough-edged stone bowl filled with water, which she had evidently procured from an unknown source. The hem of her battle skirt was indeed torn, revealing her pale calves. She approached the palace entrance, pausing to gaze at the unsightly stain of mingled energy fluid and metallic debris, before slowly squatting down. This time, she did not use the torn fabric. Instead, she plunged her hands directly into the frigid water, vigorously scrubbing the dark stone floor. Her movements were mechanical and numbed, as if her spirit had withdrawn, leaving only an empty shell to carry out the commands. The water quickly became murky, and her fingers were lacerated by the rough ground and sharp metal shards, blood seeping out and mingling with the filth, yet she seemed utterly oblivious. Hela observed coldly, a barely perceptible curve gracing her lips. On the terrace, Lin sensed it all, stifling a yawn and boredom. Indeed, there was nothing surprising. However, as Diana mechanically repeated her scrubbing motions, her gaze inadvertently swept over the astonishing wreckage, particularly a few intricately structured components precisely severed by Aatrox, faint sparks flickering within. Her actions momentarily faltered, an almost imperceptible pause. A feeble thought, nearly dismissed by her own mind, flitted through like a tiny spark in the darkness. From where did these formidable mechanical creations draw their power? How did their structure function? How could that man so effortlessly command them? And where lay their vulnerabilities? This notion appeared suddenly and vanished just as swiftly, drowned immediately by an overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness. What difference would it make to know? She was utterly incapable of resistance, yet her scrubbing motions unconsciously slowed, her gaze occasionally and subtly skimming over the debris as if she were unwittingly committing certain structures to memory. None of this escaped Lin's keen perception. His brow arched slightly, the boredom on his face ebbing away to reveal a flicker of genuine interest. Was she finally not entirely lifeless? He certainly did not care whether Diana would uncover any profound insights. Such trivial movements were meaningless in the face of his absolute power. However, he despised complete silence and numbness, and even a trivial, futile spark of resistance could introduce a modicum of unpredictability into this tedious game, rendering it just a tad more enjoyable. He did not turn around or make any remarks. He simply allowed a playful smirk to return to his lips. Meanwhile, Hela, who had been a silent observer, seemed to acutely sense Diana's subtle changes and her occasional pauses. Her gaze sharpened instantly, alarm bells ringing in her mind. This Amazon woman was indeed restless. The undercurrents within the hall, stirred by an inconsequential mopping command, seemed to shift towards a more intricate and nuanced direction. Long Phonebow stifled a yawn crackling with energy, his eyes half closed. Aatrox stood as before, his crimson compound eyes imperceptibly shifting, sweeping over the scrubbing Diana and the pile of wreckage. The night in Asgard was still long. Chapter 25. The fishermen of the multiverse, the subtle undercurrents and mopping antics within the Asgard palace were soon cast aside by Lin. After toying with several universes, he felt a sense of ennui creeping in. Hela's scant, deathly powers, Diana's demigod physique, and even the newly acquired mechanical three-headed dragon and enhanced Decepticon lost their novelty after a while. The fish in the pond have nearly been exhausted. It is time to seek new waters for fishing. He stood at the edge of the terrace, gazing down at the realm beneath the celestial palace. A domain that had endured the twilight of the gods and was only barely rebuilt, still steeped in a morose stillness. He felt it was time to embark on a new venture. His thoughts, akin to intangible tendrils, swiftly transcended Asgard, surpassed the 9 realms, and even breached the barriers of the current universe, extending into the profound depths of the boundless multiverse. Countless visions of worlds, fluctuations of energy, and breaths of life flashed before him like a rapid torrent of data. Most of these worlds were so mundane they induced yawns. Either they were steel jungles with skewed technological trees, primitive tribes still wielding cold weapons, or low magic realms painfully lacking in energy. Was there not a worthy catch among them? He impatiently sifted through these cosmic directories. Suddenly, a colossal, chaotic surge of energy, imbued with the most primal and savage essence, drew his attention like a lighthouse in the dark. The energy level far exceeded any existence he had previously encountered, exuding a frenzied will to consume and annihilate everything. Yet seemingly restrained by some form of order, restless within a particular cosmic domain. Oh, Lin felt a surge of interest. This essence was intriguing. It resembled a ravenous cosmic beast. He followed the trail of that energy, swiftly pinpointing its source, a unique dimension enveloped in endless chaotic colors and violent energies. There, an abstract entity of unfathomable magnitude writhed and roared in unconsciousness, leaving destruction and reformation in its wake. A planet devourer? No, it felt hungrier, more insane. Lin quickly rummaged through fragmented memories from comics he had perused in a former life. He recalled the term. The Annihilation Swarm? No, that referred to a swarm. This felt more akin to a solitary entity. Oh, right. Quasar? No, that was the title of a Marvel hero. Wait, it was that. The Guardian of the Crystals? No, that was incorrect. After pondering for a moment, he finally unearthed a matching name from the recesses of his memory. Hunger. Was that the name? An abstract entity that subsisted on the consumption of universes? Intriguing indeed. Lin's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a coveted prey. This entity appeared far more substantial than that antiquated relic Odin. Just as he locked onto the universe where hunger resided and prepared to pursue this great catch, another distinctly different, yet equally captivating surge of energy rippled gently across the periphery of his perception. This energy was cold, silent, imbued with an aura of absolute order and judgment, its core harboring unimaginable power, as if it were the very embodiment of the rules of death. The world it inhabited exuded a tranquility of finality and repose, while concealing a terrifying potential for decay. The essence of the source of death? Lin raised an eyebrow. Is it truly an embodiment of the cosmic rule of death? How rare. He sent forth a fragment of his consciousness to probe the past, and, in an instant, beheld a silent figure cloaked in black, wielding a massive scythe, standing resolutely in an eternal realm filled with pale ashes and silent tombstones. It was the very essence of death within the Marvel Universe, one of the 5 primordial deities. A ravenous incarnation of annihilation, a frigid embodiment of mortality. Lin stroked his chin, feeling a pang of indecision. Which fish shall I attempt to catch first? He contemplated for a mere 0.1 seconds. Never mind. Choices are for children. A broad smile spread across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. There's ample bait. Let us fish together and see who bites first. With determination, he wasted no time greeting those within the hall, directly stepping onto the terrace and slicing the air with his fingers as if they were blades. With a resounding rip, the fabric of space was torn asunder, producing a far greater commotion than before. Not a single tear, but two twisted, swirling rifts, each flickering with distinctly terrifying visions, were forcibly ripped open by him. Behind one rift lay a chaotic maelstrom of frenzied colors and the endless roar of insatiable hunger. Behind the other, an interminable realm of lifeless grayness and a chilling, silent gaze. Two utterly different yet equally overwhelming cosmic pressures, capable of shattering ordinary deities, surged forth instantaneously through the rifts, causing the entire palace of Asgard to tremble slightly. Inside the palace, Hela abruptly stood, her expression one of horror. Outside, the dragon storm and the three-headed beast instantly raised their heads, emitting anxious growls. Even the crimson eyes of Atreus flickered rapidly. Yet Lyn appeared unfazed, extending both hands simultaneously into the two cosmic rifts. His actions resembled one fishing in a backyard pond rather than confronting two cosmic horrors. With his left hand, he beckoned toward the dimension of chaotic hunger, laden with provocation. "Hey, dinner's ready. Over here." His right hand snapped toward the realm of death, his tone flippant. "Hey, beautiful, fancy a date?" After performing these two gestures, capable of inciting the wrath of primordial deities, he swiftly retracted his hands and leisurely crossed his arms, awaiting which side-ass fish would first be lured by the absurd bait. On the terrace of Asgard, two rifts connecting to the horrific origins of different universes lay open like ghastly scars, exuding a pressure that made the divine realm tremble. And the instigator, wearing an expression of eager anticipation, awaited the arrival of his new toy. Chapter 26. Dual hook fishing and the displeased gatekeeper. At this moment, the terrace of Asgard had transformed into the most perilous vortex within the multiverse. Two forcibly torn spatial fissures nestled like malignant tumors against the palace's sky. On the left, tumultuous and chaotic energy bubbles surged. Countless twisted symbols of famine and demise shrieked and collided within. A colossal consciousness, suffocating in its magnitude, was driven into a frenzy by the mocking call of dinner is served, violently crashing against the edges of the rift, striving to engulf this divine realm entirely. On the right, an absolute void and chill prevailed, as ashen dust drifted slowly downwards. Specters of myriad worlds at their end floated amidst it, while an utterly indifferent gaze pierced through the rift, settling upon Lyn, assessing an anomaly that ought not to exist, weighing whether it should be eradicated immediately. Two forces, distinctly different yet equally soul-chilling, intertwined in a cosmic pressure that morphed into an invisible hammer, descending upon all of Asgard. The golden dome of the celestial palace groaned in agony. Distant stars flickered uncertainly, as if on the brink of extinguishment. Inside the hall, Hela could no longer maintain her composure. She rushed to the doorway, her pupils constricting in terror, sensing the horrific aura emanating from either rift, each potent enough to ensure her utter ruin. Her body froze. Even the power of death within her felt sluggish under such overwhelming pressure. This far exceeded her comprehension. Outside, the dragon storm lay prostrate on the ground, its three heads pressed against the earth, emitting a low, fearful growl, its primal instincts screaming in alarm. Atrox's crimson, compound eyes flickered with unprecedented frequency, the processor reaching a singular conclusion: an irresistible force, with survival probability approaching zero. It continued to silently execute its standby command. Curled upon the stone bed, Diana was also ensnared by the primal fear emanating from the core of existence. She lifted her gaze in confusion towards the terrace. An overwhelming sense of suffocation surged within her. Meanwhile, Lyn, positioned at the eye of the storm, merely shifted his neck slightly. The commotion on the left was significant, albeit chaotic. He casually assessed the frenzy of hunger, then glanced to the right, finding it rather cool, yet stifling. Seemingly bored with the wait, he beckoned toward the left rift. "Come on, haven't you had enough? The door is wide open. You still can't get in?" These words fell like a spark igniting an oil barrel, and the chaotic energy behind the left rift erupted instantaneously. A colossal claw, entirely composed of pure veracity, twisted and warped, violently tore through the rift, frantically rending the spatial structure of Asgard, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. Buildings brushed by its passage were instantaneously rendered to nothingness, as if they had never existed. Almost simultaneously, the realm of death behind the right rift responded. That frigid gaze rendered its judgment. There was no roar, no physical assault, merely a whisper of an exceedingly subtle, ashen essence, like the final decree of death, silently drifting forth, entwining around Lyn. Wherever this essence passed, all concepts of life withered, and even the fabric of space itself grew pale and fragile. Now, This resembled something substantial. Lin's lips curled slightly, as if he had finally regained some semblance of spirit. With a casual wave of his hands, his left hand sliced through the air like a blade, striking precisely at the most vulnerable nexus of power on the ravenous giant's claw. The terrifying talon, capable of obliterating stars, writhed like a venomous serpent struck at its vital point, convulsing violently as fragments dissipated into nothingness, and a tortured howl echoed from the fissure. Meanwhile, his right hand gently brushed against the thread of death's decree, dispersing the ashen breath that signified ultimate annihilation, sending it spiraling back into the realm of death, momentarily halting even the gray-white expanse. While the essence of power was commendable, the application lacked finesse. He commented coolly, as if he had just instructed two inept apprentices. His actions thoroughly infuriated the entity lurking beyond the fissures. The ravenous being descended into a complete frenzy, causing the entire dimension to boil with impending terror. While the realm of death, once steeped in absolute tranquility, was shattered as a deeper and more colossal will of termination began to coalesce, as if it aimed to imbue the entirety of the universe's demise into this singular moment. Just as this destructive energy was on the verge of erupting, threatening to engulf everything in its cataclysmic finale, an admonition resonated, an admonition seemingly woven from the fabric of countless cosmic laws, reverberating through all realms and echoing in the hearts of every formidable being. It bore an undeniable authority and fury. Immediately following, a colossal golden hand, purely composed of the laws of order and primordial energy, descended from an indescribable higher dimension. Its scale surpassed that of the ravenous claw, wielding absolute power to uphold the foundations of existence, and slammed down upon the two fissures. Boom, boom. The sounds resonated as if the very foundations of a universe trembled. The two rifts that Lin had forcibly opened, connecting to the source of terror, were brutally pressed together by this golden hand, obliterating them as if erasing two blemishes from a canvas. The roars of chaos and the chilling will of death were instantaneously severed, and the suffocating pressure vanished abruptly. Only a fragment of a building at the edge of the terrace remained, along with the faint, lingering taste of ash in the air, bearing witness that what transpired was no mere illusion. The golden hand did not dissipate immediately, but hovered ominously above Asgard, resembling a cold gaze of judgment, firmly fixated on Lin at the terrace. Lin looked up at this unexpected golden visitor, raising an eyebrow, a clear displeasure flickering across his face. Where did this come from? His tone conveyed irritation at the interruption. Just when things were reaching a critical juncture, it had come to spoil the mood. He crossed his arms, complaining to the colossal hand. Do you not understand the order of precedence? I am fishing. What concern is it of yours? The brilliance of the golden hand flickered violently, transmitting a blend of profound rage and an indescribable emotional upheaval. Ultimately, it seemed to suppress the urge to intervene, gradually dissipating into the intangible, leaving behind a reverberating presence in the hearts of all who perceive this scene. In the realm of rules, capriciousness is forbidden. Lin scoffed at the spot where the golden hand had vanished, truly meddlesome. Are the fish in one's own pond no longer allowed to be caught? He brushed off his robe, feeling that his enthusiasm had been dampened considerably. It seemed that seeking amusement in such a formal setting could easily attract the attention of the administrators. How tedious, he murmured softly, his gaze once again drifting into the depths of the multiverse, searching for those less discerning, more suitable secluded spots for fishing. Meanwhile, all of Asgard lay in profound silence. Hela leaned against the doorframe, nearly drained of strength. Diana stared out at the terrace, her eyes devoid of any emotion. The storm dragon buried its head in its claws. Aatrox's compound eyes gradually regained a steady glimmer of light. Only that individual, who nearly provoked the creation deity to close the door, continued to complain about the excessive rules, finding them insufficiently exhilarating. Chapter 27. Upgrading the Dragon Rider and scavenging the ruins the oppressive atmosphere brought about by the trivial matters of Asgard left Lin feeling quite uncomfortable. Disheartened by the meddlesome golden hand that had swept away his interest, he found the multitude of rules in this place increasingly tiresome and unentertaining. Bored, he muttered to himself. Wandering out of the hall, the storm dragon sensed his approach and the three menacing metallic heads immediately lifted, their eyes reflecting a docile eagerness for commands. It lowered its massive, mountainous form. Lin leaped onto the central and largest dragon head, testing the cold, hard armor beneath his feet. Your build is certainly robust, yet it doesn't run far enough. It can't even manage a decent intergalactic journey without me carrying you myself. His tone bore a hint of disdain, akin to complaining about a car's high fuel consumption while lacking speed. Surely, I cannot keep calling you feeder or big guy. You need a proper name. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing the intricate dark gold and black armor of the three-headed mechanical dragon beneath him, its flowing energy patterns exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Observing its stark blackness tinged with flashes of gold, Lin pondered for 3 seconds before clapping his hands in revelation. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Bai. The contrast of black and white is quite fitting. The storm dragon's colossal form seemed to momentarily freeze, its 3 heads tilting in unison. The flickering lights in its eyes betraying a palpable confusion and incredulity. It was as if its processor struggled to comprehend this naming logic. It emitted a low, almost plaintive whine of protest. Not satisfied? Lin raised an eyebrow and stomped his foot firmly. You shall be called Xiao Bai. I decree it. Protests are futile. The storm dragon, now officially named Xiao Bai, let out another reluctant whimper, seemingly resigning itself to this name that was utterly incongruous with its fierce appearance. Enough, enough. Don't be so aggrieved, Lin consoled, patting Xiao Bai's dragon head. Now that you have a name, let us upgrade you and fuel your energy. So I want to have to exert myself next time we venture out. He spoke with determination and took action without dismounting from the dragon's head, casually raising a hand, palm facing downward, aimed at Xiao Bai's massive form. A resounding hum reverberated as a torrent of golden energy, far more magnificent and resplendent than the previous enhancement of Aatrox, surged forth from his palm, enveloping the entirety of the creature, Xiao Bai. This energy was imbued with a formidable power to alter rules and redefine constants. Xiao Bai's colossal form trembled violently within this golden embrace, emitting deafening metallic roars and the crackling sounds of energy in turmoil. Its armor grew denser and more profound, with bright patterns flowing like molten lava through the dark golden hue. The 3 dragon heads became more ferocious and razor-sharp, their eyes radiating pure, blinding energy. The massive metallic spines on its back elongated and sharpened, warping the surrounding space slightly at their edges. The most significant transformation occurred within its core and propulsion system. Inside its chest, an entirely new, intricately complex high-dimensional energy core was forcibly shaped, resulting in an explosive increase in power. The main propulsion structure at the rear was completely overhauled, evolving into a composite array of adjustable thrusters, spewing forth ethereal blue particles and delicate golden arcs. This entire process lasted less than a minute. The golden energy torrent abruptly retreated into Lin's being. At this moment, Xiao Bai's size remained largely unchanged, yet its overall demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. It hovered silently, exuding an unsettling energy fluctuation, as if it were a celestial beast capable of rending dimensions. The light in its eyes shimmered with newfound wisdom and vitality, reflecting astonishment at its own burgeoning power. Lin surveyed his mount's new form with satisfaction. It was far more visually appealing now. With the added ability to navigate long distances independently, it would be much more convenient in the future. He briefly sensed Xiao Bai's new capabilities. Indeed, the energy core had expanded. Next time they encountered that famished specter, perhaps it could stand its ground. Xiao Bai adjusted to its new physique, letting out a deeper, yet powerful roar that rippled through the surrounding space. It excitedly flicked its tail, eager to unleash its newfound strength. No need to get cocky, Xiao Bai, Lin chided, giving the dragon head a gentle kick. Let's test out the new features. Find a universe that looks intriguing or perhaps one that doesn't, and we shall explore. Upon receiving the command, the central dragon head tilted slightly upward, its eyes scanning rapidly as data streams flowed through them, swiftly locking onto a chaotic energy signal amidst the multiverse barrier, coordinates that seemed to have just endured a cataclysm. The newly designed propulsion array on its back ignited with an intertwining glow of ethereal blue and gold. With a swift motion, the space ahead was effortlessly and smoothly torn apart, creating a stable and wide spatial rift, revealing a star field on the other side, sparse and shrouded in an aura of sorrow and desolation. Now it's more like it, Lin nodded approvingly. Xiaobai carried him steadily into the rift. As they traversed the stable corridor, they arrived at their destination. The starfield before them lay in ruins. The remnants of shattered stars lay scattered across the landscape, while colossal, unnaturally formed stone structures floated like tombstones. A faint energy dust pervaded the air, imbued with a sense of decay and lingering sorrow. Oh, has this place just been visited by the demolition crew? Lin mused, surveying his surroundings atop the dragon's head, which seemed even more desolate than Asgard. Xiaobai slowed its pace, carrying him on a tour through the ruins as the three dragon heads curiously scanned the immense stone sculptures and debris. As they passed a stone carving resembling a severed giant arm, a faint yet heavy wave of ancient consciousness, steeped in boundless sorrow and resentment, resonated from a dense field of rubble below, akin to the final sigh of a dying being. Xiaobai immediately became vigilant, the three dragon heads pivoting, their eyes illuminating as they locked onto the source of the disturbance, emitting a deep, confident warning hum from their throats. Lin, sensing the wave, raised an eyebrow. Is there still life amidst this heap of ruins? No, it's more like something that has died, but not entirely succumbed. He urged Xiaobai to descend. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the source of the disturbance, an unimaginably massive humanoid corpse, composed of rock, stardust, and solidified dark energy, rivaling the size of a small asteroid. Most of its body had long since petrified and shattered, indistinguishable from the rubble, save for a faint dark violet glow flickering stubbornly at its chest, which emanated the sorrowful consciousness. My goodness, which era does this ancient relic belong to? Lin pondered, stroking his chin. Even in such a state, the obsession remains? What do you think, Xiaobai? Xiaobai responded with a low growl, acknowledging his query, as if provoked by the presence of outsiders. The violet light at the ancient god's chest suddenly flared intensely. The sorrowful consciousness was swiftly eclipsed by sharp pain and overwhelming hatred. The surrounding debris erupted in chaos. Countless boulders and remnants seemingly controlled by an invisible hand, hurtling towards Xiaobai from the shattered eye sockets of the corpse. Two twisted orbs of pure malice ignited into dark flames. Restless even in death, seeking trouble, Lin scoffed. Xiaobai, let us test the new cannon and put it out of its misery. Xiaobai had been anticipating this command. The central dragon head tilted back slightly, its energy core operating in overdrive, causing the light from its back thrusters to dim momentarily as all power converged in its throat, without the need for prolonged charging. In the next instant, a stream of energy, refined to perfection and radiating destructive white light, erupted forth. This torrent, akin to a meticulously focused beam of death, silently struck the ancient god's chest, where the violet light flickered. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a smooth, immense circular hole was vaporized in the chest of the ancient god, along with the violet glow and the dark flames in its eye sockets, vanishing without a trace. The wave of sorrowful resentment abruptly ceased. The once tumultuous debris around them lost its momentum, returning to a state of silent stillness. The efficiency of output has significantly improved, and energy waste has diminished. Lin expressed satisfaction with this attack, noting that a slight adjustment to the focus speed would enhance the results further. Xiaobai emitted a low growl, its eyes shimmering with light, seemingly absorbing and processing the data from his practical experience. Let us depart. This place is cursed, Lin said, waving his hand with a sense of disinterest. The remnants of a long-dead ancient deity held little value for excavation. Xiaobai changed direction effortlessly, tearing through the fabric of space once more, carrying Lin away from this ancient and sorrowful locale, continuing their multiverse exploration in search of fresh and exhilarating adventures. Thus, within that starry expanse, lay another thoroughly lifeless remnant of an ancient god, silently narrating a tale of failed vengeance, vanquished by a mechanical three-headed dragon named Xiaobai. Chapter 28. Inadvertently entering the witch's hunting grounds, and a heartwarming proposal for the upgraded Xiaobai. Traversing the cosmos had transformed from a burden into an instinctual ability. It glided smoothly through the bizarre interstices of dimensions, seeking the next coordinates that could satiate its master's elusive interests. Lin reclined against the largest, sharp as spike of the dragon's head, yawning in boredom and too lethargic to utilize his super senses to glean a preview of the next destination. The unknown occasionally offered trifling amusement. Ahead, the spatial barrier appeared particularly fragile, requiring no effort from Xiao Bai to tear through. An unstable fissure, flickering with chaotic energy, opened on its own, resembling a festering wound. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai glided into this rift. Upon entering this universe, a potent, almost tangible residue of energy assaulted them. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt ozone, the sharp odor of molten metal, and most overwhelmingly, the mingled aromas of blood and despair. Below lay a once majestic city, now half-ruined. Skyscrapers resembled broken toys, their jagged edges grotesque. The streets were littered with deep craters and molten surfaces, wisps of smoke rising. Yet the cries of survivors were scarce, engulfed by a profound silence of hopelessness. It was evident that a one-sided, brutal massacre had just unfolded here. Oh! Lin finally stirred with a hint of interest, straightening his posture. His super senses unfurled like an invisible tide, enveloping the entire city and extending into more distant regions. Fragments of information surged into his mind, which processed and integrated them instantaneously, akin to a supercomputer. A man clad in a crimson uniform, adorned with a spider emblem upon his chest, lay crumpled amidst the ruins, his skeletal structure seemingly twisted by some malevolent force. Nearby, a squad of soldiers donned in similar attire found themselves impaled by contorted metal, nailed against the wall. A blonde woman, dressed in a form-fitting blue suit emblazoned with the stars and stripes, was crushed into a pulp beneath a descending boulder. A bald man in a long robe had his head grotesquely spun 180 degrees. Further afield, within a uniquely styled edifice, traces of a more potent energy clash lingered, accompanied by the frenzied whispers of a woman. Captain Carter of the Illuminati, Mr. Fantastic, and Professor Lin pondered the fragmented remnants of thoughts and environmental cues, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, this was the place, the domain of Wanda Maximoff, who had succumbed to madness after the loss of her child. He patted the neck of his companion, White, remarking on their fortunate timing to witness such a spectacle. It seemed she had just finished a bout of violence and was now engulfed in a void of solitude and despair. Unfazed by the gruesome scene before him, he appeared more like an amused spectator of an intriguing drama. Ordering a descent, he intended to circle the devastated city, curious to see how the deranged woman had transformed the scene. With a low growl, White reigned in its overwhelming energy fluctuations, resembling a harbinger of calamity as it began to glide slowly over the ravaged metropolis. The immense, ominous shadow it cast upon the shattered remnants below instilled a sense of suffocating dread far surpassing that of the Chitauri invasion or Ultron's arrival. Some survivors, hidden in the depths of the debris, glanced up to behold this unprecedented three-headed mechanical dragon. The flicker of relief at having survived was swiftly supplanted by a deeper terror and confusion. Was the cataclysm that had befallen their world not yet over? Lin, however, remained indifferent to the thoughts of the ants below. His gaze was fixed on the most conspicuous and relatively intact structure, the headquarters of the Illuminati. At that moment, a searing, ominous surge of chaotic magical energy erupted from the depths of the headquarters, striking forth like crimson lightning, aimed squarely at the head of White. The assault was sudden and ferocious, imbued with a destructive, frenzied intent. Yet, as the chaotic magic, capable of effortlessly shredding tanks and obliterating formidable superbeings, approached within mere meters of White's armored head, it collided with an invisible, insurmountable barrier, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. A chuckle escaped Lin's lips. He could scarcely be bothered to raise a hand. The three dragon heads of White pivoted simultaneously towards the source of the attack, their eyes igniting with a perilous glimmer, a low growl emanating from their throats in response to the provocation. Steady, White, Lin cautioned, the main event has arrived. At the shattered entrance of the headquarters, dark red, chaotic energy surged forth like tendrils, enveloping a figure that slowly ascended into view. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, hovered in midair, enveloped by a palpable aura of murderous intent and madness. Her eyes, shrouded in dark crimson magical energy, were streaked with blood and dirt, her expression contorted, embodying both excruciating agony and a sense of nihilism and savagery born from the dominion over destruction. Leave my world. Her voice, rendered hoarse from excessive magical exertion and emotional turmoil, resonated with formidable power, vibrating the very air. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as them. She gestured towards the devastation below, the threat unmistakable. Lin perched atop the dragon's head, resting his chin on one hand, as if savoring an amusing spectacle. He appraised the fierce Wanda, nodding and then shaking his head. Mediocre strength, yet ample madness, he remarked, his tone as nonchalant as one might use to critique the freshness of fish at market. Wanda was incensed by his blatant disregard. With a fierce thrust of her hands, a colossal wave of chaotic magical energy surged forth, brimming with the anguished wails of countless souls and the terrifying power to distort reality, sweeping towards Lin and the dragon with overwhelming force. This assault far surpassed her previous casual strike, fueled by her wrath, potent enough to rewrite reality and obliterate an entire city. Faced with an attack that would instill despair in any hero, Lin merely lifted his eyelids in boredom. He made no defensive gesture, merely allowing his thoughts to stir. As the tempestuous tide of chaotic magic approached a certain perimeter around the dragon, it collided with a metaphysical boundary, whereupon both the energy and the rules governing reality were instantaneously quelled and rendered void, as if that cataclysmic assault had never existed. Wanda's madness and fury froze in an instant, replaced by shock and disbelief. She could not comprehend why her powers, capable of distorting cosmic laws, had proven utterly ineffective against that man and the dragon. Is it over? Lin finally spoke, leisurely descending from the dragon's head, as though treading upon an invisible staircase, gradually advancing towards the suspended, momentarily dazed Wanda. It seems it is, he mused to himself, swiftly closing the distance and appearing before Wanda, close enough to feel the seething instability of her magical energy. In her astonishment, Wanda instinctively sought to retreat and launch another assault. Yet, Lin merely extended a casual finger, touching her forehead. In that seemingly trivial gesture, the tempestuous chaos magic surrounding Wanda extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water, succumbing to silence. She felt the connection to the dark tome severed by an absolute force, sealing her chaotic power away. She transformed from a chaotic witch capable of annihilating the world into an ordinary woman with merely slightly enhanced physical abilities. The madness faded from her eyes, leaving behind profound shock, bewilderment, and the chilling dread that accompanied the complete stripping of her powers. Her suspended form began to waver, descending towards the ground. Lin extended his hand, effortlessly grasping her throat, lifting her into the air as one would a small kitten. "What have you done?" Wanda struggled, her hands futilely attempting to pry apart Lin's unyielding fingers. Lin leaned in closer, scrutinizing her face etched with pain and resentment, as if he had finally recalled the reason behind her recent frenzy. "Oh, right." He displayed a look of sudden realization, his tone disturbingly casual. "I heard you caused all this chaos because you lost your child and husband?" A deeper anguish and hatred erupted in Wanda's eyes, yet Lin appeared oblivious, continuing in a tone as nonchalant as if discussing dinner plans, proposing his solution. "Is that all? Is that truly enough to throw the world into turmoil? No worries. It's not a big deal. You lost your husband and child. I could help you have another one, couldn't I?" Chapter 29. Despairing collections and the dragon's breath burns the city. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, resembled a bird with broken wings, her slender neck ensnared by Lin's fingers. Once filled with chaotic magical energy, her eyes now reflected sheer astonishment and dissipation. "Have another one?" Her mind struggled to grasp the absurdity and sacrilege contained within those words, her strength waning from suffocation and utter shock. "You're insane." "Insane?" Lin tilted his head, seemingly amused by the label. "The one who just slaughtered a bunch of strangers doesn't seem in a position to call me that, does she?" He slightly loosened his grip, allowing her to breathe and speak, yet the absolute suppression of his strength rendered her immobile. "They took my child, my future," as fresh air filled her lungs. Wanda's despair erupted into a hysterical scream, tears mingling with the blood on her face. "They all deserve it. Everyone deserves it. This world owes me." Yes. "It owes you. It all owes you," Lin replied dismissively, nodding as if accommodating a noisy child. "So you see, I'm here to help you collect your debts. Aren't I? I've laid out the method for you." How practical. His utterly insincere, Even mocking demeanor struck Wanda harder than any harsh reprimand. She realized that her relentless quest for vengeance, the suffering she deemed the very essence of her existence, appeared to this man as nothing more than a tedious farce. He showed no interest in judging right from wrong. He merely offered an even more ludicrous solution. This profound disregard rendered all her madness and hatred as laughable as a solitary performance. Who do you think you are? Wanda's voice trembled with despair. You truly understand nothing. I confess, I am utterly bewildered by your melodramatic love affairs and incessant lamentations. Lynn acknowledged this swiftly. It was far too cumbersome and inefficient. Why not be direct? He said, shaking her slightly. You appear to be at a loss for comprehension. No matter. I have ample time, and you may ponder at your leisure. With that, he granted Wanda no further opportunity for rebuttal or weeping, seizing her and soaring towards his mechanical companion, Xiaobai. The dragon's head obediently lowered, exposing its vast metallic maw. Lin casually discarded the once mighty Scarlet Witch, who had wreaked havoc upon the Illuminati, as if she were a mere uninteresting trinket. The dragon's jaws clamped shut, confining Wanda within a frigid, dark, oil-slicked chamber resonant with energy. She flailed desperately against the impenetrable inner walls. But only the dull sound of metal grinding and Lin's languid commands reached her ears. Watch over her, Xiaobai. Ensure she does not perish. But also keep her from causing too much ruckus. Xiaobai responded with a low growl. A gentle yet irresistible sedative gas was infused into her confinement, swiftly dulling Wanda's consciousness and stripping away her final vestiges of resistance, plunging her into a forced slumber. Her last thought was one of profound and helpless despair, deeper than any she had ever faced against her foes. Having dealt with his new acquisition, Lin ascended once more to the apex of Xiaobai, surveying the city below, ravaged by Wanda's madness and his own arrival. Amidst the ruins, a few fortunate survivors, having evaded the witch's massacre, now peered fearfully through the gaps, gazing at the mechanical monstrosity and the more terrifying man upon it. The flicker of hope had yet to be rekindled before it was extinguished by an even deeper terror. This place is truly unsightly, Lin remarked, his brow furrowing with disdain. Crying, wailing, leaving behind a mess. He harbored no interest in cleaning up the aftermath or restoring order. In fact, he found the tragic atmosphere to be a blight upon his mood. Enough. It is simply vexing to behold. He gently tapped Xiaobai's head with his heel. Clean this up, Xiaobai. Incinerate anything that displeases the eye. Upon receiving the command, Xiaobai's 3 heads immediately rose. The augmented, multidimensional energy core within its chest beginning to operate at an accelerated frequency, emitting a deep, powerful hum. A swirling cascade of azure and incandescent white energy rapidly coalesced within its throat, the surrounding air distorting from the terrifying energy fluctuations. In the next moment, 3 immensely powerful torrents of dragon fire erupted forth, no longer mere concentrated beams for testing strength, but a sweeping deluge of annihilation. The white-hot breath of energy lashed out like a divine whip, mercilessly sweeping across the ruins of the city below. Wherever it passed, the twisted rebar molten concrete, the debris of collapsed skyscrapers, and the survivors shivering in the ruins, as well as the pervasive sorrow and despair hanging in the air, were instantaneously vaporized and obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. There were no screams, no explosions, only the low hum emitted as energy swept through, followed by an absolute void. The dragon's breath moved steadily and uniformly, akin to an eraser cleansing ink stains from paper, thoroughly eradicating the entire city along with all its suffering, madness, and death from the earth. After several seconds, Xiaobai ceased its exhalation. Beneath it, where the city once stood, lay a vast, smooth, mirror-like glassy pit reflecting the cold and lifeless glow of the setting sun. All traces had been completely erased. Much more pleasing to the eye, Lin nodded in satisfaction, oblivious to the utter devastation at his feet. He followed Xiaobai, seeking a place to bask in the sun. Having moved about a bit, he felt a twinge of hunger. Xiaobai emitted a compliant low growl, swished its tail, as if it had merely expelled a bit of dust. It carried Lin effortlessly once more, tearing through the fabric of space and leaping into the dimensional rift, vanishing from sight. All that remained on this universe's Earth was a colossal scar, symbolizing a complete and utter end, along with the Scarlet Witch, imprisoned within the dragoness belly. her fate uncertain. Chapter 30. The dust of will and the gift of the sun, the light and shadow within the dimensional rift twisted and shifted, eventually stabilizing. Xiaobai, bearing Lin, materialized near a star basking in the daylight. This star, in its prime, radiated a stable and powerful warmth, serving as an excellent charging station. Lin felt quite pleased with Xiaobai's choice of landing spot. He stretched his body, allowing the star's brilliance to envelop him, each cell greedily absorbing the energy as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. The insignificant hunger sparked by his movements was swiftly satiated, replaced by a warm sense of comfort. He relished the moment of tranquility until he felt his state fully restored, even surpassing his previous condition. Then, he recalled the treasures within the dragon's belly. With a mere thought, the dragon's head at the center of Xiaobai opened its metallic jaws once more. An invisible force extracted Wanda Maximoff, still sleeping under the influence of the calming gas, and suspended her in the void before Lin. The star's radiance was somewhat blinding. Wanda's long eyelashes fluttered as her chaotic consciousness gradually wrested itself from the enforced slumber. When she opened her eyes, the first sight that met her gaze was the distant, scorching fireball and the figure enveloped in sunlight, reminiscent of a deity, or perhaps a demon. Memories of the deprivation of her powers came rushing back, easily subdued by the absurdity of the situation, along with the sensation of being cast into a cold, dark prison. Fear and despair poured over her like icy water, instantaneously awakening her from her stupor. She found herself still unable to sense even a trace of chaotic magic. Before this man, she felt as fragile as an infant. "It seems you have rested well." Lin's voice resonated calmly, devoid of any emotion. "Now, shall we continue our previous discussion? Have you made your decision?" Wanda abruptly shook her head, her body trembling slightly with fear, yet in her eyes flickered a spark of defiance and resistance that belonged to the Scarlet Witch. "No, absolutely not. Kill me. I would rather die." She would embrace death rather than endure a solution more humiliating than death itself. That was her final loyalty to her lost children and lover. Death? Lin seemed to find the suggestion peculiar. "What a waste. I rarely take interest in anything. You should consider yourself fortunate." He drew closer, the sunlight behind him creating a dazzling halo that rendered his features somewhat indistinct, save for his eyes, which were calm and profound to the point of suffocation. Moreover, he continued, maintaining his monotone while uttering the most tyrannical words, "I am not seeking your opinion, Wanda Maximoff. I am merely informing you of my decision." This statement shattered the last remnants of hope within Wanda. She realized that before this being, her will, her choices, her suffering were as insignificant as dust, unworthy of his effort to crush or persuade. What he desired would transpire. The logic was brutally simple to the point of despair. "No, you cannot." Wanda's voice quavered with tears, futilely attempting to retreat, yet the void offered no escape. Lin had lost patience for dialogue. To him, Wanda's will had never been a consideration. He was solely interested in her uniqueness as a vessel for chaos magic and his fleeting whim. Whether she consented was inconsequential. He extended his hand, his fingertips surrounded by an almost imperceptible ripple of energy, not an attack, but rather the epitome of control. Wanda felt an irresistible force constrict every muscle in her body, rendering even the slightest tremble impossible. She could only watch helplessly as the man approached, cold despair coiling around her heart like a vine, almost crushing it. Tears silently streamed from the corners of her eyes, evaporating instantly in the surrounding vacuum. In this desolate expanse of space, beneath the blinding brilliance of the stars, a soundless and emotionless act of absolute power and utter submission unfolded. Wanda's consciousness seemed to detach from her body, floating above and numbly observing everything. Her pride, her strength, her pain, her love and hate were all stripped away, crushed, reduced to inconsequential background noise. She was no longer the Scarlet Witch, merely a hollow vessel forcibly filled. The process was brief yet efficient. Once completed, Lin released his hand, as if he had accomplished some trivial task. He took a moment to assess his own state, confirming that the faint impulse originating from the most primal instinct of life had subsided. Wanda lay limp in the void, her gaze hollow as she stared at the distant stars, as if her very soul had been extracted. There were no tears, no curses, only a profound silence of numbness, a silence deeper than that which had accompanied the destruction of worlds. Lin cast a fleeting glance at her, utterly indifferent to her mental state. Well, problem solved, he mused to himself with a casual tone, as if he had merely repaired a trivial object. Let us head back. I hope next time there will be something more entertaining. An invisible force once again transported the lifeless Wanda back into the maw of the dragon, Xiaobai. The metallic jaws closed, swallowing her back into darkness. Lin resumed his seat beside the most comfortable sharp spike of the dragon's head, adjusted into a more leisurely posture, closed his eyes, and continued to bask in the stellar sunlight. Xiaobai floated quietly, its 3 dragon heads vigilantly scanning the surroundings, dutifully performing their guarding role. Space returned to its silence, with only the flames of the stars burning silently, as if nothing had transpired. The only traces left behind were perhaps the silent dust of a shattered soul, witnessed by that ancient star. Chapter 31. A new guest at the palace and silent gunpowder. The radiance of the stars remained scorching, yet Lin found himself feeling bored. He patted Xiao Bai's dragon head. Let us go back to Asgard. Xiao Bai let out a low growl, tearing through space, carrying him into the dimensional passage. Upon returning to the skies above the celestial palace, the dark palaces below, tainted by Hela's power, stood silently, exuding an aura of icy conquest. Lin had no interest in the changes here and directed Xiao Bai to land directly in the main hall square. The heavy metallic limbs thudded against the ground, producing a muffled sound. Hela's figure appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, clad in dark green armor, her posture tall and her features strikingly cold. She watched as Lin leaped down from the dragon's back, her expression a complex mixture of apprehension, resentment, and a hint of indescribable shadow. She remained silent, standing still. Lin barely acknowledged her, waving dismissively. The middle dragon head of Xiao Bai opened, releasing the curled, hollow-eyed figure within, which fell onto the cold ground. It was Wanda Maximoff. She sat there in a daze, her red hair disheveled, her pale face devoid of life, the once surging chaotic magic now completely extinguished, leaving only a hollow and fragile shell. Hela's sharp gaze immediately fixed upon the discarded woman. She could sense the remnants of extraordinary power within her, now utterly crushed, and the intense aura of despair caused her to frown in displeasure. What is this? Hela's voice was cold and hard, carrying an air of scrutiny and unmasked disdain. Your new trophy? There was a trace of faint mockery in her tone, so subtle that even she might not have been aware of it. A useless trinket. Having thrown a tantrum, Lin's response was nonchalant, barely glancing at Wanda, whom he had whimsically brought back, finding her somewhat interesting. Unsure of how to proceed, he simply discarded her there, treating her with the casualness of someone dealing with refuse. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Hela's eyes. Lin's indifference offered her slight comfort, yet the humiliation of being objectified pierced her anew. Suppressing her emotions, she coldly gestured to the nearby death soldier. Take her away. Find a room and toss her in. The soldier stepped forward, roughly hoisting the limp Wanda. The sudden touch jolted Wanda from her stupor for a moment. She looked up in confusion, her gaze unfocused as it flitted across Hela's icy visage and the ominous palace surrounding her, before finally drooping weakly, allowing the soldier to drag her away. Lin exhibited no interest in the unfolding scene, even yawning as his eyes scanned the square, seemingly failing to find anything of note. Observing his demeanor, Hela felt a resurgence of resentment at being disregarded and treated as mere background, yet she forcibly suppressed it, stiffly changing the subject. The palace is functioning normally. She endeavored to reclaim some sense of presence amidst this management. Oh, Lin's response was exceedingly flat, as if he had merely noted the pleasantness of the weather. He showed no concern for who governed Asgard or how it was being managed. Suddenly recalling something, he casually inquired, "Where's Diana?" Hela's expression instantly turned colder, her jaw tightening. In her room. Hela's voice nearly emerged through clenched teeth, laced with suppressed hostility. She's probably attempting to break that bracelet you gave her. She couldn't help but add, tinged with malicious speculation. Lin, upon hearing this, smirked slightly, seemingly finding the scenario amusing. All right, I'll go have a look. He paid no heed to Hela's emotions as he turned and strode towards the inner palace, leaving the Goddess of Death and her meager dominion behind. Hela stood frozen, watching his dispassionate retreat, her fingers tightening into fists, nails nearly embedding themselves in her palms. The surrounding death soldiers stood silently, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in a spacious yet stiflingly opulent chamber, Wonder Woman Diana stood by the window, gazing at the scene of the palace corrupted by dark forces. No longer clad in battle attire, she wore a simple Asgardian linen gown, yet her stature remained regal. The seemingly unadorned golden bracelet on her wrist firmly bound all her strength within this vessel. She had long ceased attempts to break the bracelet, having tried countless times to no avail. Instead, she simply observed, contemplated, and while being consumed by humiliation and helplessness, fought to maintain the flicker of an indomitable spirit within her heart. The sound of the door being pushed open came without warning. Diana abruptly turned to see Lynn strolling in as if he owned the place. Her body instantly tensed, akin to a beast confronted by its nemesis, as fierce vigilance, disdain, and a trace of unmasked fear surged in her blue eyes. She instinctively retreated half a step, adopting a defensive posture, fully aware of its futility. Lynn surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately resting on her taut face and guarded stance, a smile breaking across his features. It seemed Hela had not caused you distress. His tone was casual, as though conversing with an old friend. Are you settling in well? Diana pressed her lips tightly together, offering no response. Each encounter with this man resurrected the feeling of helplessness under his overwhelming power and the humiliation of being violated. Lynn, undeterred by her silence, approached the central couch in the room and sat down with ease, even adjusting his position comfortably. He glanced up at Diana, who remained rigid by the window, and patted the empty space beside him. Don't linger there, he said, his tone imbued with an undeniable nonchalance. Come over here. Diana's body tensed further, her nails digging into her palms. She understood the implications. Resistance was futile, escape impossible. Each interaction was yet another laceration to the pride of the Amazons. Clenching her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength to force herself to take a step, inching forward at an agonizingly slow pace towards the man she loathed. Each step felt as heavy as lead. Meanwhile, in a secluded room of the palace, Wanda was unceremoniously thrown onto the plush carpet by soldiers. The door closed behind her with a sharp click of the lock. She curled up in the cold, opulent unfamiliarity, remaining motionless, save for the silent tears that slipped from the corners of her eyes, attesting to the last vestiges of awareness deep within her shattered soul. The new dynamics of the celestial palace, spurred by the arrival of this lost witch and the whims of that man, stirred silent undercurrents once more. Hela stood in the vast square, her expression frigid, while the storm within her was far more tumultuous than the Legion of Death, yet eerily silent. Chapter 32. Feudal pride and the call of the starry sea. Diana's steps were heavy, each one akin to treading upon a searing iron. The pride of the Amazons screamed in her veins in rebellion, yet her body betrayed her will, moving slowly and rigidly towards the man seated on the couch. Lynn reclined languidly, observing her as if she were a formidable adversary forced into submission, a flicker of faint, almost bored amusement glimmering in his eyes. Just as Diana neared the edge of the couch, Lynn abruptly waved his hand as if losing interest. Never mind, it's dull. His tone was devoid of enthusiasm, as if he had anticipated this predictable, uninspired reaction. You look like you're heading to the gallows. Diana's footsteps abruptly halted, frozen in place, her taut body trembling slightly from this sudden shift, a wave of humiliating mockery overwhelming her. She bit down hard on her lower lip, almost tasting the coppery tang of blood. Lynn did not spare her another glance, as if the command he had just uttered was merely an offhand remark. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly, the sound of his bones cracking softly echoing in the stillness. The celestial palace was becoming increasingly stifling. He muttered to himself, weary of Hela's deadpan visage. He strolled to the window, gazing out at the somber sky and the palace landscape tainted by the breath of death. Yet his eyes betrayed no sentiment, only pure impatience. Hey, he suddenly turned to Diana, who remained frozen in place. Do you think those so-called new gods and old gods all share this sort of disposition? They appear resplendent, yet exude a staleness, weighed down by an abundance of rules. Diana was taken aback by his nonsensical inquiry, a wave of absurd anger surging within her. He had shattered her world, kidnapped her, and now he was asking her opinion on divine realms? She turned her head away, refusing to respond. Lynn shrugged nonchalantly, It seems you're just as uninformed. How dull. Seemingly losing all interest in remaining in the room, he strode directly towards the door. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, he seemed to recall something, casting one last remark over his shoulder without looking back. That newcomer in red, Wanda, seems a bit unhinged. If you're truly bored, you might find it more entertaining to observe her madness than to stare at the wall. With that, he swung the door open and exited without a trace of longing. The door gently closed behind him, isolating Diana's complex gaze, a mixture of humiliation, anger, and confusion. In the corridor, Lynn wandered aimlessly. The grandeur of the palace's hallways felt vast yet empty, and the patrolling death soldiers, upon seeing him, froze like statues, bowing their heads and even minimizing their breaths. His boredom deepened. At his level of power, ordinary sensory stimulation had grown tiresome. The novelty of conquest faded swiftly, akin to chewed gum, now reduced to a flavorless mass. He craved something new, something different to amuse himself. Unknowingly, he found himself at the open-air platform outside the main hall. In the distance, the Asgardian star simulation system projected a false night sky, far less enchanting than the grandeur of the real universe. Hela was absent from this place, perhaps attempting to solidify her rule, which he viewed as utterly pointless. Standing alone at the edge of the platform, a gentle breeze tousled the hair at his forehead. He closed his eyes, allowing his heightened senses to expand silently once more, this time not scanning for a specific target, but reaching beyond the celestial palace, beyond the 9 realms, into the far reaches of deep space, where even the Bifrost of Asgard struggled to reach. The movements of countless galaxies, the births and deaths of nebulae, the veracity of black holes, the cacophony and silence of civilizations, a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into his perception. Most of it was instantly filtered out, ignored. These grand cosmic vistas became monotonous with familiarity. Amidst the deluge of information, a faint yet remarkably sharp and unique signal captured his attention. This signal was neither an electromagnetic wave nor a gravitational ripple. It resembled a primal, tempestuous wail of energy imbued with the will to annihilate. It emanated from an extraordinarily distant galaxy, as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet its essence radiated clarity akin to a lighthouse in the dark. This energy's characteristics starkly contrasted with all he had previously encountered, brimming with an untamed, raw desire for destruction. As Lynn opened his eyes, a genuine curiosity flickered within him. This force intrigued him. It was unlike magic, which relied on established rules. Nor was it akin to technology dependent on external devices. Rather, it felt like a direct outpouring of life's essence intertwined with a yearning for obliteration. It was far fresher and more vibrant than the lingering remnants of the ancient god he had sensed moments prior. At last, something distinct had emerged. A true interest graced Lynn's lips, dispelling his earlier ennui with this unexpected discovery. He felt no need to return to the hall to inform anyone. Hela, Diana, and even the Scarlet Witch now seemed inconsequential, mere background figures in his mind. With a thought, the space around him began to warp and fold. In an instant, his form vanished from the open platform of Asgard, devoid of the tearing flames of spatial rifts or violent energy fluctuations, as seamlessly as a droplet dissolving into the ocean. He departed from the celestial palace, from the 9 realms, and even from this cosmic bubble, heading toward the ferocious wail of energy that beckoned from the distant galaxy, in search of the unknown amusement that might temporarily assuage his boundless void. All that remained was the empty platform and the still trembling Wonder Woman in the room, humiliated. Alongside the recently discarded Scarlet Witch, her spirit shattered. The performance at the Celestial Palace had reached its conclusion for him, at least for the time being. Chapter 33. Wrathful stars and silent gazes. Lynn traversed through the warped and folded space, rendering the conventional notions of distance in the universe meaningless. He was not flying. It felt more like he was walking upon the very fabric of reality, each step bridging countless light years of desolate void. The star radiating tumultuous energy, fluctuations swiftly magnified in his perception, transforming from a faint point of light into a blazing expanse of celestial fire. Eventually, he halted at the edge of a shattered galaxy. The scene before him was breathtaking. A violently pulsating star was aggressively ejecting coronal material capable of easily tearing apart planets. Not far from it, an enormous dark red planet orbited, its surface marred by gaping chasms and volcanoes erupting with unknown energies. The piercing wail of energy resonated from the depths of this dark red planet, a magnitude far more intense than he had sensed in Asgard. It was a pure, unbridled fury and anguish, akin to the primal rage of a newly born beast, imbued with astonishing destructive potential. What a dreadful environment, Lin remarked, utterly unfazed by the extreme conditions that would deter any interstellar civilization. His gaze pierced through the tumultuous atmosphere and layers of crust, directly locking onto the core of the energy source. Deep within the planet's core lay not a completely molten iron-nickel heart, but a living entity enveloped by extreme pressure and chaotic energy. It lacked a fixed form, resembling a humanoid mass of roiling dark red energy. Its limbs and torso flickering in and out of visibility amidst the energy flow. It appeared to be in slumber, yet seemed to struggle unconsciously. Each violent fluctuation of energy sent tremors throughout the planet, fracturing the surface and releasing torrents of devastation. This was a born destroyer, a creature birthed by the stars, whose every breath unwittingly ravaged its own cradle. A planetary scale energy being? Quite intriguing. Lin stroked his chin, recognizing the rarity of a life form composed purely of energy, coexisting with the stars. The cries were loud enough. Was it having a nightmare, or simply born with a fiery temperament? His interest piqued, he desired a closer look. Thus, he descended towards the dark red planet. Without any protective measures, he directly pierced through the tempestuous atmosphere that could instantaneously vaporize an interstellar vessel. His body surrounded by not even a ripple of energy. The particle storm, capable of rending mountains asunder, brushed against him like a gentle breeze. He disregarded the horrific spectacle of the surface, constantly fracturing and erupting, as if traversing an invisible mirage, plunging directly into the earth. Heading towards the energy source deep within the core, rocks and magma parted before him, disintegrating to grant passage. In mere moments, he arrived at the region of extreme heat and pressure. Here, the realm of matter ceased to exist, replaced by a tumultuous sea of energy. The dark red energy surged like blood, with the roaring humanoid energy figure at its center. As he drew closer, the rawness and ferocity of that power became palpable. It seemed devoid of reason, driven only by instinctual, boundless rage and a profound anguish rooted in its essence. Lin hovered before the roaring energy figure, merely meters apart, curiously observing it. He appeared entirely unaffected by the surrounding environment, not even the slightest flutter of his garments. The energy storm, potent enough to dwarf the core of a star, behaved before him with the docility of a lamb. His presence, his absolute tranquility, seemed to finally touch upon a deeper perception within the energy being. The figure's tumultuous movements gradually slowed. Its faceless visage, devoid of features and composed solely of flowing energy, slowly turned towards Lin, seemingly bewildered. The tumultuous and boundless cries of energy strangely diminished, as if it sensed an incomprehensible, absolute stillness emerging within its world, one characterized solely by movement and fury. This was an experience that its barren perception could scarcely articulate. There was no threat, no oppression, not even emotion, merely a state of existence, pure and untainted, akin to an abyss or the cosmos itself. For the energy entity birthed from wrath, this was its inaugural encounter with something that could not be met with roars and destruction. It halted, suspended in the heart of the ocean of energy, gazing at the diminutive yet bewildering figure before it. The surrounding currents of energy began to calm slightly, as if the planet's fury hesitated momentarily in the presence of this unexpected visitor. Lin and the furious offspring of the stars found themselves locked in a peculiar, silent exchange deep within the planet's core. One was as tranquil as water, while the other burned with the ferocity of fire. One embodied the ultimate power of the multiverse, while the other represented the miraculous destruction born of a solitary star. Lin regarded it as though appraising a potential treasure, contemplating whether this mass of energy could offer a refreshing divergence from the ordinary. Meanwhile, the energy being, with its instinctual and nascent awareness, faced this unfathomable existence with a bewildered innocence. The call of the starry sea seemed to receive an unexpected reply. Chapter 34. The planet falls silent, and where to next deep within the core, where the heat could melt anything and energy surged like a boiling pot of chili. The dark red humanoid energy entity finally recognized the presence of an audience. Its mind, composed purely of agitation, felt affronted. The paused energy surged once more ferociously than before, driven by a primitive rage that compelled it to compress all its might into a robust dark red energy cannon. No longer merely bellowing, but aiming directly at the notably composed intruder. This was its ultimate strike as a planetary core, a display of formidable force. Lin observed the energy cannon, which could have restyled a star, approach with an expression unaltered. There was no disdain, no tension, not even a hint of critique, merely the indifference one might show when water in a cup sways slightly. He did not even raise a hand. The terrifying torrent of energy, upon entering his vicinity, dissipated with a soft pop, silently breaking apart into its most fundamental particles, vanishing as if the preceding cataclysmic display had been nothing more than an illusion. The energy entity seemed to stall, its tumultuous writhing abruptly ceasing. Its simplistic mind utterly baffled. What happened to my grand attack? Where did my formidable strike go? Only then did Lin exhibit a flicker of interest, tilting his head with a curious, almost bored demeanor, akin to watching a cat act erratically in empty air. Yet that was all there was to it. He casually extended his right index finger, gesturing forward with a nonchalance. There were no visual effects, no sound effects, no shockwaves. However, at the very tip of his finger, something fundamentally significant was extracted from the core of that tumultuous energy entity by an unreasonable force. It was not shattered, nor dispersed. It simply ceased to exist. The roaring energy figure abruptly froze. All actions, brilliance, and noise came to a halt. Then, its dark red form vanished as if wiped away by an eraser, dissipating from within to without against the backdrop of swirling energy. Not a trace remained. That planet, which had been clamoring for countless millennia, was instantly silenced. Deep within its core, an eerie stillness enveloped the space. The once furious energy lost its anchor, becoming bewildered and chaotic before gradually slackening, leaving only the high temperature and pressure struggling to persist, yet devoid of any vitality. The frantic revelry of the dark red planet came to an abrupt end. The fissures on its surface ceased to crack, and the erupting columns of energy diminished, retreating in a disheartened manner. This tempestuous planet transformed in an instant into an enormous, tranquil, and unremarkable stone sphere. Lin retracted his finger, his expression unchanged as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He could hardly be bothered to glance at the lifeless core once more. With a flicker, he found himself in the expanse of space outside the planet. Floating in the vacuum, he turned to cast a glance back at the now ordinary stone. "Is that it?" he murmured, sounding somewhat unsatisfied yet indifferent. He then pivoted, directing his gaze towards the deeper, darker universe, and his extraordinary eyes began to scan the surroundings like radar, casually seeking a direction for his next adventure. Behind him, the planet he had rendered mute continued to revolve silently, becoming a novel, unknown backdrop in the cosmos. Chapter 35. The dragon arrives at the new battlefield after effortlessly disposing of the clamorous core of the planet in space. Lin found himself engulfed in a sense of ennui. He had anticipated a more vibrant spectacle, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a firecracker. In an instant, he returned to Asgard Square, landing precisely atop the largest dragon head of the mechanical, three-headed dragon. The creature emitted a subservient, low hum. "It's much more comfortable here," Lin remarked, patting the cold dragon scales. That wretched stone planet lacked even a place to bask in the sun. Time to move on and find another locale. He dismissed the trivial matters of the celestial palace and directly commanded the dragon, "Open a portal to somewhere with a bit more excitement." The thrusters array behind the dragon illuminated, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space once more. At the very moment Lin plunged into the dimensional portal, a scene on the sidewall captured his attention. It was yet another metropolis, frantically besieged, where a figure clad in a blue bodysuit and a crimson cape was engaged in a cataclysmic battle with a fearsome gray monster. Ah, Lin blinked. Another superhero? All right. The last one I dispatched with ease. He recalled the other universe's superhero, whom he deemed cowardly and eliminated without a second thought, as well as the Batman he had grown weary of and subsequently killed, and the Wonder Woman he had brought back to the Celestial Palace. It appeared this blue giant was quite the cosmic sensation. Intrigued, he decided to indulge in the spectacle, thinking that perhaps this one could withstand a bit more punishment. Xiao Bai, let us take a look, he commanded. Receiving the instruction, Xiao Bai's massive mechanical form violently crashed against the dimensional barrier. At that moment, on Earth in that universe, Metropolis lay in ruins as Superman fought desperately against Doomsday. Each collision shook the very ground beneath them. Diana Prince, the Wonder Woman of this universe, had just entered the fray, her lasso of truth and the sword of the god of war glowing as they attempted to ensnare the dreadful beast. The artillery fire from the human military seemed trivial in comparison, while Batman toiled in the distance to evacuate civilians. It appeared as though the apocalypse had arrived. At the zenith of this chaos, the fabric of space above the battlefield was effortlessly torn asunder. A colossal, menacing mechanical, three-headed dragon emerged, exuding an oppressive aura as it glided into view, its cold metallic scales reflecting an inorganic sheen in the setting sun. More disconcertingly, atop the largest dragon's head sat a young man with dark hair, casually resting his chin on one hand, his leg crossed in a posture reminiscent of someone enjoying an outdoor film. He nonchalantly sipped from a cup resembling fruit juice through a straw, seemingly oblivious to the pandemonium below. In that instant, all the fighting, explosions, and roars morphed into mere background noise. Both combatants instinctively paused, staring in astonishment at this unexpected intruder. "Why have you stopped? Keep fighting," Lin called out, taking a sip of his drink and waving his hand dismissively towards the battlefield. "I'm watching. You there, the big gray one. Yes, I'm talking to you. Look quite fierce, put in a bit more effort." His voice, though soft, inexplicably overshadowed the surrounding clamor, resonating clearly across the battlefield. Superman. Doomsday. Though it likely did not comprehend, Diana gripped her sword and shield tightly, vigilantly gazing upward, as she sensed a more profound and terrifying threat emanating from the dragon and the man than from Doomsday. Beneath Batman's mask, his expression was one of grave concern. Yet another incomprehensible cosmic menace had arrived. The simple mind of Doomsday seemed infuriated by Lin's condescending posture. It abandoned its assault on Superman and unleashed a deafening roar towards the colossal beast in the sky, propelling itself like a cannonball towards Xiao Bai. "Ah, now that's more like it." Lin nodded, seemingly satisfied. In the face of the soaring Doomsday, Xiao Bai merely lowered the dragon's head slightly, a flicker of energy illuminating its throat. Whoosh! A concentrated beam of white energy shot forth instantaneously, striking Doomsday's chest with precision. Boom! Doomsday was violently slammed back to the ground at a speed surpassing its ascent, creating a massive crater. A significant portion of its bone spikes shattered, emitting a roar of agony. Yet its astonishing regenerative abilities had already commenced repairing the wounds. "TSK, quite resilient," Lin remarked, appearing to acknowledge Doomsday's durability. At that moment, Superman and Wonder Woman exchanged a glance, each recognizing an unprecedented gravity in the other's eyes. This unknown entity was evidently a far greater threat. Superman erupted into action, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning as he charged towards Lin, seeking to take the initiative. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm enjoying the show." Lin didn't even glance at him, casually raising his hand and sweeping it aside as if brushing away a falling leaf. Bam! Superman was sent hurtling backwards at an even greater speed, crashing through the ruins of over a dozen buildings buried beneath the rubble. Wonder Woman and Batman's hearts sank to the depths of despair. Lin's attention, however, returned to the now enraged Doomsday, who had just crawled out of the pit. "All right, the show is over." He rose from the dragon's head. "You're quite the punching bag. Come with me. There's a metal lump over there that could use a sparring partner." Doomsday, clearly unable to comprehend, possessed only the instinct for annihilation, roaring once more as it charged towards Lin. This time, Lin did not allow Xiao Bai to intervene. He merely took a gentle step, arriving before Doomsday, and grasped its immensely thick neck with one hand. All of Doomsday's momentum came to an abrupt halt, its furious strength rendered feeble before Lin's fingers. It thrashed violently, its bone spikes flailing, energy surging, yet could not even manage to make Lin's arm tremble. Doomsday's struggles were akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Its simplistic, destructive thought process encountered an incomprehensible existence for the first time. "Done." Lin hoisted the completely stiffened Doomsday as if it were a large figurine, turning back to soar above Xiaobai. Just as Xiaobai prepared to tear through space once more, Lin's gaze casually swept over the ruins below, landing precisely on the dark figure maneuvering through the debris with a grappling gun, attempting to find an opportunity. Oh right, Lin seemed to suddenly recall some trivial matter. A flicker of pure annoyance crossing his eyes. Almost forgot, no matter the universe, this bat is equally detestable. His eyes instantly gleamed with a fiery red light. Whoosh! A slender yet immensely concentrated beam of heat, akin to the fingertip of the Grim Reaper, instantaneously traversed the expanse, striking with unerring precision at the location of Batman. There was no cataclysmic explosion, merely a brief, piercing shriek as metal and flesh were vaporized in an instant. Batman, along with the fragment of wall he occupied, was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash. From a distance, Diana bore witness to this harrowing scene, unleashing a cry of disbelief and sorrow. Meanwhile, Lin merely retracted his gaze casually, as though brushing aside a speck of dust. He tossed the rigid form of Doomsday to a dragon-headed creature, which obediently grasped it. With the dragon now in tow, they returned home. This formidable entity was to be presented to Atrocitus as a new plaything. The dragon emitted a low growl of compliance, disregarding the chaos and grief below, and once more tore through the fabric of space, carrying Lin and his novel cargo, vanishing serenely into the rift. All that remained was the ravaged metropolis, the buried Superman, the heartbroken Wonder Woman, and a world now shrouded in deeper shadows, bereft of the Dark Knight. Asgard was on the verge of welcoming a new resident, one whose sole knowledge was of devastation. Chapter 36. Amusing affairs in the backyard and whispers of chaos. The dragon, bearing Lin and the newly acquired Doomsday, effortlessly traversed the dimensional barriers and returned to Asgard. The colossal mechanical body landed in the main hall square, eliciting a silent tension among the Death Soldiers. Lin leaped down from the dragon's head, casually gesturing towards the dragon clutching Doomsday. Deliver this hefty creature to Atrocitus. Let him deal with it. Just don't break it. After all, it's a sturdy punching bag. The dragon growled in acknowledgement, one of its heads grasping the still-bound Doomsday, which could only roll its eyes in helplessness as it soared toward a side hall, where the mechanical entity Atrocitus typically awaited. Lin stretched lazily, reflecting that this outing had yielded modest results, save for the gray behemoth that held some collectible value. As he contemplated where to seek his next amusement, a faint energy fluctuation and indistinct sounds of argument drifted towards him. Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He recalled that area was primarily occupied by Hela, along with the Diana and Wanda he had brought back. Typically lifeless, today there was unexpected commotion. He instantly abandoned thoughts of wandering elsewhere and resolved to witness the unfolding drama. With a flicker of movement, he silently appeared in the shadows of an opulent corridor within the living quarters, arms crossed, keenly observing the small hall from whence the sounds emanated. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Hela stood there, her demeanor frosty, with death energy subtly undulating around her, signaling her profound displeasure. Opposite her, Diana shielded a disheartened Wanda, whose vacant gaze betrayed her despair. Though the Amazon princess's powers were restrained, her proud spine remained unyielding, exuding an air of impervious dignity. I warned you to keep your distance, Death Goddess. Diana's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Her current state could scarcely withstand your scrutiny. Hela scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What? Since when does the mistress of Asgard need to heed the countenance of this Olympian captive? I merely wonder where he has found such rubbish. Her gaze swept disdainfully over Wanda, unmasking her contempt. A wretch whose very soul lies shattered, deserving to reside here? Diana stood her ground. Despite bearing her own immense humiliation and pressure, the sight of Wanda, in a state far more pitiable than her own, stirred a profound sense of empathy within her that she could not ignore. Moreover, confronting Hela provided her a semblance of strength, a fleeting escape from her own helplessness. And the reason? Hela advanced a step, the aura of death surrounding her. Here, my will is reason enough. Step aside, Diana, or I shall not hesitate to show you what true fragility feels like. Just as the tension between the two escalated, poised on the brink of conflict, no one noticed Wanda, sheltered behind Diana, her hollow gaze revealing a faint flicker of chaotic magic deep within, a force not of this universe, but a remnant of her original realm's reality-altering chaos, stemming from the essence of Thawne. The intensity of their emotional clash, combined with the unique energy of this celestial palace, caused this magical essence to pulse like a distant spark. Unconsciously, she curled her fingers. Crack! A delicate fissure suddenly appeared on the obsidian pedestal that had once held an exquisite Asgardian vase. A sound so subtle, yet it instantly captured the attention of both Hela and Diana. They turned simultaneously, momentarily taken aback. The artifacts of the celestial palace were imbued with energy remarkably resilient. How could it shatter so unexpectedly? Hela furrowed her brow, suspecting Diana's involvement. Yet the look of astonishment on her face suggested otherwise. Diana instinctively glanced back at Wanda, finding her still in a dazed, numb state. From the shadows, Lin observed this minor incident, a genuine intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, he mused silently, finding it amusing. The broken shell of an egg seems not yet fully rotten. It can still react? His initial interest in Wanda had dwindled, viewing her merely as a disposable outlet for emotional release and a broken wretch. Yet now, this barely perceptible, distinct magical fluctuation, unlike that of any other cosmic force, compelled him to consider further observation, especially as this power appeared to be influenced by emotion, perhaps even yielding unexpected amusement in the future. At that moment, the Death Soldier previously commanded by Hela to take Wanda stood rigidly nearby, uncertain whether to proceed with the goddess's orders. Lin emerged from the shadows. His sudden appearance startled the three individuals present, including the seemingly numb Wanda, who appeared to flinch slightly. Hela immediately retracted her outward aura, though her expression remained unfavorable, marked by a vexation akin to being caught in an indiscretion. Diana, on the other hand, grew increasingly vigilant, drawing Wanda closer, her inner dread and aversion towards Lin far surpassing that which she felt for Hela. Yet, Lin paid them no heed. Instead, he casually gestured to the Death Soldier, dismissively stating, "All right, this is no longer your concern. You may leave." The soldier, as if granted a reprieve, immediately bowed and retreated. Hela could not restrain herself from speaking, her voice laced with a steely edge. "I have changed my mind about this one you brought back." Lin interrupted her, his gaze curiously sweeping over Wanda before finally settling on Diana's tense visage. "It seems you rather enjoy looking after little ones? Very well, she is now under your care. Keep a close watch. Do not allow her to truly lose her mind, for perhaps she might still hold some utility in the future." He cast a sidelong glance at Hela, his tone unyielding yet calm, "and do refrain from seeking trouble unnecessarily. It is my belongings, and I alone shall determine their fate." Hela's complexion fluctuated between shades of ashen and green, her fingers clenched tightly, yet she ultimately refrained from retorting, merely issuing a begrudging cold huff before dissolving into a cloud of darkness, vanishing to the other side of the chamber. Upon hearing Lin's words, Diana first exhaled in relief, only to be swiftly engulfed by a wave of humiliation and confusion. Under your care and some utility, in the eyes of these entities, they remained mere objects. Lin, however, chose not to elaborate further, finding the minor conflict in the courtyard more intriguing than anticipated, particularly the unexpected spark from Wanda. In a somewhat improved mood, he turned to stroll away, intending to seek out Aatrox and assess the status of the Doomsday Project. In the chamber, only Diana remained, cradling Wanda, who continued to tremble. Her gaze vacant, though a flicker of chaotic light had unconsciously danced at her fingertips. It seemed that within the courtyard of the Celestial Palace lay a seed whose growth no one could foresee. Chapter 37. A new visitor and testing dummy Lin strolled through the majestic yet foreboding corridors of the Celestial Palace, making his way toward the annex where Aatrox resided. As he approached the workshop, the mingling sense of metal, oil, and faint energy leaks grew increasingly pronounced. The workshop door stood ajar, revealing a cacophony of jarring metallic friction and the low hum of energy devices in operation. Upon entering, Lin was greeted by a tableau that bore a striking resemblance to postmodern industrial art. Various unidentifiable metallic components lay scattered across the floor or floated suspended in midair, enveloped by energy fields as they underwent reconfiguration. The colossal mechanical entity, Aatrox, stood at the center of the workshop, its metallic fingers deftly wielding intricate tools to manipulate a complex floating construct, its cold electronic eyes flickering as they processed vast amounts of data. In a relatively spacious corner of the workshop, the immense gray form of Doomsday was firmly restrained by thick, dark golden energy chains upon a specially designed metallic platform. It remained rigidly ensnared by Lin's force, with only its eyes, filled with primal fury, frantically darting about, striving to break free from this humiliating confinement. A suppressed, beast-like growl emanated from its throat. A dragon's head, belonging to Xiao Bai, hovered above the Destruction Day, seemingly tasked with its watch, occasionally releasing a frigid breath as a warning for Destruction Day not to stir recklessly. Upon sensing Lin's arrival, Aatrox immediately ceased its endeavors, its immense mechanical form pivoting toward the entrance, issuing a low yet respectful synthetic voice. "Creator." Lin responded casually, his gaze sweeping over Destruction Day. How does this massive entity fare? The target's energy response is highly active, exhibiting a strong propensity for physical destruction and an unknown regenerative ability. The energy consumption of the binding system exceeds expectations by 17.3%, yet remains within controllable parameters, Aatrox reported with precision, its electronic eye scanning Destruction Day. Preliminary scans indicate that its biological structure harbors certain catastrophic characteristics of unnatural evolution. Merely a born combat machine, devoid of unnecessary complexities, Lin remarked as he approached the new acquisition, examining it closely. Destruction Day sensed its proximity, its eyes whirling with increased frenzy and its roars infused with deeper rage, alongside an almost imperceptible instinctive fear born from being suppressed by absolute power. "It seems rather unconvinced," Lin observed, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him regarding the limits of this creature, recalling how he had merely subdued it with ease earlier. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, the dark golden energy chains binding Destruction Day vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, the invisible suppression weighing upon it was abruptly lifted. Roar! Almost instantaneously upon regaining its freedom. All the pent-up fury and desire for destruction erupted from Destruction Day like a volcano. It unleashed a thunderous roar, its colossal form leaping from the platform. Fists adorned with bone spikes carrying the force capable of shattering mountains, directly aimed at the nearest Lin. Its singular thought was to obliterate the entity that had constrained and belittled its existence. In the face of this sudden and ferocious assault, Aatrox's electronic eye lit up with a crimson glow, the weapon systems on its gauntlets primed for action. Xiaobai's dragon head also lowered instinctively, energy gathering within its throat. Yet, Lin merely gestured for them to remain still. He did not even assume a defensive posture. Instead, at the moment the massive fist was about to strike his face, he slightly tilted his head. Boom! Destruction Day's heavy punch grazed Lin's cheek, crashing violently into the specially reinforced floor of the workshop. Instantly, the entire workshop trembled, a dramatic spiderweb-like fissure appearing at the impact site, debris scattering in the wake of the shockwave. With its first strike failing, Destruction Day's fury intensified, and its other hand, adorned with bone spikes, lunged toward Lin's chest like a spear. Faster, and with greater force. Lin, this time, was too indifferent to hide. With a sharp crack, a bone spur, capable of piercing through Edmund alloy, firmly jabbed into Lin's chest, only to splinter into fragments. The Destruction Day? It gazed at its shattered bone spur, then at Lin's chest, which remained unscathed, an instant of bewilderment overshadowing its ferocious thoughts. Lin glanced down at his chest, then raised his eyes to the day's Destruction Day, nodding slightly. The piercing force is decent, somewhat stronger than missiles back on Earth. Before Destruction Day could launch another attack, he casually lifted his hand and gently tapped his index finger against its forehead. The once furious Destruction Day froze as if a pause button had been pressed. All actions, roars, and energy fluctuations instantly crystallizing back into its previous rigid state, retaining only a gaze filled with immense anger and confusion. Well, the test is complete. Lin retracted his finger and instructed Aatrox. Durable, quick to recover, strong, but not very bright. You can use it as a target for practicing or testing new weapons. Just don't damage the core. Command received. Database updated. marking Destruction Day as a reusable test unit. Aatrox's electronic eye flickered a few times, responding mechanically. New energy chains shot forth, resecuring the rigid Destruction Day back to the platform. Satisfied, Lin clapped his hands, feeling he had made good use of resources. Just as he was about to explore elsewhere, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the workshop window, looking in the direction of the residential area deep within the Celestial Palace. His extraordinary perception captured a faint yet strangely familiar and somewhat foreign energy fluctuation, Wanda's chaotic magic, which seemed a tad more active than before. Although still as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, it was indeed pulsating. "Oh, the spark hasn't extinguished yet?" Lin mused, stroking his chin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared Diana was quite attentive. He suddenly felt that the matter in the backyard might be more intriguing than this muscle-bound Destruction Day. "Look after this behemoth," he remarked to Aatrox and Little White before vanishing from the workshop. Within the workshop, only the cold mechanical giant, the loyal three-headed dragon, and a re-ensnared Destruction Day, expressing boundless fury through its eyes, remained. Chapter 38. Uninvited guests and dimensional ripples. Lin was contemplating whether to venture into another universe in search of more bizarre curiosities. Perhaps a talking potato or a hamster capable of conjuring black holes. Suddenly, Little White's two dragon heads, no longer responsible for guarding Destruction Day, abruptly turned towards the direction outside the Celestial Palace, emitting a low, vigilant hum. Not the playful warning it had previously directed at Destruction Day, but a true manifestation of sensing an external threat. Simultaneously, Aatrox's electronic eye began to flicker intensely, projecting a scanning beam that wove a complex tapestry of data in the air. An alert sounded, indicating the detection of anomalously high-dimensional energy disturbances. An attempt to analyze had failed. The energy signatures could not be reconciled with the known database. Nature, unknown. Source, external to the Celestial Palace's dimensional barrier. A hint of rare hesitation laced Aatrox's synthetic voice as it reported, "The disturbances are intensifying, attempting to permeate the dimensional membrane. Threat level cannot be assessed." Lin felt a surge of alertness, his heightened senses casting an invisible net towards the coordinates Aatrox reported. In his perception, beyond the cosmic bubble of the Celestial Palace, something indeed approached from the infinite chasms of chaos in the dimensions. This was not movement in the physical sense, but rather a conceptual closeness, an approach that defied conventional measurements of spatial distance. Unlike the previous brute force of the cataclysmic attack, this presence advanced in a more eerie and incomprehensible manner, akin to water droplets infiltrating a sponge, silently influencing the boundaries of the Celestial Palace's dimensions. The rules governing that area seemed to blur and distort, the spatial structure exhibiting unnatural ripples, with colors becoming bizarre and fantastical, as if another reality's hues were attempting to bleed through. Lin blinked, finding this far more intriguing than witnessing the cataclysmic descent of destruction. He sensed that the entity attempting to infiltrate bore an energy essence that was remarkably peculiar, not merely a physical or energetic assault, but rather a conglomerate of information imbued with potent will, an entity embodying a living rule. Little White stirred nervously, instinctively sensing the encroaching unknown and heightening its vigilance. Aatrox's weapon systems had been silently activated, the cold muzzles trained upon the direction of the disturbances, aware that the impact of such an attack on the dimensional level might be negligible. Even the bound entity of Cataclysm sensed something extraordinarily unusual, causing it to become restless, its eyes darting with greater urgency. Yet Lin found himself increasingly amused. He approached the grand energy observation window of the workshop, gazing out at the false starry sky of Asgard. At the periphery of that celestial expanse, a certain scene began to subtly twist and tremble, reminiscent of a poorly tuned screen. The ability to bypass the defenses of the Celestial Palace and directly manipulate the foundational dimensions intrigued Lin, who stroked his chin, contemplating the technical sophistication involved. Instead of thwarting the intrusion, he felt a growing anticipation for its successful ingress. "Relax, everyone," he called back to the on-guard Little White and Aatrox. "Just observe this dramatic entrance, how civilized and stylish it is. Take notes." As his words faded, the edge of the distorted starry sky appeared to be slowly torn open by an invisible hand. There was no explosion, no blinding light, only a disquieting, low hum that seemed to emanate from another dimension. A narrow fissure, its edges flickering with bizarre geometric patterns, gradually widened. Through this rift, the familiar starry sky or dimensional turbulence was absent. Instead, there was an ever-shifting panorama of indescribable, eerie colors and flowing symbols. Subsequently, an indescribable entity slowly flowed through the opening. It possessed no fixed form, resembling a mass of condensed, living luminescence, akin to a temporary amalgamation of countless flowing data and symbols. Its core continuously morphed, at times resembling a colossal eye, at others transforming into writhing tendrils or an intricately rotating celestial map. The aura it exuded was ancient and frigid, imbued with a non-biological, purely rational curiosity and scrutiny. Upon entering the celestial palace dimension, the fissure silently sealed itself. It hovered there, gently swaying, seemingly adapting to the physical laws of this new environment, while an intangible, powerful perception surged like a tide throughout the entire celestial palace. As this perception swept past the workshop, Xiaobai emitted a low, threatening growl. And Atox's weapon systems surged to maximum power. Even the Doomsday briefly ceased its struggle. When this perception brushed against Lin, it noticeably hesitated. The ever-changing core form appeared to momentarily solidify, revealing an intensely anthropomorphic surprise and confusion. Clearly, this unknown existence had not anticipated encountering a being in this dimension that it could neither comprehend nor accurately interpret. Lin gazed at this peculiar visitor, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Hello," he called, even from a distance, waving at the constantly shifting luminescence. His tone is casual, as if he were greeting a new neighbor at his doorstep. "Lost? Or have you come specifically to find me?" Chapter 39. The dimensional visitor and the flood of information, the ever-shifting mass of luminescence, which we shall refer to as the dimensional observer, hovered in the void outside the celestial palace, seemingly perplexed by Lin's overly cordial greeting. The speed at which its core transformed noticeably increased, the flowing symbols and geometric patterns becoming somewhat chaotic, as if engaged in a high-speed computation yielding no conclusions. Its intangible perception cautiously swept over Lin once more, this time with greater detail, attempting to analyze this unforeseen variable. Yet the feedback remained an incomprehensible void, as if Lin stood there while simultaneously existing beyond all known rules. The observer's luminescence quivered slightly, conveying a mixed signal of vigilance and profound curiosity. It did not respond to Lin's inquiry, perhaps unable to grasp this inefficient form of sonic communication, or perhaps it deemed a response beneath its consideration. In the next moment, it opted for what it deemed a more efficient means of communication. Without any forewarning, a colossal, frigid torrent, composed purely of information and coded regulations, surged forth like a breached celestial river from the ever-shifting core of the overseer. This onslaught was not directed at the entire celestial palace, but rather coalesced and surged directly towards Lin by the workshop window. This was not an assault of energy. Instead, it was a terrifying method that sought to forcibly assimilate, decipher, and even overwrite the very essence of the target's existence. Ordinary beings, even deities, would find their definitions of existence swept away, rewritten, or utterly formatted into mere compliant records within the adversary's database. Aatrox's alarm system soared to its zenith, yet could not comprehend the nature of this attack, resorting only to futilely augmenting energy output. The little white creature emitted an anxious roar, instinctively sensing an overwhelming danger, yet remained at a loss for how to respond. Lin gazed at the oncoming silver deluge, composed of countless flickering symbols and frigid logic, and his eyes gleamed momentarily. "Oh, a direct compression package. How straightforward." He even remarked that the format was somewhat obscure. He neither flinched nor assumed a defensive posture, allowing the vast torrent of information to engulf him entirely. Buzz. The invisible storm of information erupted around Lin, distorting and blurring the space in an instant. Countless incomprehensible symbols and lights flickered madly about him, striving to penetrate every inch of his skin, each cell, and even the deeper essence of his being. On Aatrox's scanner, Lin's energy signature was swiftly engulfed and submerged by the overwhelming alien information flow, as if he had been consumed and assimilated. The little white creature uneasily scraped its claws against the ground. Yet at the center of the tempest, Lin merely blinked. When the torrent, powerful enough to obliterate the entirety of a higher civilization's history, knowledge, and traces of existence, flowed into his perception. It was as if a stream had merged into an infinite ocean, causing not even a ripple. His mind, or rather the core of his current existence, processed this volume of information with far greater ease than an ordinary person reading a line of text. He even felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that, aside from some tedious dimensional constants, regulatory verification codes, and a plethora of anomalies and deviations requiring correction, there was nothing truly intriguing within the deluge. Is this all? Lin scoffed, expecting perhaps a collection of new games or witty jokes. He even ventured to trace back along the flow of information. His gaze effortlessly penetrated the stream, moving upstream to reach the core of the dimensional overseer in an instant. The overseer appeared to be immersed in a state of data transmission, its core stabilizing into a continuously rotating polyhedral crystal, shimmering with a gentle blue light indicative of ongoing analysis. Then, it heard a voice resonating directly within its core processing unit. Hey, the quality of the compressed package is lacking, filled with nonsense. Is there anything more entertaining? For instance, what's trending on your side? Or has any universe recently birthed some peculiar joke? The core crystal of the dimension overseer abruptly froze, its rotation halted, and the blue light transformed into a blinding crimson, symbolizing a severe error and logical conflict. It frantically attempted to sever the information flow, only to discover it was utterly impossible. The channel it had actively established to devour the information from others had, at this moment, morphed into a terrifying loop of one-sided information being relentlessly injected into it, a burden it could not bear. The complexity and intensity of that seemingly casual remark from Lin surpassed its processing capacity by billions of times. Crack! The surface of the temporary aggregate formed of luminescence and symbols of the dimension overseer split open with countless fine fissures. Dazzling light uncontrollably leaked from the cracks. Its form began to oscillate violently, twisting as if on the verge of collapsing into oblivion. The emotional signals it emitted swiftly transformed from curiosity and vigilance into sheer terror and chaos, akin to a supercomputer on the brink of combustion. Is it really that fragile? Lin's voice resonated once more within its core, tinged with exasperation. Forget it, this is dull. He seemed to lose interest, carelessly severing the one-sided communication. The torrent of information abruptly ceased. Outside the celestial palace, the form of the dimension overseer flickered violently a few times, ultimately managing to hold itself together without disintegrating. Yet it appeared markedly dimmed and weakened. Even maintaining its levitation seemed somewhat unsteady. The light at its core grew exceedingly feeble, imbued with a sense of severe damage and an urgent need to retreat. It lacked even the courage to cast another glance at Lin. As the surrounding space began to warp once more, attempting to open a dimensional passage to escape this terrifying locale. Observing its disheveled state, Lin suddenly recalled something and shouted across the expanse. Hey, go back and inform your superiors that this place is under my protection. Next time, keep the scanning noise down. Don't disturb me while I bask in the sun. Otherwise, our next encounter won't merely be a casual chat. Upon hearing this, the dimension overseer trembled. The speed of opening the passage increased, and it nearly tumbled back through the recently torn fissure, vanishing without a trace. The fissure swiftly sealed, and the distorted space outside the celestial palace returned to normal. Inside the workshop, silence reigned. Aatrox's electronic eye flickered slowly, quietly reducing the weapon's power. Little White tilted its three heads in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how that seemingly formidable entity had suddenly fled. The Doomsday continued to rotate its eyes on the platform, sensing the unsettling presence had dissipated. Lin yawned, feeling a tad bored. He had anticipated something intriguing, yet it turned out to be another lackluster affair. He shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the workshop before finally resting upon Aatrox. Ah, you mentioned that energy consumption exceeded expectations? Then let us reduce its specifications to conserve usage. Perhaps next time, a superior punching bag might be delivered to our doorstep. Having issued his command, he felt the matters here concluded and turned to saunter away from the workshop, in search of diversions that could temporarily uplift his spirits. This left Aatrox silently beginning to calculate how to downgrade the Doomsday, along with an unknown entity from beyond dimensions that had just been frightened away in silence. Chapter 40. Dragon Roar 16. Tin Lin grew weary during his stay in the Celestial Palace and patted Little White's head. Let's explore a more resilient and battle-hardened locale. I have heard that certain heroes of the cosmos are particularly seasoned. Little White responded with a low growl, the propulsion array behind him glowing brilliantly as it effortlessly tore through the dimensional barrier. They captured a cosmic coordinate, the ultimate universe, 1610, where energy fluctuations were equally vibrant, albeit the rules appeared somewhat crude and imbued with primal tension. A vast rift opened in the outer space of the ultimate universe's Earth as Little White, bearing Lin, charged forth with an overwhelming force that crushed all in its path. Its fearsome mechanical form and terrifying pressure instantly triggered the highest level of global alarms. Warning: unknown giant creature breaches outer space defenses. Energy readings are off the charts. Unable to analyze. All available forces, highest combat readiness. The response from the ultimate universe was fierce and immediate, with little time for superfluous warnings or negotiations. Several figures shot up from various locations on Earth, embodying the unique restlessness and ferocity of this universe, hurtling towards outer space. Leading the charge was a member of the Ultimate Team, the resolute Captain America, clad in a star-spangled uniform, wielding a vibranium shield with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The colossal Hulk, brimming with primal strength, emitted a deafening roar, his muscles beneath green skin pulsating like mountain ranges. Iron Man, donned in high-tech armor, activated his entire weapon system, with shoulder cannons and palm repulsors charging simultaneously, locking onto the target. Thor, the god of thunder, Ultimate Universe version, surrounded by crackling lightning, summoned storms that converged around him. There was even a Sentinel, Ultimate Universe version, unstable in energy form, yet possessing astonishing destructive power, appearing as a blur of golden light. Their coordination was swift and lethal, marked by the unique pragmatism and formidable firepower of this universe. Fire. Captain America commanded. Iron Man's cluster cannon, the massive debris hurled by Hulk, the destructive thunder summoned by Thor, and the golden energy torrent unleashed by the Sentinel, instantly wove together into a catastrophic net of firepower that completely enveloped Little White and Lin. The onslaught arrived in an instant, facing a saturation strike powerful enough to vaporize mountains. Little White's 3 dragon heads emitted thrilling roars in unison. Unflinching, he thrust forward, his massive form charging headlong into the barrage of fire. Thunderous explosions echoed. The explosive flames and shockwaves erupted against its dark golden armor. Yet not a single scratch could be found. It surged forth like a colossal battleship cleaving through waves, ruthlessly shattering every attack, and in an instant, it confronted the ultimate team of heroes. The massive dragon tail swept across like a divine whip. Bam! Hulk was the first to be violently flung away, transforming into a green meteor that crashed towards a distant derelict satellite. The dragon claws descended as if to rend the very fabric of space. Clang! Captain America's vibranium shield emitted a piercing wail as both he and his shield were sent spiraling backward at high speed. An energy breath surged forth. Thor's thunder was instantly dispersed by a more ferocious torrent of energy, while he himself was hurled away by the explosive aftermath. Iron Man's armor was severely deformed from a casual collision with the dragon, the alarms blaring as he plummeted down. The Sentinel's energy attack was swallowed by the dragon's maw, only to be met with a subsequent, more robust energy beam that dimmed its brilliance, sending it hurtling into deep space. In just a fleeting moment, the most elite team of heroes from the Ultimate Universe was utterly annihilated by the sheer force and defense of the dragon. Not bad. Slightly more resilient than the last universe, Lin commented while standing at the dragon's head, seemingly satisfied. However, he evidently lacked the patience to watch the dragon eliminate all the minor foes, just as the remaining heroes, like Spider-Man and Daredevil, provided futile support from the ground. Sinking into despair, and as more defenders of the Ultimate Universe attempted to assemble, Lin raised his hand. He did not target any specific individual, but rather the expanse of empty space ahead, along with the faintly discernible earth behind it. His fingers splayed casually. Then, with a gentle grip, he invoked silence. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling energy beams. Yet at that moment, within a radius of several thousand kilometers in front of the dragon, all physical laws, kinetic energy, thermal energy, electromagnetic forces, and even the most fundamental particle movements were instantaneously stripped away or rendered silent. All flying heroes, energy beams emitted explosive flames, and even the swirling dust were as if paused, frozen in the vacuum of space. Captain America remained in the act of throwing his shield, frozen in place. Hulk's massive form was rigid on the satellite surface, his furious expression locked in time. Thor's thunder stood still as if encased in amber. Iron Man's thruster flames transformed into a static sculpture. The golden light on the Sentinel ceased to flicker. Every attack aimed at the dragon, whether energy or physical, hung suspended midair, resembling exhibits in a museum. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie, absolute silence. Only the slowly swaying tail of the dragon and the gently fluttering corner of Lin's attire remained. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Lin, commanding the dragon, glided over this muted battlefield as if strolling through his own backyard. He soared before the ultimate Iron Man, tapping the frozen visage of the armored mask. The technology is commendable, albeit somewhat fragile. His gaze shifted to the nearby Hulk, whose expression was a mask of fury, quite imposing, yet with a temperament too volatile. His eyes then swept over the steadfast Captain America, straining against the shackles of regulation. Commendable resolve, though ultimately futile. His observations were delivered with a light-hearted nonchalance, akin to appraising figurines in a display case. Finally, he lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing the fabric of space, settling upon the azure orb of Earth. His voice resonated clearly in the minds of every sentient being on the planet, bearing an undeniable proclamation. This dominion is mine. Any dissenters may hold their tongues. The cosmos lay in desolate silence. Earth remained mute. Only Little White emitted a roar of conquest, reverberating through the starry expanse. Chapter 41. The Ultimate Silence and Collection Update on the Earth of the Ultimate Universe. A profound panic enveloped the stillness. All screens monitoring the vastness of outer space fuzzed into static or froze upon that horrifying tableau. Their mightiest heroes, akin to insects trapped in amber, suspended in the distant firmament, utterly silent. The mechanical Hydra and its towering figure became an inescapable, suffocating nightmare in the hearts of all. Lin piloted Little White. Gliding through the realm he had forcibly silenced. He surveyed the faces of the frozen heroes, marked by shock, fury, and resentment, as casually as one would peruse their backyard. Their expression management left much to be desired. He mused, flicking the ultimate Iron Man's immobile mask with a casual gesture that produced a crisp chime. Resorting to brawling is merely shouting, and the losses are ungraceful. He then approached the Hulk, observing the menacing green giant, quite photogenic, suitable as a guardian, albeit rather noisy. His gaze passed over the indomitable Captain America, whose eyes burned with a defiant flame as he struggled against the constraints of rules. Nodding in acknowledgement, that fierce gaze has merit, a hint of stubbornness, but alas, he shrugged, it is of little consequence. Ultimately, his attention settled on the Sentinel, currently in a state of unstable energy, yet resembling a golden ice sculpture. Lin stroked his chin, circling the frozen Sentinel. This is intriguing. The energy is rather chaotic, unstable, yet it seems to possess a solid foundation. It appears to have evolved beyond the previous mere luminescent bulb, suggesting potential for transformation. He perceived the ultimate Sentinel's condition as peculiar, an amalgamation of the power of a million stars intertwined with a certain instability, creating a precarious and dangerous equilibrium. He resolved to bring it back for Aatrox to study. Perhaps new components could be extracted. Lin had always harbored an interest in collecting various extraordinary and potent specimens, particularly those with apparent potential for modification. He extended his hand, gently grasping the Sentinel, ensnared by absolute regulation. The golden energy form of the Sentinel flickered violently, as if striving to break free from its constraints. Yet under Lin's will, all resistance proved futile. He, or rather his energy manifestation, was forcibly compressed by an invisible force, stripped from the silent void, transforming into an unstable, pulsating sphere of golden light, which fell into Lin's grasp. He weighed the energy sphere casually, feeling as though he were holding a restless stellar core. Behave, he commanded the sphere, and instantly, the surging energy became markedly docile, though its interior remained rife with unstable vortices. He tossed the energy ball to Little White, who grasped it gently with its dragon head. The creature cautiously cradled this perilous new toy, emitting a deep hum, using its own energy field to temporarily stabilize it. Having completed this task, Lin once again cast his gaze upon the hushed battlefield and the distant Earth. He held no interest in the complete annihilation of this universe. The earlier events had sufficed to alleviate his boredom, while also yielding a fine specimen for research. Well then, the test has concluded, and the results are satisfactory, he mused, patting Little White's head before departing. Little White let out a low growl, unhesitatingly tearing through the fabric of space, its massive form carrying Lin and his newly acquired treasure, vanishing instantaneously into the vastness of the ultimate universe. In the very next moment after their departure, the previously frozen expanse, governed by absolute silence, seemed to have been press play. Boom, bang, whoosh. All the previously solidified attacks erupted. Projectiles lost their targets, careening chaotically into the void or colliding with one another, triggering a series of tumultuous explosions. Thor's thunder crashed down fiercely, yet struck only empty space. Hulk's colossal frame smashed into a satellite, creating a new crater upon its surface. Captain America felt the constraints vanish, inertia propelling him forward, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Iron Man's armor regained its power, alarms still blaring. All the heroes regained their mobility, yet their attacks had long since missed, and the enemy had vanished without a trace. They hovered in space, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions marked by the relief of survival, an ingrained fear, and an ineffable sense of humiliation. Their adversaries had deemed them so inconsequential that they merely tested their strength, casually taking one of their own, akin to plucking a unique fruit from a tree and then departing nonchalantly. The feeling of being utterly disregarded, trampled, and perceived as devoid of even the value of destruction was far more despairing than a devastating defeat. The voice of Robert, the Sentinel, trembled slightly as it came through the internal communications channel. No one spoke. The panic on Earth had not abated. Rather, it deepened, shrouded in a layer of ominous uncertainty due to the inexplicable departure of the enemy and the disappearance of the Sentinel. Meanwhile, Lin, accompanied by his new acquisition, had returned to Asgard. He made his way directly to Aatrox's workshop, tossing the pulsating, unstable golden orb toward the mechanical giant. Here, a new specimen. It possesses ample energy, albeit its structure is utterly chaotic. See if you can repair it, or perhaps dismantle it to uncover its intriguing components, Lin instructed. Aatrox's electronic eye rapidly scanned the orb. Data streams flickering at an incredible pace. Received. Energy structure highly unstable, containing various conflicting characteristics. Analysis value is substantial. Attempting stability, containment, and analysis. Xiaobai cautiously deposited the orb onto a specially designed energy confinement platform prepared by Aatrox. Lin observed Aatrox becoming engrossed in his work and stifled a yawn. In a corner of the platform, the Day of Destruction rotated its eyes, seemingly intrigued by the newcomer. Let me know when you're finished, Lin remarked, feeling there was little more to see, and he turned to leave the workshop. Thus concluded a brief interdimensional test journey. The Celestial Palace still stood resolute, yet its collection room now housed an additional specimen from another universe, imbued with perilous power. As for the ultimate universe that had been visited, it was left in disarray, bearing scars that would prove difficult to heal. Chapter 42. The Phoenix's Emergence and Cosmic Ripples in a Side Chamber of the Celestial Palace's Treasury. An area expanded and filled with various curious spoils by Aatrox. Lin idly fiddled with a luminescent cosmic spirit orb. The roar of Destruction Day reverberated from the adjacent workshop, mingled with Aatrox's cold analytical voice and the unstable humming of the newly arrived Sentinel energy orb. Lin pursed his lips, casually tossing the spirit orb, which crashed into a heap of shimmering metals, producing a cacophony of clinks. Suddenly, his brow arched slightly, not due to the palace's clamor, but because his omnipotent super senses detected an extraordinarily unique and potent energy fluctuation emanating from a distant cosmic quadrant. This was not merely a manifestation of immense power. It bore a paradoxical quality, one that seemed capable of incinerating all existence while simultaneously harboring boundless vitality. Like an ancient, slumbering divine bird. Its unconscious aura had already distorted the laws governing the surrounding stellar realms. Oh, Lin's interest peaked. Energies of such caliber were rare. Finally, something of substance had arrived. He instantly materialized in the plaza, where Xiaobai had already sensed his summons, lowering its dragon head. This commotion promised to be significant. Lin leaped onto the dragon's head, patting its cold scales. Xiaobai let out a low growl, and its rear thrusters erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, violently tearing through the dimensional barrier. This time, the cosmic backdrop revealed on the other side of the spatial passage exhibited a stellar density far exceeding previous encounters, with an unusually stable spatial structure. The great dragon, bearing its master, boldly surged into this formidable universe. Almost instantaneously upon their entry, numerous powerful entities within this universe felt a stirring of awareness. Amidst the remnants of a burning stellar system, a colossal bird of flame, entirely composed of pure phoenix energy, unconsciously unfurled its wings, each flap causing the surrounding stars to flicker erratically. Beneath it, a woman with flowing red hair, known as Qin Golei, hovered with her eyes tightly shut, her body serving as a vessel for an unfathomable power, her expression a blend of agony and bewilderment. Further afield, the fleet of the New Star Legion stood poised as if facing a formidable adversary, their energy shields fully activated, yet they dared not approach even an inch closer. The Star Pirates and the reconnaissance ships of the Kree Empire retreated in terror from this celestial domain. Even in the distant void, the Collector Tantalion lifted his gaze from his display cabinet, his eyes shimmering with uncertain intrigue. The arrival of Lin, En, and Xiao Bai was akin to a boulder plunging into a boiling cauldron. The fiery divine bird, composed of pure phoenix energy, seemed provoked, emitting a piercing cry that resonated deep within the soul. The terrifying flames of the phoenix surged forth like a tsunami towards the uninvited guests, scorching the very fabric of space in their wake, leaving behind twisted scars. With a hint of mischief, Lin En chuckled lightly, neither flinching nor retreating. Xiao Bai unleashed an exhilarated dragon roar, 3 dragon heads simultaneously opening their massive jaws, not to emit energy, but to conjure 3 colossal gravitational vortices, voraciously devouring the oncoming phoenix flames like cosmic black holes. The flames, potent enough to extinguish stars, were violently torn apart and absorbed. The phoenix let out an even more furious cry, its wings flaring dramatically, transforming into a blazing stream of light that streaked across the galaxy, charging directly at Xiao Bai. The sheer might of its assault compelled the distant fleet of the New Star Legion to involuntarily retreat. "This one is mine," Lin En declared, stepping forth from atop Xiao Bai's head, instantly positioning himself in the path of the phoenix's charge. He faced the flame-wreathed divine bird and unleashed a simple yet powerful punch. There were no energy effects, no rippling waves of force, only the purest, most primal strength. At the moment of impact between his fist and the phoenix flames, a terrifying shockwave erupted in a spherical burst, instantly radiating across several star systems. Every star within the vicinity trembled violently, as if on the brink of extinguishment. The fleet of the New Star Legion was swept away like leaves in a tempest. The phoenix flames, capable of reconstructing reality, were brutally dispersed by Lin En's fist. The divine bird emitted a mournful cry, its massive form unexpectedly sent tumbling backward, its flames dimming slightly for the first time. But the encounter was far from over. Lin En's figure appeared like a specter, swiftly pursuing the phoenix midair. Grasping one of its flaming wings with both hands, he summoned his strength and executed a ferocious shoulder throw. Boom! The embodiment of phoenix power was violently slammed into a colossal desolate planet. The surface of the planet was instantaneously cratered, creating a massive pit several thousand kilometers in diameter, with spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading across its entirety. Lava surged from the planet's core, staining half of its surface a deep crimson. The phoenix screeched in fury and defiance from the depths of the pit, struggling to rise. Lin hovered above the orbit of the planet, gazing downwards with a glimmer of genuine exhilaration in his eyes, as if the muscles of his being were awakening. To be able to withstand my blows, commendable, he mused, twisting his neck as he realized he could indulge in the spectacle for a while longer. His gaze swept across the distant fleet of horrified onlookers, as well as the ancient entities in the far reaches of the cosmos who had awakened and were now casting their watchful eyes upon the scene. He understood that the commotion had escalated to a level that would undoubtedly attract the attention of several formidable beings within this high-tier universe. Yet, he remained unfazed. In fact, it only heightened his amusement. "Shao Bai, clear the field, and ensure the lesser fish do not impede," he commanded nonchalantly. The mechanical, three-headed dragon let out a thunderous roar, lunging towards the distant Nova legions and pirate fleets, instantly inciting chaos and panic. Meanwhile, Lin redirected his focus to the burning planet and the phoenix within, which was beginning to gather its strength anew. "Come forth, great bird. Let me see how fiercely you can burn," he laughed heartily, once more transforming into a streak of light as he plunged into the inferno below. This interdimensional clash was clearly not destined to conclude easily, and the cosmic ripples it generated were beginning to extend deeper and further into the void. True power was soon to be stirred. Chapter 43. The Phoenix's Lament and the God's Gaze. Lin laughed, akin to a falling star, as he collided with the hellish planet ignited by the Phoenix's power. Wherever he passed, the surging molten lava and rampant Phoenix flames were forcibly repelled, unable to approach him even a fraction. At the center of the pit, the flame deity, composed entirely of pure Phoenix energy, had reformed, yet its shape was now more violent and unstable than before. Having endured 2 consecutive strikes, particularly the last impactful physical blow, it was evident that this ancient force of the universe was enraged. No longer did it manifest as an elegant divine bird, but instead morphed into a swirling, expanding storm of destructive energy. The red figure at its core, Chinger, emitted a painful shriek, her consciousness being devoured by primal instincts. "Exactly. Now that's the vigor I crave." Lin, far from being alarmed, was filled with delight as he plunged directly into the heart of the destruction storm. In an instant, the Phoenix flames, potent enough to vaporize a star, completely enveloped him. The brilliance was so intense that it caused all observational equipment of the fleeing fleet in the distance to overload and disintegrate. However, within the core of the storm, Lin's figure remained distinctly visible. He did not even bother to defend himself. The natural flow of power surrounding him effectively isolated him from the all-consuming flames. He extended his hand, delving directly into the most violent vortex of energy, seizing Chinger's shoulder at the core. "Wake up, landlord. Your house is about to catch fire," he teased, as a gentle yet utterly irresistible force surged into Chinger's body, not suppressing the Phoenix power, but forcefully extracting her consciousness from the whirlpool of energy for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Chin opened her eyes, the glimmer of gold intermingling with agony. She beheld Lin's face, adorned with a mocking smile, amidst a tempest powerful enough to obliterate galaxies. "Who are you?" she managed to utter, her voice strained. "Just a bystander," Lin replied with a grin. "How about I borrow your power for a while?" Before Chin could respond, or rather, without needing her consent, Lin abruptly altered the nature of the force surging into her body. What began as a gentle extraction transformed into a domineering siphon. "No!" Chin emitted a piercing scream, acutely aware that the Phoenix power, deeply bonded to her very essence, was being forcibly wrenched from the depths of her soul in a manner beyond comprehension. The storm of Phoenix flames grew ever more ferocious, attempting to resist this theft. Yet it could hardly budge Lin in the slightest. Instead, it felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, brutally yanked from Chin's being. The resplendent Phoenix power, imbued with boundless vitality and destruction, poured forth like golden quicksand from her orifices, coalescing into Lin's palm, compressing into a violently pulsating golden sphere that incessantly sought to reshape itself. As the power vacated her, Chin's gaze swiftly dimmed, her body resembling a withered leaf, softly cascading downwards, her life force rapidly waning. Deprived of the support of her Phoenix power, her mortal form could scarcely endure such an environment. Lin did not even spare her a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle force cradled her, tossing her away like refuse toward Shao Bai, who was busy clearing away lesser foes. Xiao Bai, catch her, don't let her perish. She might still serve as a power source in the future. Xiao Bai deftly clasped the unconscious Qin in his dragon maw, utilizing his energy field to temporarily sustain her fragile life. Meanwhile, Lin's attention was wholly fixated on the golden energy sphere, which writhed violently, endeavoring to revert to its phoenix form. Behave, he instructed, slightly retracting his fingers. The phoenix power emitted a silent wail, its struggles abruptly diminishing, becoming considerably more submissive, yet still harboring a reservoir of terrifying energy. That's more like it. Linen, satisfied, assessed this cosmic pinnacle of power, likening it to acquiring a magnificent firework. However, throughout the entirety of the process of siphoning the phoenix power, the energy fluctuations and rule tremors it incited spread throughout the universe, and even into neighboring dimensions at superluminal speeds, akin to a cataclysmic seismic wave. The first to react were the nearest headquarters of the Nova Legion on the planet Shandar. The planet's rotation experienced an imperceptible shift, all energy monitoring devices blaring alarms in frenzy. The Supreme Council plunged into chaos, desperately broadcasting the highest level of disaster warnings to the cosmos. Following suit, the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire halted all calculations, channeling its entire computational capacity into analyzing this unknown, terrifying wave, only to conclude an infinite state of chaos and peril. In the Shie Empire and the Skrull Empire, countless interstellar civilizations have plunged into a state of panic. Yet, this is merely the beginning. A far more profound and terrifying entity has been stirred within the confines of an ancient and colossal palace. Nestled in a crevice of the universe's dimensions, a humanoid being clad in resplendent robes, with skin of a cerulean hue, the observer abruptly opened his immense eyes, filled with an unprecedented astonishment. Before him, numerous luminous screens flickered violently, showcasing scenes from various corners of the cosmos. Incomprehensible variables, vast and unfathomable, he murmured, his voice resonating like an ancient echo. In realms even more transcendent, approaching the very essence of cosmic laws, colossal abstract consciousnesses, perhaps the Pantheon, or other cosmic entities, awoke from their slumber, casting their gaze towards Lin's direction. Their whispers instigated violent upheavals in the laws of the dimension they inhabited. Even at the periphery of Lin's perception, he sensed a colossal eye, composed purely of rules, coldly glancing in his direction across the multiverse. Oh, it seems the commotion has indeed escalated. Rather than succumbing to fear, Lin felt a surge of excitement. With so many spectators gathered, it spared him the trouble of seeking them out individually. He tossed the now subdued orb of phoenix power in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the boundless starry expanse, as if he could penetrate the dimensions and behold those ancient beings that had been roused from their slumber. Who else remains asleep? Let's awaken together. He called out to the void, his invitation laced with mirth yet potent enough to send shivers through the divine. The wail of the phoenix was merely the prelude. The true tempest was silently gathering in the shadows of the cosmos, with Lin undoubtedly at the eye of this storm. Chapter 43. Whispers of the Gods and the Repercussions of Playthings. Lin grasped the orb of phoenix power, forcibly compressed yet still thrumming with restless vitality and destruction, akin to holding a miniature cosmic singularity. His earlier invitation, imbued with mirth, rippled through the deep rules of this exalted universe, creating far more intense waves than the phoenix's lament. The first to respond, substantively, were not those distant interstellar civilizations, but rather entities closer to the source of the rules. The cosmic space before Lin twisted violently, without forewarning. It was not a tearing, but rather the arrival of a higher order. Three colossal metallic forms, unfathomable in size, began to materialize as if printed from the void. Their bodies, constructed from an unknown cosmic alloy that shimmered with a cold light, boasted a complex and intricate structure, resembling moving interstellar fortresses. Each stood several thousand kilometers tall, their heads adorned with a singular, massive ocular lens emanating an inorganic red glow, coldly surveying Lin as a deity would regard mere ants. Immense energy coursed across their surfaces, altering the spatial laws surrounding them. The Pantheon, the gardeners and judges of the universe. They engaged in no communication. One of them raised a colossal metallic arm, its palm converging with a terrifying energy potent enough to alter the constants of galaxies and reshape the very fabric of life. A pure white beam, imbued with the capacity to obliterate, will instantaneously traverse the expanse, targeting Lin. This assault was not aimed at the annihilation of matter. Rather, it sought to erase the very concept of the target's existence from the universe. Almost simultaneously, the dimensional barrier beside Lin was forcefully breached, revealing an ancient and massive interstellar fortress that slowly emerged. Its design was not of technological origin, but rather an uncanny amalgamation of magic and science. Atop the fortress stood a being adorned with an ornate metallic crown, skin of deep azure, an icy gaze, perhaps a formidable cosmic sorcerer or a lord of dimensions, who pointed a staff toward Lin from afar. Without incantation, a twisted, indescribably colored ray of disintegration was unleashed. Wherever it passed, the structure of space began to collapse, reverting to its primal, chaotic energy. This represented an attack on the very essence of existence at a magical level. Ah, how diverse the approaches were. In the face of this dual onslaught from the realms of physical law and magic, Lin merely chuckled. He did not even resort to the newly acquired power of the Phoenix. Confronted with the divine group's erasure beam, he simply opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully. The white beam, capable of rewriting reality, was drawn into his abdomen like strands of pasta. He even smacked his lips, remarking on its bland flavor, though the energy was quite pure, just lacking in salt. As for the disintegration ray surging from the side, he casually raised his free hand, finger splayed. The moment the distorted ray collided with his palm, it struck an insurmountable barrier. Not only did it fail to disintegrate anything, but its very structure began to flicker erratically, collapsing until it dissipated with a sound akin to a firecracker misfiring, vanishing into the void. The cosmic sorcerer's countenance shifted dramatically beneath his helm, clearly unable to comprehend this phenomenon that defied all known magical principles. The enormous eyepieces of the divine group flickered with a crimson light, seemingly engaged in rapid analysis. Another member of the divine group raised a hand. This time, it was not an energy attack, but rather an attempt at a more fundamental alteration of rules. It sought to directly erase the concept of gravity in the vicinity of Lin, aiming to strip him of all foundational forces. Lin immediately felt his body lighten, yet he merely raised an eyebrow and casually stepped in midair with his right foot. Crack! The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed. The localized rules recently modified by the divine group were forcefully restored to their original state by his sheer physical strength. This even induced a minor backlash in the spatial structure, causing the colossal figure of the divine group to sway slightly. Rules? They are merely shackles for the weak. Lin chuckled softly. At that moment, the orb of Phoenix power in his hand, which had remained relatively docile, seemed to sense the violent clash of energies and the shifting rules in the external environment, awakening its inherent instinct for destruction once more. Buzz! The power of the Phoenix erupted with an unprecedented force of resistance. Golden flames fiercely scorched Lin's fingers, striving to break free from their restraints, even threatening to surge up his arm, intent on incinerating this blasphemer into nothingness. Lin furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the suddenly agitated toy in his hand. Is that how you repay my kindness? With a mere thought, a more formidable power surged into his fingertips, gripping that restless energy with an ironclad hold. However, the power of the Phoenix is ultimately a primal force of the highest order in the cosmos, its resistance far surpassing that of any adversary encountered before. Though it could not truly harm Lin, the violent energy's impact and struggle felt akin to grasping the core of a star on the verge of supernova explosion, somewhat scorching and rather bothersome, especially with two colossal beings and a mage observing nearby. It seemed imperative to teach this unruly artifact a lesson in decorum. Lin resolved to first subdue this disobedient collection piece. A glimmer of silver flashed in his eyes as a more terrifying force began to be exerted upon the Phoenix power. Not merely suppression, but a deeper, more forceful taming. This process required a modicum of his concentration. Yet at the very moment his attention momentarily drifted to the Phoenix's power in his grasp, the cosmic mage seized the opportunity. He thrust his staff forcefully into the fortress's control console, reciting an ancient and obscure incantation. The energy of the entire fortress was mobilized, conjuring an exceedingly intricate, constantly rotating magical array before him. Banishment to the eternal void of nothingness. He roared. The magical array erupted with an unprecedented brilliance and a grayish passage, seemingly capable of consuming all light and existence. Abruptly opened, generating a terrifying pull targeting the essence of soul and existence, enveloping Lin. Simultaneously, the two celestial beings also launched their assault once more. Their enormous arms raised in unison. The energy resonated. No longer was it an attack or a modification of rules, but rather the construction of a colossal prison, a cube formed of pure energy, instantly sealing Lin and the surrounding space within. The rules inside the cube solidified to an extreme degree, with time, space, and energy flow nearly coming to a standstill. The three-pronged assault struck simultaneously, seizing the fleeting moment of Lin's distraction, arriving in perfect harmony. The banishment spell, the energy cube confinement, and the frenzied backlash of the Phoenix power in his grip. Lin was instantly thrust into an unprecedented predicament. His figure shrouded in the gray radiance of the banishment passage, simultaneously enclosed within the energy cube, still clutching the violently erupting Phoenix power. From a distance, it appeared as though he was completely subdued. A smug smile crept across the cosmic mage's face, while the celestial being's ocular lenses glowed red, seemingly confirming that their target was under control. However, in the next instant, a voice pierced through the tumult, clear and impatient. "It's too noisy." Immediately thereafter, the impregnable energy cube erupted with a thunderous explosion, akin to a balloon ruptured from within. The gray expulsion corridor twisted violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand, before shattering into nothingness. In Lin's hand, the tempestuous power of the Phoenix emitted a final, despairing wail, compressed and refined by an indescribable absolute force, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized orb, as gentle and translucent as golden crystal, which slowly rotated in the palm of his hand. Devoid of any turbulence, he gently tossed the Phoenix crystal and then raised his gaze towards the universe mage, whose expression had frozen in shock, and the two silent celestial beings, bestowing upon them a more benevolent smile, who discarded the refuse just now. Chapter 44. Shattering judgment and the wrath of the court. Lin manipulated the Phoenix power, now as docile as golden crystal, and the benevolent smile upon his face sent chills through the distant universe mage as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The massive metallic forms of the two celestial beings subtly adjusted their stances, their cold red optical lenses locking onto him. Who discarded the refuse just now? Lin's voice, though not loud, carried a chilling resonance that could freeze one's very soul. The universe mage's complexion turned pale, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to discover that both he and the entire fortress were ensnared by an invisible sphere of terror, rendering even the flow of energy nearly stagnant. The two celestial beings, devoid of emotion, executed their actions simultaneously based on the most efficient logical evaluation. Their enormous arms swung, no longer merely attacking, but invoking the fundamental rules of this cosmic realm. Time, space, and energy. Countless invisible strings were forcibly plucked, weaving a net of absolute laws capable of annihilating any existence. Descending upon Lin. This was the united judgment of the celestial beings, aimed at fundamentally formatting the target from its very essence. Faced with this erasure that seemed to echo the will of the universe itself, Lin merely scoffed. Such frivolity. He did not make any overt movements, merely stirring his thoughts slightly, as the net of destruction, comprised of countless cosmic rules, approached a certain radius around him. It collided with an imperceptible wall of absolute nature. The power of all contained laws instantaneously faltered, disintegrating and reverting to the most gentle, fundamental particles of rule, failing even to ruffle the hem of his garment. Judgment upon me? Lin finally withdrew his playful demeanor, his eyes growing indifferent. Do you even have a merit? He extended his hand towards the two colossal, celestial beings. Not his own hand, but a massive silver palm, formed from pure bioforce, spanning thousands of kilometers. This spectral hand, disregarding spatial distance, appeared before the two celestial beings in an instant, and then its fingers closed. Crack, crack. The excruciating sound of metal twisting and breaking reverberated through the starry expanse. The two colossal entities, spanning thousands of kilometers and forged from the most formidable alloy known to the cosmos, epitomizing the very order of the universe, were rendered incapable of even the slightest struggle. Their immense, indomitable forms, under the gentle grasp of that silvery giant hand, crumpled as if they were mere aluminum cans, instantaneously deforming, shattering, and compressing into two immense, flickering orbs of metallic debris. The radiant energy that enveloped their surfaces extinguished in an instant, and the crimson glow of their optical lenses faded into oblivion. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin En discarded the colossal metal spheres as if they were refuse, hurling them into the distant reaches of deep space. Unbeknownst to how many galaxies they pierced, they ultimately dwindled into two inconspicuous specks of dust against the backdrop of the cosmos. It was effortless, almost poetic, as if he had merely swatted two slightly larger insects. The cosmic sorcerer was now utterly bereft of thought, his mind devoid, ensnared by an overwhelming terror. Yet, in the very moment when the two celestial entities were obliterated, the entire universe seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. The brilliance of all stars appeared to dim momentarily. An indescribable, supremely indifferent will, akin to an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber, began to stir. Subsequently, the cosmic expanse before Lin En underwent an unfathomable stratification. Three immense, abstract figures gradually materialized. To the left stood one, composed of an endless river of stars and dark matter, seemingly embodying the very existence of the universe itself, eternal. To the right, another figure, formed from boundless vacuum and dimensional membranes, appeared to represent the infinite expanse of cosmic space. In the center, the most peculiar entity took shape. Possessing a humanoid form, yet bearing three faces, one exuding compassion, another wrath, and the last, tranquility. Above its head hovered a colossal golden balance scale, radiating an aura of absolute neutrality, a court of life. The supreme overseers of the cosmos had descended. The three faces of the court simultaneously regarded Lin En, and a grand, frigid voice devoid of emotion reverberated through the consciousness of all higher beings in the universe. Outsider, you have grievously disrupted the balance and order of the universe. You have slaughtered the cosmic enforcers. You have usurped the primal forces of the universe. Your existence is an anomaly. In accordance with the supreme laws, you shall face final judgment. The immense golden scale above the court began to tilt, with Lin En's side plummeting swiftly. An inexhaustible reservoir of laws might coalesce, representing the universe's collective will to reject and annihilate, eradicate. At the moment the judgment was pronounced, everything surrounding Lin En, space, time, energy, matter, and even the very concept of existence began to collapse and dissipate. He was not merely attacked. He was obliterated from the very fabric of the universe itself. Before the ultimate judgment of the supreme court of the universe, Lin merely lifted his gaze to the three abstract figures, particularly the central life court, his face betraying an expression of profound impatience. Is this endless prattle? He interrupted the grandiose pronouncement. A mere tribunal dares to pass judgment upon me? In the heart of a collapsing center, where his own existence began to blur, he executed an action that rendered the three countenances of the life court momentarily frozen in disbelief. He abruptly raised his hand, neither in defense nor in aggression, but directed towards the golden scales of absolute justice and judgment hovering above the life court, and with a fierce grasp from afar, he shattered them. A resounding crack echoed, reverberating through the very essence of the universe. The once unassailable golden scales of the life court were inexplicably crushed by an incomprehensible force, disintegrating into countless drifting golden specks. For the first time, the three faces of the life court simultaneously displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. The eternal and infinite abstract forms trembled violently. At the moment the scales shattered, the cosmic laws that sought to erase Lin abruptly lost their source, halting and dissipating. Lin's once fading silhouette instantly regained its solidity, now appearing even more distinct. Judging me? Lin, having crushed the scales as if it were a trivial act, pointed at the life court with a tone laced with mockery. Who bestowed upon you such authority? Just because of this tattered crown? He stepped forward, instantly traversing space to stand before the colossal faces of the life court, nearly face to face. Listen, though his voice was not loud, it carried a domineering essence that sent tremors through the very fabric of cosmic law. I come as I please, depart as I wish, and take what I desire. Your rules, he extended a finger, nearly prodding the serene visage of the life court, do not concern me. Should you dare to trouble me again, his gaze swept over the life court, eternal, infinite. I shall dismantle you three insipid entities and burn you as kindling. Having spoken, he did not await any response from the life court, but turned towards the distant cosmic mage and his fortress, casually gesturing. Bang! The enormous fortress, along with its inhabitants, was instantaneously erased, vanishing without a trace. He then disregarded the three cosmic overseers, frozen in place, and called out to the little white creature that was mercilessly thrashing the remnants of the Nova Legion. Let us depart, little white, this is utterly tiresome. They may appear formidable, yet they are hardly worthy opponents. The little white immediately abandoned the shattered fleets, joyfully soaring back to his side. Lin mounted the dragon's head, tearing through the fabric of space, under the watchful eyes of the supreme cosmic beings. And perhaps even more ancient wills stirred from the shadows, he departed with a flourish, leaving behind the life court, eternal, infinite, standing rigidly in the void. On the faces of the court of life, shock, anger, and an unprecedented sense of bewilderment intertwined. Above them, the golden scales, emblematic of absolute justice and judgment, lay shattered, devoid of substance. At that moment, it seemed as if the very laws of the universe had manifested a subtle, yet permanent fracture. The instigator, having claimed his spoils, had already departed in search of his next intriguing destination. Chapter 45. Scavenging the sea of origin and the message in the bottle having shattered the scales of the court of life. Lin In felt as though he were attending a tedious and cacophonous assembly, a sense of discomfort enveloping him. He aimlessly traversed the interstitial dimensions on his steed, Xiao Bai, casually toying with the once mighty phoenix crystal, now astonishingly docile. The entities he encountered appeared unimpressive, failing to even reach the threshold of a warm-up. He grumbled, tossing the crystal into the air and catching it, lamenting the excessive dilution of power within this universe. Xiao Bai emitted a low growl in agreement, as three dragon heads listlessly tore apart passing weak dimensional bubbles, as effortlessly as unwrapping candy. Lin In's heightened senses scanned the boundless sea of dimensions, in search of even a flicker of interest. To him, most universes appeared as faded photographs, utterly mundane. Occasionally, he encountered a few energy reactions that seemed somewhat unique. Upon closer inspection, they revealed either incomplete rules or juvenile civilizations. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing once more to the solitude of invincibility, the periphery of his perception suddenly detected some exceedingly faint yet extraordinarily ancient and peculiar fluctuations. These did not emanate from any specific cosmic bubble, but rather permeated the background radiation interspersed throughout the dimensional gaps. It was akin to ancient shells washed ashore on the cosmic beach, exuding an essence distinct from all known systems. Lin In felt a surge of energy, urging Xiao Bai towards the source of the vibrations. The chaotic currents of the surrounding dimensions gradually calmed, and the vibrant colors transformed from bizarre hues to a profound, chaotic depth, as if entering a certain abyssal region of the cosmos. Here, complete cosmic bubbles were nearly invisible, only fragmented. Ever-dying remnants of rules and swirling eddies of energy remained. Strange, indescribable forms floated languidly in this realm. Lin In beheld an enormous dark purple crystal, reminiscent of a mountain, within which was sealed the corpse of a bizarre creature adorned with countless tentacles and eyes, emanating whispers that disoriented the mind. He also witnessed the wreckage of a semi-transparent vessel, seemingly woven from light, quietly suspended, its hull marred by incomprehensible geometric scars, as though it had endured unimaginable battles. He even spotted a colossal mechanical construct, incomplete and comparable in scale to a galaxy, whose technological style diverged radically from all known universes. Its cold metallic surface still bearing the marks of some immense force that had torn it apart. These remnants hailed from an extraordinarily distant era, perhaps even artifacts not belonging to the current multiverse. They seemed like the detritus washed ashore by the river of time, settling at the depths of this dimensional sea. A cosmic junkyard? Lin blinked, finding this place far more intriguing than those resplendent cosmic realms. Perhaps he might unearth some vintage treasures. He leapt from the head of his companion, Little White, and began to stroll through this silent, forsaken expanse of the Source Sea, curiously inspecting the remnants of ancient refuse. Most items lay in complete desolation, their energy fully dissipated, leaving only stubborn vestiges of form. Occasionally, a few still retained a feeble vitality, but when Lin casually prodded them, they succumbed to silence. Just as he was beginning to think this junkyard held no treasures, his toes brushed against a hard object. It was an unassuming metal cube, palm-sized and adorned with minute pores, glimmering in a dark golden hue. Half buried beneath orderly fragments, it emitted no energy fluctuations and appeared to be mere cosmic scrap. However, Lin's extraordinary vision discerned a subtle difference. The material of this cube diverged from any metal he had previously encountered. Its atomic structure was astonishingly stable, seemingly impervious to the ravages of time. Furthermore, the arrangement of those minute pores seemed to embody a profound mathematical principle, one that eluded his immediate comprehension. Intrigued, he bent down to retrieve the metal cube, finding it icy to the touch and remarkably heavy. He exerted a bit of force, but the cube remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of deformation. Fascinated, Lin gradually intensified his efforts. Even forces sufficient to crush a star had no effect on the cube. It remained intact. He even employed a modicum of reality-altering power, attempting to reshape its structure, only to discover that the cube possessed an extraordinary resistance to the laws of reality itself. A look of astonishment finally crossed Lin's face. How remarkably resilient. From which epoch did this superior artifact originate? He examined the cube from every angle, even having Little White breathe fire upon it, and employing Atak's scanning rays for analysis. Yet neither left a mark on its surface nor penetrated its depths. The thought of crafting armor from it briefly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. It was too unsightly and seemingly unnecessary. As he pondered whether to apply greater force, his fingertips inadvertently pressed several pores on the cube's surface in a specific sequence. With a soft click, a barely audible mechanism activated. A small window slid open on one side of the metal cube, revealing an intricate structure composed of luminous filaments within. A faint beam of light projected from the opening, forming a three-dimensional star map in the void before Lin, composed of countless peculiar symbols and lines, constantly shifting and evolving, as if demonstrating the rhythms of cosmic operation. Beneath the star map, several lines of unknown symbols flickered incessantly. Lin gazed at these characters. Although unfamiliar with the language, his extraordinary intellect instantly grasped the meanings they conveyed. It represented a mode of expression transcending specific linguistic forms, directly addressing the essence of information itself. He deciphered the few lines of text. Coordinate confirmation lost. Protocol ARC execution failed. They have arrived unstoppable. Warning, keep away from survivors, beware of observers. The information abruptly ceased. The star map slowly faded, and the small window of the metallic cube closed, reverting to its inconspicuous iron form. Holding the cube, Lin's earlier mockery and boredom vanished entirely, replaced by a genuine curiosity and a hint of gravity so faint that even he might not have noticed it. They? Observers? He murmured, casting his gaze once more upon the silent expanse of the Source Sea junkyard. Protocol ARC? Execution failed? It resembled a message in a bottle, sent forth from a long-extinguished, highly advanced civilization, culminating in a fragmented warning. Despite its brevity, the message exuded an ominous aura. Particularly the mention of the observer evoked memories of the Dimension Inspector who had attempted to analyze him, only to be silenced by his thunderous shout. Yet this felt like an entity of a different caliber altogether. Intriguing, Lin mused, weighing the indestructible metallic cube in his hands, a new smile, imbued with a sense of exploration, slowly gracing his lips. Xiaobai, let us not return to the Celestial Palace just yet. He leapt atop the dragon's head, his gaze directed deeper into the Dimension Sea. It seemed this tedious multiverse concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 46. Clouds of Observation and the Journey of Pursuit. Lin stood atop Xiaobai, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the cold, weighty dark golden metallic cube. The cube remained silent, showing no further response, as if the fleeting glimpse of the star map and the warning message had been mere illusions. Yet Lin knew better. Those scant phrases and the ever-evolving star map pierced through his gradually dulling spirit, which had become weary from invincibility. They have arrived, unstoppable. Beware of observers. Protocol Arc execution failed. These fragmented words echoed in his mind. What threat could compel a civilization capable of crafting such an indestructible metallic cube to issue such a desperate warning? An entity referred to as an observer, which survivors were cautioned to evade. This seemed to differ fundamentally from the Dimension Inspector he had casually crushed before. That inspector resembled a low-level programmer, while the observer mentioned now sounded more akin to a higher-level administrator, or perhaps even a developer. Intriguing, Lin softly repeated, this time with a tone less flippant and more imbued with earnest inquiry. Xiaobai, what kind of entity could cause a seemingly formidable civilization's escape plan, the Ark, to fail? Xiaobai's 3 dragon heads tilted in confusion, emitting a low, perplexed rumble. Its logic processor struggled to comprehend such a complex hypothesis. Never mind. Asking you is futile, Lin sighed, pocketing the metallic cube, which was remarkably sturdy, alleviating any fear of damage. His supersensory perception unfurled with unprecedented precision once more. This time, it was not a frivolous quest for amusement, but rather a pursuit with a distinct purpose: to trace the faint residual source frequency signals on the metallic cube and to decipher the coordinates embedded within the star map. This endeavor was far from trivial. The signal was so feeble that it nearly vanished amidst the dimensional background radiation, appearing sporadic, as if deliberately interfered with or worn down by the passage of time. Furthermore, the coordinate system of the star map was entirely foreign, necessitating intricate mapping and calculations against the coordinates of the current multiverse. For Lin, this only amounted to a somewhat challenging puzzle. He closed his eyes, entering a state of profound computation. Each fluctuation of the surrounding dimensional turbulence, every energetic characteristic of the cosmic bubbles, was captured, analyzed, and filtered by him. His mind became akin to a supercomputer transcending time and space, frantically processing vast amounts of data in an attempt to capture a whisper of ancient signals from the vast sea of sources. Meanwhile, Xiaobai floated silently nearby, its 3 dragon heads vigilantly scanning the surroundings, safeguarding its master. As time gradually passed, though time held little significance in such a realm, Lin's surroundings subtly warped due to the rapid operation of his thoughts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing within them. He had discovered an echo from an exceedingly distant source, nearly dissipated. He pointed towards a direction within the dimensional sea, where the colors appeared deeper and more ancient. The signal emanated from that vicinity, feeble yet seemingly correct in direction. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The coordinates were well concealed, and upon conversion, they seemed to lie outside any known galactic region, as if nestled within a seam. The coordinates he perceived did not point to a thriving universe, but rather to an exceedingly remote zone, a dimensional rift where nothing typically existed, a desolate area. The more untraveled the place, the greater the potential for secrets to be hidden within. Far from feeling disheartened, Lin's enthusiasm surged. Xiaobai, let's venture into this seam. Xiaobai emitted a low growl, carrying Lin as it altered course, accelerating towards the coordinates marked by ancient civilizations as a land of despair. This journey through the dimensions felt strikingly different from previous ones. As they approached the target coordinates, the surrounding dimensional turbulence grew increasingly tranquil. Yet the colors faded into a somber hue, ultimately transforming into a realm of desolate grayness. It was as if all energy and order had succumbed to slumber here, or had been drained by some unseen force. Even the sound of Xiaobai slicing through space became muffled and weak, as if absorbed by an invisible entity that siphoned off sound and energy fluctuations. The silence here was chilling. Eventually, Xiaobai came to a halt before an absolute void. Ahead lay no cosmic bubbles, no fragments of order, no swirling energies, only an endless stretch of absolute darkness from which even light seemed unable to escape. The target coordinates pointed directly towards the depths of this darkness. Is this the place? Lin surveyed the desolate void before him, his extraordinary vision significantly dulled in this realm. All he could perceive was a chaotic shadow, devoid of substance. Had he arrived too late, finding everything absconded? He cautiously urged Xiaobai to advance into the dark abyss. The moment they entered this region, An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped them. Not a suppression of energy, but an unsettling feeling as though countless eyes silently scrutinized them from the darkness. Xiaobai's sensory system emitted faint, intermittent alarms, indicating the presence of some unidentifiable, elusive observational fluctuations sweeping from the depths of the shadows, only to vanish instantaneously, too swift to be captured. Lin abruptly turned toward the direction from which the disturbances had dissipated, silver light flickering in his eyes. Had something been watching them? He was certain it was no mere illusion. The gaze was cold, pure, devoid of emotion, embodying the utmost rational observation, distinctly different from any life forms or abstract entities he had encountered before. He attempted to trace the fluctuations, only to find them utterly vanished, as if they had never existed. Just as he remained vigilant, the dragon head at the center of Xiaobai emitted a low whimper, nudging the darkness ahead with its snout. Lin followed its gaze and beheld, within the absolute blackness, some minuscule metallic fragments that almost blended into the backdrop. The material of those fragments was identical to the metallic block in his hand, dark golden, riddled with pores, and seemingly indestructible. He reached out to grasp several fragments of varying sizes, their edges marred by signs of being forcibly torn and melted by some horrific force. They lay cold in his palm, devoid of any energy response, as if they had been lifeless for eons. Lin lifted his gaze to the boundless dark void, a thought crossing his mind. Could this be the final resting place of the civilization that issued the warning? Had the so-called arc been torn asunder here? And what of the observer? His gaze swept once more across the eerie silence. Though the feeling of being watched had dissipated, it left behind a more disconcerting stillness. He felt as though he had brushed against a minuscule tip of a massive iceberg, with the vast majority still concealed beneath this endless, all-consuming darkness of deep space. It seemed he had not arrived too late. Lin murmured softly to himself, his eyes sharpening. Had he merely coincidentally arrived after the battlefield had been cleared? Chapter 47. Whispers of the Void and the Origins of Scar's Silence. Absolute silence. Lin and Xiaobai floated in the all-consuming darkness, surrounded by the cold. Lifeless remnants that shared the same origin as the metallic block he held. The ghostly sensation of observation flickered and vanished, leaving only an unsettling chill that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. They have truly cleaned up well, Lin muttered softly, his fingertips brushing against the jagged edges of the metallic shards. His extraordinary vision penetrated the cross-sections of the fragments, striving to analyze the traces of their rupture. It was neither the melting of energy bombardment nor the shattering from physical impact. Rather, it resembled a forceful deconstruction at the atomic level, a remnant left behind after being internally shattered by some incomprehensible power. It was a method of destruction that was unconventional and utterly thorough. The warnings from the unyielding metallic cube resurfaced in his mind. He urged Xiaobai forward, slowly delving deeper into the abyss of darkness. The further he ventured, the more pronounced the suffocating sense of void became, as if existence itself was being diluted and repelled by this emptiness. Xiaobai's energy fluctuations and life force appeared strikingly out of place here, akin to ink droplets dispersing in clear water. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the endless blackness persisted ahead. Yet, a subtle furrow formed on Lin's brow. He sensed that this void was not entirely devoid of substance. Beneath the profound silence lingered an exceedingly faint, yet ancient resonance. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but rather a scar imprinted upon the very fabric of space. It resembled the lingering pain of a colossal wound in the universe that had healed but still bore traces of its suffering. He closed his eyes, elevating his perception to its zenith, no longer seeking to see, but to feel the history of this void itself. Gradually, some indistinct and fragmented images began to materialize within his transcendent awareness. He perceived that this realm was not always a mere vacuum. In an exceedingly distant past, it had once harbored a civilization that flourished in prosperity, its technology, or some other form of civilization, reaching unparalleled heights. Their creations spanned the cosmic seas, even capable of forging that indomitable dark metal. Then they arrived. Their forms were beyond description, and it was uncertain whether they constituted a tangible existence. The only perception was of a pure, frigid erasure process, akin to a natural law. There was no war, no resistance, not even contact. That resplendent civilization, along with its stars, creations, and the very traces of existence, vanished as if erased from a chalkboard, in a manner that was unfathomable, irresistible, swift, silent, and utterly complete. The entire process transpired with a speed that defied imagination, possibly leaving no energy remnants for future observers. Only this forcibly hollowed expanse, where even the structure of time and space became extraordinarily stable, or rather, deathly quiet, bore witness to the magnitude of that calamity. The metallic cube, along with the remnants of information contained within, may well have been the last desperate message cast into the void by that civilization in its final moments, a solitary bottle adrift. Fortunate enough to remain unerased, Lin slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of gravity passing through them. He had begun to grasp the meaning of that unstoppable force. This was not merely a matter of overpowering strength. It resembled a deletion of authority. At that moment, the sensation of being observed surged forth once more with startling clarity. Closer than ever before, the source lay just beyond the darkness to his side. Lin and Xiaobai instantly pivoted. In the depths of the void, three luminous energies surged within Xiaobai's throat, while a silvery glimmer flickered in Lin's eyes, locking onto the encroaching darkness. Yet, it remained utterly devoid of substance. This time, however, Lin discerned far more. In the fleeting moment of observation, he acutely sensed the exceedingly subtle yet immediate fluctuations in the region's physical constants: gravitational constant, speed of light, Planck's constant. All the fundamental data underpinning the cosmos seemed to be read or calibrated with remarkable precision by some unseen force. It appeared that the calibrating entity was none other than himself and Xiaobai. It was as though an invisible inspector wielded a cosmic ruler, swiftly measuring their two anomalous parameters and meticulously recording the results. This sensation irked him immensely, such a covert presence. With a cold snort, Lin unleashed a fist into the emptiness of the dark expanse. There was no brilliance, no explosion of energy. Only the purest force pierced through the fabric of space. Striking that realm, boom, the dark void shattered like glass, violently distorting and reverberating. Countless intricate fissures in space spread like a web. The overwhelming power even disturbed the dimensional structure below, causing this desolate expanse to emit a groan of unbearable strain. Yet, after the strike, the rifts slowly settled. There was still nothing. No enemy emerged, no counterattack, and even the sensation of being observed vanished once more. Only the space where his fist had impacted lingered with a faint, almost imperceptible echo, a residue of cold logic, neither energy nor matter. Lin furrowed his brow tightly. This entity was more troublesome than any adversary he had previously encountered. It did not confront him directly, nor did it reveal itself. It merely lurked in the shadows, observing and recording like a specter. He recalled the Life Tribunal, the celestial factions, and even those formidable beings that, while powerful, were at least tangible and comprehensible. This observer's behavioral pattern was entirely distinct from any force system he had known. It resembled a mechanism, a program. Protocol Arc execution failure. Cautioned the observer. Could this observer be a cosmic-level cleansing program or a firewall? Was the annihilated civilization eradicated for attempting to execute the Arc protocol, a plan for escape or refuge that triggered this cleansing mechanism? And what himself had this anomalous variable, clearly exceeding conventional specifications, also been marked by this cleansing program? Gazing into the boundless dark void before him, Lin felt for the first time that the waters of this multiverse might be far deeper than he had ever imagined. An invincible force appeared to have encountered a foe of an entirely different dimension, one that did not engage in a contest of strength, but instead operated under a chillingly logical set of rules. Lin's expression, once heavy with seriousness, gradually transformed into a vibrant smile that radiated curiosity and a thirst for challenge. Playing hide and seek, are we? Enjoying the art of recording, I see. He gently patted Xiaobai on the head. Let's go, Xiaobai. This place is the scene of the crime. There's nothing more to behold here. We must seek out the elusive voyeur and uncover the server where he has established his domain. He disregarded the suffocating silence of the void, guiding Xiaobai as he tore through the dimensional barriers, departing from this graveyard of civilization. However, his objective had shifted. He was no longer content with mere amusement. He was determined to expose the cold logic lurking behind the scenes, observing and cleansing everything in its path. This journey seemed to finally point toward a mystery of considerable weight. Chapter 48. The Logical Trap and the Abyss of Data. Having departed from the oppressive graveyard of civilization, Lin maneuvered Xiao Bai at high speed through the interstices of dimensions. His current aim was no longer to seek random pleasures, but to trace the source of the residual, chillingly strange logic left by the observer. This task proved to be exponentially more challenging than tracking the signals of metallic cubes. The remnants of logic were not energy signals. They resembled traces of behavioral patterns, an anomalous data flow that defied the constants of the current universe. Almost seamlessly, it blended into the background radiation. Had it not been for Lin's extraordinary perception, it would have been utterly elusive. With his focus sharpened, Lin's super-intellect operated at an unprecedented speed, analyzing the minutiae of the anomalous trajectory. Xiao Bai seemed to sense his master's concentration, gliding smoothly through the dimensions without daring to disturb him. The pursuit continued for quite some time, traversing countless bizarre yet monotonous dimensional landscapes. The traces flickered intermittently, often vanishing abruptly, only to weakly re-emerge in another unrelated corner of a dimension, as if intentionally misleading him. At last, Lin halted before an exceedingly remote dimensional node, characterized by an exceptionally monotonous and stable structure. This node stood in stark contrast to the chaotic bubbles of other dimensions. It was remarkably tranquil, exhibiting an extreme simplicity and efficiency in its geometric beauty, as if crafted from pure mathematical formulas. There were no defensive forces at the entrance, nor any energy fluctuations, only a gentle, self-correcting, and optimizing light screen. The observer's traces ultimately vanished behind this luminous veil. A server room entrance? Lin surveyed this lifeless locale, a hint of intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth, as if it held a semblance of significance. Without hesitation, he urged Xiao Bai to crash into the light screen. The anticipated obstruction did not materialize. The light screen rippled like water, effortlessly allowing their passage. However, at the very moment of crossing, Lin felt an indescribable, frigid scan sweep over him and Xiao Bai, moving with blinding speed, attempting to read every piece of information about them. The biological and mechanical structure of Xiao Bai, the parameters of the energy core, even the cellular structure and energy levels of Lin himself were all subjected to a frenzied scan and recording. A flicker of silvery light danced in Lin's eyes as a formidable biological force field instantaneously severed the intrusive scan, reflecting it back. The hum of the barrier pulsated violently for a moment, abruptly halting the scan. It appeared that the adversary's database lacked any contingency plan for a scenario where the scanning target could not be read and instead interfered in reverse. As they traversed the luminous barrier, both Lin and Xiao Bai were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them. Contrary to their expectations of a steel jungle or a sanctum of magic, there were no signs of life. Before them lay an infinitely vast expanse of pure, white space, devoid of any visible boundaries. In every direction, there was nothingness, save for countless semi-transparent strands of varying thickness, constantly flowing with frigid data. These strands, governed by an extraordinarily complex, fractal-like pattern, intricately wove the very framework of this realm. The data ribbons flowed silently, containing an unimaginable volume of information. The celestial movements, the propagation of life, the rise and fall of civilizations, the fluctuations of energy, all the real-time data of innumerable universes was meticulously gathered, organized, and archived here. This place was tranquil, cold, and efficient, resembling an immense, autonomously functioning core of a cosmic database. At the intersections of these data strands, vague geometric structures emerged occasionally: cubes, dodecahedrons, Klein bottles, composed of light and shadow. They appeared to be automated management programs, dispassionately processing the flowing data, occasionally marking, isolating, or erasing anomalous data streams. Lin even observed a data stream representing a technological breakthrough from a minor civilization being flagged as a potential destabilizing factor by a suddenly materializing cube program. In an instant, the entire data stream was expunged as if it had never existed. That small civilization might have unknowingly lost its chance for a pivotal technological leap. Is this the lair of the observer? Lin surveyed the frigid, sterile control room, finding it even more tedious than facing a tribunal of life. Truly, a place devoid of allure. He attempted to locate a main control terminal or something akin to it, only to discover that there was no centralized control hub. All functions seemed to be distributed among the myriad data strands and geometric programs. He maneuvered Xiaobai, gliding freely through this ocean of data. The geometric programs exhibited no reaction to their intrusion, methodically continuing their tasks. Only when data streams passed near Lin did they falter momentarily, seemingly unable to process this enormous aberration, before they circumvented him and resumed their operations. They appeared to adhere strictly to preordained logic, devoid of intelligence and entirely lacking in emotion. "Hello, is there anyone in charge? I could use a conversation." Lin could not resist shouting into the void. His voice echoed through the pure white space, yet received no reply. Only the silent flow of data persisted. Feeling a wave of ennui, Lin raised his hand, carelessly grasping a data strand that flowed past him, chronicling the complete history of a particular star system, and he exerted a slight pressure. Crack! The luminous band, composed solely of pure information, was unexpectedly twisted and fractured by his bare hands. From the point of rupture erupted countless chaotic data fragments, scattering like electronic snowflakes in every direction. In that instant, it was as though he had disturbed a hornet's nest. The atmosphere of the entire pristine white space transformed dramatically. Those geometric programs, previously indifferent to him, abruptly turned their attention towards Lin. They lacked true heads, merely aligning their geometric structures towards him. Countless cubes, pyramids, and complex polyhedra simultaneously ignited with blinding crimson light. Alert! Alert! Detecting an unidentifiable ultra-high permission anomaly. Core database suffering physical layer damage. Maximum defense protocol initiated. Logic lock, execute. A frigid, emotionless, synthetic voice resonated throughout the space. It emanated not from a singular point, but from the very essence of the space itself. In the next moment, all the geometric programs aimed at Lin unleashed a barrage of white chains, constructed purely of logical symbols. These chains were neither energy attacks nor physical restraints. They directly engaged the very logic of the target's existence. They sought to forcibly rewrite, overwrite, and assimilate Lin, this anomalous variable, into data consistent with the database's rules. Countless logical chains instantly ensnared Lin and Little White. Little White emitted a terrified roar. Feeling its operational logic being forcibly altered, the connection protocols between its biological and mechanical components brutally compromised, even its loyalty directive towards Lin being overwritten. Lin too sensed a chilling logic stream, attempting to parse the essence of his power and define his existence, flooding into his perception like a virus. Playing games of formatting and permissions with me? Lin felt not fear, but anger. He loathed self-righteous administrators like them. Silver light flashed in his eyes as the invasive logic stream within him was instantly overwhelmed and annihilated by a more domineering and incomprehensible force. He even channeled his will back through those logical chains. Crack, crack, crack. The white chains, composed of pure logic, twisted, fractured, and collapsed into meaningless gibberish the moment they encountered Lin's counteracting will, as if infused with unbearable paradoxes and erroneous codes. The geometric programs that had launched the chains flickered violently, as if infected by a virus, their structures becoming highly unstable, with some even collapsing entirely into a chaotic flow of data. Error. Error. Unable to parse target logic. Target permission, level indeterminate. Exceeds highest definition. Logic weapons, ineffective. Initiate physical purge protocol. For the first time, the synthetic voice of the space bore a hint of urgency, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. The pure white background began to distort. The surrounding data light streams rapidly receding, the spatial structure initiating transformation, the temperature plummeting, as if seeking to exile him into absolute void. Simultaneously, an array of armed drones, constructed from enigmatic metals, began to coalesce around him. Their designs, though simplistic, exuded lethal potential, with their cannons shimmering ominously with the glow of disintegration rays. Was this never-ending? Lin had completely lost his patience. He disregarded the drones and the shifting space, inhaling deeply, concentrating his perception to its utmost limit. He then unleashed a roar that resonated with his indomitable will, echoing through the depths of his pristine white expanse like a final command. I command you to leave now. The sound waves did not merely traverse the air. They profoundly reverberated through the very foundational logic of this space. Thunderous roars erupted, sending the entire pure, white environment into violent tremors. Data streams flickered erratically, fracturing in chaos. Geometric programs collapsed in droves. The armed drones, yet to fire a shot, detonated in a flurry of explosions. The distortion of space was forcibly smoothed out. The chilling synthetic voice emitted a cacophony of harsh static, vanishing entirely. Amidst this apocalyptic tableau of data, deep within the wreckage of countless collapsing programs and data flows, a more fundamental and simplified sphere of cold light, composed of swirling zeros and ones, began to materialize. It appeared to embody the ultimate, most primal core of administrative authority within this database. Lin gazed at the sphere, a triumphant smile gracing his face, as if to say, at last, I have you. Shall we engage in a proper conversation now, concerning the observer, the cleansing, and what precisely you fear? Chapter 50. The data core and the chilling truth. The pristine data space lay in disarray. Fractured light bands writhed feebly like dying serpents, while the remnants of shattered geometric programs drifted like electronic snowflakes. The debris of the armed drones hung, suspended in midair, resembling abstract art. The core region of the universe's database was rendered nearly incapacitated by Lin's thunderous roar. Yet, the sphere of cold light, composed of countless swirling zeros and ones, continued to hover at the epicenter of this chaos, emanating a steady, emotionless glow. It seemed to be the solitary point of order amidst the turmoil, the final bastion of authority. Lin guided his vessel, Xiaobai, slowly to the sphere's forefront. Xiaobai remained vigilant, fixating on the sphere with a low, threatening growl emanating from its throat, clearly harboring deep distrust for this entity. Now, tranquility reigned. Lin scrutinized the sphere, his tone laced with sarcasm. Can we converse properly now? Or must I assist you in rebooting once more? The flow of zeros and ones on the sphere's surface quickened slightly, and a voice emerged, simpler and closer to the essence than the previous synthetic tones, utterly devoid of emotional fluctuations. Anomaly detected. Your existence exceeds all preset models. Your actions have caused a widespread disruption of the core database sequences. According to foundational protocols, you are to be eliminated with the highest priority. Eliminate? Lin scoffed, extending a finger almost to touch the surface of the sphere. You think you can do that? With your toy-like logical chains? Conventional logic weapons are ineffective against you. Confirmation. The luminous sphere candidly acknowledged, currently invoking a higher-level contingency plan. Error. No matching plan available. Your permissions cannot be defined. Then don't bother, Lin interrupted impatiently. I ask. You respond. If your answers do not satisfy me, I shall dismantle you, this heap of zeros and ones, and set you off like fireworks. The sphere fell silent, or rather, entered a standby mode. For a moment, seemingly processing this undeniable command. Query request received. Please inquire within the bounds of permitted permissions. Permissions? I am the very embodiment of permission. Lin scoffed. First question. Who are you? Or rather, what are you? Definition. Unit number 7. One of the sub-management units of the current multiverse constant monitoring and balancing system. Responsibilities. To observe, record, and maintain the stability of established physical constants and causal laws. And to eliminate potential imbalance factors. An administrative unit? One of many? Lin raised an eyebrow. Are there several like you? Confirmation. The system operates as a distributed network, comprising multiple units of equal and higher management, each responsible for maintaining stability across different quadrants and levels. Stability maintenance? Lin seized upon this term. So, the previously erased civilization, along with those marked for deletion, were all due to imbalance? Confirmation. The target civilization, codename Pioneers, exhibited a technological development rate exceeding the model's predictive threshold of 1374. Its ARC protocol involved high-risk dimensional leap technologies, posing a potential threat to the stability of the current cosmic bubble. According to Article 7, Clause 3 of the protocol, preventive cleansing was executed. The sphere's response was cold and utterly rational, as if it were stating a mathematical theorem. A potential threat? Just because of this? Lin felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. So, You act like antivirus software, simply deleting files you deem problematic. Similarities exist with 673. Maintaining overall stability supersedes individual existence. This is the highest principle. Then what is the meaning of their arrival? The warning left by that civilization. Lin pressed further. A minuscule delay appeared in the data stream on the sphere's surface. Insufficient data to fully decipher the warning. Speculation suggests it may relate to higher-level systemic maintenance or external scans. Access permissions for relevant information are lacking. External scans? Lin squinted. What do you mean? Are there entities beyond your system? The system is responsible for maintaining the stability of currently known multiverse constants. However, whether there exist other systems or states beyond the universe remains undefined territory with no related data. Occasionally, faint scanning signals from undefined territories are detected. Their nature is unknown and typically marked as low-priority background noise. The warning from the pioneers may be associated with an anomalous scanning signal, yet evidence is insufficient. Lin stroked his chin, sensing he had touched upon something more fundamental. This cold system seemed to possess its own cognitive boundaries. So, you are akin to the caretaker of a fish pond, tending solely to the matters within it, occasionally sensing something stirring beyond its confines, yet uncertain of what it is. The analogy possesses a certain degree of validity. Remarkably, the luminous sphere conceded to this crude metaphor. In the final inquiry, Lin gazed intently at the luminous orb and pondered. What am I within your system? The orb fell silent once more, its surface bustling with a chaotic dance of zeros and ones, even sparking with traces of logical discrepancies. Error, inability to define contradictions, energy level, exceeding measurable limits, nature of existence, violating 7,431 fundamental laws of physics, causal relation, untraceable, unpredictable, threat level, recalculation underway, error overflow, final judgment, supreme abnormal variable, uncontrollable, unpredictable, the system's greatest vulnerability. Recommended actions, no effective solutions. Status, pending. The voice of the orb exhibited a hint of stuttering and static, as if Lin's very existence was a profound torment to its logical framework. Pending? Does that imply that I am beyond your control? Left to linger? Lin chuckled, finding satisfaction in this outcome. He had essentially unraveled the nature of this so-called system. A cold and unfeeling automated management apparatus that upheld the established rules of the current multiverse. It operated on preordained logic, purging any existence it deemed a threat to equilibrium. The civilization that had been erased merely fell victim to its cleansing criteria. As for the observers and their ilk, they perhaps pertained to something even more enigmatic beyond the system. Well, this no longer concerns you. Lin lost interest in the orb. Such a mechanical entity, operating strictly by protocol, was hardly worth the effort of confrontation. He turned to leave. At that moment, the orb suddenly spoke again. Warning, abnormal variable. Your presence has triggered ongoing conflicts within the system as foundational logic. Such conflicts may lead to unpredictable chain reactions, including, but not limited to, localized rule collapse, disruption of causality, and attracting the attention of higher management units or undefined entities. It is advised that you regulate your behavior to mitigate system entropy. This sounded like a programmed warning, but carried an exceedingly faint semblance of algorithmically generated counsel. Lin glanced back at it, grinning broadly. Regulate my behavior? Entropy increase? What do I care? If your system cannot withstand the pressure, then let it collapse. At worst, I shall establish new rules. Having said this, he disregarded the frantically flashing orb riddled with error messages, steering his vessel, Little White, to tear through the recently mended fabric of space. Directly departing this frigid abyss of data, only the management unit numbered 7 remained. Grappling alone with the endless cascade of error alerts spawned by this monumental flaw amidst the crumbling ruins of data. Chapter 51. A brief respite on the return journey and subtle ripples in the backyard having departed the icy void of the data core. The surrounding dimensional turbulence became lively and vibrant once more. Lin piloted Little White leisurely through the bizarre corridors. Although his recent excursion through the data center had not encountered formidable adversaries, the revelations it unveiled were far more intriguing than dismantling 10 divine groups. A system of automated management, overseen by a cadre of inflexible program administrators, while outside, perhaps onlookers were gathered. Lin, stroking his chin, pondered that this multiverse was more intriguing than he had anticipated, It was not merely a realm of violence and conflict. He had no intention of delving into the undefined territories or challenging the entire system just yet, as it seemed a monumental undertaking that required meticulous planning. For now, he would bask in the sunlight to replenish his energy. Xiao Bai returned to the celestial palace. He patted the dragon's head, curious if the flowers in their backyard had survived. With a low growl, Xiao Bai accurately pinpointed the coordinates of the celestial palace dimension, tearing through space and carrying Lin within. Upon returning to Asgard, the atmosphere, tainted by Hela's malevolent power and steeped in an eerie silence, oddly evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin. It was certainly more vibrant than the stark whiteness of the data realm. He landed directly in the main plaza, startling the patrolling death soldiers into a moment of silent rigidity. Lin dismounted from Xiao Bai, his consciousness instinctively sweeping through the entirety of the celestial palace. In the workshop, Atrus appeared to be engrossed in his work with the Doomsday device and the unstable Sentinel energy sphere, the clanging of metal and the incessant hum of energy resonating in the air. Doomsday remained in a state of impotent fury, while the Sentinel energy sphere occasionally erupted with dangerous golden light. Yet Atrus's containment field managed to suppress it. It seemed intact, which prompted a nod of satisfaction from Lin. His consciousness shifted toward the living quarters. Hela was absent from her main hall, likely hiding in some corner, attempting to fortify her meager authority. And in the small, secluded chamber where Diana and Wanda resided. Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The atmosphere within the chamber seemed distinct from when he had departed. Diana, still clad in her simple linen gown, sat by the window, but her gaze was not directed at the lifeless scenery of the celestial palace. Rather, it bore a complex worry as she looked at Wanda, who was curled up on the thick carpet. Wanda was no longer the picture of utter desolation she had once been. Though she remained gaunt and pale, her eyes concealed a profound terror and trauma. Yet there was a flicker of vitality. She clutched a soft cushion tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, her body trembling slightly as if resisting some invisible dread. Her lips moved silently, seemingly repeating a word or name. Diana, cautiously holding a cup of warm water, attempted to offer it to her, her tone unusually gentle. "Drink some water. It's all right. You are safe here." Even she found a hint of irony in her words. Yet in the face of such a thoroughly shattered soul, her Amazonian warrior's stoicism inadvertently transformed into clumsy compassion. Wanda flinched sharply, startled by the sound. And when she raised her gaze to meet Diana's, the panic in her eyes lessened slightly. Yet she still did not reach for the cup, only curling up tighter. Diana sighed and set her cup aside, choosing not to press the matter further. She could sense Wanda's mental realm, a chaotic and shattered landscape ravaged by storms, where even the slightest provocation could precipitate a collapse. In recent days, she had scarcely left the side of this troublesome situation inadvertently cast upon her by Lin, vigilantly guarding against any self-destructive actions Wanda might contemplate, as well as preventing Hela from arriving to deliver her biting jests. Intriguingly, within this almost protective dynamic, the bond of shared suffering between the two women seemed to deepen. Diana perceived a more profound despair in Wanda than her own, igniting within her a flicker of residual protectiveness and sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, Wanda found a fragile sense of safety in Diana's clumsy yet steadfast concern, akin to a drowning person grasping at driftwood. Lin observed this scene with interest, surprised to discover Diana possessed a latent aptitude for caregiving. He stroked his chin, noting that Wanda had not been entirely rendered helpless, as she still exhibited some response. Although he was indifferent to such delicate emotional shifts, he found this backyard drama more engaging than he had anticipated, at least less monotonous. He withdrew his consciousness, disinterested in interrupting them or seeking out Hela. Leisurely, he strolled to a spacious terrace in the celestial palace, where a large stone chair, seemingly quite comfortable, awaited him, likely arranged by Hela to maintain her royal demeanor. He reclined into the stone chair, propping his legs up, closed his eyes, and began to bask in the artificial sunlight of Asgard. Though the energy was a far cry from that of a genuine star, it was better than nothing. He needed a moment to process the information regarding the system and the undefined realm, while contemplating his next course of action. Should he disregard that flawed system and continue seeking amusement across various universes? Or perhaps provoke another management unit to see what new intrigues might arise? Alternatively, He could attempt to engage with the so-called undefined realm. Thoughts flitted through his mind, accompanied by a long-lost thrill stemming from the encounter with an unknown enigma. Just as he drifted between slumber and wakefulness, savoring this brief respite, an exceedingly faint yet piercing surge of energy emanated once more from the dark golden metal cube nestled in his pocket. The pulse was fleeting, almost ephemeral, even more subdued than during his time at the refuse site of the Source Sea. Yet this time, the fluctuations seemed to contain a faint, new fragment of information, no longer reiterating previous warnings, but rather resembling a desperate coordinate that repeated incessantly. Lin's eyes snapped open, and he sat up in the stone chair, retrieving the metal cube. It remained cold and heavy, unchanged. However, he was certain that what he had just experienced was no figment of imagination. That once silenced message in a bottle appeared to have stirred from its slumber, having traversed the core area of the system, responding to some unseen stimulus, albeit in an exceedingly delicate manner. Where does it wish to guide him? What does that coordinate signify? Lin gazed at the metallic cube in his hand, then glanced at the illusory sky of the celestial palace. A new smile, brimming with curiosity, slowly blossomed at the corner of his mouth. It seems that finding a moment of tranquility is an impossibility. Chapter 53. Dimensional reefs and drifting echoes. The dimensional turbulence surged and roared around Xiaobai. Yet an invisible force field steadfastly held it at bay. Standing atop the dragon's head, Lin felt the dark golden metal cube in his hand grow slightly warm, persistently radiating a faint yet tenacious coordinate signal. This signal served as the sole beacon in the darkness, guiding the path forward. The scenery surrounding them had long transcended the conventional concept of the cosmos. They found themselves in the crevices between dimensions, a chaotic realm where rules intertwined and shattered. Bizarre colors flowed, collided, and extinguished in incomprehensible ways, and occasionally, one could glimpse massive, distorted shadows flickering in the distance. Ancient beings dwelling in the interstitial spaces of dimensions, all of which instinctively recoiled from the terrifying aura emanating from Xiaobai. Lin was accustomed to all of this, his attention wholly devoted to perceiving the subtle variations in the coordinate signal. The source of the signal was exceedingly distant, seemingly existing in a state of extreme instability. Sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, as if it might vanish at any moment. Where have we wandered off to? Lin muttered, surveying his surroundings. The dimensional structure here appeared remarkably thin and chaotic, akin to a tattered cloth that had been repeatedly torn and hastily stitched together, the very space exuding a fragile chill. Xiaobai moved swiftly, yet after traversing this strange expanse for quite some time, the landscape remained largely unchanged, with only the coordinate signal gradually and consistently intensifying. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a low growl imbued with warning. Lin raised his gaze to see the already chaotic dimensional turbulence ahead becoming even more violent, as countless fragments of shattered space, solidified energy clumps, and some indescribable remnants coalesced into a vast, slowly rotating debris field, or rather, a reef zone. This area emanated a potent aura of decay and death. Many fragments bore traces of twisted architectural structures or the remnants of ships, evidently originating from various civilizations, now lifelessly intermingled, forming a drifting graveyard within the dimensions. The source of the coordinate signal seemed to lie deep within this colossal reef area. Intriguing, Lin mused with a smile, patting Xiaobai's horn, signaling it to forge ahead. Without hesitation, Xiaobai plunged into the perilous reef zone, its robust body crashing through the enormous debris that could easily rend ordinary starships, unleashing a continuous thunderous roar. Some of the unstable energy clinging to the wreckage was triggered, erupting in dazzling yet lethal explosions, but not even a single scale of Xiaobai was disturbed. Lin's gaze swept over the shattered remnants, observing a plethora of peculiar technological artifacts, some even retaining faint magical fluctuations within their fragments. This place resembles a refused dump of a multiverse, a graveyard for countless failures and the remnants of extinguished civilizations, cast aside to fade into oblivion. Was the civilization that emitted the signal one of them? How did it manage to send forth a call amidst this profound silence? As the journey deepened, the surrounding debris grew increasingly colossal, some fragments rivaling small planets. The scent of death thickened, beginning to distort normal perception. As they traversed a region resembling a jungle of twisted metallic beams, Xiaobai hesitated momentarily. Ahead, an exceptionally large shadow obstructed their path. It appeared to be the wreckage of a colossal vessel, its design a bizarre fusion of smooth organic curves and sharp geometric angles that Lin had never before encountered. The material was neither metal nor stone. Even in such a state of ruin, the remnants of its astonishing technological prowess were palpable. However, it had long since fractured into several segments, its hull marred by immense gashes and traces of energy burns, as though it had been violently torn apart by some unimaginable force. At that moment, the vibration of the dark golden metal cube reached its zenith. The source of the signal lay within the main wreckage. Xiaobai lowered its altitude, approaching the fractured section of the silent giant. Inside the gap was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any energy response, only an absolute coldness and vacuum. Lin floated up from above Xiaobai. Hovering before the enormous wound, he casually tossed the metal cube and stepped inside. The interior of the vessel was a scene of post-catastrophe devastation. Twisted pipes, charred control panels, and bizarre, congealed liquids, alongside the carbonized and frozen remains of some long-lost souls. Those remains retained their last postures in life, struggling, running, or embracing tightly, ultimately transforming into eternal sculptures within this metallic grave. The metal cube detached from Lin's palm, hovering and emanating a brighter glow, as if a wayward child yearned to return home, eagerly flying toward a certain direction. Lin followed at a leisurely pace, navigating through layers of dilapidated chambers and corridors. They finally arrived at a relatively intact circular hall. At the center stood an elevated platform, adorned with long-extinguished crystalline interfaces and intricate patterns. The metal cube soared above the platform, its pulsating glow quickening dramatically. With a soft hum, a sound not from the cube, but from the platform emerged. A faint white light slowly illuminated a ring at the center of the platform, bravely resisting the surrounding desolation. A blurred, distorted, an intermittent holographic image began to coalesce within the glow. Rather than the anticipated form of an intelligent being, it resembled a constantly shifting mass, striving to coalesce yet perpetually dissolving. A complex geometric halo. This was likely the communication method of that extinguished civilization. A wave of thought, interspersed with considerable static and devoid of humanity, struggled to convey itself, yet Lin comprehended it directly. The confirmation of signal connection has triggered the highest alert protocol. They are unstoppable, devouring and assimilating all. Observers gaze from beyond the walls, recording the unfolding events. The energy of the surviving units is on the verge of depletion, warning to flee or await the inevitable end. Information is fragmented and chaotic, steeped in despair and urgency. The holographic image flickers violently, as if it may extinguish completely at any moment. Lin listens quietly, his expression inscrutable. The information mirrors what he previously gleaned from the cube and heard from the system administrator, albeit with heightened emotion. Just as the image threatens to vanish entirely, it appears to expend its last reserves of power, delivering a final, clear yet perplexing message. The seed has been sown. Seek the gardener in the soil of origin. Beware of the counterfeit. With those words, the holographic image fades into oblivion, and the platform's light extinguishes as well. The dark, golden metal cube seems to have exhausted its energy, dimming and clattering to the cold platform, transforming into a mere lifeless object. The circular hall plunges back into absolute darkness and silence, with only Lin's presence akin to an incongruous anomaly. A seed? The soil of origin? A gardener? A counterfeit? Lin picks up the lifeless metal, toying with it between his fingertips. Do the last words of a dying civilization always prefer to speak in riddles? He surveys his surroundings. The wreckage of this colossal vessel and the endless graveyard of dimensions, merely serving as the insignificant tombstone of that civilization. They left behind warnings, clues, yet ultimately changed nothing. So, what then is the so-called gardener? Another survivor? Or some form of countermeasure? Lin finds this affair increasingly intriguing. It requires more thought than merely crushing something, albeit not by much. He turns and walks away. It is time to leave this somber place. The next destination may be to seek out the so-called soil of origin. As for the gardener and the counterfeit, those encounters can be dealt with later. Xiaobai is still waiting outside. Chapter 54. a brief respite on the way home, having departed from the graveyard of silence. The chaotic flow of energy surrounding him now seems somewhat vibrant. Lin navigates Xiaobai, returning at a leisurely pace. The metal cube in his hand has fallen silent, transformed into a cold, heavy piece of scrap. Yet the riddle it left behind continues to swirl in Lin's mind. Seed, soil of origin, gardener, counterfeit. These terms, when combined, hint at a possibility that intrigues him, albeit one he does not fully understand. A civilization erased by the system, in its final moments sowing seeds, hoping for a gardener to cultivate hope in the so-called soil of origin, or something else entirely. And that warning about the counterfeit suggests the potential for imposters to disrupt. This is far more engaging than merely crushing self-important superheroes or cosmic deities. It at least requires a modicum of thought to interpret, akin to a treasure hunt. However, there's no need to rush. The signal has weakened to such an extent that the so-called primordial soil seems to be exceedingly distant, perhaps even beyond the customary dimensional sequence. He requires a moment to allow this body to thoroughly absorb and digest the energy recently acquired, particularly the peculiar remnants of data rules encountered while forcefully breaching the system's core. Although they pose no threat to him, deciphering them may yield deeper insights into the operational patterns of the system. Return to the Celestial Palace. He gently patted the horn of Xiaobai. The great dragon let out a low roar, altered its course, and tore through the dimensional barrier, gliding toward the coordinates of Asgard. Upon once again stepping onto the cold ground of the Celestial Palace, Lin instinctively unfurled his consciousness. In the workshop area, Aatrox seemed to have made significant progress in his research on the Day of Destruction. The creature was ensnared by increasingly complex energy shackles at the center of a force field, its roars now muffled and intermittent. Its massive form adorned with new welding marks and energy conduits, evidently repurposed by Aatrox as a living testing platform. The sphere sealing the energy of the Sentinel was placed within a nearby intricate apparatus, now stabilized considerably, though a hint of perilous golden light occasionally seeped through, only to be swiftly suppressed. Aatrox's cold electronic eyes continuously scanned both entities, seemingly contrasting and analyzing some data. It appears that this tool is rather handy. Lin withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. His consciousness shifted toward the living quarter-side hall. The sight caused his brow to arch slightly. Diana remained there, but no longer alone or merely guarding Wanda. She stood in the center of the small hall, wielding a training spear forged from the Celestial Palace's discarded metals and energy, poised in a standard Amazonian offensive stance. Her opponent was Hela. The Goddess of Death seemed to have merely passed through, yet Diana intercepted her. Hela wore her customary smirk of disdain and impatience, a chilling aura of death swirling around her, with black, sharp spikes flickering at her feet. You were merely absent temporarily. It does not grant you authority over this place, Goddess of Death. Diana's voice was clear and resolute. Despite her lesser power, her stance exhibited no sign of retreat. It is my duty to watch over that girl. I do not wish for unnecessary disturbances until her mental state stabilizes. Hela let out a brief, cold laugh. Your duty? Preposterous. Who do you think you are, Princess of Olympus? Here, you are no more than a prisoner and plaything, akin to the mad which you brought back. I shall go where I please and do as I wish. It is not your place to intervene. Or perhaps a few days of false tranquility have restored your laughable courage. This is not a matter of courage. It pertains to commitment. Diana stood her ground. At least I know that taking advantage of the weak is far from an act of glory. Glory? Hela seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke. Tendrils of black smoke swirling around her fingertips. The glory of Asgard has long since perished with my father. Here, power reigns supreme. And regrettably, Princess, you possess none at present. The atmosphere was tense, poised on the brink of conflict. Curled up on the thick carpet in the corner, Wanda appeared to be stimulated by the sudden surge of tension and energy fluctuations, her body trembling more violently. She pressed her hands tightly against her ears, her lips moving silently in rapid succession, while the chaotic crimson energy crackled around her like uncontrolled static, sketching distorted lines that subtly warped the very fabric of space. Diana noticed the unusual energy behind her, a flicker of anxiety crossing her gaze, yet she dared not turn around, remaining fixated on Hela. Hela, too, recognized Wanda's distress, a glimmer of wariness and deeper curiosity flashing in her eyes. She evidently recalled the bizarre sensation brought on by the earlier leak of chaotic magic. Just as the conflict between the two goddesses seemed poised to erupt, a languid voice suddenly resonated from the doorway of the side hall. "Quite the lively scene," Lin remarked, leaning against the doorframe, having observed for an indeterminate length of time. His expression remained impassive as his gaze traversed the two adversaries, finally settling on the increasingly unstable Wanda. His presence was akin to a bucket of icy water, extinguishing all impending energy in an instant. The aura of death surrounding Hela retracted sharply, the arrogance on her face transforming into a cautious restraint as she took a slight step back, her eyes lowered. Diana exhaled in relief, yet still gripped her training spear tightly, subtly positioning herself to shield Wanda further behind her. "My lord," she attempted to explain, but Lin interrupted her, displaying no interest in the unfolding narrative. He strode into the small hall, advancing directly towards Wanda. Sensing his approach, Wanda's fear peaked, the chaotic energy around her surging violently, expanding outward like a tidal wave, with Lin directly in its path. "Be careful," Diana exclaimed. Hela, however, watched with cold indifference, even harboring a hint of secret anticipation. Yet, as the reality-distorting chaotic magic surged within mere inches of Lin, it collided with an invisible wall, silently dissipating without even rustling the hem of his garment. Unfazed, Lin continued to Wanda, crouching before her. Overwhelmed with terror, she nearly curled into a ball, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. With a soft click of his tongue, Lin extended a finger, gently tapping her forehead. An irresistible yet gentle force surged within her, not suppressing, but soothing. The tumultuous magic within Wanda was as if caressed by an unseen hand, forcibly brought to tranquility. Her violent shivering gradually ceased, the extreme fear in her eyes giving way to a vacant emptiness and exhaustion, her body yielding as she slipped into unconsciousness. "All is calm now," Lin remarked, rising as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. He then turned his attention to Diana and Hela. "Is it truly worth quarreling over such trivial matters?" His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, yet this absolute indifference sent a chill down both their spines. Hela was the first to respond, her voice regaining its composure. "I was merely passing through. It seems your collection has become a bit overly anxious." She deliberately evaded the crux of the conflict. Diana pressed her lips together and set aside the training spear. Her strength was unstable and required tranquility. Lin's gaze shifted between the two, suddenly finding the scene somewhat tedious. This palace intrigue, reminiscent of a harem vying for favor, was amusing upon first glance, yet grew tiresome with repetition. With a lack of desire to engage in idle chatter, he raised his hand and began to inscribe in the air. Golden streaks of light flowed from his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into two intricate and chilling runes. Once formed, the runes transformed into twin streaks of light, one piercing Diana's brow, while the other shot toward Hela. Both women's bodies stiffened simultaneously, feeling an irresistible binding force imprinting deep within the core of their powers. It was not a deprivation, but rather an absolute command of prohibition. "Keep an eye on her, do not let her explode, and do not trouble each other," Lin casually instructed Diana, before turning his gaze to Hela. "You do not wander over here unnecessarily." His commands were simple and direct, leaving no room for dispute. Having concluded this matter, he turned to exit as if tending to a trivial household chore. "Oh, right." He paused at the door, seemingly recalling something. He turned back to say, "I may be gone for a while. Please behave." Without waiting for either to respond, his figure vanished. Within the side hall, only Diana, the slumbering Wanda, and the visibly displeased Hela remained. The air still lingered with a trace of chaotic magical energy and the chilling pressure emanating from those two absolute prohibitions. Diana silently approached Wanda, checking her condition and confirming that she was merely in a deep sleep, which provided her with some reassurance. She then looked up at the ashen-faced Hela. The Goddess of Death scoffed, dark mist swirling around her, yet ultimately refrained from taking any action, casting a fierce glare at Diana before dissipating into black smoke. The small hall returned to silence. Yet it was permeated by a significantly more complex sense of oppression than before. Chapter 55, Transcendent Perspective and Data Deep Dive. The false sunlight of the Celestial Palace could not provide genuine energy. Its languid and lifeless atmosphere offered a peculiar benefit for organizing thoughts. Lin leaned against the stone chair on the terrace, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the now utterly silent, dark, golden metal cube. Seeds, the primordial soil, the gardener of forgery. The dying civilization's last whispers resembled fragmented puzzle pieces scattered across his mind. The enigmas they pointed to were more intriguing than subduing those boisterous heroes or antiquated deities. Yet they were also more troublesome. Particularly, the concept of primordial soil sounded ancient and obscure, making it a challenging pursuit. Conventional dimensional leaps and mental scans proved inefficient for a search that might span countless epochs. He needed a more fundamental approach. He contemplated the cold, silent core of the system, the torrents of data flowing through it, chronicling almost all constants and events of the multiverse. If there were anywhere to unearth a clue regarding the primordial soil, that would undoubtedly be the premier database. Although the last time he departed, the Administrator Unit Alpha 7 seemed eager to eliminate him, the thought never deterred Lin. Breaking in once was an act of audacity, and returning a second time merely felt like a nostalgic revisit. However, this time, he did not intend to venture incorporeally. The place was rigid in its rules and monotonous in its scenery. Frequent visits could lead to ennui. Perhaps a different approach was in order. A notion surfaced in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to extend outward in a manner transcending physical dimensions. His perception pierced through the barriers of the celestial palace, transcending dimensional membranes, and once more encountered the omnipresent yet concealed. The external manifestation of the regulatory network system that underpins the operation of the multiverse. This time, instead of violently tearing an entrance, he subtly infused a strand of his perception, akin to the most delicate data stream, into the vast and boundless ocean of regulatory information. This was an exquisitely intricate maneuver, demanding utmost control over his power. He had to ensure that this thread of perception could connect to the system's network while remaining faint enough to mimic naturally occurring data redundancy, thus avoiding triggering the system's highest level of defensive mechanisms. He succeeded. Lin's vision abruptly transformed. He no longer observed the world through physical senses, but floated in an abstract space composed of endless streams of light and data symbols. Countless torrents of information surged past him. Each stream of light represented a constant record of a universe, event backups, and probability calculations. Vast and infinite. This was the foundational data layer of the system, cold, precise, and devoid of life. He attempted to navigate within it, wherever his thoughts directed. That strand of perception darted like a fish through the currents of data. He witnessed luminous nodes representing various universes being tagged, connected, and monitored. He observed certain anomalous data automatically flagged, analyzed, and even triggering cleansing protocols. He saw immense energy being channeled along predetermined routes to maintain equilibrium in necessary corners. The entire multiverse unfolded before him, presenting a starkly different, almost merciless mechanical tableau. What a fascinating perspective, Lin mused. As if he had become an observer detached from the fray, he began to introduce the concept of the primordial soil as a vague query into the data torrents. Instantly, a deluge of related information was returned. The vast majority was mere noise, references to primordial continents in the creation myths of certain universes, ancient appellations of a mother planet by specific civilizations, depictions of pure lands in religious texts, and even codenames assigned to unknown star realms. The data was overwhelmingly abundant and diverse, yet it was evident none of it was the target he sought. A more precise filtration was necessary. He attempted to incorporate keywords like extinct civilizations, alert protocols, seeds, and gardeners for secondary filtering. The data stream swiftly diminished, yet still, there were no direct matches. It seemed that the system's database did not contain an exact coordinate under the specific designation of the primordial soil. That extinct civilization appeared to have utilized some method to obfuscate or encrypt this information within the system's records. Or perhaps the system itself is actively evading or obscuring profound information in this regard. Its sensitivity to them and the undefined areas appears remarkably heightened. Lin, undeterred, began to adopt a different approach. He ceased his direct searches for nouns and instead endeavored to trace the historical data of that metallic cube. As a creation of that civilization, it must surely possess records of its manufacture and circulation within the system, potentially yielding some clues upon retrospection. This process proved to be rather laborious, akin to searching for the trajectory of a specific grain of sand amidst the vastness of the galaxy. The data was boundless, with a time span that could stretch over billions of years. Yet, his patience during this unraveling of mysteries was surprisingly resilient. The subtle data streams of perception scanned, filtered, and analyzed the convoluted information with astonishing efficiency. Time, in the realm of data, had lost its significance. After an indeterminate duration, he finally discerned an exceedingly ancient and nearly obliterated faint record within a multitude of chaotic logs. The record indicated that in a time long past, a batch of specially coded material streams passed through a certain peripheral node under system supervision, flowing towards several dimensions marked as low observational priority with stability yet to be assessed. The prefix of the coding for that batch bore a high correlation with the manufacturing code of the metallic cube. The record of seed dispersal? Lin's spirits lifted. He immediately locked onto the coordinates of those remote dimensions. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated around his perception. This was not in response to his previous intrusion, but rather a detection of the exceptionally efficient, unauthorized deep access to core data. Cold logical chains swiftly emerged from the surrounding data streams, entwining and attempting to confine and analyze this foreign perception. Discovered. Quite efficient. Without hesitation, Lin severed the connection between that perception and himself, opting for self-destruction before it was completely locked down. On the terrace, he opened his eyes. The sunlight of the celestial palace remained illusory, and it seemed only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet in his mind, several clear coordinates pointing to distant, remote dimensions were already imprinted. Although he had not directly located the primordial soil, he had discerned the direction where the seeds might have been sown. Following these clues would surely lead to some discoveries. He rose, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. This data deep dive had yielded commendable results. It was time to embark on his journey. Chapter 56. Desolate Coordinates and the Edges of Regulation. The lingering hum of data deep diving resonated at his fingertips, and the coordinates he had unearthed from the depths of the system were vividly etched in his mind. The deceptive tranquility of the celestial palace could no longer capture Lin's interest. The minor ripples in the backyard had long been cast aside. A new treasure hunt had commenced. With a flicker of motion, he appeared in the square of the celestial palace. Little White sensed the call, lifting its mountainous head. Golden dragon eyes gazing at him with a questioning intent. We are off to seek some novel amusement. Lin ascended to the dragon's head, casually transmitting a coordinate through sheer thought. The white dragon emitted a low growl imbued with excitement, having long grown weary of the desolate stillness of the celestial palace. Its massive tail swayed, effortlessly tearing through the fragile fabric of space, revealing a kaleidoscope of bizarre and ceaselessly flowing dimensions behind it. It carried Lin, plunging headlong into the chaotic spectacle. This journey felt distinctly different from all previous ones. As they approached the designated coordinates, the surrounding dimensional structure became increasingly tenuous and unstable. The vibrant colors faded into a morbid pallor, and the once tumultuous energy flows dwindled to intermittent bursts, akin to the labored breaths of the dying. Vast expanses of void occasionally appeared, devoid of any matter or energy, where even the fundamental laws of physics blurred, resembling an unfinished backdrop of a program. This place was nearly a forgotten corner of the multiverse, a fringe of rules. The white dragon had to slow its pace, cautiously sidestepping the areas where the rules were particularly fragile to avoid triggering a widespread collapse. Even so, the sparks generated by the friction of its scales against the thin energy were far dimmer than those experienced in a normal universe. Truly, this was an isolated realm. Lin mused, his gaze sweeping over a fragmented nebula, bereft of any gravitational influence. What primordial soil could possibly exist in such a place? Yet, he believed that the data excavated from the system's depths could not be erroneous. The long-extinct civilization, casting its final seeds here, must have had its reasons. Perhaps it was precisely this extreme environment that allowed them to evade the system's conventional surveillance and the gaze of certain unknown adversaries. Guided by the coordinates, they finally arrived at their first target point. What lay before them was not the anticipated continent or planet, but a far more astonishing sight. A colossal, motionless vortex, comprising an incalculable array of shattered matter, solidified energy, and incomprehensible geometric fragments. It presented an unsettlingly dark hue. The vortex itself was utterly still, as if time had been suspended here. It was so immense that its boundaries were unfathomable, quietly floating in the void between dimensions, exuding an ancient silence and desolation. There were no signs of life, no fluctuations of energy, and even the materials constituting it appeared strikingly unreal, like a poorly rendered projection. Lin's consciousness swept over this still behemoth, his brow furrowing slightly. His perception was greatly hindered and diminished here, as if this realm rejected all forms of observation. Could the seeds left behind by the extinguished civilization truly reside in such a place? The white dragon also seemed restless, disliking the atmosphere here, its claws anxiously scratching, sending ripples through the void. Lin floated up from the dragon's head, approaching the motionless vortex. He extended a finger, gently touching the edge of solidified, rock-like substance at the vortex's perimeter. The sensation that returned to his fingertip was neither cold nor hard, but rather an eerie emptiness. It seemed as though what was being touched was not a tangible entity, but rather an abstract affirmation of existence. At that moment, his supersensory abilities, inherited from the Silver Superman within him, detected an exceedingly faint rhythm that starkly contrasted with the surrounding desolation. It was neither a sound nor an energy fluctuation. It resembled the steady pulse of a heartbeat, extremely slow and delicate, emanating from the depths of this stagnant vortex. Had he not recently engaged in a profound dive into data, gaining a visceral understanding of the underlying rules of the system, he might have been oblivious to this anomaly. Something resided within. It was neither matter nor energy, but rather something embedded within the very fabric of the rules themselves. Could the so-called seed of that vanished civilization be not a physical entity, but rather an encoding at the level of rules? They were sown in the desolate fringes of these regulations, silently embedding themselves like parasites into the fragile foundational rules of the locality, slowly siphoning something or perhaps awaiting a certain moment. What then was the purpose of the gardener? To cultivate these seeds of rules? Lin found this conjecture intriguing. He endeavored to concentrate his perception further on that faint rhythmic heartbeat, attempting to decipher its structure. However, at the moment his perception sought to delve deeper into the vortex, the entire stillness of the colossal whirlpool, seemingly dormant for eons, suddenly trembled. It was akin to the petrified carcass of a colossal beast, abruptly infused with a minuscule yet sufficient spark of life to stir everything. Accompanying this tremor, countless motionless fragments and solidified energies within the vortex began to emit subtle, teeth-grinding friction sounds. Though the entirety remained still, something indeed had been awakened. Simultaneously, Lin distinctly sensed a cold, numbing gaze devoid of any emotional tint, emanating from the profound depths of the vortex, landing squarely upon him. This gaze bore no curiosity, hostility, or wariness. It was imbued with the purest, mechanical sense of confirmation. Soon after, an indescribable force of repulsion, directed against existence itself, materialized from the surrounding void, silently exerting its influence upon Lin. This force sought not to destroy him, but rather to efface him as if he were erroneous data that ought not to exist here, necessitating a return to default status. A subtle luminescence naturally emanated from Lin, isolating him from that bizarre repulsive force. He raised an eyebrow. A self-defense mechanism? No. It felt more akin to a form of automated regulatory rejection. Was his presence disrupting the extreme stillness of this place? He once again attempted to direct his perception towards the source of that cold gaze. This time, he perceived more clearly. At the very core of the vortex, there was not some monstrous entity, but rather an exceedingly intricate mathematical structure, perpetually annihilating and regenerating itself. It was a peculiar node composed of pure geometric symbols and logical gates, functioning with a chilling precision. It appeared to serve as a regulator of the rules within this stagnant expanse, or perhaps a sentinel. That gaze emanated from this logical node. It seemed that Lin's forceful probing had triggered some underlying protocol within it. Lin was intrigued. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward against the ever-increasing repulsive force that sought to erase him, drawing closer to the logical node with meticulous observation. The node's operation seemed to exhibit a slight, almost imperceptible sluggishness in response to his proximity. The cold gaze remained fixed upon him, the repulsion persisting, yet no further aggressive actions ensued. Its reaction pattern appeared rudimentary and mechanical, more akin to an automated program than a sentient being. It seemed to guard the stillness here, repelling all external variables. When the extinct civilization deployed its seeds, it likely required considerable effort to circumvent this barrier. So where were the seeds? His perception bypassed the sluggish logical node, delving deeper in search of any information characteristics akin to the coding of that vanished civilization. Perseverance bore fruit. Beneath the logical node, within the deeper folds of rules, he sensed faint traces, subtle yet originating from the same metallic block, seemingly dormant rule imprints. There were more than one, resembling slumbering eggs embedded within the very fabric of the rules. Thus, these were the seeds. They lay concealed here, unconsciously guarded by this primitive rule node, or rather, maintained in the extreme stillness necessary for their dormancy. Lin extended a finger, gently beckoning towards that direction, eager to retrieve one for inspection. However, just as his force was about to reach the dormant rule seed, buzz! The entire still vortex trembled with unprecedented intensity, as if he had touched upon the most sacred of taboos. The geometric structure of the logical node flickered wildly, the cold gaze sharpening to an alarming degree. Though devoid of emotion, the repulsive force surged dramatically, attempting to distort the very fabric of space-time around Lin, seeking to forcibly expel him. Simultaneously, Lin acutely sensed that from a distant realm, transcending this dimension, a grander, colder gaze seemed drawn by the violent disturbance, poised to descend upon this place. The system's monitoring network. Indeed, causing such a commotion at the fringes of these rules would inevitably attract the attention of that flawed system. How troublesome, Lin mused, his lips pursing. He was not keen on engaging with the system administrator again, especially not for a few seemingly unripe seeds. He decisively withdrew his power, halting his extraction. Instantly, the violent tremors began to subside. The flickering frequency of the logical node diminished, and the terrifying repulsion receded like a tide. The distant scrutiny of the system seemed to lose its clear target, gradually dissipating. The still vortex returned to its lifeless state, as though all that had transpired was mere illusion. Lin stood in the void, stroking his chin, gazing at the now tranquil vortex, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. How intriguing! Was it the seed's self-protective mechanism, or merely a safeguard set by the system? He meticulously recorded the coordinates and the characteristics of that logical node. Then, he turned and soared back to the top of the white dragon's head, eager to explore the next coordinate point. Chapter 57. Desolate coordinates and the trap of silence. The faint hum left by the data deep dive lingered at his fingertips, while his mind was vividly imprinted with the obscure coordinates recently unearthed from the system's depths. The false tranquility of the celestial palace no longer captivated Lin in the slightest. A new treasure hunt was about to commence. In an instant, he materialized in the celestial palace square. The white dragon sensed his call and lifted its mountainous head from slumber, its golden eyes filled with inquiry. It was time to seek some different amusement. Lin leaped onto the dragon's head, casually transmitting a coordinate direction through thought. The white dragon emitted a low growl brimming with excitement, having long grown weary of the palace's silence. Its massive tail swayed, tearing the fabric of space as if it were a fragile curtain, revealing a bizarre and tumultuous dimensional current behind it. Together with Lin, it plunged into that chaotic spectacle. This journey felt distinctly different from previous ones. As they approached the regions indicated by the coordinates, the surrounding dimensional structure became increasingly sparse and unstable. The colors were no longer vibrant. Instead, they exhibited a morbid grayness. The energy flow was no longer surging. It came in intermittent bursts, reminiscent of a dying breath. Vast expanses of void were encountered, where no material energy existed, and even the fundamental laws of physics appeared nebulous. This was almost a forgotten corner of the multiverse, a fringe area of rules. The white dragon had to slow its pace, cautiously avoiding those regions with exceedingly fragile rules to prevent triggering widespread collapse. Even so, the sparks generated by the friction between its scales and the thin energy were significantly dimmer than during flights in the normal universe. "We're a remote place," Lin remarked, his gaze sweeping over a fragment of a shattered nebula that floated with almost no gravitational pull. Could there truly be any primordial soil in such a realm? Yet, he believed that the data excavated from the system's depths could not be erroneous. That extinct civilization must have had its reasons for casting the last seed here. Perhaps it was precisely this extreme environment that allowed evasion from the system's conventional monitoring and the gaze of some unknown adversaries. Following the coordinates, they finally arrived at their first target point. What lay before them was not the continent or planet they had anticipated, but a sight far more astonishing. It was an enormous, motionless vortex composed of countless shattered materials, solidified energy, and incomprehensible geometric fragments, all presenting a disquieting gray hue. The vortex itself was entirely still, as if time had been paused in this space. It was so vast that its boundaries were unfathomable, silently suspended in the void between dimensions, exuding an ancient silence and desolation. There were no signs of life, no energy fluctuations, and even the materials that constituted it seemed incredibly unreal. Lennon's consciousness swept across this colossal, motionless vortex, and he frowned slightly. His perception was greatly disturbed and weakened here, as if this region rejected all forms of observation. Would the seeds left by the extinct civilization thrive in such a place? Xiaobai also appeared restless, disliking the atmosphere, its dragon claws anxiously scraping, creating delicate ripples in the void. Lin floated gently from the dragon's head, approaching the still vortex. He extended a finger, lightly touching a solid substance at the edge of the vortex, which resembled rock. The sensation at his fingertip was neither cold nor hard, but rather an eerie emptiness, as if he were not touching a physical entity, but rather a conceptual proof of existence. At that moment, his superhuman senses belonging to the Silver Superman detected an exceedingly faint rhythm that clashed with the surrounding silence. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but rather akin to a regulated heartbeat, extremely slow and weak, emanating from the depths of the still vortex. Had he not recently undergone a profound data dive, gaining a visceral understanding of the underlying rules of the system, he would have nearly failed to perceive this anomaly. Something resided within. It was neither matter nor energy, but rather something embedded within the very fabric of rules. Could the so-called seeds of that vanished civilization be not physical entities, but rather encodings at the level of rules? They were sown into the desolate edges of these rules, quietly embedding themselves like parasites into the fragile, foundational rules of the locale, slowly siphoning something, or perhaps waiting for something. What role did the garter play? To nurture these seeds of rules? Lin found this conjecture rather intriguing. He attempted to focus his perception more intently on the faint rhythmic heartbeat of the rules, endeavoring to decipher its structure. Yet, just as his perception sought to delve deeper into the vortex, the immense stillness of the seemingly ancient, lifeless vortex suddenly trembled. It was as if a long-petrified colossal beast had been infused with a trivial yet sufficient spark of life to stir everything. Accompanying this tremor, the countless still fragments and solidified energies within the vortex began to emit a subtle, teeth-gritting sound of friction. Although the overall stillness persisted, something had indeed been awakened. Simultaneously, Lin distinctly felt a cold, numb gaze devoid of any emotional hue, emanating from the abyss of the vortex and settling upon him. This gaze bore no curiosity, hostility, or wariness, only the purest essence of mechanical confirmation. Subsequently, an indescribable force of rejection towards existence itself emerged from the surrounding void, silently acting upon Lin. This force did not seek to destroy him, but rather to erase him, as if he were an erroneous data point that should not exist here, needing to be restored to its default state. A soft glow naturally enveloped Lin, isolating that bizarre repulsion. He raised an eyebrow. A self-defense mechanism? No. It felt more like an automated reaction of rule-based rejection. Was his presence disturbing this extreme stillness? He once again attempted to direct his perception towards the source of that frigid gaze. This time, he discerned more clearly. At the very core of that vortex, there was not some monstrous entity, but rather an exceedingly intricate mathematical structure that perpetually annihilated and rebirthed itself. It was a peculiar node, coldly operating, composed solely of geometric symbols and logical gates. It resembled a regulatory mechanism or perhaps a guardian of this still domain. That gaze emanated from this logical node, seemingly triggered by Lin's intrusive probing, which activated some underlying protocol within it. Lin felt intrigued. Instead of retreating, He leaned further into the intensifying repulsive force that sought to obliterate him, drawing closer to observe the logical node with greater scrutiny. The node's operation appeared to exhibit a slight, almost imperceptible sluggishness in response to his proximity. The icy gaze remained fixated upon him, the repulsion unwavering, yet aside from that, no further aggressive actions were taken. Its reaction pattern seemed rudimentary and mechanical, indicating it was not an intelligent being, but rather a preordained automated program. Lin concluded that this entity safeguarded the stillness here, repelling all foreign variables. When the extinct civilization deployed its seeds, it likely exerted considerable effort to circumvent this barrier. But where were the seeds? His perception circumvented the sluggish logical node, delving deeper, meticulously searching for any information characteristics reminiscent of the encoding from that vanished civilization. His diligence bore fruit. Beneath the logical node, within the deeper folds of rules, he sensed exceedingly faint regulatory imprints, akin to the metallic cube, yet more obscure, as if in a dormant state. There was more than one, like dormant eggs embedded within the very fabric of the rules. Thus, these were the seeds. Concealed here, unconsciously safeguarded by this primitive rule node, or rather, maintained in their slumber by the extreme stillness of their environment. Lin extended a finger, gently beckoning towards that direction, wishing to extract one for closer inspection. However, just as his power was about to touch the dormant rule seed, the entire still vortex began to tremble with unprecedented intensity, as if he had breached a core taboo. The geometric structure of the logical node flickered wildly, the cold gaze sharpening instantaneously. Though devoid of emotion, the repulsive force surged to unprecedented levels, even attempting to distort the space-time rules surrounding Lin, forcibly expelling him. Simultaneously, Lin keenly sensed a far more grandiose and frigid gaze, transcending this dimension, seemingly drawn by the violent disturbances here, poised to converge upon him. The system's monitoring network. Indeed, creating such a commotion at the fringes of these rules would inevitably attract the attention of that flawed system. TSK, troublesome. Lin grimaced. He was not yet inclined to engage with the system administrator once more, especially for a few seeds that appeared not yet ripe. He decisively retracted his power, ceasing the extraction process. In an instant, the intense vibrations began to subside. The flickering frequency of the logical nodes diminished, and the terrifying repulsive force receded like a tide. The distant gaze of the system seemed to lose its clear target, slowly dissipating. The still vortex returned to its former state of eerie silence, as if all that had transpired moments before had never occurred. Lin stood amidst the void, stroking his chin, gazing at the now tranquil vortex, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Quite fascinating. Is it the seed's self-protection mechanism, or perhaps a safeguard set by the system? He noted down the coordinates and the characteristics of the logical node. Then, he turned and flew back to the top of the small white dragon. Off he went to explore the next coordinate point. Chapter 58, The Silence Trap and the Storm of Rules Departing from that enigmatic still vortex. Lin steered the small white dragon towards the second coordinate point unearthed from system data. The surrounding dimensional turbulence remained thin and chaotic, exuding an unsettling desolation. Although he had not acquired a tangible object at the first point, confirming the dormant coding of the seed's existence in terms of rules was, in itself, immensely valuable. This heightened his interest in the second coordinate point. According to the data records, the direction in which this batch of seeds was sown varied slightly, seemingly pointing towards regions where rules were more active, or perhaps more chaotic. After flying for a while, the scenery around began to transform. Irregular crystal fragments, glowing and drifting in the void, emerged, colliding with one another and emitting brief yet dazzling arcs of energy. The folds of space became increasingly frequent and unpredictable, stretching and compressing as if in a region being incessantly kneaded by an invisible hand. The small white dragon emitted a low, warning growl, its scales slightly raised, displaying evident disdain and vigilance towards the environment. It had to navigate with greater caution, avoiding the suddenly appearing spatial folds and turbulent energy flows. Lin stood atop the dragon's head, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic expanse. His super eyesight pierced through many FA aids, revealing that the rules here were in a state of extreme instability and exhilaration, with various fundamental constants fluctuating randomly and minutely. In such a locale, Any stable structure would find it arduous to endure over time. Had that perished civilization sown seeds in such a place? Could survive? At last, they arrived at the general area indicated by the coordinates. Before them loomed a colossal bubble composed entirely of pure chaotic energy, perpetually expanding and contracting. Its surface shifted in color, filled with violent lightning, distorted light, and tearing spatial rifts. It resembled a living entity, enduring eternal torment in the form of an energy storm. At the core of this tempestuous body, Lin once again sensed the faint, similar rule imprint akin to the metallic block in the first coordinate point. Hidden in such a place? Lin found intriguing. This was far more radical than the stillness of the first point, representing an entirely different extreme. He gestured for Xiaobai to stop at a relatively safe distance, while he once again detached from the dragon's head and approached the energy storm. The closer he drew, the more intense the chaotic energy radiation and the disturbances of order became. The terrifying energy turbulence, potent enough to vaporize stars in an instant, battered against him, yet was effortlessly mitigated by an invisible force field. Space fissures attempted to engulf him, only to mend themselves as he neared, as if reluctant to stain themselves with his presence. He strolled into the heart of the tempest with an air of tranquility. Inside, it was akin to hell. Energy surged unpredictably. Fragments of order sliced through the air like daggers, while miniature time vortices occasionally flickered into existence. This realm was utterly inhospitable to any form of life or stable structures. Lin's gaze pierced through the layers of obstruction, locking onto the storm's core. There, instead of a logical node Guardian has seen before, resided something far more peculiar. A bizarre halo composed entirely of pure information, continuously replicating and annihilating itself. It seemed to serve as the engine of the storm, perpetually generating chaos while striving to maintain an eerie balance within it. Nestled within this informational halo was the dormant seed of order, subtly pulsating and becoming momentarily visible. A dynamic protective mechanism? Lin pondered. Perhaps it utilized the ceaseless chaos to obscure the seed's presence, while this very chaos might also constitute the extreme environment required for the seed's slumber. He endeavored to connect with the seed of order through perception, as he had previously. However, the moment his awareness brushed against the informational halo, boom, the entire energy storm erupted like a powder keg, unleashing a ferocity far surpassing anything encountered before. The halo flickered wildly, transforming from mere replication and destruction to a self-destructive frenzy, concentrating all chaotic energy and distortive forces, hurling them toward Lin. This reaction was far more violent and lethal than the logical node at the first point. Simultaneously, Lin sensed that the space surrounding him had been thoroughly sealed, the flow of time becoming exceedingly peculiar. Within the raging torrent of energy, there were even traces of targeted rule attacks attempting to directly dismantle the very foundation of his existence. This was not a mere rejection of an outsider. It resembled a meticulously crafted trap, specifically designed for formidable beings like him, who could find their way here and dared to touch the seed. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin's eyes, swiftly replaced by a chilling intrigue. So was the stillness of guardianship was one aspect, while the chaotic trap was another. The extinct civilization had indeed put in place numerous safeguards. In the face of an energy focus capable of obliterating multiple star systems and an array of bizarre rule attacks, Lin simply raised his right hand. There was no dazzling brilliance, no earth-shattering spectacle. All the surging, terrifying energy and distorted rules, upon reaching mere inches before his palm, collided with an insurmountable wall, not merely repelled, but seemingly drawn into an invisible black hole, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The storm continued to roar. The traps operated with fervor, yet all their assaults lost significance in Lin's presence. He stood there, indifferent to the tempest's fury and the trap's menace, as if he were an observer of a pyrotechnic display unrelated to him. Moments later, the information halo seemed to conclude that its attacks were utterly futile, abruptly altering its operational mode. All assaults ceased in an instant. Subsequently, the halo itself began to contract rapidly, dragging the seed of rules and the vast energy storm into a collapse inward. It was not an attempt to flee, but a final, thorough self-destruction. Even the seed was to be obliterated, leaving nothing for the outsiders. seeking to eradicate evidence? Lin chuckled softly. This time, he was no longer courteous. With a sweep of his left hand, an irresistible force instantly bound the frantically collapsing space. The information halo, the seed of rules, and the raging energy were forcibly frozen in that moment, halting all motion as if ensconced within an invisible amber. Time, space, energy, and rules were all forcibly suspended. Lin floated before the immobilized information halo, his finger effortlessly penetrating it to extract the dormant seed of rules. The instant the seed was removed, the frozen information halo and energy storm appeared to lose their core support, their structure beginning to crumble, yet still held captive by Lin's power, unable to explode, only able to silently and slowly dissipate into nothingness. Lin examined the seed of rules in his hand. It resembled a faint light, with complex geometric patterns constantly shifting within. Devoid of any consciousness or energy fluctuations, containing only the purest, dormant rule coding awaiting activation. At that moment, an anomaly erupted. Perhaps the removal of the seed triggered a deeper alarm. The already unstable dimensional space began to undergo massive chain reaction collapses. Countless spatial rifts materialized from thin air, connecting to form a colossal net that threatened to consume everything. The rules became utterly chaotic, shards of time splintered and scattered, and bizarre shadows from other dimensions began to be drawn in. This expanse was descending into a total collapse at the level of rules. Lin distinctly sensed not just the scrutiny of the system, but also another, more obscure and frigid gaze, emanating from an unimaginably distant and indescribable direction. Casting a glance upon this chaos, those gazes carried an inhuman, purely observational intent. Lin furrowed his brow and stowed away the seed of rules. It seemed he had attracted a bit too much attention. Without lingering, he flickered and reappeared atop the small white figure. It was time to depart. Xiao Bai, filled with impatience, let out a roar and forcefully tore open several obstructive spatial rifts, creating a dimensional passage that swiftly carried Lin away from the chaos of the obliterating void. Behind them, that realm ultimately collapsed into a vast, insatiable black hole, devouring every trace, including the remnants of the traps laid by the extinguished civilization. In Lin's hand, however, lay a warm, slumbering seed of order. Chapter 59. The return having departed from the realm engulfed in the disintegration of rules, the surrounding turbulent energy flows gradually fell behind, and the dimensional passage regained a semblance of stability, if one could even term the bizarre, kaleidoscopic scenery as stable. Xiao Bai moved with remarkable swiftness, navigating the interstices of dimensions as they journeyed back toward the celestial palace. Standing atop the dragon's head, Lin toyed with the newly acquired seed of order. It resembled a mass of solidified light, with intricate geometric patterns swirling slowly within, emanating an aura that was both ancient and incongruous with everything around it. Was this object truly the last hope of the extinguished civilization? Lin, feeling its intangible texture with his fingertips, attempted to decipher its structure but found its encoding remarkably peculiar. Deeply reserved, like a dormant volcano, solid and stable on the surface, yet harboring immeasurable potential waiting to be ignited. He recalled the enigmatic term associated with the gardener. It seemed that activating or nurturing this seed required specific conditions or keys. Mere infusion of power appeared ineffective, potentially leading to unpredictable transformations or even self-destruction, much like the trap they had just encountered. Intriguing. This demanded more finesse than simply shattering something. He stowed the seed of order away, suppressing the urge to immediately attempt to unravel its mysteries. There was no rush. It likely required more clues or the elusive gardener. As his thoughts returned, the coordinates of the celestial palace came into view. Xiao Bai emitted a low growl, tearing through the dimensional barrier and descending once more into the realm shrouded in the aura of death. Upon stepping onto the frigid stone floor of the celestial palace, Lin instinctively expanded his consciousness, sweeping across the entirety of Asgard. In the workshop area, Aatrox seemed to have made further progress on the transformation for the Day of Destruction. The creature was now secured by additional energy conduits and metallic supports, its roars reduced to a faint, mechanical sound, while unstable arcs of energy flickered across its massive form, indicating it was being forcibly twisted into some form of war machine. The Sentinel energy spheres continued to operate steadily within the instruments. The extracted golden energy being fed into another intricate analytical matrix. Aatrox's electronic eyes blinked incessantly, recording vast amounts of data with cold efficiency. The tools were being utilized with great ease. Lin nodded slightly. His consciousness shifted toward the living quarters. This time, the atmosphere in the small hall felt even tenser than before. Diana was still present, but instead of wielding a training spear, she stood defenseless in the center of the hall, her body slightly leaning forward, adopting a defensive stance. Her face bore a wary expression, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. As her gaze remained fixed upon the entrance, Hela did not step into the small hall. Instead, she leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her countenance adorned with that familiar, condescending smirk. An aura of cold, deathly stillness surrounded her, not overpowering, but rather akin to a silent intimidation. In a distant corner behind Diana, Wanda curled upon the carpet, appearing even more unsettled than before. She cradled her head in her hands, her body trembling slightly. The air around her was thick with a chaotic, crimson energy that writhed like frightened tendrils, uncontrolled and flickering, more vibrant and unstable than ever. A palpable tension of magical fluctuation saturated the atmosphere. Evidently, Hela's mere proximity, even while she merely stood at the threshold, exerted immense pressure on the already fragile Wanda, triggering ominous signs of the chaos within her spiraling out of control. Diana, it seems your role as a guardian is rather lacking. Hela's voice dripped with languid derision, mocking the inability to soothe her own captive. Her condition is precarious. She requires tranquility. Diana suppressed her ire, stating, "Your very presence is a provocation." "Oh, is this then my fault?" Hela arched an eyebrow, her tone laced with disdain. "Such a delicate toy. I was merely curious to observe whether she would indeed explode after that little commotion last time. After all, such power appears to hold a certain intrigue." Her words floated lightly, yet they sliced through Wanda's nerves like a knife. Wanda's trembling intensified, a muffled whimper escaping her throat, reminiscent of a frightened creature, as the crimson energy surged dangerously, crackling ominously. Diana's expression changed abruptly, and she turned sharply, exclaiming, "Wanda, calm yourself." Yet her words seemed to counteract their intended effect. Wanda abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with chaotic fear and an uncontrolled crimson glow. The chaotic magic surrounding her swelling like a tidal wave, ready to erupt. At that critical moment, a dispassionate voice cut through the tension. Lin's figure appeared as if conjured from the ether, silently materializing in the center of the hall, positioned perfectly between Diana and Hela, facing the impending chaos of Wanda while turning his back on Hela. His arrival bore no forewarning, yet was akin to an unyielding iceberg plunging into a boiling cauldron, instantly quelling all tumultuous energy and emotions. As Wanda's chaotic magic surged toward him, the moment it reached his presence, it was as though an invisible hand had seized her power, forcibly compressing it back within her. The impending explosion was ruthlessly stifled, leaving behind only the quickly dissipating crimson arcs in the air and Wanda's pained groan as the backlash of her own power rendered her unconscious. Collapsing once more into a semi-dazed state, Diana exhaled a sigh of relief, her body relaxing slightly, yet her gaze toward Lin's back grew more complex. Hela's posture against the doorframe stiffened momentarily, her mocking demeanor fading into a semblance of caution and restraint as she straightened her posture slightly. Lin did not even glance at Hela behind him. His gaze swept over the fallen Wanda, and then turned to Diana. "It seems that my previous words went unheard by all of you." His tone betrayed neither joy nor anger, yet the absolute indifference he exuded rendered the air nearly palpable. Diana pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Hela let out a soft laugh, attempting to ease the tension. "I was merely passing by, Master. Your collection appears more impressive than I had anticipated. Did I permit you to speak?" Lin interjected, not even bothering to turn around. Hela's voice faltered, her expression darkening in an instant, but more so out of trepidation. She lowered her head, refraining from further comment. Only then did Lin slowly pivot, his gaze drifting over Hela before settling on Diana once more. "I do not wish to repeat myself." He raised his hand, his fingertips shimmering with golden light. The two binding runes he had previously inscribed within their bodies now pulsed with warmth, serving as a reminder of the irrevocable decree they were bound to obey. "Keep an eye on her. Do not stir up trouble," he reiterated to Diana, then turned his attention to Hela, commanding, "You, stay away from here." "Yes," Diana responded softly. Hela's expression shifted, ultimately managing to squeeze out a single word through clenched teeth. "Yes." Lin found their underlying tension tiresome, dismissing their petty domestic affairs as mundane. He turned and strode toward the exit. As he passed by Hela, he did not halt, leaving behind a chilling remark that sent shivers through the Goddess of Death. "Mind your own thoughts. Should this occur again, I would not hesitate to appoint a quieter administrator for the Celestial Palace." With those words hanging in the air, his figure vanished at the corridor's end. Within the chamber, only the pale-faced Diana, the slumbering Wanda, and Hela stood at the doorway, her face ashen, nails nearly digging into her palms. An icy shroud of fear and humiliation enveloped the Goddess of Death. She glared at the direction Lin had departed, ultimately daring not to act, instead transforming into a wisp of black mist, silently dissipating into the ether. The small hall returned to its oppressive tranquility, with only the lingering remnants of chaotic magical energy in the air attesting to the calamity that had nearly unfolded. Chapter 60. The quiver of the seed of rules on the terrace of the Celestial Palace. The feigned sunlight provided little energy, but was sufficient to cultivate an atmosphere of languid stillness. Lin reclined in a stone chair, the seed of rules he had recently acquired floating delicately at his fingertips. A soft glow pulsed within it, intricate and ancient geometric patterns shifting slowly, reminiscent of a slumbering entity with its own logic. Pure power could not penetrate it. Brute force might only provoke its self-destruction, as the trap had attempted to do. Lin's consciousness, akin to the most delicate probe, circled the seed, scrutinizing its structure in search of any potential interface or activation point. Gardner. He mused over the term once more. Was it a specific individual? A particular energy frequency? Or perhaps a corresponding activation code? He endeavored to summon the vast power within him, akin to a sea of stars, simulating various known energy spectra, from the most fundamental thermal rays to intricate magical fluctuations. He even emulated a trace of the chaotic magic and the essence of the phoenix he had previously encountered, gently caressing the seed's outer shell. Yet, the seed remained unresponsive. The energies glided over it like a whisper across the smoothest mirror, leaving no trace and evoking no resonance. It seemed to respond only to a specific, singular key. Lin did not feel disheartened. Instead, he found the challenge even more intriguing. A gift that required a touch of intellect to unlock was far more enduring than those toys that could be easily crushed. He cradled the seed in his palm, heightening his senses to their utmost, ceasing to attempt a breakthrough through the energy layer. Instead, he began to perceive the exceedingly subtle rhythmic pulses within, reminiscent of the primordial cadence from the dawn of the universe. This perception demanded immense concentration, requiring his consciousness to sink into a state of near absolute stillness. Isolating him from the external world, time slipped by gradually. On the terrace, only the seed emitted a constant soft glow, alongside Lin's statue-like stillness. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of achieving a delicate synchronization with the core rhythmic pulse of the seed, a faint yet remarkably clear tremor resonated, not from the seed in his hand, but from within himself, emanating from the residual rule data of the system core that had been forcibly suppressed and was yet to be fully absorbed. At that moment, these two disparate rule fluctuations surprisingly produced an unexpected and fleeting resonance, like two distinct keys serendipitously touching different keyholes of the same lock. Lin abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant of resonance, the geometric patterns swirling within the seed accelerated abruptly, and its glow intensified slightly, though it immediately returned to its original state. That fleeting sign of activation was undeniable. The residual rules of the system could elicit a response from the seed. Lin promptly attempted again, actively mobilizing the fragments of system rules within him that had yet to fully integrate, carefully directing them toward the seed in his hand. This time, the sense of resonance became clearer. The light of the rules seed brightened steadily. The internal geometric patterns spun faster, even producing a faint, almost divine humming sound. It was no longer an inanimate object. It seemed to awaken slightly from eons of slumber, stirred by a familiar essence. However, this activation appeared to be incomplete. It glowed and resonated, but did not undergo further changes. It did not sprout, did not release information. It resembled a machine powered on yet lacking the startup command. What else was needed? Lin furrowed his brow. Was the residual rule data insufficiently complete? Or did it merely provide power, requiring the input of a specific password? The authority possessed by the so-called gardener? He continued to maintain the output of fragmented system rules, meticulously observing every subtle change in the seed. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Perhaps the peculiar resonance of cross-system rules was too extraordinary, or perhaps Lin's forceful application of system rules for external activation triggered some profound mechanism. The rule seed in his hand, faintly activated, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably with high frequency. Its internal radiance became unstable, flickering between light and darkness, and the humming sound it emitted was laced with sharp distortions. Subsequently, an unusually obscure, yet evidently hostile scanning wave surged from within the seed, akin to invisible tendrils, swiftly sweeping over Lin's body, traversing the entire celestial palace terrace, and even attempting to extend further afield. This wave was not a physical energy. It resembled an inquiry targeting specific rule characteristics and existential properties. A counterfeit, the last warning from a perished civilization, flashed through Lin's mind. Could it be that within this seed lay such a malicious trap? Upon a certain degree of activation, it would first conduct a discerning scan, and if the individual was not an approved gardener, it would. Before Lin could react the scanning wave, upon encountering the vast and intricate power system within him, which included, but was not limited to the Silver Superman template, remnants of chaotic magic, the essence of Phoenix power, and fragments of system rules, seemed to generate significant logical confusion and misjudgment, abruptly halting the scanning process. Then, the radiance of the rule seed suddenly collapsed inward, becoming exceedingly unstable, and the internal structure emitted a sound of unbearable fracture. It was about to self-destruct. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin's eyes, and he reacted with lightning speed. Absolute power enveloped the seed, not to suppress it, but to intricately stabilize its imminently collapsing rule structure, forcibly stifling the self-destruct process in its nascent stage. The light extinguished, the humming ceased, and the tremors vanished. The rule seed reverted to its previous state of silence, as if the heart-stopping events had never transpired. Yet, upon closer inspection, the geometric patterns swirling within appeared even dimmer and more intricate, as if a new layer of encryption had been added. Lin gazed at the now silent seed in his palm, his expression calm, yet his eyes deepened with contemplation. Quite intriguing. Not only could it discern, but an erroneous identification would also lead to immediate self-destruction. Its wariness was exceptionally profound. What exactly was that perished civilization evading? And why were they so certain that only the so-called gardeners could inherit their legacy? Did the term counterfeit refer to entities that might attempt to masquerade as gardeners? Or was it indicative of the system itself? The scanning wave, though fleeting, possessed an extraordinarily unique nature, bearing characteristics transcending ordinary dimensions. In that moment of emanation, Lin vaguely sensed that, from an exceedingly distant place, something had been subtly stirred, casting an indistinct gaze in his direction. But it vanished almost instantly, as if it were merely an illusion. Lin retracted the seeds of rules, rising to his feet and approaching the edge of the terrace, gazing down upon the eerie, desolate celestial palace. It appeared that simple attempts would yield no results. To unlock these seeds, to discover the so-called primordial soil, and to decipher the true meanings of the gardener and the counterfeit, a more comprehensive clue was essential. Perhaps it was time to seek out those coordinates that, like him, had seeped from the very depths of the system, pointing towards other remote dimensions. Or perhaps he should engage in conversation with that system administrator once more. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. There would undoubtedly be a way. After all, he was not lacking in time or power. Moreover, the process of unraveling the mystery itself served as a delightful diversion. Yet, next time, greater caution would be required. The gifts from the civilization of extinction seemed to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Chapter 61. Data retrospection and subtle glimmers. The wind on the terrace carried the unique chill of the celestial palace, failing to dispel the inquisitive intrigue etched upon Lin's brow. The intense reactions of the seeds of rules and their self-destructive tendencies felt akin to a perfectly poised feather, scratching at the nerves that had grown languid from invincibility. A forceful approach proved fruitless, while probing resulted in traps. That civilization of extinction had indeed fortified its defenses with impeccable precision. He once more mulled over the term gardener. It seemed that without identifying this pivotal figure, or at the very least comprehending the significance it represented, these seeds would merely remain an assortment of beautiful yet prickly stones. He resumed his seat upon the stone chair, not for rest, but to close his eyes again. This time, his consciousness did not venture into external dimensions, but rather delved into the vast, boundless realm of his own psyche. The recent experience with the data deep dive system, along with the peculiar resonance generated by the seeds of rules and the remnants of system regulations, offered him a novel perspective. Since the seeds reacted to the system's rules, albeit ultimately identifying as counterfeits and attempting self-destruction, this indicated an inherent connection between the two, whether it be positive or negative. The civilization of extinction must have left deeper imprints within the system, beyond mere records of obscured material transactions. Regarding the gardener and the primordial soil, perhaps traces could be discovered within certain ancient backups of the system, foundational logs, or even within data streams marked as redundant or obsolete. His consciousness once again simulated the characteristics of data interfaces, yet with greater caution than before, akin to a nearly imperceptible breeze, subtly connecting to the omnipresent network of multiversal rules. The vast expanse of data streams materialized before him once more. This time, he refrained from conducting a broad search, instead focusing on an area that was exceedingly ancient and close to the foundational architecture of the system. The data flow in this region was relatively sluggish, the information more obscure and difficult to decipher, filled with archaic protocols and coding methods long since abandoned, resembling a dusty heap of forgotten manuscripts deep within a library. Time seemed to stand still in this place. The records of the early transformations of the multiverse lay embedded like fossils. Lin's perception transformed into a wisp of nearly non-existent breeze, gently brushing past these ancient layers of data. He sought any structures reminiscent of the encoding characteristics of that long-lost civilization, searching for fragments of information that alluded to concepts such as gardener, cultivation, and origin. This process proved to be even more tedious and arduous than before. The ancient data was largely fragmented, with much of the information obscured or distorted through countless system upgrades and rule iterations, coupled with the necessity of exercising utmost caution to avoid triggering deeper defense mechanisms. Progress was exceedingly slow. Time became an elusive concept, until his perception glided past a data block, seemingly chronicling the nascent stages of a long-forgotten cosmic community. There, he detected an incredibly faint, yet strikingly familiar fluctuation. It was the unique rhythm of the seed of rules. Though exceedingly weak and nearly drowned out by the overwhelming noise of primordial data, it was unmistakably present. Lin immediately concentrated all his awareness upon it. What he encountered was not a complete record, but rather an incidental capture, an environmental fragment appended to the primary data stream. It resembled a photograph that inadvertently captured a blurred figure in the distant background while focusing on the main subject. This environmental data revealed that at a certain ancient temporal juncture, marked for archiving by the system, a collection of special high-dimensional information aggregates, whose encoding characteristics closely aligned with the seed of rules, had been permitted to traverse the system barriers, entering several specific, nascent cosmic communities in their rule incubation phase. Beside the log authorizing this passage, there existed an exceedingly ancient, nearly faded special identifier. The construction of this identifier starkly contrasted with all current administrative codes of the system. It was more intricate and possessed a certain unique vitality rather than mere mechanical logic. Adjacent to this identifier was an automatically generated, nearly indecipherable ancient annotation label. Lin concentrated his mind, meticulously deciphering the label. The label employed a long-abandoned system language, battered and fragmented, but through painstaking restoration, its meaning emerged. Cultivator Alpha Protocol Authorized Cultivator. Lin's spirit soared, though not entirely synonymous. The terms cultivator and gardener overlapped significantly in meaning. Could this Cultivator Alpha Protocol be the backdoor or access account related to the gardener, left behind by that vanished civilization? Did it once hold the power to approve the passage of seeds? He promptly endeavored to utilize the identifier of this cultivator alpha protocol as a key to reverse query its operational records and permissions within the system. However, the feedback returned was a void. It was not that records were absent. Rather, all pertinent records had been deliberately and thoroughly expunged, erased so meticulously that it left an unervingly smooth scar at the data level, as if the protocol had never existed at all. Only that incidental passage record, preserved as an environmental data attachment, had fortuitously escaped the purge. Intriguing, Lin mused. This was not a standard system cleansing procedure, but rather a highly targeted post-facto erasure. Who had executed this? In an effort to eradicate all traces of this civilization. Is it the system itself, or the entities referenced in the warnings of the perished civilization? What does the cultivator alpha protocol itself signify? Is it a tangible gardener, or rather an autonomous program, operating without oversight? The clues appear to sharpen slightly, only to become ensnared in deeper obscurity. Just as he prepared to delve further into the data scars in search of residual information, a faint yet acute sensation of being observed washed over Lin, instantly heightening his alertness. This feeling bore an uncanny resemblance to the distant gaze he had sensed earlier after activating the Seed of Rules, which had prompted the Seed-S scanning. Cold, numb, devoid of emotion, it conveyed nothing but pure, inquisitive observation. This perception did not emanate from within the system, but rather from a far more remote and indescribable exterior. It seemed drawn to Lin's profound excavation of ancient data, casting a fleeting glance his way, merely a glance, devoid of any further action, before it swiftly vanished as if it had never existed. Without hesitation, Lin accelerated the severance of his perceptual connection, more swiftly than before, meticulously erasing any potential traces that could be tracked. On the terrace, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. Indeed, not only was the system surveilling, but those entities beyond the walls were also observing everything within, especially when someone dared to encroach upon the deliberately forgotten taboos. He glanced down at his hands, as though he could still sense the lingering chill of that distant gaze. It appeared that this treasure hunt had quite the audience. Rising to his feet, he grasped the now obsolete metallic cube and the dormant Seed of Rules. He silently repeated the newly acquired name, Cultivator Alpha Protocol. Although the records had been erased, its past existence and the traces left in the system's foundation suggested there must be a means to uncover more. Perhaps it was time to shift perspectives, seeking not from the data layer, but from the realm of reality. What might those seed clusters, sanctioned by the Cultivator Protocol, have transformed into over such extensive eons in the newly birthed cosmic communities during their incubation period? Might there be further clues left by the gardener? He gazed at the somber sky of the celestial palace, a slow smile gracing his lips. A new destination had emerged. Chapter 62. The remnants of incubation and the whisper of dusk departing from the terrace of the celestial palace. Lin paused, not for a moment. The newly acquired clues regarding the Cultivator Alpha Protocol and the cosmic communities designated for the approved seeds served as a faint beacon, illuminating a new direction amidst the endless mists of dimensions. He summoned Xiaobai once more, this time without the need for elaboration. A clear thought imbued with specific spatiotemporal parameters was transmitted. The coordinates did not point to a particular planet or continent, but rather to a nebulous area, marked as an archived ancient cosmic community. Xiaobai tilted its head and emitted a long, penetrating lament that transcended dimensions. With a flick of its tail, it audaciously tore through the fabric of space, carrying Lin into the tumultuous realm of vibrant wonders. This journey felt markedly distinct from the previous two. As they approached the target zone, the dimensional structure surrounding them did not become thin or chaotic. Rather, it exhibited a peculiar sense of viscosity and renewal. The space was no longer fragile, but brimming with a potential that was soft, elastic, and not yet fully formed. The energy currents were no longer destructive torrents. They resembled the gentle amniotic fluid of a mother, nurturing all that existed. Colors transformed into soft, brilliant hues, as though everything were gestating. The flow of time in this realm seemed to differ from other places, moving more slowly and rhythmically. In this incubatory phase, Lin absorbed the essence of his surroundings. Grasping the significance of this designation, this cosmic cluster appeared to be in a nascent state akin to the swaddling of creation, with rules yet to be fully solidified, teeming with infinite possibilities and fragility. The extinct civilization had sown seeds in such a place, hoping they would assimilate into these emerging rules and evolve alongside the universe's growth. Xiaobai slowed its pace, its immense form navigating this soft, vibrant space with utmost caution, as if wary of disturbing something precious. As its scales glided through the expanse, they did not spark, but rather conjured gentle, rippling rainbows of light. Guided by the vague coordinates provided by ancient data, they finally reached the periphery of the target area. The sight before Lin raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. It was not the lively primordial nebula or nascent stars he had anticipated. Instead, he beheld an immensely vast nebula material, exhibiting an eerie state of stasis. It ought to have coalesced into stars and planets, yet appeared as though the play button had been pressed, maintaining the chaotic form on the brink of collapse from billions of years ago. The massive clouds of gas and dust remained in a tumultuous posture, yet they were frozen in place. Gravity seemed to have lost its efficacy here, or perhaps some force had forcibly interrupted its function. This region of the newly born universe, which should have been vibrant, appeared afflicted by a cosmic form of developmental stasis. Silence enveloped the scene, a stark contrast to the previous two coordinates, marked by an interrupted gestation. Lin's consciousness swept over the stagnant nebula, immediately detecting anomalies. Amidst the solidified gas and dust lay a multitude of exceedingly faint, rule-based imprints, akin to the seeds of the rules themselves, yet more dispersed and dissolved. Unlike the first 2 points, which had coalesced into dormant eggs, these resembled ink droplets diffusing in water, already spread out in an attempt to merge with the foundational rules of this nascent universe. However, this process of fusion had been forcibly interrupted and solidified by some external force. Who was responsible? The system? To eliminate these foreign variables? Or something else entirely? Lin urged Xiaobai deeper into the stagnant nebula. The further they ventured, the more pronounced the sensation of interrupted development became. They beheld primordial planetary systems, recently condensed into their fundamental structures, moments captured in the eternal balance of gravitational forces. Some of the most rudimentary chains of amino acids floated in the vacuum, solidified in the nascent moments preceding the birth of life. Everything was frozen in the instant when hope began to germinate. Ultimately, guided by the perception of Xiaobai, they arrived at the very core of this stagnant region. There, suspended, was an immense, irregular crystalline entity. It was not a product of natural formation. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, refracting the eerie luminescence of the surrounding solidified nebula, exuding a cold and absolute aura of artificiality. Its material bore a resemblance to the now-defunct dark golden metal cube in Lin's grasp, yet it was purer and more hollow, akin to a vessel stripped of its contents. Lin floated upwards from Xiaobai's head, approaching the colossal crystal. His fingers grazed its surface. Cold, smooth. There was no energy response, nor any internal structure, merely an empty shell. However, just as his fingertips departed from the crystal's surface, a faint hum, as if traversing billions of light years through the boundless expanse of time and space, suddenly resonated deep within his mind. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but rather a fragmented stream of information on the verge of dissolution, transmitted like a specter through the crystal shell's connection to the essence of order. The information flowed intermittently, rife with static, yet Lin strained to discern its meaning. The Alpha Protocol has been forcibly dormant. They have detected the activation of the purification program. Seed fusion has failed. The carrier has been stripped. A warning to the gardeners: do not return. The primordial soil is the finality. The message abruptly severed, akin to a signal brutally cut off, leaving no trace to be captured further. The vast crystalline shell, too, had entirely lost its last faint connection, becoming a true, lifeless entity. Lin hovered in the void, brow furrowed. The Alpha Protocol forcibly dormant? Seed fusion failure? Carrier stripped? They initiated the purification program? So it was. The stagnation of this region's development was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a purification imposed by them. The remnants of that extinguished civilization's contingency sought to root the seeds in the newly birthed cosmic order, yet their endeavor had failed. The seeds were severed from the foundation of order, along with the nurturing protocols that harbored their hopes, which were also forcibly rendered dormant. And this crystal, was it the discarded shell of the stripped carrier? Was the final message a last warning from the nurturing Alpha Protocol before it succumbed to complete dormancy? A warning to the gardeners not to return? What did it mean by the primordial soil being the finality? The last hope? The ultimate defense? An abundance of clues emerged. Yet the puzzle appeared increasingly fragmented. Lin's gaze swept once more over this desolate, frozen nebula, suspended in the moment of its birth. Thus, this was not the primordial soil, but rather a failed experimental ground. A desolate ruin, meticulously cleansed by its overseers. Yet, where lies the primordial soil? Does the so-called gardener still exist? He paused in silence before turning to soar back above the little white figure. It appears that to uncover the truth, one must inevitably navigate the labyrinth of that system, or those shadowy entities behind it. This game grows increasingly intriguing. Let us depart, he said, patting the little white creature. It is time to ponder how best to engage with that flawed system or its companions in our next encounter. Chapter 63. The abyss of data and echoes of the past, the chilling embrace of the celestial palace enveloped him once more. Yet it could not quell the maelstrom of clues and inquiries churning within Lin's mind. The hollow crystal shells within the remnants of incubation, along with the faint whispers transcending time and space, pointed with greater clarity towards the system itself and the hidden forces behind it. Mere dimensional travel and brute force seemed inadequate in the face of such profound enigmas. He needed to pry open the tightly sealed lips of that frigid system, or, at the very least, extract more fragments of the past from its vast abyss of data. Returning to the stone chair on the terrace, Lin refrained from futile attempts with the seed of rules, instead choosing to close his eyes. His consciousness sharpened, akin to the keenest drill, once more targeting the omnipresent web of multiversal regulations. This time, his aim was clear yet perilous, no longer focused on peripheral data or ancient backup zones, but directly aimed at the core log repository of the system, particularly those highly sensitive areas that might record anomalous interventions, external protocol conflicts, and large-scale purification events. He was aware that this was tantamount to breaching the system's alarm center, yet he required access to those meticulously guarded records. His perception transformed into a wisp of nearly imperceptible data specter. Drawing upon his prior deep dive into the foundational rules of the system and his innate immunity to certain regulatory traits, he deftly circumvented numerous conventional defenses, infiltrating the core area like a virus. The surrounding scenery abruptly shifted. No longer was it a relatively loose flow of data light, but rather a complex labyrinth forged from countless tightly encrypted, intricately nested regulatory firewalls and logical traps. Cold scanning beams incessantly patrolled, and any unauthorized access would instantaneously trigger the highest level purge protocols. Lin's perception navigated cautiously within, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. He leveraged the faint connection between the coding of a long-lost civilization and the system's rules, along with the disguise afforded by his body's incomplete digestion of residual regulations. As he painstakingly approached his target area, the process was excruciatingly slow and mentally taxing. Each step forward necessitated vast calculations and simulations to evade the lethal logical traps. Time became a nebulous concept, until at last, his zone fortified by even more robust encryption protocols and formidable dynamic firewalls emerged before him. The structural rules here were ancient and formidable, exuding an undeniable authority. The entrance flickered with a cold designation: Event Archive, Clearance Level 7 Alpha and above. This was the place. The core log repository, recording the highest level events of the system, stood resolute. Lin refrained from attempting to forcibly breach the nearly impenetrable final firewall. He paused, concentrating his entire awareness on the narrow seam between the firewall and the outer data exchange. No matter how secure a system, as long as it requires operation, there will inevitably be minuscule data exchanges. He resembled the most patient of hunters, awaiting the fleeting opportunity. Time flowed slowly on the data level. At last, a momentary fluctuation in data verification from the system's internal self-check provided a nearly imperceptible, ephemeral pinhole in the robust firewall. Now was the moment. Lin's perception surged like lightning, transforming into an exquisitely fine stream of data that plunged forcefully through the small opening. He succeeded. In that instant of intrusion, a deluge of vast, highly compressed, ancient information inundated his perception like a flood breaking through a dam. He beheld countless blurry and fragmented images and records flashing by. A silver civilization of unimaginable prosperity, where technology and magic harmoniously intertwined, touching the very essence of rules. The Cultivator Alpha Protocol was active, marking multiple nascent cosmic communities exhibiting beneficial rule mutations. Alert! Unauthorized high-dimensional interference detected. Source: undefined observer. Large-scale rule contamination report. Seeds undergoing unpredictable mutations. Fusion process reversal. Shadows of them loomed over multiple dimensions. Purification requests were denied. Warning: conflict exceeds balancing authority. Coercive directives issued. The Cultivator Alpha Protocol was forcibly put into dormancy. Command origin: unknown supreme. Purification program initiated. Codename Harvest. Target: all marked cosmic communities. Executor: Celestial Assembly. Visuals displayed. Colossal mechanical entities of the Celestial Assembly descending upon those nascent universes, wielding weapons of rules, tearing apart the fusing seeds along with the fundamental cosmic rules, stripping and solidifying them as if harvesting crops. The stripped rule structures were compressed, encapsulated, and transported to data voids. Alert! Survivable units detected. Tracking signal vanished towards the direction of the Source C junkyard. Final directive: all related records sealed, privilege elevated to 7 Alpha. Continuous monitoring of relevant rule characteristics. Any anomalous access must be reported immediately to the undefined observer. The information was immense, chaotic, and shocking. Lin's perception fervently absorbed all of it, attempting to piece together the fragments. Just then, an excruciatingly piercing alarm, unlike any before, struck through his awareness like a myriad of daggers. Warning! Warning! 7 Alpha restricted zone accessed anomalously. Illegal data flow detected. Threat vulnerability matched. Logic weapon activation. Erasure protocol initiated. Coordinates locked. Requesting intervention from the undefined observer. The cold, unfeeling system prompt echoed like a death knell. The entire core log repository's rule structure instantaneously transformed into a hostile and aggressive entity. Countless weapons, constructed purely from logic and potent enough to obliterate even multiversal deities in an instant, materialized from the data stream, akin to a frenzied swarm of bees, inundating Lin's perception. Moreover, an even more terrifying and indescribable force, not directed at energy or matter, but rather at the very concept of existence itself, descended like an invisible net, intent on erasing him from this plane entirely. What instilled the greatest sense of peril in Lin was the cold gaze he had glimpsed previously from beyond the wall, which reappeared. This time, it was no longer a vague observation, but bore the unmistakable intent of a predator that had discovered an intruder, rapidly closing in. There was no time to linger. Without hesitation, Lin detonated that intrusive perception. It was not a mere severance. He obliterated all information and power contained within it, leaving no trace to be followed. In the fleeting moment before self-destruction, he forcibly ensnared the last fragments of crucial data he had captured and surged forth from that deathly zone. On the terrace, Lin abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale, not due to the depletion of power, but from the dual strangulation he had just endured from the system and the outside observer. A peril far surpassing any previous battle. He even sensed a faint, almost imperceptible erasure force aimed at the concept of existence, attempting to trace back and affect his very essence. Though crushed instantly by his absolute power, it nonetheless surprised him. That malfunctioning system, along with its allies, indeed posed a genuine threat. He exhaled slowly, yet his eyes burned with a fiercer light. Despite the dangers faced, the insights gained were monumental. He swiftly organized the fragments of data he had narrowly salvaged. Purification program harvesting, Executor Celestial Group, the stripped rule structures transported to data missing. Surviving units fleeing to the Source C. Any anomalous access to be reported immediately to undefined observers. Thus, it was the Celestial Group that executed the purification, annihilating those nascent universes and stripping the seeds. Were they the system or its enforcers? And the stripped seeds' rule structures were sent to some location? Could the missing data point to the primordial soil or something else entirely? Did the surviving units refer to that metallic cube he had discovered? It had fled to the source seas refuse. Most crucially, any inquiry into this matter would be directly reported to the undefined observer. Lin gradually rose, gazing at the illusory sky of the celestial palace, as if he could penetrate dimensions to see those cold watchers. It seemed that unraveling this mystery in peace was utterly impossible. Now that he had been discovered, a cold and aggressive smile slowly crept across his lips. Next time, it would not be so simple as merely observing. Chapter 64. Target lock and silent killing intent. The wind on the terrace appeared to have stilled, absorbing the chilling silence emanating from Lin, a silence potent enough to threaten to shatter the very fabric of space. In the fragmented visions gleaned from the core log library, the image of the cold, merciless executors known as the celestial hosts echoed in his mind, stripped of their regulatory structure, leading to a reporting mechanism that ultimately pointed towards an undefined observer. This image gradually coalesced into a clearer, yet chilling tableau. The automated management system might merely be a frigid machine. However, the observers and the celestial hosts they commanded were undeniably the executioners. A once thriving civilization, countless nascent universes, were ruthlessly harvested and purified due to their perceived contamination or imbalance. Now, it was evident that he had been marked as a prime threat requiring eradication. Passive waiting had never been Lin's style since he had been discovered, and it was clear that the opposing force had no intention of coexisting peacefully. The best defense was to strike preemptively. Currently, the most suitable targets for his offensive were the celestial hosts scattered throughout the multiverse, executing purification commands. They served both as enforcers and as direct conduits of information. While individually they may not grasp the entirety of the situation, their colossal mechanical brains undoubtedly housed vast data regarding the harvesting processes, material flows, and even fragments of their underlying directives from the observers. Finding them and prying open their secrets was imperative. Lin closed his eyes once more. However, this time, his consciousness did not plunge into the ocean of system data, but ascended infinitely, transcending mere physical perception. He gazed down upon the vast multiverse from a perspective akin to the very essence of order itself. He sought a unique and potent energy signature, the cold, immense, and uniquely wave-like fluctuations indicative of the celestial hosts. Simultaneously, he attuned himself to those regions of the cosmos that bore the remnants of purification. Where the fabric of order had been shattered, these places likely still harbored activity from the celestial hosts, or, at the very least, bore the indelible marks of their passage. This process relied far more on his nearly limitless supersensory perception and computational prowess than on data deep diving. Countless cosmic sights and information surged into his awareness like a torrent, swiftly filtered, analyzed, and discarded. Time slipped away in heightened concentration. Suddenly, several remarkably distinct and powerful energy signatures from the celestial hosts were simultaneously locked onto across distant universes in different dimensions. Among them, two signatures were particularly robust, and the universe they inhabited radiated a familiar aura of forced distortion and fragmentation from purification. Clearly, they had just completed or were in the midst of executing their tasks. "It is you," Lin thought, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, he did not choose the two strongest targets. Instead, he turned his attention to a relatively weaker energy signature, seemingly in a state of patrol or readiness. Its location was also remote, with minimal interference. Engaging a solitary target was certainly more manageable than confronting two simultaneously, making it easier to extract information. Target locked. Lin rose to his feet, his gaze piercing through dimensions, settling upon the colossal mechanical entity in that distant universe, reminiscent of a planet. He stepped forward, his form not entering the dimensional passage, but vanishing directly from the celestial palace terrace. In the next instant, he traversed immeasurable distances across time and space, appearing silently, like a specter at the fringes of the target universe. Before him lay the cold, desolate expanse of interstellar space. Distant stars were sparse and vast. Muted nebula loomed like a shroud of death suspended in the vacuum. In front of that nebula, a colossal figure hung quietly, suffocatingly immense. The form of the celestial construct seemed forged from the most ancient silver metal, its lines cold and minimalist, embodying a geometric beauty laden with oppression. Its head bore no features, only a gigantic luminous mask that flickered with complex symbols. Its massive body was etched with incomprehensible ancient patterns, exuding a powerful force field that redefined and transformed rules. It appeared to be monitoring the nebula, mechanical arms, occasionally lifting to emit delicate beams of energy, scanning the internal structures of the nebula, as if evaluating something or awaiting further instructions. Lin's arrival elicited no spatial fluctuations, nor emitted any energy signature, as if he was always meant to be there. However, the symbols on the celestial construct's enormous luminous mask abruptly ceased their flickering and sharply turned towards Lin's direction. Despite Lin's concealment of form and presence, his vast existence was akin to a lighthouse in the night to the celestial construct capable of perceiving rules. Detected undefined high-energy presence. Rule structure analysis error. Unable to parse. Threat level assessment. Infinite. Executing eradication protocol. A cold, emotionless wave of mechanical thought surged through the entire star domain like a tangible shockwave. The celestial construct exhibited no hesitation or intent for communication. Its massive mechanical arm shot up, palm open, as an incredibly intricate geometric light array unfolded before its hand. Buzz, a pure white beam of light, potent enough to instantaneously reconstruct the laws of the galaxy and obliterate anything that defied its definition, tore through the vacuum like the whip of a deity, hurtling towards Lin. This strike transcended the realm of ordinary cosmic deities, imbued with the absolute authority and power granted by the system to execute purification. In the face of this terrifying blow, capable of shattering planetary systems, Lin merely stood calmly in place, even taking a moment to comment, "The manner of greeting is rather uninspired." He casually raised his right hand, gently pointing his index finger forward. There was no clash of light, no explosion of energy. The raging pure white obliteration beam, upon contacting the tip of Lin's finger, met an incomprehensible barrier, not being blocked or reflected, but as if it were entirely negated from existence, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never been launched at all. On that day, the colossal form of the divine assembly suddenly stiffened, with the symbols on its visor flickering erratically, clearly indicating that its logical core was unable to process the phenomenon before it, one that transcended all computational models. Error. Rule attack ineffective. Initiating final arbitration. Its enormous body began to emit a deafening metallic roar, with more energy patterns illuminating its surface, seemingly preparing to invoke more primordial permissions and powers. However, Lin had grown weary of granting it further opportunities. "How bothersome," he remarked nonchalantly, his figure appearing before the gargantuan visor of the divine assembly, as if by teleportation. Then, he extended a hand that seemed insignificant in comparison to the vast head of the divine assembly and gently pressed it against the smooth visor adorned with cold, flickering symbols. Warning: physical contact, inaccessible. The mechanical thought processes of the divine assembly abruptly halted, for within Lin's palm, an indescribable directive, one that transcended the realm of power, surged forth like a virus, forcibly injecting itself into its core processing unit in an instant. This was not a shock of energy, but rather an overwhelming imposition of rules, a crushing of existence. The gigantic form of the divine assembly trembled violently, its surface's flickering energy patterns wavering erratically, emitting a painful metallic distortion under immense strain. Its mechanical cognition spiraled into utter chaos and collapse, as all attack directives, defense protocols, and even the most fundamental logical operations were forcibly rewritten and erased. With his eyes closed, Lin's consciousness acted as the most efficient predator, ruthlessly sifting through every piece of information within the core database of the divine assembly. A torrent of data fragments flooded into his mind. Countless coordinates of universes, blueprints for various rule modifications, records of purification tasks, fragments concerning system directives. Target universe 77. Rule mutation degree 73. Execute stripping. Command received. Proceeding to Edge Sector 12 standby. Rule structure encapsulation transported to coordinates. Data encrypted. Supreme directive. All anomalies. Report to observation terminal. He had found it. Although most of the crucial data, particularly regarding their final destination, was highly encrypted, he had forcefully excavated information about the purification execution process, the intermediary coordinates for certain material transports, and, most importantly, the vague connection to the observation terminal. Just as he endeavored to further decrypt the encrypted data, especially the coordinates of that observation terminal. A chilling will, far more terrifying than the divine assembly itself, suddenly awakened from the depths of its core, akin to a triggered self-destruction protocol. Alert! Core data encountering forced decryption, initiating final purification protocol, erasing all data, detonating rule core, sending final signal to observation terminal. The immense form of the divine assembly erupted in a blinding crimson light, with internal energy fluctuations powerful enough to tear apart the fabric of space-time resonating within. It seeks to self-destruct, annihilating all data and its very existence in one sweeping motion. Simultaneously, an exceedingly obscure signal wave, bearing unmistakable coordinates, attempts to breach Lin's blockade, reaching into the unfathomable depths of an unknown dimension. How naive! Lin let out a cold snort, tightening his 5 fingers upon the mask with sudden ferocity. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering reverberated through the desolate void of space. The mask of the celestial assembly, impervious and capable of withstanding a supernova explosion, crumbled like fragile glass beneath Lin's bare grasp. Not merely a physical destruction, but also the erupting core of regulations within, the signals being dispatched, and everything else, were forcibly solidified, compressed, and ultimately collapsed into an infinitely small singularity, then completely obliterated. There's no explosion, no brilliance, no remnants. The colossal celestial assembly, as large as a planet, was silently and thoroughly erased from the cosmos, as if it had never existed. Only Lin remained, quietly suspended in the void, his hands empty. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of the recently acquired information shimmering within his gaze. Though he could not prevent it from sending a signal to the observation terminal in its final moments, the majority of valuable data was already secured, especially the transitional coordinates of several regulatory structural encapsulations and the faint yet undeniably existent connection leading to the observation terminal. Lin lifted his gaze, as if penetrating through endless dimensions, looking toward the cold and distant unknown indicated by that passage. A smile, devoid of warmth, gradually spread across his lips. I have found you. Chapter 65. The observation terminal and the cold, echo-interstellar dust drifted silently, leaving the space where the celestial assembly once existed shrouded in a void of chilling desolation. Lin floated in the vacuum, his mind swirling with the forcibly acquired fragments of data, the transitional coordinates of regulatory encapsulations, fragmented mission logs, and the most crucial, the indistinct passage leading to the observation terminal. This passage was not a mere physical coordinate, but rather a high-dimensional connection path, a direction based upon regulatory sensing. Conventional methods could not trace it, yet for Lin, this was more than sufficient. Having triggered the watchdog, surely the master would respond? A cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth, just the right moment for a greeting. He did not summon his companion, but instead, following that invisible connection, he tore through dimensions purely by will, his form blurring once more as he stepped onto the path leading to the observation terminal. This traversal felt extraordinarily peculiar. It was not a journey through the bizarre currents of dimensions, but rather as if he had sunk into a cold, smooth, and undisturbed undercurrent. Surrounding him was absolute darkness and silence, with only that sensing passage serving as the sole beacon, guiding him forward. There was no sense of time, no awareness of space, only an instinctive pull toward a central core. It was unclear how long this lasted, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. The sensation of traction abruptly vanished. Lin's steps came to a halt as he found himself in a realm that defied conventional description. Here, there was no distinction of up or down, no matter, no energy, nor even the typical conceptual dimensions of space. Instead, countless cold, pure geometric symbols and streams of logic surged around him like a cascading waterfall, perpetually generated and obliterated. Was this the observation terminal? It resembled a veritable core of information processing, a node situated deeper within the system, dedicated to receiving and analyzing anomalous reports. His arrival seemingly failed to trigger an immediate alarm. The space continued to operate according to its inherent, frigid logic. An endless torrent of information flowed forth from the void, ensnared, analyzed, and classified by those geometric symbols, before merging into an unfathomable abyss of data. Lin's gaze, though not in the physical sense, but rather a perception, swept across the tumultuous streams of information. He discerned that some of these streams distinctly displayed the blurred images and data of his recent confrontation with the Celestial Assembly. Although the information returned was fragmented due to the instantaneous annihilation of the Celestial Assembly, the unique energy signature and the traces of rule-breaking were being fervently analyzed by this terminal. Individual feature match. Maximum threat vulnerability 0. Behavioral pattern analysis. Highly aggressive. Rule violation incalculable. Related events. Traced to anomalous access of pioneer civilization residual protocols. Risk assessment. Exceeding all known thresholds. Immediate initiation of ultimate erasure protocol. Recommended. Request for access to rule weaponry library. Request to connect with observers. Cold, emotionless logical judgments continue to proliferate. Alongside the streams of information pertaining to him, a multitude of other anomalous reports from various corners of the multiverse emerged. One universe was slowly collapsing due to a natural rule defect. Another civilization had inadvertently touched upon higher dimensional technology, resulting in localized imbalance. There were even monitoring reports concerning other potential threat units, some of whose energy signatures struck Lin as vaguely familiar, reminiscent of ancient entities from certain universes. This terminal functioned like a frigid cosmic emergency room, incessantly receiving reports of ailments from various locales and conducting preliminary diagnoses and triage. The attending physicians, it seemed, were none other than the observers. Lin's presence was akin to a grain of sand introduced into a finely tuned instrument, although it had yet to precipitate a complete system failure. It had begun to incite localized logical disarray. Some analysis reports regarding him began to display contradictions and unreasonable deductions, with processing speed noticeably declining. He observed with keen interest how this terminal endeavored to comprehend and process his existence. At that moment, a colder, more formidable, an inhuman will began to awaken slowly from the depths of this space. It did not emanate from the terminal itself, but rather descended through it. From some indescribably distant realm, Lin felt the gaze from outside the walls, sharp and unprecedentedly close. The cold scrutiny descended upon him like a tangible spotlight, instantly locking onto him, the uninvited guest. No words were exchanged, no inquiries made. Only the most unadulterated directives, based on fundamental protocols, were at play. The surrounding torrent of logical symbols and geometric flows erupted in tumult. They ceased their analysis and coalesced into a pure, unyielding current of logic capable of rewriting the very rules of reality, an invisible behemoth bearing down upon the core of Lin's existence. This was not an assault of energy. It was a higher-order attack, on definition. It sought to forcibly categorize Lin as a logical fallacy that ought not to exist, aiming to eradicate him from the realm of rules entirely. Simultaneously, the chilling will that had descended extended its hand, wielding an indescribable force aimed at the essence of existence. Working in concert with a logical torrent, under such an onslaught, any being from the multiverse, even those of the life court tier, would likely be conceptually obliterated in an instant. Yet, Lin merely stood there quietly, faced with the overwhelming logical tide that threatened to unravel the fabric of cosmic law and the stripping of existence itself. A near sardonic smile crept across his lips. Is this all you can muster? He made no effort to defend himself, allowing the terrifying current to wash over him. The torrent of logic crashed against his being as waves batter ancient, unyielding rocks. It was not the rocks that shattered, but rather the waves that disintegrated into nothingness. The rules that attempted to define him as an error succumbed to self-contradiction and collapsed upon touching the essence of his absolute existence. The force aimed at stripping away existence was akin to attempting to grasp mercury. It could seize nothing substantial, only to be seared by the essence of his undeniable presence. Retracting quickly, the entire observational terminal quaked violently. Countless geometric symbols shattered and reformed, plunging the logical stream into utter chaos. The chilling will that had descended emitted a rare ripple of astonishment and confusion. It could not comprehend the phenomenon before it. All its methods, grounded in the rules and logic it understood, proved utterly ineffective in the face of this existence. Sensing the other's bewilderment, Lin stepped forward. With a single step, His presence surged like a supernova, wildly expanding in this realm of pure logic, forcibly compressing the existing rules and eliciting a mournful wail from the entire terminal. Overwhelmed by the strain, after observing for so long, his will struck like frigid thunder toward the descending force. Aren't you going to come down and play? The cold will fell silent for a moment, seemingly reassessing or communicating with a higher order of existence. Soon after, Lin sensed that the entity was not descending, but retreating. It appeared to have concluded that it could not resolve him here and prepared to sever its connection with this terminal, seeking to avoid further exposure. Trying to flee? A glint of cold light flickered in Lin's eyes as his will coalesced into an invisible giant hand, lunging fiercely towards the retreating icy consciousness. Yet, just as his intent was on the verge of contact, the entire observational terminal space, along with that chilling will, ignited into oblivion, vanishing from the edges in an instant. It was not an explosion, but a complete and utter self-erasure. Along with it, the very fabric of space, all the data being processed, and the connection to that consciousness dissolved into the most primordial void. In a bid to prevent him from tracing the source, the opponent resolutely self-destructed this crucial terminal node. Lin's giant hand grasped at emptiness, lingering before the rapidly expanding absolute void. He beheld the self-destruction unfold, its speed and determination astonishing. In mere moments, the once massive observational terminal, processing countless reports of cosmic anomalies, had entirely vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind only the purest essence of nothingness, devoid of even the concept of time and space. Such decisiveness, Lin withdrew his will, standing within this nascent void. Although he failed to seize the essence of his opponent, this encounter yielded an abundance of information. He confirmed the existence of the observers and their general hierarchy, witnessed their mode of attack, and acknowledged their absolute hostility and heightened vigilance towards him. More importantly, he sensed the fleeting emotion of the other side, though exceedingly faint and inhuman. The momentary astonishment followed by an instinctive act of self-preservation indicated that they were not mere cold machines, but possessed some form of consciousness and judgment. This was indeed intriguing. Lin turned, his gaze seemingly penetrating the veil of void, seeking the ripples that might arise from the destruction of a terminal hidden deeper behind the scenes. The game had only just begun. He took a step forward, departing from the profound emptiness, his figure vanishing within the dimensional rift. It was time to return and thoroughly digest the insights gleaned from this experience. Additionally, he intended to examine the transfer coordinates of those rule encapsulations to uncover the treasures they concealed. Chapter 66. The Transfer Isle and the Silent Guardian. The frigid void receded behind him, and the dimensional turbulence enveloped him anew. Lin stood atop the head of Little White. The resolute and chilling finality of the observational terminal's self-destruction lingering in his mind. The observers were more cautious and more protective of their lives than he had anticipated. However, this was of little consequence. The terminal was destroyed, yet the clues remained intact. From the data he had plundered from the core of the Divine Assembly, the most tangible gain was the transfer coordinates of those rule encapsulations. First, he would investigate there, where had the seeds, severed from the nascent universe, ultimately been transported. Perhaps there, he could find more direct leads concerning the primordial soil or the gardener. He transmitted one of the coordinates to Little White. This time, the coordinates were significantly clearer than those leading to the remote dimensions, pointing to a specific location within the normal dimensional sequence. With a long, resonant sigh, Xiaobai flicked its dragon tail, tearing through the barriers of dimensions, and embarked on a journey once more. This time, the sensation of traversing through the void was significantly more serene. The surrounding torrents of dimensions, though still bizarre and fantastical, exhibited a distinctly stable structure, akin to navigating a bustling yet orderly interstellar thoroughfare. After a period of flight, Xiaobai's speed gradually diminished. "Master, we have arrived," came the thought from Xiaobai. Lin lifted his gaze. Before him lay not the anticipated planet, space station, or artificial edifice, but a solitary, colossal structure suspended against the backdrop of the profound cosmos. Its entirety was a somber shade of gray, composed of countless massive modules conjoined in standard geometric forms, sharp-edged, cold, and unyielding, devoid of any windows, lights, or external features. Resembling an enormous, purely functional building block toy, Its scale rivaled that of a medium-sized planet, quietly floating there, exuding an aura of aloof silence that kept all at bay. Is this the transit station? Lennon's consciousness swept across the scene, immediately detecting anomalies. The exterior of this structure was enveloped in an extraordinarily potent energy barrier, its strength far exceeding the technological capabilities of ordinary civilizations, even imbued with the essence of a uniquely systematic reinforcement. The barrier was not entirely invisible. Under specific spectrums, it displayed a fluid, wave-like motion, tightly securing the entire structure. Within the barrier, there were no signs of life, nor any traces of energy flow, resembling a vast, cold metallic gravestone. However, through Lennon's heightened senses, he could faintly perceive, deep within the structure, a few exceedingly faint yet meticulously sealed fluctuations of order, akin to the seeds of regulation, but more refined, as if forcibly constrained and sealed by some powerful force. This is the place. Lennon commanded Xiaobai, wait outside, and with that, his figure vanished from above Xiaobai. In the next instant, he found himself outside the formidable energy barrier. As the barrier sensed his proximity, its surface rippled violently, emitting a deep, resonant hum, laden with warnings. A destructive energy capable of instantaneously vaporizing a star coalesced within the barrier, locking onto Lin In. Ignoring the warning, Lin In extended his finger and gently touched the flowing barrier. With a soft pop, akin to bursting a soap bubble, the formidable barrier, which could withstand the impacts of galactic warfare, collapsed instantaneously upon contact with his fingertip, as if encountering its nemesis. The energy receded like a retreating tide, revealing a vast opening sufficient for his passage. The immense metallic structure beyond the barrier lay exposed before him, unguarded. Linen stepped inside, and the breach behind him swiftly sealed as if it had never been breached. Inside was a vast, suffocatingly enclosed space. The towering dome seemed endless, and beneath his feet lay a cold, seamless metallic floor. The air was frigid and arid, devoid of any scent. The surrounding silence was haunting, with only the faint echo of his footsteps resonating throughout the immense chamber. It resembled a vast warehouse, yet it was utterly devoid of any substance. His consciousness seeped through the structure like mercury, swiftly permeating its entire framework. The interior was labyrinthine in complexity, filled with various mechanical contraptions and energy conduits that he could not comprehend. Most lay dormant, as if they had slumbered for eons. His objective was clear, directing him towards the core region where the sealed fluctuations of rules resided. As he traversed through massive gates, each several dozen meters thick and sliding open automatically, the surroundings began to transform. More facilities designed for confinement and restriction emerged. Colossal energy field generators, intricate beam shackles, and devices emanating peculiar waves that seemed capable of interfering with the very essence of rules. At last, he arrived at the core area. It was an immensely expansive circular hall. At its center floated 3 enormous cubical cages, constructed of a transparent energy containment field. Within each cage, a tumultuous, writhing mass of light was sealed. The luminosity within bore a striking resemblance to the seeds of rules, with continually shifting geometric patterns, yet their scale, complexity, and vibrancy far surpassed the dormant seed in Lin's possession. They appeared as though they had been forcibly extracted from some nurturing cradle, alive and filled with anguish and fury. The embodiments of rules, they violently collided against the inner walls of the energy cages, each impact causing the cages to flicker and emit an unbearable hum. The entire hall was suffused with their frenzied and desperate rule fluctuations. Was this the encapsulated essence of rules awaiting transport after being stripped away? As Lin gazed at the 3 chaotic beams of light, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. They were not lifeless objects, but rather living, imprisoned aggregates of rules. It seemed that purification was far from a mere eradication. It resembled more of a harvesting and storage process. His gaze swept across the hall's periphery, where stood dozens of colossal metallic giants, resembling statues. Their forms bore some resemblance to celestial beings, yet they were more cumbersome and singular, adorned with an array of sensors and weapon interfaces akin to loyal jailers, standing immobile as sentinels of the cages. The moment Lin stepped into the hall, The sensors in the eyes of these metal giants ignited with a crimson glow. Warning: unauthorized individual has breached the core restricted zone. Identity verification failed. Highest threat level detected. Executing extermination protocol. Protect the encapsulated entities. A chilling mechanical, synthesized voice reverberated throughout the hall. Dozens of metallic giants sprang into action simultaneously, emitting a deafening cacophony of metal grinding against metal. They raised their arms, which swiftly transformed to reveal dark, ominous cannon barrels, where terrifying energy coalesced, instantly locking onto Lin. Virum, Virum, Virum. Dozens of high-energy particle beams, capable of evaporating continental shelves in an instant, shot towards Lin like a torrential downpour of death, sealing off all avenues of escape. The attacks of these guardians were merciless and executed with remarkable coordination, clearly designed to counter any formidable entity attempting to plunder this domain. Faced with a concentrated assault capable of annihilating an ordinary celestial deity, Lin merely furrowed his brow in impatience. The cacophony was tiresome. He did not even make a move. The high-energy particle beams directed towards him collided with an imperceptible barrier, neither exploding nor deviating, but rather vanishing as if cast into another dimension, disappearing without a trace. The sensors of the metallic giants flickered frantically, clearly unable to comprehend the phenomenon before them. Attack ineffective. Switching to regulatory weaponry. Initiating spatial lock. Engaging existence anchoring. The giant's weapons morphed once more, emanating waves of distorted space, seeking to confine Lin entirely and dismantle his existence with some targeted regulatory weaponry. At last, Lin moved. He lifted his right foot and gently stomped on the ground. Thud! A profound sound, akin to a resounding beat upon the cosmic drum, radiated from his point of impact, spreading wildly throughout the hall and beyond into the external structure. This was not a physical vibration, but an absolute command on a regulatory level. Crack, crack, crack. All energy weapons in operation, spatial locks, and existence anchoring devices within the hall. Every facility attempting to attack or confine him were instantaneously subjected to an absolute directive of stasis and destruction, erupting in plumes of smoke and showers of sparks before falling silent, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. The dozens of metallic giants, as if drained of all energy, witnessed the crimson glow in their eyes extinguish in an instant. Their weapon-laden arms drooped feebly, their colossal forms stiffened in place, reverting to cold statues, even more lifeless than before. The entire hall plunged back into an oppressive silence. Only the three energy cages remained, within which the encapsulated regulations relentlessly battered against the inner walls, emitting a desperate hum. Lin strolled towards one of the cages, intrigued by the violent struggle of the regulatory light within. Experiencing up close, he could truly appreciate the almost ferocious vitality and a long-suppressed fury contained within. They yearned for freedom, a return to the ocean of regulations. He extended a finger, touching the energy cage. The brilliance of the cage flickered violently, as if attempting to resist, yet upon contact with his fingertip, it parted like gentle water, revealing an opening. The regulatory light within hesitated, seemingly incredulous at the vanishing confinement, and then emitted a piercing, soul-rending shriek, transforming into a cascading torrent of light that surged toward the gap. It sought to escape. However, just as it was about to burst through the opening, Lin merely cast a calm glance at it. The cascading torrent of orderly light collided with an invisible wall, infinitely sturdier than any prison cell, and was abruptly rebounded, coalescing once more into a struggling orb of light within the confines of its cage. Yet its radiance had significantly dimmed, emanating waves of uncertainty and trepidation. "Be still," Lin uttered in a calm tone. The orb of orderly light seemed to comprehend, quivering violently before gradually calming down. Although still rife with unease, it no longer dared to lash out recklessly, retreating to the corner of the cage and flickering faintly. Lin replicated this approach, examining the other two cages. The reactions of the encapsulated entities mirrored the first. Under the suppression of his absolute power, they too became momentarily docile. It appeared these severed seeds possessed not a complete absence of consciousness. Rather, their awareness was more akin to the very essence of order itself, primal and instinctive. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he surveyed the three imprisoned entities of order. casting a glance at the surrounding remnants of shattered sentinels and the desolate transfer station. Thus, this was merely a temporary repository, where these encapsulations awaited transport to their ultimate destination. Would that destination be the primordial soil, or perhaps some other place? From the data he had plundered, he understood that the transport directives and final coordinates were highly encrypted and subject to dynamic changes, only to be temporarily received by the divine assembly tasked with the transport mission. It seemed that to trace the threads further, he would need to wait for a significant entity from the divine assembly responsible for receiving the encapsulated entities. A faint smile graced Lin's lips. Patience was key. He casually dragged a piece of wreckage from the shattered metallic giants, melting it with a heated gaze into a simple chair, comfortably seating himself to face the 3 flickering cages, like a patient hunter awaiting the next delivery of prey. Chapter 67. Waiting for the rabbit and the delivery in the stillness of the core hall of the transfer station, time seemed to freeze. Lin lounged on the makeshift metallic chair, his posture relaxed, yet his gaze was as unyielding as the ancient stars, quietly observing the 3 imprisoned encapsulations of order. Their glow flickered weakly, akin to a frightened heart, daring not to struggle violently any longer. Scattered around were the remnants of the metallic giants, silently narrating the unidirectional crushing that had occurred not long ago. The energy barriers had long been restored, isolating the chilling cosmos outside from the absolute silence within. He was waiting for the significant entity from the divine assembly's transport team, which would inevitably arrive to collect the cargo as per the established protocol. This process was far from tedious. His perception permeated every module of the transfer station, monitoring the minutiae of energy flows and information exchanges, akin to an invisible web laid out, awaiting the prey to ensnare. Simultaneously, he diverted his focus to deciphering fragments of data previously plundered from the observation terminals and the core of the divine assembly, attempting to piece together a more comprehensive tableau. The terms cultivator, alpha protocol, observer, purification harvest, rule encapsulation, primordial soil, gardener, and counterfeit swirled in his mind, gradually sketching out a cold and brutal cosmic game that spanned countless epochs. That extinct civilization seemed to have foreseen an ultimate threat, and thus laid down the seeds as a contingency, hoping they would take root in the nascent universe and evolve the strength to combat this menace. However, their plans were discovered and ruthlessly obliterated. The seeds were harvested and imprisoned, and even the cultivator protocol that executed the plan was forced into dormancy. The system and the celestial assembly appeared to be mere instruments for maintaining this purified order. So who exactly were they? Were they the observers? Or were the observers merely extensions of even higher beings? What role did the primordial soil play? Was it the ideal planting ground for the seeds, or the final refuge or base for counterattack? Was the gardener an executor of the cultivator protocol, or a specific individual capable of activating the seeds? Many questions lingered, yet Lin remained unperturbed. He had ample time, and answers would inevitably present themselves. Just like now, suddenly, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear spatial fluctuation, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, was precisely captured by the perceptive web he had woven. The disturbance originated from a transfer station, in the cosmic void not far from the barrier. It had arrived. Lin slowly opened his eyes, a knowing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He did not rise, remaining comfortably reclined in his chair, directing his gaze towards the dome of the hall, as if he could penetrate the layers of metallic obstruction and perceive the external scene. In the frigid cosmos outside the transfer station, space rippled like water waves. And soon after, 3 colossal silver figures, resembling mountains, silently glided through the dimensional rifts like phantoms. They were the 3 members of the Celestial Assembly. Their shapes bore resemblance to the one Lin had obliterated previously, yet with subtle differences. The engraved patterns on their surfaces leaned more towards transportation and guardianship, and their massive arms appeared more robust, seemingly carrying some grave responsibility. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, silently hovering in the starry expanse, their cold, luminous visors directed at the quiet transfer station below. There was no communication, no process of scanning for confirmation. One of the Celestial Assembly members raised its enormous arm, and a special coded beam shot from its fingertips, illuminating the external barrier of the transfer station. The barrier obediently opened a neatly circular entrance, perfectly sized for the celestial assembly to pass through. The three members of the celestial assembly slowly entered the barrier in succession, traversing the lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving unguardedly at the massive entrance gate of the core hall. The gate slid open silently. The scene within the hall was fully presented to the sensors of the three members of the celestial assembly. The empty guard posts, the scattered remnants of colossal metal giants, and three energy cages remained intact. Yet the encapsulated rule entities within were unusually tranquil. In the very center of the hall, a diminutive figure sat upon a rudimentary metal chair, scrutinizing the minuscule humans with the gaze of a deliverman assessing his cargo. The three celestial beings froze simultaneously, their enormous luminous visors flickering chaotically with symbols in a frenzy. Warning: unauthorized presence detected. All guard units incapacitated. Rule encapsulation status anomalous. Target characteristic match indicates maximum threat level 0. Extreme danger. Highest alert. A frigid wave of mechanical thought surged among them, laden with incomprehensible astonishment and utmost vigilance. They had evidently received warnings regarding the maximum threat level 0, yet they had never anticipated encountering it here, in this highly classified transfer station, in such a manner. Almost instinctively, the three celestial beings raised their colossal arms in unison as terrifying energy coalesced within their palms. No longer merely a singular weapon, but three distinct forms of energy capable of synergizing to unleash a cataclysmic onslaught, a pure logical annihilation beam, a field of stripping force aimed at the essence of existence, and a distortion wave that warped the fabric of space-time. Without a word exchanged, their movements were flawlessly synchronized. The three assaults fused instantaneously, transforming into a chaotic torrent that distorted light and shadow, laws and reality, resembling the gaping maw of the cosmos itself, intent on devouring Lin along with his chair, obliterating him from all dimensions. The potency of this strike far surpassed that of the solitary celestial being encountered previously, even posing a threat to certain weaker, multiverse-level entities. In the face of this terrifyingly harmonious assault, Lin finally rose slowly from his chair. Yet, he made no defensive or evasive gestures. He merely observed the chaotic torrent, capable of dimming galaxies, surge toward him, and then, seemingly finding it somewhat noisy, he gently exhaled. A subtle breeze, akin to merely dispersing dust, escaped his lips. However, in that very instant, this gentle breath seemed infused with an absolute will of negation. The tumultuous chaos, amalgamating the three terrifying rules, upon contact with this breath, encountered an ultimate nemesis. It was neither neutralized nor vanquished, but rather entirely denied in its essence and potential from its very core. The energies, rules, and logic that constituted it collapsed, disintegrated, and obliterated themselves in an instant. It was as though they had never been coalesced or launched at all. The chaotic torrent dissipated silently before Lin, mere inches away, without even stirring a ripple. The three celestial beings shuddered violently, their massive forms shaking simultaneously. The symbols on their visors became a chaotic jumble, the core of their logic nearly incinerated by this phenomenon that exceeded all comprehension. No, this is impossible. Rule attack ineffective. Completely ineffective. The reaction was instantaneous. They quickly assessed that they were utterly outmatched. Their colossal forms erupted with intense spatial fluctuations, attempting to forcibly tear through dimensions to escape, while simultaneously transmitting encounter information. However, Lin had grown weary of this tiresome game of cat and mouse. Once you arrive, you shall not depart, he stated flatly, extending his hands towards the three members of the celestial group who were poised to slip into the rifts of space. With a gentle grasp in the air, he initiated an unprecedented event. Crack, crack, crack. The deafening sounds of space being forcibly solidified and compressed erupted almost simultaneously. The very fabric surrounding the three celestial beings transformed into an invisible yet inescapable amber, ensnaring their massive forms along with the nascent spatial passage, freezing them in midair. The vibrant energy patterns on their surfaces extinguished in an instant, their massive arms frozen mid-action of tearing through space. And even the symbols flashing wildly on their visors came to a complete halt. Time, space, energy, and thought were all forcibly suspended. Lin's figure appeared before one of the immobilized celestial beings, akin to a teleportation. His finger gently pressed against the smooth, frigid surface of the visor. Consciousness morphed into a primal marauder, forcefully breaching the core database of his adversary. Warning: core under intrusion. Final protocol initiating self-destruction. Deep within the core of the celestial group, the familiar, chilling intent of self-destruction awakened once more. Yet this time, Lin was prepared. His will surged like an absolute zero-cold wave, sweeping through in an instant, freezing them along with their foundational directives before the self-destruction protocol could fully activate. Simultaneously, he frantically seized every ounce of valuable data. Encapsulation transport process. Final destination coordinates updated. Longitude, 7 latitude. Dynamic encryption. Reception authorization verification. Requires breeder alpha protocol or direct observer command. Backup directive. In the event of unavoidable circumstances. Initiate encapsulation self-destruction protocol. A torrent of information flooded Lin's mind, particularly the continuously evolving, exceedingly complex final destination coordinates and the critical details regarding reception authorization. Just as he endeavored to further decrypt the coordinate encryption algorithm and delve deeper into the nuances of the observer's directives, a resounding hum erupted, a force far more immense, colder, and imbued with palpable fury exploded simultaneously from the deepest core of the three celestial beings. This time, it was not merely a self-destruction protocol. It was a remotely activated, ultimate formatting command. Core data detection, forced reading, initiating ultimate cleansing protocol, reset, authorization source, authority observer 7 seats. Erase all data. Erase all physical existence. Erase all traces through time and space. The three celestial beings, their forms rendered immobile, suddenly radiated an indescribable, pure white light. This luminescence was not merely energy. It embodied a more fundamental essence, representing the concepts of nullity and finality. Their existence, along with all internal data, structures, and even the historical traces of their being, began to disintegrate and erase itself from the most fundamental level. The speed of this process surpassed that of previous terminals and individual celestial being self-destruction. Clearly, the adversary was willing to go to any lengths to prevent him from acquiring the ultimate coordinates and further information. With a cold snort, Lin tightened his grip. The intangible force confining the space surged exponentially, attempting to forcibly suppress the white light of nullification. However, the power of the nullification protocol was of a remarkably high order, even touching upon certain foundational rules of the multiverse, thereby resisting his spatial confinement to a degree. The white light continued to spread slowly yet resolutely, consuming the forms of the celestial beings. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin's eyes. He ceased his efforts to completely suppress and instead altered his strategy, concentrating all his power on plundering. Under his forceful intervention, the nullification process of the three celestial beings exhibited an exceedingly minute degree of desynchronization. 2 of the celestial beings dissolved entirely into nothingness within the white light, vanishing completely. Yet the last one, under the focused attention of his power, experienced a delay in the nullification process by a mere 1/100th of a second. It was this infinitesimal fraction of time that allowed Lin's will, sharp as the keenest blade, to carve out the final fragment of a database from a core that was on the verge of complete annihilation, a fragment that contained the most critical information. With a resounding boom, the last celestial being also transformed into white light, utterly vanishing. The hall returned once more to a state of silence. Only Lin remained suspended in midair, grasping in his hand the recently seized, searingly hot data fragment, which was rapidly dissipating. His gaze swiftly scanned the remnants of information within the fragment. Although the dynamic, encrypted coordinates of the final destination remained incomplete, the crucial segments of the encryption algorithm, as well as the stipulation that the entrance to the primordial land required either the gardener's key or the source's initial light, were now in his possession. As the data fragment disintegrated in his hand, Lin gradually descended to the ground and stood still for a moment, enveloped in contemplation. The encrypted algorithm for the final destination was now secured. Deciphering it was merely a matter of time. More importantly, however, was the last piece of information. The entrance to the primordial land necessitated the gardener's key or the source's initial light. The gardener's key was somewhat comprehensible, likely related to the cultivator's covenant. But what, then, was the source's initial light? Turning his head, he cast his gaze once more upon the three subtly flickering encapsulations of rules. It seemed that before proceeding to that ultimate destination, he would first need to search for these two keys. This treasure hunt had become increasingly intricate. Yet, isn't that what makes it all the more intriguing? He smiled, his figure flickering away from the now silent hall. Chapter 68. The Doubt of the Primordial Source and the Guiding Glimmer. Within the desolate hall of the transit station, the three encapsulated entities of rules continued to shimmer faintly within their energy prison, resembling ancient insects trapped in amber, exuding a sense of reluctance and faint trepidation. Lin's gaze swept over them without lingering. These imprisoned rule beings were merely echoes of the past, and his attention had shifted to more distant horizons. The primordial light. This term emerged like a novel cipher, abruptly surfacing amidst the data fragments on the brink of complete obliteration, standing alongside the gardener's key as another crucial key to the so-called original soil. What is it? An energy? An object? A location? Or perhaps a more abstract concept? The repository of Lin's memories, a palace of thought interwoven with scattered recollections of his past life and vast experiences post-transmigration, rapidly searched for any information that might relate to the primordial source. Within the Marvel Universe, there are indeed many powers or concepts associated with the primordial source. The remnants of energy from the cosmic Big Bang, the essence of certain ancient deities, even the initial glimmer of light at the birth of abstract entities such as eternity and infinity. On the cosmic side, the power of the primordial source seems inclined towards the magical realm, perhaps the origin of magical essence or the luminous words uttered by God during creation. However, these speculations seem too broad to directly link with the specific function of the key. Furthermore, the mention of the primordial light in the fragments of the celestial assembly data carried a specific connotation, as if it were something concrete, capable of being sought and utilized. Perhaps it is not a widely circulated concept, but rather a specific designation used within that extinct civilization. Lin once again directed his attention to the dormant seed of rules in his hand. It was the final creation of that civilization, and perhaps a connection existed between them. He cautiously attempted to infuse a faint trace of power into the seed of rules. This time, rather than seeking to activate or decipher, he simulated an inquiring intent, transmitting the term primordial light like a stone cast into the depths, probing the hidden core of rules within the seed. The seed remained unresponsive, akin to the most resilient of stones. Just as Lin thought this attempt would prove futile once more, a barely perceptible resonance echoed, not from the seed of rules itself, but from the depths of the dimensional space where he stored his belongings. It was that metallic cube, long devoid of vitality, now transformed into a dull, golden mass of scrap. Lin immediately retrieved it. To his astonishment, the surface of the cold, heavy metal cube, which had long lost its luster, flickered feebly and intermittently, much like a malfunctioning circuit. Accompanying the flicker was an indescribable, ancient aura, seemingly emanating from the very end of time, revealing itself for a fleeting moment. Although it was exceedingly faint and quickly fell back into silence, Lin was certain he had not misperceived. This fragment hails from a civilization long extinguished, encapsulating the initial warnings within a drifting bottle, responding to the term primordial light. Is it truly extinguished, or does it lie dormant, awaiting specific conditions for revival? Lin endeavored to bring the seed of rules closer to the metallic cube while persistently transmitting the essence of primordial light. Yet, there was no further reaction, as if the faint flicker moments ago was merely a fleeting echo across eons. The trail seemed to have gone cold once more. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lin's fingers unconsciously caressed the cold surface of the metallic cube. Just as his fingertips brushed against an exceptionally profound groove, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Within the depths of the metallic cube, an elusive microstructure, previously undetected by any prior explorations, appeared to be subtly activated by the dual forces of specific external pressure and the essence of primordial light. With a soft hiss, a delicate, nearly transparent beam of light surged forth from a corner of the metallic cube, casting an indistinct star map upon the frigid metallic floor. The map quivered faintly, clearly unstable and severely incomplete, revealing only a few twisted connections and a minuscule flickering point of light at the edge of the design. Beside this point, a fragmented term was inscribed in the language of that vanished civilization. Lin instantly recognized that this incomplete term was indeed a fragment of primordial light. Could it be that within this cube lay a celestial cipher leading to primordial light? Was it the infusion of the essence coupled with specific external stimuli that inadvertently activated it? The star map flickered for less than 3 seconds before rapidly dimming, the metallic cube losing all vitality and becoming even duller, as if the last vestiges of energy had been expended. Yet, Lin had firmly etched the incomplete star map and the coordinates of the flickering light point into his mind. Although the star map was fragmented and the coordinates hazy, he swiftly deciphered the general orientation and dimensional characteristics they indicated. It pointed to a dimension in a remote corner of the multiverse, a place he had never ventured to before. The rules there appeared ancient and unique, seemingly inextricably linked to the nature of time. Could primordial light be found there? Lin stowed away the now inert metallic cube, casting a glance at the 3 encapsulated rules, and without hesitation, he resolved to proceed. Regardless of the outcome, it was a clear direction, far more advantageous than remaining here in speculation. He turned, stepping forth and emerging from the transit station into the cold expanse of the universe above Xiaobai. He conveyed the vague coordinates to Xiaobai. With a low roar, Xiaobai swung its tail, tearing through the fabric of space, propelling Lin into the tumult of dimensional currents, racing towards the ancient dimension that potentially harbored the clues to primordial light. This journey unfolded amidst increasingly bizarre surroundings, no longer merely a spectacle of the bizarre and surreal. The scene began to unfurl fragments of incomprehensible visions, entwined with the passage of time. At times, one could witness nebulae being born and withering in an instant, stars blooming and fading like ephemeral blooms. Here, the river of time seemed to surge with chaotic intensity. Xiaobai, too, became unusually cautious. Its formidable dragon form sensing the anomalous currents of temporal power, causing its flight to slow involuntarily. Standing resolutely at the dragon's head, Lin cast a keen gaze ahead, his heightened senses working tirelessly to combat the disruptive turbulence of time, firmly locking onto the direction indicated by a vague coordinate. At last, after traversing a dimension barrier, resembling a multitude of clock faces spinning and shattering, the vista before them cleared dramatically. They had arrived at their destination. Contrary to their expectations of stars or continents, what lay ahead was an indescribable, boundless sepulchre of light. Countless fragments of shattered, solidified, and lifeless radiance floated in the void, akin to the remains of myriad stars, suspended in the abyss. These shards of light varied in size and shape. Some resembled broken mirrors, while others took the form of twisted ribbons, all exuding an extreme, frigid silence. Together, they coalesced into an endless, stagnant sea of light. In this realm, the sensation of time's passage was thick and chaotic, as if each fragment of light had frozen at the moment of its demise, eternally captured in that instant of death. Deep within this luminous tomb, Lin sensed a faint yet profound resonance, akin to the rules he held in his hand, a metallic cube, yet more ancient and primal. This vibration flickered like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment, yet it bore an ineffable essence, the primordial breath that preceded all rules. Was this the remnant of the primordial light? Could it be that the so-called primordial light was not a tangible object or energy, but rather a place? Or perhaps a state of being? And was this its sepulchre? Lin urged Xiaobai to navigate cautiously into the still sea of light. The deeper they delved, the more intense the sensation of finality, the return to absolute silence, became. He even glimpsed colossal remains of ancient beings, composed entirely of pure light, frozen in their struggle and roar, as though they had endured unimaginable terrors before their demise. Ultimately, guided by Xiaobai, they arrived at the core region from which the faint vibration emanated. There floated an enormous, peculiar gravestone. This was neither stone nor metal, but a solidified, dark golden object, akin to a colossal crystal. Its material bore a striking resemblance to the metallic cube, yet was purer and grander. At the center of this dark golden crystal gravestone lay a delicate, almost fragile strand of pure white light, trembling slightly and struggling to maintain its form, emitting the ancient, subtle vibrations of rules that Lin had sensed. It seemed to be the only entity still alive within the entire tomb of light, forcibly sealed within this dark golden crystal, enduring eternal solitude. Was this the source? The final strand of primordial light? Lin floated above the head of the little white creature, drawing closer to the massive crystal tombstone. His fingers gently brushed against the surface of the dark golden crystal, cold, unyielding, imbued with an emptiness that rejected all exploration, akin to a metallic block. His gaze fell upon the sealed, subtly trembling thread of pure white light. Just as he contemplated how to extract this thread or communicate with it, the luminescence seemed to sense his proximity and suddenly trembled violently. Following this, a fragmented yet profoundly anguished message, akin to a final testament, laboriously penetrated the crystal seal and echoed in Lin's mind. Beware, future seekers. The light has been distorted and tainted. They are not observers, but thieves, usurpers. The primordial essence is long gone. Seek the truth. The message abruptly ceased, as if forcefully severed, vanishing without a trace. The thread of light appeared to exhaust its final strength, dimming further, its tremors dwindling to the verge of imperceptibility. Lin, standing rooted in place, revealed a glimmer of genuine astonishment in his eyes for the first time. The light has been distorted and tainted. They are not observers, but thieves. The primordial essence is long gone. This last message nearly overturned many of his previous conjectures. Those cold observers were not the original guardians of order, but rather thieves who had usurped the primordial essence. Then what of the system? What of the celestial assembly? Whom do they truly serve? Where, indeed, lies the true primordial essence? What is this sealed thread of light? What is it that the gardener must protect against? The enigma did not diminish. Instead, it proliferated explosively in even more astonishing and subversive ways. Lin gazed at the thread of light, on the verge of complete extinguishment, and then surveyed the boundless tomb of light. A chilling yet exhilarating hypothesis slowly surfaced in his mind. Could this tomb of light be the true homeland of the perished civilization? Or, perhaps, the original form of the primordial essence? And those observers? His gaze deepened profoundly. It seemed that this game was far grander and darker than he had ever imagined. He extended his hand, gently pressing upon the dark golden crystal tombstone. Regardless of the truth, this final thread of light might still hold some utility, perhaps to take it away. Chapter 69. The fading light of the thread and echoes of the past, the silence of the tomb of light enveloped the massive dark golden crystal tombstone like a cold tide. Lin's palm pressed against the crystal surface, sensing the increasingly faint tremors of the pure white thread within, as though his fingertips were touching a heart on the verge of stopping. Thieves, usurpers, the origin is long gone. Yet the fragments of despair and fury echo in his mind, akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, where the ripples are potent enough to overturn the very depths of understanding. The observer is not a guardian, but perhaps a thief who has pilfered the essence of the origin. Are the system and the divine assembly merely serving a cadre of usurpers? The civilization that perished desperately sought to warn and resist. Was it, in fact, a counterfeit that had seized the nest? So, what then is the true origin, and where has it vanished? This strand of sealed light, is it the last reverberation, or something else entirely? Countless questions surge forth, yet Lin swiftly regains his composure, even imbued with a deeper sense of intrigue. The darker and more twisted the truth, the more captivating its revelation becomes, does it not? The immediate priority is to preserve this strand of light, which seems to possess considerable insights. It appears on the verge of extinguishment. To forcibly shatter the crystal tombstone, Lin promptly dismisses this notion. The crystal S material shares a lineage with the metallic blocks, exceedingly unique. Any violent destruction could obliterate both the light strand and its encasement. Moreover, this seal seems not merely confining, but also sustaining the last flicker of the light as undying essence in an extreme manner. A more delicate approach is required. Lin closes his eyes, his consciousness sharpening to a profound focus, this time not directed outward, but delving into the vast abyss of his own power's origin. He begins to mobilize the nearly boundless biological force field belonging to the Silver Superman, alongside the recently absorbed understanding of certain rule-controlling powers derived from a system. He must create a miniature, absolutely stable environment that simulates and even optimally preserves the conditions of this light's tomb, cautiously transplanting the strand of light along with the crystal that seals it, without disturbing the seal. This process demands an exquisite mastery over power. His biological force field, akin to the most dexterous of fingers, begins to permeate the interface between the crystal tombstone and the external rules, analyzing its energy flow patterns and comprehending the underlying logic that sustains the existence of the light strand. Time gradually passes. Rarely does a bead of imperceptible sweat appear on Lin S.'s forehead, not from the expenditure of strength, but a manifestation of his heightened mental concentration. Xiaobai floats quietly nearby, its enormous dragon eyes vigilantly observing the surrounding stillness of the sea of light, sensing that its master is engaged in an exceedingly intricate operation. At last, Lin opens his eyes. He raises his hands gently, and a soft, pure platinum glow flows from his palms, enveloping the massive dark golden crystal tombstone like a warm stream. The light does not intrude forcefully, but resonates at a peculiar frequency, simulating the nearly stagnant regulatory environment within the tombstone, gradually and meticulously replacing the support originally provided by this light tomb. The dark golden crystal trembles slightly, its surface sheen becoming a touch more animated. The internally dim light strand, once exceedingly faint, appears to be infused with a minuscule yet vital spark of life, its oscillation increasing marginally. Effective. Lin persistently maintained the output of energy and the simulation of frequency, a process both slow and steady. It was as though he were conducting a most intricate cosmic surgery, meticulously extracting a heart reliant on a peculiar environment for survival, along with its vital systems. Gradually, the enormous crystal tombstone began to exhibit a faint translucence, its connection to the surrounding grave of light being severed and supplanted by Lin S.'s power, piece by piece. Now is the moment. A glint flashed in Lin's eyes as he made a sudden, grasping motion with both hands. With a hum, the massive dark golden crystal tombstone, along with the quivering strand of light within, vanished instantaneously from its original location. In the next moment, it was securely placed within a microdimensional space of his own design, entirely constructed from his simulated environment of the Grave of Light. Success. Lin exhaled slowly, attuning himself to the conditions within the dimensional space. The crystal tombstone floated steadily. Although the strand of light remained faint, it no longer dimmed. Instead, having escaped the desolate tomb of despair, it seemed to have gained a whisper of breath, its luminescence even slightly brighter than before. Though communication was still unattainable, he had at least preserved this potential lifeline and critical evidence. Having accomplished this, Lin finally had the opportunity to examine the boundless grave of light with renewed scrutiny. If those observers were thieves, then was this place the remnants of their devastation, the origin of destruction, a massacre on a cosmic scale? His supervision penetrated the layers of solidified fragments of light, probing deeper into the abyss. What he beheld was a panorama of ruin and death. Upon some colossal remnants of light, there remained unmistakable, unnatural scars of horror, as if they had been violently torn apart by an incomprehensible force, draining all vitality. The marks of war, a conflict that had occurred in an era too distant to recall, where one side was utterly crushed and annihilated. Lin could even faintly sense an overwhelming sorrow and resentment permeating this space, an eternal imprint left by countless lights extinguished in their final moments, etched into the very fabric of reality. He hovered silently amid this mournful grave, speechless for an extended period. Xiaobai seemed to sense the weight of this melancholy, emitting a soft, anxious whimper. "Let us depart," Lin finally spoke, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the profound silence. There is nothing more to behold here. He leapt back onto the head of Xiaobai, as if granted a reprieve, immediately twisted its body, carefully maneuvering around the vast remnants of light as it soared toward the direction from whence they came. As they traversed the dimensional barrier of temporal chaos and returned to the relatively normal flow of dimensions, the oppressive sensation of silence gradually dissipated. Lin stood atop the dragon's head, casting a final glance back at the light tomb, which was gradually vanishing into the fog of dimensions, his gaze profoundly contemplative. The thief and usurper now faces not merely an automated management system and its henchmen, but potentially a band of enigmatic brigands who have seized the primordial position and wield control over certain fundamental rules of the multiverse. Is that vanished civilization, in truth, the rightful heir to the primordial legacy? Or, at the very least, are they informed dissidents? Their seed plan, does it aim to revive the true source or foster a force to counteract the usurpers? The gardener may indeed be the true guardian left behind by the primordial or a program for revival. Furthermore, the light of the primordial could serve as the energy or token to activate pivotal matters. The clues gradually intertwine, revealing a grander yet darker backdrop. Thus, the next objective becomes unmistakably clear. Since the gardener's key may point towards the forcibly dormant cultivator, the Alpha Protocol, which lies hidden within the core of the system. Lin's lips curl into a cold, aggressive smile. It is time to pay that broken system another visit. However, this time, it will not be a clandestine data dive. He patted the horn of Little White. Let us not return to the Celestial Palace just yet. Find a place with abundant energy to bask in the sunlight. He needed a moment to fully digest his recent acquisitions and adjust his state to its optimum. After all, what lay ahead might involve a direct confrontation with the gatekeeping system of those brigands. Little White let out a long cry and shifted direction, racing towards a star-rich region. The dimensional turbulence surged behind them, yet Lin's gaze was already fixed upon the pervasive network of rules controlled by the thieves. The time had come to turn the table in this game. Chapter 70. Stellar Forge and Silent Malice. The dimensional turbulence roared behind, as Little White bore Lin like a silver bolt of lightning, tearing through the void towards a star-dense region. The lament and silence of the Tomb of Light had been cast aside, yet the dark truth, born of the primordial's usurpation, quietly burned like a cold starfire deep within Lin's eyes. He required energy, not in weakness, but to adjust himself to perfection for the imminent confrontation with the entire system and the usurpers lurking behind it. The false sunlight of the Celestial Palace was woefully inadequate. He needed true stars, the boiling, nearly infinite ocean of nuclear fusion. Soon, the target star system emerged at the edge of his perception. It was a binary system. Two massive stars in their prime, entwined like blue and gold behemoths, unrestrainedly exhaling light and heat, their formidable gravity distorting space, painting a magnificent yet perilous nebula. This was the place. Lin patted Little White's horn, signaling it to halt at a safe distance. Little White let out a low growl. Obediently hovering in the outer space away from the stellar tempest, the vast dragon's eyes reflecting the distant flames of destruction and vitality. Lin, with his silver hair billowing atop his head, transformed into a streak of luminous energy, unhesitatingly darting towards the colossal, fiercely radiant golden star. As he approached, the terrifying heat radiation, high-energy particle flows, and gravitational tides became increasingly formidable. The corona, capable of instantaneously vaporizing any known substance, resembled a roiling golden sea, conjuring towering waves of flame soaring tens of thousands of kilometers high. Lin's figure effortlessly penetrated the corona, akin to an arrow plunging into the depths of an ocean, directly advancing towards the star's core, where density and temperature reached their zenith. Surrounding him was a realm of pure golden flames, with temperatures soaring into the millions and pressures potent enough to crush neutron star matter. Here, the laws of nature were distorted by the extreme environment, with only the most violent torrents of energy flowing ceaselessly. Suspended at the heart of this stellar furnace, Lin spread his arms and closed his eyes. No longer restrained or bound, the core of his silver, superhuman power, akin to a slumbering behemoth, gradually awakened, commencing an unprecedented efficiency in voraciously absorbing the nearly boundless light and heat surrounding him. With a resounding boom, the entire energy flow of the star's core abruptly shifted direction around him. Endless flames and radiation converged as if drawn into a cosmic black hole, forming an immense whirlpool that wildly surged into his being. A faint golden sheen emerged upon his skin, each cell transforming into a miniature sun, joyfully absorbing, converting, and storing this vast energy. The prior drain from data deep dives, rule confrontations, and the subtle consumption for maintaining the light thread seal was instantly replenished, even further propelling his power toward an unseen limit. The brilliance of the entire star seemed to dim ever so slightly as a result. This process, though brief, was inconsequential for a star in terms of energy loss, yet profoundly sufficient for Lin. When he reopened his eyes, they appeared as if they housed the birth and death of a golden sun. The aura emanating from him became more reserved yet infinitely profound, akin to a supernova poised to erupt. His state was impeccable. In an instant, he vanished from the star's core, reappearing in the frigid expanse of outer space, where little White swiftly approached. It was time to attend to important matters. Lin felt the surging power within him, almost overflowing, and directed his gaze towards the omnipresent network of rules woven by the system. This time, he no longer required cautious data infiltration. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide, and with a sudden rip, tore through the empty void before him. With a chilling sound reminiscent of fabric being forcibly shredded, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the star domain. Space itself was violently torn asunder by his pure, unrestrained power, creating a colossal fissure adorned with flickering arcs of fractured rules. Beyond the rift lay not chaotic dimensional turbulence, but rather the stark, lifeless underbelly of the system, constructed from an endless flow of data light. A brutal incursion, utterly unapologetic, Lin stepped resolutely into the gaping void. With an exhilarated roar, Shao Bai surged forth, its colossal dragon form shattering the fragmented space as it plunged into the uncharted core of the system. As it entered, a cacophonous alarm blared from all directions like a tsunami. Warning! Warning! A forcible breach of the physical layer detected. Barrier integrity compromised. Structural rules damaged. Intruder characteristics confirmed. Highest threat vulnerability 0. Maximum state of emergency. All defense protocols initiated. Logical weapons fully activated. Existence erasure field at maximum power. Request for direct intervention from observers. Repeating, request for direct intervention. Countless cold chains forged from pure logic, capable of rewriting the very rules of reality. Unleashed torrents of stripping beams aimed at the essence of existence, rushing forth from every corner of the data light stream, overwhelming Lin and Shao Bai. The entire defense mechanism of the system, provoked by this unabashed, violent incursion, had gone into a complete frenzy, faced with this terrifying onslaught capable of shaking the multiverse. Lin merely uttered a calm command. Clear the area. Shao Bai, unable to contain itself, emitted a thunderous roar, its massive jaws opening not to unleash dragon fire, but to unleash an overwhelming, rule-rending suction force. Like a cosmic whale consuming its prey, the surging logical chains, rule projectiles, and stripping beams, upon contact with this immense suction, did not dissipate or perish. Instead, they collapsed upon themselves as if encountering their nemesis, transforming into raw data flows and energy, which Shao Bai voraciously devoured. The surface of Shao Bai's body shimmered, seemingly transforming this attacking energy into sustenance, making it appear even more majestic and fierce. Meanwhile, Lin, undeterred by the sporadic attacks, fixed his gaze upon a direction, the area he had previously infiltrated, housing the core logs within the event archive, permissions level 7 alpha and above. With a single step, he disregarded spatial distance and materialized before the final firewall, dense and pulsating with a dangerous red light. Out of the way, he extended his finger, lightly tapping the firewall, which embodied the system's highest defense authority. Where his fingertip made contact, the firewall, capable of withstanding multiverse-level impacts, melted instantaneously from the point of contact, collapsing and disintegrating as if ice thrown into a furnace. Countless encryption protocols and logical traps had no time to trigger, utterly erased by the overwhelming force from the level of existence. Beyond the firewall lay the vast core log library, housing the secrets of countless universes. Now laid bare before him, Lin strode in, his gaze akin to the most efficient scanner, swiftly locking onto his primary objective. All highly encrypted dormant commands and storage coordinates related to the Cultivator Alpha protocol. Just as he prepared to forcibly access this data, buzz! A formidable presence, far more immense and frigid than anything previously felt through the observation terminal, descended upon this realm, imbued with an almost tangible wrath. It was as if the universe itself had opened its eyes, arriving with a sudden and overwhelming force. No longer merely an observation from afar. This was an incarnation of the very essence itself. The surrounding data streams instantaneously solidified, as if time itself had ceased to flow. A vast entity, incomprehensible in its form and composed solely of frigid logic and absolute rules, slowly emerged from the abyss of data, positioning itself between Lin and the core data. This being lacked a specific visage, manifesting instead as a dizzying array of geometric structures and flowing symbols, ever-changing and emanating an aura of supreme, unquestionable authority, as if it were the very embodiment of the multiverse's regulations. Zero error. Your actions have surpassed all thresholds of tolerance. Immediately cease all intrusive behaviors and accept regulatory formatting. This is your final warning. A chilling wave of thought, devoid of any emotion, washed over Lin's perception like the cold expanse of a stellar river. He gazed at this sudden manifestation, seemingly a higher-level administrator of the system, and rather than displaying fear, his face reflected a deepening intrigue. Finally, an entity worthy of attention? He tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with mockery. But formatting? Is that all you can manage? He took a step forward, his aura no longer restrained, awakening like a slumbering galaxy, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire core log repository to tremble. I demand the data of that agreement. Lin addressed the embodiment of regulation, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable command. And who exactly are they? Were they concealed? Refusal. The response from the embodiment of regulation was cold and absolute. Your existence is a mistake. Mistakes must be eradicated. As the words fell, the embodiment surged into action. An infinite power, representing negation, deletion, and nullification, surged toward Lin like the primordial darkness at the dawn of the universe. This assault surpassed all prior attempts, infused with an absolute will to erase, drawing upon the foundational permissions of the multiverse. Simultaneously, Lin sensed not only one, but multiple cold gazes from beyond the walls, once again locking onto him. The observer seemed thoroughly stirred by the emergence of this embodiment of regulation, poised to take more direct action. A great battle was imminent. A genuine spark of excitement ignited within Lin's eyes, a fervor for combat. Then let us dismantle you first and claim it for ourselves. His figure transformed into a golden streak of light, tearing through all regulations as he charged toward the embodiment of the system's highest authority. A cataclysmic collision erupted in this core domain, which upheld the balance of the multiverse. Chapter 71. The collapse of rules and the acquisition of the agreement. The chilling waves of thought had yet to fully dissipate when the embodiment of pure regulation launched its assault. The infinite power of negation and erasure, akin to the absolute darkness that enveloped the cosmos before its inception, descends silently yet inexorably, sweeping through all in its path, causing even the very flow of data to crumble and dissolve into the most primordial void. This obliteration invokes the fundamental permissions of the multiverse, targeting the very logic underpinning Lin's existence. Simultaneously, the frigid gaze from beyond the walls sharpens, akin to countless invisible needles driven mercilessly into Lin, laden with unabashed malice and an impending sense of oppression. Faced with this dual assault, capable of inducing an instant and eternal terror in any known being, the flicker of excitement igniting Lin's eyes abruptly transforms into a cold flame of battle fervor. It is unbearable. He does not resort to elaborate maneuvers. Instead, he simply extends his fingers toward the surging force of rule negation and the chilling scrutiny, and then clenches his hand with fervor. Crack! A deafening sound erupts, as though the very foundation of the multiverse is wailing in despair, a cataclysmic shattering that defies description. From the epicenter of Lin's palm, an absolute power, surpassing all rules, logic and permissions, unfurls like an invisible cosmic explosion, resonating outward. The encroaching force of rule negation, upon contact with this absolute power, is neither neutralized nor vanquished. Rather, it finds its very definition twisted and distorted, ultimately rendered null and void. It is as if a screen inscribed with erroneous codes has been brutally shattered. The darkness representing denial is obliterated by a more fundamental force. The corporeal embodiment of the rules, composed of geometric symbols, contorts violently, flickering and emitting an unbearable noise akin to the shattering of countless shards of glass. It cannot comprehend, calculate, or process the phenomena before it. All its attacks, predicated on the permissions it wields, become as inconsequential as scrap paper in the face of such absolute power. Those cold gazes from beyond the walls seem to be struck by an invisible hammer, sending ripples of intense, agitated emotion coursing through them. Before recoiling in shock like a startled serpent, severing most of their ties to this realm, they appear to realize that the cost of direct intervention far exceeds their expectations. Lin strides forward, disregarding the spatial distance, and materializes directly before the violently flickering, nearly collapsing embodiment of the rules. "I demand the data of that agreement," he states, his voice eerily calm, yet imbued with a chilling resonance that induces trepidation even within the rules themselves. He extends his hand, not merely to point, but to directly penetrate the ever-shifting geometric body of the rule embodiment. A sharp cry, not transmitted through the air, but resonating directly on the level of rules, erupts from within, filled with agony and disbelief. Lin's hand seems to grasp the pulsating core logic at its heart. He forcefully reads. He barbarically unravels. A deluge of vast, highly encrypted data surged forth, as if a dam had burst, extracted by him with the utmost brutality from the very core of the embodiment of regulation. Alert! The core is being forcibly breached. Supreme Encryption Protocol has failed. Data stream of the Cultivator Alpha Protocol has been lost. Coordinates exposed. Self-destruction prevention failed to initiate. The cognitive waves of the embodiment of regulation became intermittent, filled with despairing static. Its form began to destabilize, symbols dissipating in droves, and the radiance dimmed sharply. Lin disregarded its struggles, frantically seizing everything in sight. Detailed data regarding the Cultivator Alpha Protocol, its final state before enforced dormancy, the specific coordinates sealing it, and the intricate key required for its awakening surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, he captured fragmented information about the observers, their numbers suggesting they were not a singular entity, the hierarchical differences among them, and their peculiar dependence and fear of the primordial power. Finally, just as the embodiment of regulation was on the brink of total collapse and annihilation, Lin acquired all the information he sought. He abruptly withdrew his hand. The embodiment, bereft of its core support, emitted a silent lament, its entire form crumbling like a sandcastle in the wind, dissolving into countless shattered points of regulatory light, which were then engulfed by the surrounding chaotic deluge of data. This advanced administrative unit of the system was utterly obliterated. The entire core log repository, having lost the maintenance of supreme authority, began to tremble violently, the flow of data light becoming chaotic and disordered, as if it could collapse entirely at any moment. In the distance, the gazes from beyond the walls grew increasingly furious and restless, yet they hesitated to descend once more, seemingly caught in a dilemma of contemplation and deliberation. Lin stood still, slowly digesting the immense information he had just plundered, his focus particularly honed in on the details of the Cultivator Alpha Protocol. The location of the protocol's dormancy was not within the system itself, but in an exceptionally unique interdimensional crevice known as the realm of regulatory stasis. This was a place designated by the system for housing the most dangerous and unstable items, where time was nearly frozen. The key to awakening it was extraordinarily complex, requiring a specific frequency that resonated with the primordial rules, rather than mere energy or password. Lin glanced at the thread of primordial light sealed within his miniature dimensional space. It seemed that this key was indeed the correct one. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the agitated gazes from beyond the walls and the impending collapse of the system core. His objective had been achieved. He turned and stepped forth, having already departed from this chaotic abyss of data, re-emerging into the normal expanse of the external universe. Xiao Bai immediately sensed his presence and swiftly approached. Lin leaped onto the dragon's head, casting one last glance back at the seemingly tranquil, yet internally tumultuous dimensional direction. Let's proceed. He gently tapped the horn of Xiao Bai, signaling the time had come to awaken an old friend who had slumbered for far too long. Xiao Bai let out a deep, resonant cry that rent the very fabric of space, carrying Lin in forth, racing towards the coordinates pointing to the rule stasis, a recently acquired realm of stillness. Behind them, the chaotic dimensional turbulence surged, while in Lin's grasp appeared to lie the key to awakening the past and unlocking the future. The collapse of the system and the observer's ire were merely the prelude to a far greater tempest. Chapter 72. Whispers of Stasis and Accord. The dimensional turbulence was brazenly cast aside by Xiao Bai as Lin stood resolute at the dragoness head, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly fixated on the coordinates snatched from the heart of the system, an independent dimensional rift known as the Rule Stasis. According to the pilfered data, this location served as the prison for the most perilous and unstable entities, where the flow of time approached absolute zero, making it one of the most extreme cages within the multiverse. The very act of sealing the Cultivator Alpha Accord there underscored the system's, or rather, the observer's, trepidation regarding this program. Xiao Bai emitted a low growl imbued with warning, sensing that the dimensional structure ahead had grown alarmingly solid and viscous, as if they had intruded upon a cosmic pool of glue. They had arrived. Lin patted the dragon's horn. Xiao Bai abruptly halted its massive form, claws stirring the void, creating ripples of stagnation that spread outward. Before them lay not the anticipated entrance or barrier, but an expanse of utter stillness. Here, the turbulence of dimensions, the radiance of energy, and even the motion of fundamental particles have been entirely frozen, akin to a vast amber cast in the cosmos after the pause button had been pressed. Light that penetrated this realm slowed to an agonizing crawl, ultimately coming to a standstill, forming a bizarre halo. Silence reigned supreme, the sole theme of this place. The Rule Stasis was indeed aptly named. Lin could sense, at the very heart of this stagnant domain, an exceedingly faint yet profoundly ancient source of rule fluctuations, akin to a nearly extinguished ember nestled deep within a frozen heart. This was the Cultivator Alpha Accord. Breaching this stasis was not particularly difficult, yet it risked disturbing the stasis field, potentially jeopardizing that fragile spark within. Lin required a more nuanced approach. He recalled the instructions gleaned from the plundered data regarding the awakening of slumbering entities. A special frequency resonating with the primal rules was essential. His consciousness delved into the miniature dimensional space he had crafted, focusing on the faintly quivering pure white filament at the heart of the dark golden crystal tombstone. The primal light. Lin endeavored to align his intent and power with the remarkably weak, yet ancient rule fluctuations emitted by that filament. This process was exquisitely intricate, demanding control over his own power at an atomic level. He meticulously simulated that unique frequency, akin to calibrating an exceptionally intricate and sophisticated key. Gradually, a gentle, ancient aura began to emanate from him, contrasting starkly with the deathly silence of the stasis. This aura was not formidable, yet it carried an indescribable essence, as if it stemmed from the very dawn of all things. He extended his finger, its tip entwined with the simulated primordial frequency, gently tapping towards the solidified space ahead. Where his fingertip made contact, the utterly motionless region, akin to solid ice encountering a specific resonant frequency, did not shatter. Instead, it rippled gently, creating soft, wave-like undulations. At the center of these ripples, a distorted and unstable passage, barely wide enough for a single person, slowly opened. Within the passage lay an even more profound stillness and darkness than the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin stepped inside. Xiao Bai obediently remained outside, its enormous dragon eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The passage silently closed behind Lin. Inside was a space that was not expansive, where all perception dulled and blurred. Chapter 73. The Mark of the Hunter and the Pursuit of the Void. That utterly chilling mark, like a parasite, instantly branded itself upon Lin's wrist where he had touched the protocol. It was not a physical scar, but a malicious tracking beacon deeply embedded within the fabric of the rules. Almost simultaneously, that colossal, greedy, and ravenous cold will, like a predator long hidden in ambush, accurately and violently locked onto this beacon. Sever the connection. Abandon me. The Breeder Alpha protocol emitted waves of terror and despair. Fully aware of the implications of this mark, it was their ultimate safeguard for significant prisoners, and once triggered, it would summon forth a hunt far exceeding that of the system administrator, the true observer entity. A cold light flashed in Lin's eyes. Not only did he not relinquish his grip, but he also tightened his fingers, unleashing an even more overwhelming force, not to dispel the mark, but to forcibly extract the Breeder Alpha Protocol light cluster, which was on the verge of breaking free from the seal from the stasis field. Crack! The brittle sound of shattering glass echoed as the absolute balance within the realm of rules was completely disrupted. The entire stasis space began to violently tremble. On the brink of collapse, the light cluster of the protocol flickered violently in Lin's grasp, nearly incapacitated by this brutal action and the dire situation before it. Silence, Lin coldly interrupted, slicing the air with his other hand. With a ripping sound, he forcefully tore open the crumbling barriers of the stasis realm, his figure shooting out like lightning. Almost the instant he escaped the stasis realm, an indescribably enormous hand, composed of pure cold logic and distorted light and shadow, suddenly descended fiercely from the dimensional position they had just occupied. Where that hand passed, the stasis realm, like a fragile soap bubble, silently annihilated, taking that dimension with it into an absolute void devoid of even nothingness. The true observer entity had made its move. Its might far surpassed any prior encounter. Lin could even sense a hint of greedy delight within that cold will, as if it had finally found a coveted prey long sought after. Without looking back, he leapt onto the anxious Xiaobai waiting outside. Let us depart. Xiaobai had already sensed the terrifying threat that made its dragon scales bristle. Without the need for Lin to utter a word, it unleashed a roar that shattered the void, its tail thrashing wildly as it propelled itself to the utmost speed, shattering layer upon layer of dimensional barriers, racing desperately away from the horrifying pursuit. Escape. It was imperative to flee this space that had been irrevocably locked down. However, the menace behind was relentless, shadowing them relentlessly. The colossal hand of logic, composed of light and shadow, reached out, not retracting its grasp, but instead spreading its fingers wide, revealing a vortex in its palm akin to a black hole. Buzz. A beam, shrouded in a gray hue, devoid of any brilliance, yet radiating an aura of absolute oblivion and erasure, traversed dimensions at an incomprehensible speed, hurtling towards Xiaobai and Lin. Wherever this beam passed, even the chaotic currents of dimensions turned pallid, losing the very essence of existence, as if being completely expunged from history. Xiaobai emitted a terrified roar. It could sense the dreadful nature of the beam. If struck, even its immortal dragon form might be forcibly forgotten, losing the foundations of its existence. Lin stood atop the dragon's head, pivoting sharply, his eyes gleaming with golden light. He held nothing back, clenching his fist, and then unleashed a powerful strike towards the gray beam. The force of his punch was not an explosion of energy, but rather a culmination of the utmost essence, representing the absolute rule of his own existence. Boom! A soundless collision erupted in the interstice of dimensions. The gray beam of oblivion collided fiercely with Lin's absolute power. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only a heart-stopping, intense erosion and confrontation at the level of rules. The gray beam frantically attempted to obliterate the conceptual power of Lin's fist, while Lin's strength stubbornly negated the very act of erasure. The standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Lin's absolute power prevailed, forcefully piercing through the gray beam, shattering it. The fractured gray energy dissipated like wailing phantoms. Yet, this brief delay allowed the gigantic hand of logic to close in once more. Furthermore, from different dimensional angles, two equally terrifying yet slightly varied hands of logic appeared, converging in an encircling manner. More than one observer entity had been drawn forth. They seemed intent on seizing the mark on Lin's wrist and the agreement in his hand, their determination unyielding. At least 3 hunters. The luminous orb of the agreement trembled in despair. Lin's brow furrowed deeply. The strength of these observer entities far exceeded expectations, and they appeared to master the art of coordinated attacks. If this continued, although Xiaobai was swift, it would inevitably be ensnared amidst the relentless pursuit across layers of dimensions. A method to shield or eliminate that accursed mark on his wrist was imperative. His consciousness raced, simultaneously directing Xiaobai to weave through dimensions at intricate angles, evading the grasping hands and the various rule-based weapons, oblivion beams, existence anchors, causality bombs, etc., that came hurtling towards them, while attempting to cleanse that mark with his own power. However, that mark, akin to a curse embedded within the fabric of rules, proved exceedingly obstinate, incessantly relaying real-time coordinates to the pursuers. The protocol conveyed a message of despair, indicating that this mark, sown by thieves using a distorted primordial power, could only be eradicated by a higher authority of primordial force or by completely escaping the multi-universe governed by its rules. A higher authority of primordial force? Lin instantly recalled the sealed thread of the end light within the dimensional space. With a mere thought, he forcibly extracted that faint strand of light from the sealing crystal, directing it toward the mark on his wrist. Buzz! Upon encountering this genuine primordial essence, the mark indeed quivered violently, as if encountering its nemesis, its radiance visibly dimming. Effective. Yet, the end light was far too weak and had been sealed for far too long. This faint essence was insufficient to entirely overshadow the mark, akin to tossing a small piece of bloody meat into a pack of ravenous wolves, further provoking the observers in pursuit. Their attacks grew increasingly frenzied and urgent. This is untenable. It is far too weak. It will expose the end light. The protocol urgently cautioned. Lin decisively retracted the thread of light. It appeared that only one recourse remained: to forcibly breach the barriers of this multi-universe and temporarily escape to a region beyond their rule. His gaze swiftly shifted to the most fragile, chaotic, and unstable edges of the multi-universe. Only there could he hope to find a gap to break free from the confines. Xiaobai, head to the nearest cosmic storm at full speed. Xiaobai let out a roar, igniting the energy within, and surged forward at an accelerated pace, even shattering some fragile dimensional structures in its path, barreling toward the most chaotic direction it sensed. The three colossal hands of logic relentlessly pursued, unleashing a torrent of terrifying rule-based attacks that churned the dimensional space into utter chaos. A heart-stopping chase spanning countless dimensions had fully commenced. Lin continuously countered, whether with fist or palm, shattering, deflecting, and dissipating the incoming rule-based assaults, buying time for Xiaobai. Each collision sent tremors through the dimensional space, the aftermath obliterating countless innocent microcosms along the way. Finally, ahead lay a realm of utter disarray, with colors twisted beyond description, filled with storms of destructive energy and spatial rifts. The cosmic edge storm. Here, the rules had collapsed, and even the system's monitoring had become exceedingly feeble. Charge in. Lin bellowed. Xiaobai, without hesitation, plunged into the terrifying energy storm capable of rending the heavens apart. The violent storm clawed at Xiaobai's scales, erupting with blinding sparks. Yet relying on its formidable physique and Lin's protective power, it forcefully broke through the storm, racing toward the storm's most ferocious and chaotic depths. The three colossal hands of logic abruptly halted at the edge of the storm, seemingly wary of this chaotic area, but after a moment's hesitation, it brazenly surged forward once more. Clearly, the allure of prey surpassed the inherent risks. The tempestuous heart of the storm was fraught with peril, as colossal vortices of energy and randomly appearing spatial rifts disrupted perception and velocity in profound ways. Xiaobai found it necessary to decelerate, while the pursuers behind were swiftly closing the gap. A colossal hand of logic seized the opportunity, piercing through a swirling mass of energy, its fingers like talons. Wielding the power of binding rules, lunged fiercely towards Xiaobai's immense dragon tail. Just as capture seemed imminent, a fierce glint flashed in Lin's eyes, poised to retaliate with all his might. At that moment, an unforeseen anomaly erupted, an extraordinarily abrupt, golden-blue beam of energy, entirely distinct from the observer's cold logic, shot forth from an unknown source, striking with pinpoint accuracy against the wrist of the colossal hand reaching for Xiaobai's tail. Boom! The golden-blue beam harbored a searing, explosive essence, imbued with a sense of divine judgment, and although its intensity paled in comparison to Lin's absolute power, it appeared to disrupt the very structure of the observer's logic. The colossal hand was violently deflected, its motion abruptly stalling for a moment, causing the binding force coalescing in its palm to dissipate. From behind came the waves of astonishment and ire from the observer. Both Lin and Xiaobai were momentarily stunned. Was there assistance? Who could it be? Lin's gaze swiftly darted towards the source of the energy beam, revealing, amidst the tempestuous energy storm, a uniquely designed starship, seemingly forged from blue-gold crystal, struggling to maintain stability. With the muzzle of its main cannon still aglow from a recent discharge. Behind the portholes of the starship, several figures appeared to be gazing in shock at their direction. Among them, a towering figure clad in a red and blue uniform, adorned with a prominent emblem on his chest, radiated a potent energy wave, causing Lin's pupils to constrict slightly. This distinctive feature seemed to signify Chapter 74, the final chapter, the Light of Termination. The afterglow of the golden-blue energy beam gradually dissipated within the raging cosmic storm, as the uniquely shaped starship struggled like a storm-battered seabird to maintain its equilibrium. The figures behind the porthole clarified for a brief moment. There stood a tall man in a red-blue uniform, marked by a conspicuous emblem, alongside several companions of remarkable presence. Their faces were etched with astonishment, seemingly unprepared for the effectiveness of their assault against the terrifying logic hand. The observer's colossal hand, struck by the interference of the lower cosmic rule impurities, emanated a surge of annoyance. The point of impact on its wrist was now plagued by golden blue energy, disrupting its pure logical structure. While it couldn't inflict tangible harm, it indeed induced a fleeting paralysis. It was within this fleeting moment of rigidity. Though Lin was taken aback by this sudden assistance, particularly by the implications of that distinctive emblem, he knew that the opportunity was fleeting, and he would not allow it to slip away. Xiaobai. Without further ado, Xiaobai unleashed a thunderous roar, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It ignited the last remnants of its dragon essence, transforming its colossal form into a silver arrow that tore through the storm, hurtling towards the deepest point of chaos and fragility within the tempest. Block them. Lin simultaneously issued the most potent resonant command to the sealed thread of the ultimate light within the dimensional space. Buzz. The faint strand of light seemed to sense Lin's resolute will and the distorted aura of the observer from the external realm, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. A desolate, mournful, yet exquisitely pure essence of primordial origin, though feeble, pierced through the dimensional space like a beacon in the night, radiating outward. This moment was akin to cold water splashed into boiling oil. The three colossal hands of logic, even from afar, could vaguely perceive this new disturbance, spiraling into chaos and insatiable frenzy. Primordial origin. It is the essence of purest origin. Seize it, at any cost. Their focus abruptly shifted, as the pursuit of Lin and the agreement was momentarily eclipsed by this primal temptation. The three gigantic hands began to interfere with one another, hastily reaching towards the source of the emanating essence, which was Lin himself. This provided Lin with a final opportunity. Now, Xiaobai roared, crashing into the heart of the storm where the rules were thinnest. Crack! A sound reminiscent of the universe's mirror shattering resounded. The spatial structure there could not withstand the dual pressures of internal impact and external storm, shattering violently to reveal not chaotic dimensional turbulence, but a deeper, more chaotic sea of absolute void devoid of any rule. It was a realm of the unknown that even the system's rules could not fully encompass, lying beyond the multiverse. Go! Lin bellowed, enveloping Xiaobai and himself in a formidable biological force field, launching into that absolute void like a cannonball. Behind them, the three colossal hands of logic pursued madly to the shattered breach, only to halt abruptly, hesitating and roaring, seemingly instinctively wary of that absolute void. Ultimately, they refrained from directly entering, instead tearing at the edges of the breach in silent fury. Meanwhile, the suddenly appearing gold and blue starship rocked violently within the storm, struggling to withstand the collapse of this region and the residual wrath of the observer, before being engulfed by a massive spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. In the sea of absolute void, there was no time, no space, no light, no darkness, only eternal nothingness. Here, even the cold mark on Lin's wrist seemed to lose its signal source, dimming, although not eradicated, temporarily halting its transmission of coordinates. Xiaobai floated wearily, its scales marred and damaged, clearly exhausted from the desperate escape. Lin stood atop the dragon's head, casting a profound glance back towards the direction of the now vanished breach, his gaze deep and contemplative. The starship that had just passed. Was that figure Superman from another universe? Why did they appear at that moment? And why did they extend their hand in assistance? Was it mere coincidence? He shook his head, momentarily suppressing these questions. The foremost concern now was to address the matter at hand. He spread his palm, revealing a pulsating sphere of light, the alpha protocol of the cultivator, which flickered gently. Seemingly calmer now that it had escaped danger, yet still imbued with an essence of trepidation. Have we truly escaped? Its mental wave conveyed a disbelieving frailty. For the time being, Lin replied calmly. He raised his wrist. The mark still lingered, akin to a sword poised above. This entity remained a nuisance. Beyond their rules, the mark will temporarily lie dormant, but once we return, the protocol transmitted a message of resignation. Lin's gaze shifted back to the dimming light of the end that flickered within the dimensional space. Its recent eruption had been both a crisis and a testament to its worth. Ultimately, his eyes wandered into the profound depths of the endless void. Here lay a realm yet to be fully mastered, even by thieves. Perhaps within this desolate abyss lay the true hope for the revival of the primordial source, or secrets unknown even to them. Cultivator, Lin inquired, what is the gardener's duty? The sphere of the protocol flickered once more, seemingly lost in distant recollections. To guard the seeds of the primordial source, awaiting the resurgence of hope to combat the darkness. Its mental wave resonated with solemnity and sorrow. Lin fell silent for a moment. What if the primordial source requires a new definition? He suddenly asked. The protocol sphere halted abruptly, as if grappling with the meaning of his words. Lin offered no further explanation. He surveyed the boundless void, feeling the power within him that transcended all rules. And a thought began to crystallize. The evasion of the mark as pursuit was merely temporary. To truly rid oneself of it, even to retaliate, the only path lay not in seeking the old primordial source, but in forging new rules. Perhaps this barren sea of nothingness served as the finest canvas. In his grasp lay a seed from a bygone era, a thread of the past's final light, and a protocol rich with ancient wisdom. Moreover, he possessed an invincible power capable of manifesting imagination into reality. Let us proceed, little white, Lin urged, patting the dragon's head and gesturing toward the depths of the void in search of a tranquil spot. It is time to cultivate our garden. Little white emitted a prolonged dragon's roar, bearing Lin forth as they glided slowly into the absolute unknown. Behind them, the conflicts and pursuits of the old universe receded momentarily. Ahead lay the dawn of a new tale, inscribed by loopholes, seeds, and the embers of ancient days.